and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-910-2233. That's 800-910-2233. 800-910-2233.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. Light traffic in and around the area. 95 northbound at exit 77. That's Route 24. An accident has the right lane and the right shoulder blocked. And 895 northbound, a little bit slow just after the Harbor Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan. And always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Monday afternoon at the Yard, the Moo Man delivers again.
He's dancing off the bag. Fly ball, Kortenkauser, deep right center. Mullins back at the wall. He did it again. Back-to-back days. Walk-off home runs for Kauser. 8. The milk cold.
The final call from Kevin Brown on Masson for the second straight day. Kortenkauser wins it in extra for the O's, hitting a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 13th inning to beat the Rays 9-7. This one went back and forth in extras as Tampa went up in the 11th, 12th, and 13th innings, but the O's answered back each time with Alonso, Jackson, Henderson, Tavares, and Holiday all driving in runs in the extra frames, culminating in Kauser's long ball. He becomes the first Oriole to hit walk-off homers in back-to-back days since Fred Lynn in May of 1985. This evening, the O's and Rays battle again in Game 2 of their 3-game set, and the fan will have your pregame coverage with Baltimore Baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, live from Pickles Pub, beginning at 5:30. First pitch is slated for 6:35. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Fort of Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly cloudy skies with a chance for an afternoon shower, highs in the mid-70s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Dr. Lairfield Smile Design Center. Call 410-321-1100 to schedule your appointment today. I'm Joe LaCroix, Raven Serps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
A cop, a coach, a con man, and an average Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show, 105.7 The Fan.
In the AM, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn. Ed Norris will join us in the 7 o'clock hour to probably talk about Knicks. Get your feet on the floor, jumpstart your day with your boys. What's up, Jeremy?
What's up, man? It's been a while since I've seen you, so
I know it's been good. It's been good. It's been good.
Beat me to it. I am reluctant to come back. I told Rob, so we all fall in love with different commercials here. And there's stupid things, whether it's the dancing to the one or whatever. You always give me the one where I don't want to say I'm making fun of the guy, but the guy's like, lost my dad. Super hard.
I can't believe you're admitting this. You all actually admit
I would say it all the time. I would say it all the time, like the different parts of it. And Rob's over there all week before he left going, I am reluctant.
I love that commercial.
And then every time I was telling him my plan was to bathe my dog this weekend, but my dog's got a leaky bladder issue. It's something we're dealing with every single day.
I'm 55. I do too.
Oh man, have you every night does your bladder unload onto whatever? She's sleeping and she wakes up like, Jesus, what did you guys do? I mean, so I told her I was going to give her a bath. And each day, my wife was working, so she sleeps during the day. And we get to the end of the day, and I'm like, man, I don't feel like giving the dog a bath now. I'll do it tomorrow. And she goes, are you going to give the dog a bath today? And I said, I am reluctant. And I'm like, it's such a good line if you don't get it. Rob would get it.
For those, there's a commercial where
it's the alien guy.
The alien guy supposed to get half off his bill.
Yeah.
So the guy's name is Bill, and they're going to saw him in half. He said, no, not me. Real Bill, can you let me go? I am reluctant.
Look, we all have those where you have like an inside joke that's so stupid that when you try explaining it to other people, they're like, I don't get it. It's okay. You don't have to. I do. And then I was using it all weekend.
So Friday, I had I'm getting old moment. By the way, thanks for coming out, Joe. No thanks to Jeremy.
Joe, congrats, man. Does everyone know?
To what?
You said he came out.
Oh. He came to Jess and I's birthdays.
Can I be honest with you?
What?
When I got home,
please do.
It was the end of the week. Got home, I took what some people might deem. I mean, look, I'm off the next 3 days. Let's see how high in the spaceship we can get.
Okay.
So when I saw your text, I went, oh, no. I couldn't fly there.
So if you think, Joe, that was a getting old moment, this morning I had a real getting old moment.
What happened?
See, this is my first day being here since Bryn.
Oh, yeah.
Bryn goes to Bryn Bar, and I saw her walk in the door. I said, who the hell is that? I think I've known Bryn since she was like 2. So to see her walk in a high school, I'm like, who? I thought Bryn was good. I don't know. I guess I was waiting for the 2-year-old kid to walk in again. I texted her dad. I'm like, yo, Sean, I'm getting old, man. So he graduates from Bryn Mawr this year. Hey, Bryn, have they been putting you to work? You about to go to work. About to go to work now. 410-583-1057 is the number.
Like you're speaking about being old, I think I told you on my little cul-de-sac, there's a bunch of kids. The family moved in, has a bunch of kids. They're always out playing, so It's cool to watch. And especially coming down the street, they're on their bikes, playing all kinds of stuff. I get this knock on my door on Sunday, and I'm like, man, who the hell is knocking on my door on Sunday?
Who the hell is this?
And I get up and I open the door, and it's this cute little kid from across the street, and he goes, excuse me, sir, do you have any kids from the ages 5 to 10? Like he had a specific thing. He wanted to just have a big old party with all the kids in the neighborhood. And I told my wife it's a double standard because when I do that, they call the cops. I'm kidding. I don't do that. You got any kids in there age 5 to 10? No, but I mean, I thought it was really cute that they're out there playing. And he's just going, so I had to leave and go pick up something. And as I'm driving up the road, I see him up the street at the other. No. Old man comes out. I was like, man, ain't no damn kids in here. It's funny as hell, man.
I know you consumed a lot of sports this weekend.
Ugh.
Jacob Mizorowski. This son was gone through 97 pitches, right?
How many over 100?
57.
I think that gun's got to be
57.
Juiced. It's got to be juiced
Even if it's juiced, that means he's throwing 98, 99.
And that cat's a mouth-breathing Pokemon fan. Like, he's a big old kid.
He struck out 12. He threw 97 pitches, folks. No. 96 pitches. 57 of them were over 100 miles an hour. And the gun is juiced up. It's juiced up for the other team, too. They're not throwing 100. Same gun. That's amazing.
It's insane. Like,
how long?
How long before the Tommy John?
Yeah, how long?
I mean, There have been some.
I'm not wishing it on him.
No, there have been some guys that have played that are hard throwers and hadn't had
Max
it.
Scherzer ever had Tommy John? I don't think he has.
I think he did once when maybe when he was in Arizona early in his career.
Okay.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm guessing.
Man, it's I don't know what they did to these computers, but it's not working right.
Nope. He's never had Tommy John.
I didn't think so. I didn't think so.
Yeah.
And you talk about a hard thrower.
Well, we're looking at it's the difference now with sports these days. Did I send the video to you guys with the 6'8", 7th grader?
Yeah.
Did you watch that?
I don't know what's more amazing, the fact that he's in 7th grade, 6'8", or the fact that he's in the 7th grade looks like he's in college.
Yes, because
how old is he?
I don't know.
Is he a reclass king?
I mean, you'd think so because he looks so much older than the other kids. Like those poor little white kids, these little vanilla midgets are running around. Kids got an open layup, and a guy jumps up out of the air and just grabs the ball.
What did you just call these kids?
Vanilla midgets, little kids. But anyway, so
boy,
that's what there was a wrestler that used to call him that. Talking about the little guys. Anyway, so that being said, what?
Nothing.
You can't say that anymore? All right, well, whatever.
Keep it moving.
It is what it is. But this cat jumped up out of the air, grabbed the ball, and tapped the backboard and came back down. I'm going, that's absurd, man. And that's a 7th grader. And I saw the video. Torrey Smith posted it saying, are you telling my kid's 1 year younger than this kid?
So they keep telling him what grade he's in. How old is this kid? He's a 7th grader. He's a 7th grader.
He's 23 years old.
But you haven't answered my question. How old is this kid?
Hey, coach, I can only stay for 3 quarters. I gotta get to work. Kids need new shoes. Man, you in 7th grade.
Hey, I don't know if you heard of this show. Nemesis.
I've heard of it.
Have you watched it
No,
yet?
do you like it?
I started on them 2 episodes in. I'm gonna tell you why I like it. I think I like it. Not just for this reason, but I think why it fits in my area.
Mm-hmm.
It's from the same day that they created Power.
Okay. That makes sense.
And also Mario Van Peebles has something to do with it as well. So these are
Rosewood.
These are 2 people that normally are right there within my
I mean
my happy zone.
It's kind of the same thing, where you might go watch a movie, I really like this movie. I like that movie, and then find out it's by the same director, same producers. It's the same thing for me with a lot of the comedy shows that came out, like The Office and Parks and Rec and Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Those guys coming from working together, and it's the same type of writing, so you're going to laugh.
The person that referred the show to me, you would never think he would refer the show to me.
Who?
A buddy of mine named Randy. Because it's
Randy.
It's predominantly blacks.
Oh,
I wouldn't think he loved it. Oh, I love this show. I mean, and I'm like, and I turned it on like, wait a minute. Courtney Kemp. I kept watching Mario Van Peebles.
So what's the basis of it? Because
the basis, they are a serial robbery crew. They go out and rob people, and they have someone who referred to them jobs, and it just, it's going to get twisted. I don't know when. But it's a good show.
There's been a lot of these that have come out, like you and I were talking about, like Dope Thief, where they're robbing drug dealers. They kind of had something similar with the one on HBO. Yeah. All the, a bunch of good stuff, man.
Speaking of a bunch of good stuff, that's what we have for you on this show today. Looking at the Spurs Thunder, is that the next rivalry in the NBA? We'll talk about that at 6:45. But on the other side, Orioles Magic, right here on the Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you miss. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuide.com.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
For 80 years, people have gone to Lincoln Tech to get serious about their future. Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for: fixing, building, connecting, and making a difference in their communities. At Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus, you can train in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, welding, and medical assisting, and gain hands-on experience built for the real world. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu for info.
Hey Bel Air, Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford Bel Air, and we're proud to continue serving this community with passion and integrity. Now enjoy a bigger selection, great pricing, and a team committed to doing things the right way. From new Ford models to a wide range of quality pre-owned vehicles, there's something for every driver, and our trusted service department is here to keep you moving long after you drive off the lot. We're celebrating our grand opening with special offers across the entire dealership, so now is the time to buy. Come see us and see the difference for yourself, or visit BobBellFordBelAir.com today.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-265-7681. 800-265-7681. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-265-7681.
Town Appliances Memorial Day shopping event is going on now. If you're upgrading your kitchen outdoor setup or replacing that old air conditioner before the heat hits, check out Town Appliances Memorial Day shopping event. They carry top brands like GE, Cafe, Monogram, and more, plus outdoor fridges, ice makers, and luxury appliances for summer and flexible financing. Their showroom right off of Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. And Mirror, they'll take great care of you just like they did with me. Visit the showroom, call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
Every rider is someone's family, someone's friend, someone who should make it home. But that depends on you. When you drive, you control more than your vehicle. You control their safety. Slow down. Look twice. Check your mirrors and blind spots. Give motorcycles the space they deserve. Respect on the road saves lives. Share the road. Drive like a life depends on it. Because it does. Brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. 95 southbound in the city are on the brakes from O'Donnell Street through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. The outer loop of the Beltway, a disabled vehicle right at exit 17, that's Security Boulevard, has you backed up pretty big time to 795. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Update from the Yard is sponsored by Farnan and Dermer. Beat the summer heat. Call the comfort guys at Farnan and Dermer for their $89 precision tune-up to make sure your system is in tip-top shape. Call 410-367-7777.
In the air to right field. That ball is headed for the flag court.
On 105.7 The Fan.
He's dancing off the bag. Fly ball, Kortenkauser. Deep right center. Mullins back at the wall. He did it again. Back-to-back days. Walk-off home runs for Kauser. 8. The milk cold.
Honestly, just trying to slow down, not think too much. A lot of the times just getting in the batter's box, thinking about something that might be distracting me when it comes to like my load mechanics, and just trying to throw that out the window and just go out and play and have fun.
Yeah, that's courtesy of Mass and Kevin Brown, and you heard Kortenkauser there.
Kevin's so good.
Oh,
Ain't
awesome.
the milk cold? I mean, come on. Are they mooing him? Moo this man.
It started Saturday. I mean, it started Sunday. My days, it just feels like Monday.
Yeah.
It started on Sunday. Colton Cowser hits the walk-off in the first game of the doubleheader, and he asked him, what were you doing? He said, I mean, I was just trying to, at 2 strikes, just try to put the bat on the ball and do something with it. I'm paraphrasing it. And Ben McDonald followed up on that, and Colton said, yeah, maybe I need to do that a little bit more. And then you see him come back yesterday and do the same thing. By the way, that was one of the best games I've ever been a part of. Seen, worked, anything. It was a great game.
Being at home, there was if you're a fan, and you guys don't know what I'm saying, there's the 3 or 4 moments where you just want to turn it off. Guys, dude, you can't. I don't even want to watch this. And then you're right back at it, and you're like, all right, okay, this is exciting. Here we go. Got a runner on third. Got a runner on third. Just, come on. You're losing your mind at home. And then the comeback and the finish. The other thing I read this weekend that it seems like a lot of these players have done is when they start slumping, they go back to what they know. I heard about his hitting coach coming, he's talking to his old hitting coach. That's something that Adley did when he went through his slump. And I don't know if it's the reason he's breaking out. You don't need much. You need just a little bit of confidence to go up there, and it seems like he's got some now.
He's one of those guys, though, and I said it before, when he's doing well and the personality can kind of take over a little bit. He's fun. He's fun. Listen, you go to work every day because you want results. These guys go to work before the game begins. So if I'm going to work every day, I'm in the cage, I'm doing BP, and I'm going 0 for 4 and I'm striking out 2 or 3 times, then I'm working with no results. And that's tough to do. It's tough to tell me to smile and have fun when the results aren't coming back. You can't see the results. So when he has the results, he's a fun guy to be around. Let's not forget the dive at the plate.
Oh, yeah.
2 innings before that kept the game going. That was tremendous play.
It's just impressive. I mean, look, we could be sitting here, and it's amazing how one swing of the bat either way can change how we're going to talk and what we're going to talk about in a full game, that it comes down to that. And just extra inning heroics. Now, they've shown you the only thing I'll say that, I would wish they were winning games a little bit easier and it wasn't coming down to being a heart attack every night. Mm-hmm. But the one thing that this does is it gives you confidence in those close games or when you're trailing. Because remember the year that the Orioles, a lot of people thought they played above board, how many one-run games. Yeah, one-run games they were winning and how often they were holding on to those. And they did that back in the teens as well. So, I mean, look, it's a nice sign to get one on the race. Yeah, you in the front.
I know it happened 4 hours before. It started 4 hours before it ended. But Kyle Bradish. We forgot about Kyle Bradish.
Wanted to see him get a win.
Oh, my gosh. Kyle Bradish goes 6 innings, giving up 1 run on 5 hits. Threw 92 pitches. ERA, Jeremy, is below 4. 3.86. There he goes. There he goes.
I mean, he's coming around. The big question is, well, what happens with Trevor Rogers? When do we see him turn?
When do we see Shane Baz turn?
Yeah, but again, with Baz, I still think there were some questions about him, live arm, all that. Trevor Rogers was one of the most dominant things I saw last year. Just incredible what he did. And then now you look back at this year and it's like, it's not the same guy. Something's off.
Yeah. Do you are you a fan of the Ghost Runner? I don't think I've ever asked you that.
Not when I have the under in the Orioles game, I'm not. Not at all, Rob. It's a great question to bring up today. Not at all when I have the under in the Orioles game. I don't know if I'm a fan of it. I understand it and I accept it because you don't want to see teams ruining their bullpens but with these crazy-ass extra inning games. So you're trying to shorten it. I mean, we've had games that's gone 20 innings, We've been in games here in Baltimore. They were on the West Coast once and went 17 or 18 innings. I hope you were working that day.
I was working that day. I think I got home, I showered, I ate, I came back here. Didn't go to sleep.
Didn't have time to wipe. Just going to go back to work now.
Step in the shower, no soap.
Yeah, man. I think it makes sense. It's just a weird thing, It's like when we would play as kids and you got your Ghost Runner. Somebody's got to come up to bat because you don't have enough kids.
Well, you talk about that extra inning game on the West Coast. So Sunday was a 11-hour day.
Yeah.
Got there at 10.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
Left at 9. And yesterday goes 13 innings.
Well, the overtime's going to be good there because of it's time and a half, Rob. Fill out your time and a half.
I can't even. This computer's set up now. I probably won't get paid.
Yeah,
I can't even get into the app.
Yeah, we came in this morning. They did some work over the weekend, didn't they, Joe?
Joe doesn't know. He said he don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Aren't you Bruce and Molesky didn't complain, so I don't know what's up with you guys.
Oh.
No, I'm telling you, this is different. It's a different app.
Hey, I didn't complain. I'm just piggybacking on Rob.
No, I'm just because normally I don't get same thing on both these computers. They're two different screens, but now this screen mirrors this screen, so something definitely was done differently.
See how bougie Rob is? He got to have two computers. Like, what the hell you need two computers?
I don't have two computers. I have two screens.
Yeah, no, they're two separate computers.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
It's a call screen. Slides over here.
Look,
and the other screen stays here.
Yeah, I need this because I need this, and I need this, and I have to have that.
What's the problem?
I ain't got a problem over here. I'm just easy. Like they just said, "Hey, there's the computer. There's a computer over there. Yeah, I'll sit in front of that one."
Is it hot in here?
Yes. Is it hot in here?
It's hot in here, isn't it? I'm sweating. Antonio in Rosedale. What's up, Antonio?
You just started sweating.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How you guys doing?
Doing well. How are you doing, Antonio?
Good. Happy Taco Tuesday.
Happy Taco Tuesday, my friend.
Happy belated birthday, Rob.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Welcome. How important is this series and the next for the Orioles against AL East opponents, Tampa and Toronto? And you guys have a wonderful day.
You too, my friend. Have a great day. Now, that's a great question because the Orioles are now only 4-10 against AL East opponents. And it is important because you can't fall too far behind. Remember, what was it, a couple of years ago, they got into the playoffs because they dominated the East. Mm-hmm. Was that the year they won the East? They dominated the East, man. It can be done.
On the Yankees and Red Sox?
Yeah. You've got to get close to even with your own division. By the way, I did not know this stat until yesterday because it seems like Tampa just has our number. Am I right? Mm-hmm. Since 2022, the Orioles are 7-0-1 in home series against them.
Really?
Winning the series. Not the record. Yeah. 7-0. They won 7 and they split 1 since 2022. In home series.
Oh, you mean they tied the series?
Yeah, like a 4-game series.
I got what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, I did not. I found that out yesterday because it just seemed like that's a team that has our number.
I'm not sure if I believe it. I am reluctant.
410-583-1057. Is the Spurs Thunder the next great rivalry in the NBA? We'll find that out at 6:45. Or at least we'll talk about it. But on the other side, the yesterday wins, Jeremy, show you something about those Baltimore Orioles. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K does not discriminate. Surfside is a proud partner of the Baltimore Orioles. And there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside to enjoy while you cheer them on during the game. Surfside is only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. So it's easy to sip and enjoy. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Sold in stadium and in bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years.
I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. Ever sign up for one of those too good to be true phone deals? 1 minute you're feeling great, then suddenly you're paying over $1,000 a year. Crazy, right? You know who else thinks that's crazy? Red Pocket Mobile.
Right now at Red Pocket, new and existing customers adding a line can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. That's only $60 a year. And choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price at redpocket.com. Redpocket.com.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this late night ad to make you more alert, which could help your driving. And science tells us that pulsing beats faster, stimulating audio like traveling sound, and voices on the higher,
so-called brighter end of the audio spectrum like this can encourage focus.
Also, a familiar tune can help, so...
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I need a little ranch, step to the ranch. There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Introducing new Maryland Treasure scratch-offs from the Maryland Lottery. Featuring original art by local artists showcasing the state's natural beauty. With a top prize of $10,000, these Maryland treasures are worth collecting. Please play responsibly.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit baltimoregolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
This is BJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning, 895 southbound. You're on the brakes from O'Donnell Street through the Harbor Tunnel. The outer loop of the Beltway at exit 30, that's Perring Parkway, a disabled vehicle has the right lane blocked. And on the west side, your stop and go from 795 to Security Boulevard. Pretty solid. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
In a Memorial Day matinee at the Yard, Colton Cowser sends Birdland into a frenzy.
He's dancing off the bag. Fly ball, Colton Cowser. Deep right center. Mullins back at the wall. He did it again. Back-to-back days. Walk-off home runs for Cowser. 8. The milk cold.
The final call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Colton Cowser follows up Sunday's walk-off win with another walk-off win. This time it's a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 13th to send the Birds to a 9-7 win over the visiting Rays, a game that was rather ho-hum through 9 innings, but extras provided the fireworks. Tampa would take leads in the 11th, 12th, and 13th innings, with the O's punching back each time, leading up to Cowser's game-winning homer. And though O's fans would say they prefer a victory that keeps the heart rate rather low, Kyle Bradish feels the team proved something in yesterday's contest.
I think by far that was our best game. Complete game. Defense was really good. Bullpen was there. And then the bats just battling till our last strike or whatever it was, but not giving up.
Bradish received a no decision in yesterday's game, but 6 innings of 1-run ball has lowered his ERA to 3.87 on the season. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly cloudy skies with a chance for an afternoon shower. Highs in the mid-70s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Raven Serps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob, Jeremy, Ed, and Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Definitely uplifting. I mean, in the sense of kept on getting punched and we didn't waver. We kept on having great at-bats, and it's tough when the visiting team, I wouldn't say has the advantage, but if they put up 2, now you're chasing, or put up 1, and our guys did a great job of not trying to do too much and having great at-bats and pass the baton to the next guy. I couldn't be more proud of this group.
That's Orioles manager Craig Albertaz after yesterday's 9-7, 13-inning win. Was a marathon. First of all, Jeremy, I could not sleep last night. I was still so amped up when I got home. It was just one of those games, man. It just that amped up.
Oh, you got to be fired up for a game like that.
You do. It's exciting. Now, it was a scoreless game through 5. You wouldn't believe that because it ended up with 16 runs. Scoreless through 5, a pitcher's duel, classic pitcher's duel between 2 of the game's very good pitchers. Right? Shane McClanahan hadn't pitched in 2 years, but he came back this year. He is
by the way,
on one.
When he hit Gunnar, like it reminded me of like Mr. Baseball. You know how they said they would like bow or tip their cap whenever they hit you by accident? I thought he was going to run up to him and hug him and say he was sorry for hitting him.
Well, it was remember 2 pitches before then when he threw it high and tight, and he apologized then.
Yeah. That was kind of a weird moment in the game you don't typically see.
Was it me or did it look like Gunnar wanted no part of that apology? I think Gunnar likes to be pissed off.
I
when
think
he plays.
I think Gunnar's one of those guys between the lines. Maybe there's something said at first base or second base, but other than that, it's like I'm here to play.
Yeah,
and F you, we're not friends. And then the game ends, and it's like, oh, hey Charlie, how you doing? It's like, where the hell were you?
I think Gunnar likes being pissed off. But the game scoreless through 5 innings. Tampa comes out in the top of the 6th. They score a run. Orioles bottom of the 7th. They score 2, and just like they do what do the Orioles do? The half inning after they scored, Jeremy.
They give up runs.
They gave up a run. The game was tied.
Good 2-2. Thing when they scored in the bottom, they couldn't give up any in the top after that.
The game was tied, and it was tied to the 11th inning.
That's when I thought it was over.
Colton Cowser showed us why he doesn't bunt in the 10th inning.
I'm glad you bring that up.
That's why he doesn't bunt.
Yeah,
they don't practice that. Bunt. You mean the guy that hit the walk-off home run on Sunday and on Monday? That guy bunt? Let that guy bunt.
Man.
He laid down a bunt. It was unsuccessful. Couldn't advance the runner. And he's out at first. That does nothing. Tampa comes and scores 2 in the 11th. Orioles come back and score 2 in the 11th. Tampa scores 1. The Orioles came back and scored 1. And finally, they outscored them in the bottom of the 13th inning. Did that game show you what the Orioles could be, or was it just a game?
No, I think they showed you what they can be. From an offensive standpoint, it's just something we haven't seen all year. And look, you don't sit here and point at this game, that game. There's not enough of those games where you're like, yeah, that's the team I thought I was going to see. Like, I thought they would have more games like this. And I don't mean going into extra innings, but I mean more games where they're hitting late.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, here's a 2-run. And I know it's heating up, but it hadn't exactly been freezing here either. You know, like Pete Alonso played in New York. It wasn't like they had warm spring. You know,
his name is the polar bear.
Yeah, for crying out loud. He loves Coca-Cola. No, but I just think that I expected way more out of this offense. I thought the pitching was going to be good, but they still had to show it to me. The offense, when I went over it so many times, like when you look at the top 5 in this lineup, it's like, well, where would I want something different? I'm not saying that there aren't better players than Pete Alonso at first base, but I'm saying you have to feel really good about 1 through 5 here. And then now with Jackson back, if Cowser starts hitting, I mean, these are all ifs, I know. But
if was a fifth, we all be drunk.
I wish I was.
But I do believe that what I like about yesterday, Jeremy, Batters, 6 through 9? If you count 9 as in Cowser coming in for O'Neal, they all produced.
By the way, why is he still here? O'Neal? I shouldn't ask you that question. Joe, I don't want you to say anything that you don't feel like. Joe,
no, I don't care.
This is me talking about a guy getting let go. It's the difference between saying, why is he playing poorly to you? Like, he's not doing anything.
Let go for who? Who would you put in there?
Pick a name out of a hat.
Well, who did we just sign to a minor league deal? Who's down in Florida?
Fam.
Maybe.
What's up, fam? What's up, fam? Where you at, man? I mean, it's got to be better than this. And, like, with all due respect, bringing in Tyler O'Neill, we know what he did against left-handed pitching. You know what he hasn't done here?
Getting hit.
Anything. Except get hurt.
Yeah.
And I'm not even trying to be rude. Like, you're watching the guy, and go look at left-hand. You know how bad Colton Cowser's been? Look at left-handed pitching. He's been better against left-handed pitching than O'Neal.
Yeah.
And he's been awful against both.
So you just DFA him?
I don't see the point.
I mean, you're not
anymore.
alone. I mean, that's not that's not new. You know what? I was just asked by Greg Carpenter in the hallway.
What?
Why is he still here?
And again, sometimes those things are sparks too.
And my response is, well, Tommy Pham's in the minor league camp working out, and Heston Kjerstad hit his first home run of the year on Sunday. You never know.
That's still a left-handed bat,
Yeah, but still, you never know. Well, if you're telling me the left-hand outfielder that's been struggling up to the last 2 days still hitting left-hand is better than him, then what does it matter you bring another left-hand bat in? Fair. If he's not hitting.
Fair. Like I told you, I said pick a name out of a hat.
Yeah, I mean, you got, I think.
And I'm not calling for guys to lose their jobs all the time, but like this has been going on for too long. Like he'd have to be some kind of amazing fielder just to be on my team after all this.
Jeremy, this will not continue. It can't continue. What we've seen the first, 50-some-odd games, 54 games, yes, we're excited about what happened yesterday. We should be. We're excited about what happened the first game of the doubleheader. We're excited about taking 2 out of 3 against the Detroit Tigers. What we're not excited about is going down to Tampa getting swept.
Mm-hmm.
We're not excited about going to Pittsburgh early in the season getting swept. We're not
going
excited
to New York
about those,
and getting spanked in 4 games.
In 4 games. That can't continue. And if the reason that's happening is because players aren't producing, you have other options will be explored. Well, right now, I don't know if they have other options. 410-583-1057 is the number. Jordan in Elkton. What's up, Jordan?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. So I just had I could be very ignorant to this. I'm a humble baseball fan. But I don't know if it was in the 11th or the 12th. Do you guys have an explanation for why maybe Holiday wouldn't bunt with a guy on second and third with 1 out? I know it's Jackson Holiday, and everyone, wants him to just swing away.
You said second and third with 1 out?
Yeah. It was, I think it was first and second, and then they stole.
Are you talking?
So what kind of? You didn't start the at bat at second and third.
What kind of bunt are you looking for there? Are you looking for like a drag bunt, some sort of suicide
because
squeeze?
With 1 out, nobody bunts to move a runner over to put 2 outs up there. Now you're asking him to have.
But he's saying one would come in. The guy from third, if you lay the bunt down correctly.
No, I think Jordan, you're saying that at the beginning of the at bat before they stole is where you wanted them to bunt.
No. So if they're now in the position of second and third base, and it's, to be fair, I don't know what the count was. He could have had 2 strikes now that I think about it. But say he doesn't have 2 strikes, they steal, they're now in a position of second and third. He puts a bunt down first baseline. If the guy at third doesn't score, the guy at second still at third, and you still got 2 out.
I disagree with that. Number one, in that position, Jordan, the corners are in because they're trying to get a runner out at the plate because they don't want to lose the game. The corners are in. So that bunting would bunt it right back.
That's the only reason I'm bringing it up. Like if you're drag bunting, or
you're bunting for a base hit. But Jordan, you got to understand the infield's in, so you don't have the same impact of a bunt. Are you still there?
Yeah. You also have Jeremiah Jackson at third. That was the other factor. But
but
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, the infield's in though. I mean that's they're playing in. So you're playing kind of into the defense. I thought he was saying bunt before they stole. I would have understood that a little bit better. Kevin in Ellicott City. What's up, Kevin?
What's good, fellas? Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Great win for the O's yesterday and the day before. Really happy for Colton Cowser, man. Dude's been reeling. But my biggest concern is, and I guess it really ain't my problem, but it's more his. This is no offense to Tito, but when you're walking him to get to a potential $400 million player, and he comes up to bat and does that, that was really showing what Gunnar Henderson, how people look at him, I think, now.
Yeah.
I mean, they walked a one-year rental for a guy who's supposed to be your so-called star player. That was pretty bad.
When was that situation? I remember it. I don't remember the situation.
I'm trying to remember what
Refresh
inning it
my
was. Here, let me look.
I remember them doing it, but I just don't remember the situation.
I'm going to look it up and get it exactly.
410-583-1057 is the number we give out. Shovels at 7:15. Ed Norris joins us at 7 o'clock. But on the other side, NBA, Western Conference Finals. Are we looking at the next great rivalry in the NBA?
This was the bottom of the 10th. Ian Seymour walked Ward to get to Henderson.
Was there a run on second or third?
Yeah,
There was a run on second.
Jackson was on second.
Yeah. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
One out.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
They're partying like it's 1999 in New York. The New York Knicks are headed back to the NBA Finals for the first time in over 25 years. They decimated the Cleveland Cavaliers in Game 4 to secure the sweep. The most impressive stat about this run for New York, as far as I'm concerned, Jalen Brunson hasn't played in any fourth quarter of any of their 3 elimination games. They're bulldozing teams on that day.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Furnished by IntelliBrands. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Get an Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. Improve your flexibility and balance. Strengthen and tone your legs.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
My circulation is moving. I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
It's so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. And for a limited time, get a free upgrade to our deluxe bundle with a faster motor, sport mat, and wireless remote. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Traffic is sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com. Box Hill, best crab cakes in Maryland.
Traffic sponsored by Farnan and Dermer, the Comfort Guys. Get a jump on the summer heat. It's Jeremy Kahn. Call my guys, the Comfort Guys at Farnan and Dermer, for their $89 AC precision tune-up, and make sure your system is in tip-top shape for the hot weather. Call 410-367-7777 today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Mid-60s this morning. Today, cloudy high of 76. This weekend, mid-70s.
Attention.
Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Furnished by IntelliBrands. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Get an Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. Improve your flexibility and balance. Strengthen and tone your legs.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
My circulation is moving. I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
It's so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. And for a limited time, get a free upgrade to our deluxe bundle with a faster motor, sport mat, and wireless remote. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Hey Bel Air, big news is here. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford Bel Air. Same location, now with bigger selection, great deals, and trusted Bob Bell service. Get ready, call 410-838-3100 or learn more at BobBellFordBelAir.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning, 895 southbound. You're on the brakes from Pulaski Highway through the Harbor Tunnel. The outer loop of the Beltway at exit 30, that's Perring Parkway, an accident has the right shoulder blocked. On the west side, right at exit 17, that Security Boulevard, disabled vehicle has the right shoulder blocked. You're backed up pretty solid from Reisterstown Road. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn, Ed Norris will join us momentarily. But Jeremy, I told you before, the NBA has got my attention during the playoffs. I think you're seeing some phenomenal basketball, at least by 3 to 4 teams.
Yeah. Even as your James Harden's comments?
No. James didn't want to say it.
James Harden said, yeah, I do think we were the better team. It's like, hey, man, you can think it. Just don't say it out loud because you sound stupid.
Well, he's echoing his coach's sentiments. Yeah. Because through 3 games, they should have been up 2-1 analytically.
But this has been as advertised. The other side, not Thunder.
It was a 21-point loss for them, which.
But I like it because it was a statement game for the Spurs. You can't go back down to OKC for at least 2 more games in that series and expect to win both of those. You know.
Are we seeing maybe the next great rivalry in the NBA?
I think so, but I think we have to be careful with it because we were saying that with Luka and we were saying that with Dallas and Minnesota the year before that. Then OKC comes along and we're going, oh, is this now the right? And then now we have this. The answer is yes, by the way, because if Wemby stays healthy, there's nobody quite like him in the league. Like there's nothing we've never seen anything like this.
Yeah. Is Nico Harrison a GM for either one of those teams?
Negative.
So you can say that.
Yeah.
Look, they're not going to have this trade. Okay,
they let him hang around for a year after doing all that nonsense and then fire him. You idiots!
The guy you traded him for is with the Wizards now.
But
I think because you have a relatively young core with both of those teams. I think you are seeing maybe the next great rivalry. It's a shame that they're not on two opposite conferences. And they'll never face an NBA championship. But the winner of that team or that conference championship is going to face the New York Knicks.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be some interesting stuff that happens. Where does LeBron play next year? And I know it's not as big for you, but I think that can sway a team really quick if he's willing to take less money and go to a team.
Why sway?
Why? How? But go ahead.
I was going to say, let's go down to Sarasota, Florida right now and get Ed Norris. What's up, Ed?
He wants to talk about
Good
the
morning.
other
What's
side.
happening? Nothing much, man. Nothing much. We got Knicks conversations at 7:30. We know you are ready to talk about your Knicks. Great win. Series win.
Doing well.
Yeah, he's very humble. It's his best quality.
So Jalen Brunson.
Where is Cordell?
Jalen Brunson has not played in the fourth quarter of any clincher in the postseason yet. That's how much they've beaten people. How badly they've beaten people to clinch it.
We're going to talk about it later, but they're on an historic run right now.
They are.
They have the biggest point differential in postseason history right now.
Now, getting back to the West, do you see this as one of the potentially great rivalries in the NBA?
Which is
Spurs Thunder?
Yeah. I mean, it certainly is. It'll be two great teams. Again, I heard you mention it's a shame they're in different conferences. That seems to happen a lot, though, when you get, two really good teams in one conference, whether it's the NFL, hockey, NBA. It happens, and they look like those teams. They got some megastars there.
It may be unfair for me to ask you this because your team is in the finals, but do you find this
And how cool was it to hear that, by the way? That had to be pretty cool.
Your team is in the finals.
Your team is in the finals.
It's only been 27 years.
Sorry, Rob. Go ahead.
Have you been more locked in the playoffs this year in the NBA?
Oh, 100%. 100%. I mean, of course. I mean, the fact that it's the Knicks is, it's clear that I'm focused on. I mean, I'm wearing, if you had the cameras, I'm wearing my Knicks t-shirt today. It's like, I'm really excited about this. Yeah. I'm a huge fan. I'm a child, a little boy. Last time they won, I was 13. So it's a big deal.
They had the NBA then?
Yeah, I don't think so, man. They had two teams?
Naismith was the leading scorer.
Easy win a championship with his one game.
Look, it's the Knicks and the Knox. We're going across the street. By the way, Cordell just texted me. He said he'll reach out after the NBA championship in the finals when you play the Thunder or the Spurs.
No.
Wait, Cordell's not a Knicks believer?
Oh, he hates the Knicks.
Oh, really?
He said that on the air the other day. Yeah.
I was on vacation. I wasn't listening.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He said before they faced the Cavs, they faced two teams that shouldn't have been there. We'll see what happens now.
Yeah.
How about that?
A feud you didn't expect, Cordell and Ed.
By the way, the Cavs, man, they suck. They absolutely suck. I mean, and I'm not talking about skill-wise.
Mentally.
They just don't. Listen, James Harden and Kevin Durant are two of the most prolific scorers of their generation.
Yeah.
And neither of them could play for me. I wouldn't take either one of them on my roster. Because when it comes down to it, they don't care. They really don't care. At some point during the season or a series, I think both of them say to themselves, man, I'm getting paid anyway. And they go on there. I'm serious. I don't think either one of them. There's loving to win and there's hating to lose. I think both of them love to win, but I don't think they possess that gene that a lot of greats possess that says I hate to lose.
I think they find out what they're getting paid per game in the postseason. Like, man, I ain't working for this. They just go home.
Pay cut. Yeah, I just don't see those guys as hating to lose, Ed.
Yeah, it's been great for me to watch, actually, because I think Jalen Brunson is one of, if not the most underrated player in the league. And to watch what he did to Harden was amazing.
Nico let him walk, too.
Yeah.
And the hits just keep coming. 410-583-1057 is the number. We'll get to some New York Knicks basketball at 7:30, but on the other side, Jason Kelsey believes the NFL is diluting their schedule by moving games off of Sunday. You agree? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
This is the Fan, baby.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Hey, it's Rob, here with David, a recent graduate of the JATC apprenticeship program. David, why did you enter the program?
My first daughter was born, and I had to make the decision to get my life together and find a real career.
So how are you doing now?
Honestly, I'm the most stable I've ever been in life.
Would you recommend the JATC to others?
I would recommend the JATC program to literally every person in the workforce. It was the best decision I've ever made.
Awesome, man. Thanks, David. To learn more, go to JATC24.org.
For over 80 years, Long Fence has been serving our area with only the highest quality materials and superior craftsmanship. We're family owned, so you could say it's in our DNA. That's right, for decades upon decades, from one generation to the next, we've been providing the best fences, decks, pavers, and more. And financing's available for qualified buyers. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
There's a long time name for quality.
With us today is Dr. Scott Adams from Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland. And Dr. Adams, as our in-house game day injury expert, we were wondering if you could help our parents with their young future sports stars. Now, soreness is normal, but is there a way to explain how to know when that pain is something more?
Sure, bumps and bruises are clearly not a serious injury in sports, but something like swelling in the joint. I often tell patients that's the equivalent of the check engine light being on in the joint. This can sometimes mean that there's something more serious, such as a ligament injury, a bone injury in the knee, a meniscus injury. Oftentimes, this is more indicative of some kind of more structural problem. This is when you really should consider seeking out evaluation by an orthopedic doctor or primary care doctor to see if it is something more serious.
If you or anyone in your family needs help with a suspected orthopedic injury, please visit mdbonedocs.com. We're ready to help.
Town Appliances Memorial Day shopping event is going on now. So if you're planning more cookouts and nights outside with family and friends, now's the perfect time to upgrade your outdoor setup during Town Appliances Memorial Day shopping event happening now. They carry top brands like Frigidaire, Electrolux, and more. Plus outdoor grills, beverage centers, outdoor refrigeration, and air conditioners to keep your home ready for summer, and flexible financing. Their showroom is right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills, and Mayor will really know their stuff. Visit the showroom, call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
With Popeye's new $5 faves menu, you can get this 3-piece chicken, this 3-piece tenders, this chicken sandwich, or these 2 regular sides for just $5 a piece. I know you can't see what I see, but trust me, those bold Louisiana flavors look so good, you might just have to get them all. Now there's an idea.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code MONEY to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code MONEY to borrow up to $10,000. Use code MONEY to borrow up to $10,000.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan with Dylan Scott, Dasha, DJ Silver, and DJ Rock are bringing the Double Down Tour to Nationals Park on August 20th. A Live Nation show. Tickets go on sale May 8th. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OuchGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Monday afternoon at the Yard, the Moo Man delivers again.
He's dancing off the bag. Fly ball, Kortenkauser. Deep right center. Mullins back at the wall. He did it again. Back-to-back days. Walk-off home runs for Kauser. 8. The milk cold.
The final call from Kevin Brown on Masson for the second straight day. Colton Kauser wins it in extra for the O's, hitting a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 13th inning to beat the Rays 9-7. This one went back and forth in extras as Tampa went up in the 11th, 12th, and 13th innings, but the O's answered back each time with Alonso, Jackson, Henderson, Tavares, and Holiday all driving in runs in the extra frames, culminating in Kauser's long ball. He becomes the first Oriole to hit walk-off homers in back-to-back days since Fred Lynn in May of 1985. This evening, the O's and Rays battle again in Game 2 of their 3-game set, and the fan will have your pregame coverage with Baltimore Baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, live from Pickles Pub, beginning at 5:30. First pitch is slated for 6:35. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Fort of Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly cloudy skies with a chance for an afternoon shower, highs in the mid-70s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Raven Serps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Ed Norris, Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn on this Taco Tuesday in Baltimore. This is one of those times of the year where it's just fun. Sports is fun. I think because, and I'm being selfish about it, you're always into the NBA, Jeremy. I think me being back into it for the playoffs and with baseball, hot and heavy, sports is just fun.
Well, because I guess for you, too, like when you're working, and even when you're not, like over the week, it gives you something, like you might be getting off and then going home and finishing a game before you go to bed or whatever, if you're out and about watching the games.
It's never an overdose. Now, Ed, one of the sports that people are questioning, maybe they're doing too much, that's the NFL, and this is what Jason Kelsey had to say.
Sunday is the day of football, right? Outside of going to church in the morning, if you're still religious and you do that, Sunday is like where so many games happen, and that's what you grow up and you gear your entire week around watching football on Sunday. Yeah. It's an institution at this point, the NFL playing games on Sunday. With every day that we keep adding in there, we're getting away from that just a little bit. And I worry that I think the game got big. One of the reasons it got so popular and big was because all of the game, it was an event. Sunday is the NFL. And everybody set their week apart to tune into their games that were happening on Sunday. And you're watching kind of all of them now take place across Sunday Ticket, right? I worry that we're getting away from that just a little bit by building too many of this.
Your thoughts on that, Ed Norris?
Well, he's factually correct. I think it's exactly that. And the way he frames it is, in my opinion, correct. I can't remember who was... One movie. They talk about the NFL they own the day of the week.
It was the Will Smith movie.
Draft Day, or was it?
No, it was the Will Smith movie. Concussion.
Concussion? Oh, yeah. Concussion. And he's right. I mean, they own Sunday, and people do. They plan their lives around Sundays in the fall. It's NFL season. I think it's the perfect diversion. The fall's coming. It gets dark early. It gets cold. You got football though, and every Sunday your family packs up, and if you say you go to church, you go to church. But you're going to be at that game bundled up with your food and your colors, no matter who you root for. I think it's true. The other side of it is, as a fan, I get to watch Monday Night Football and Thursday Night Football, and now Saturday and the day before Thanksgiving, day after Thanksgiving.
See, and I think we all got used to that, though. We all got used to Monday Night Football.
Yeah.
But as you just said, now this year, NFL is going to be played on Sunday, Monday, Saturday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah. The only day it's not going to be played is what, Tuesday?
Little slackers.
Tuesday's the only day I think it's not going to be played this year. Jeremy, I think there's something to what Jason had to say.
I've been screaming about this for years, but I feel like I'm the old guy shouting at the sun. Because there's a lot of people like, well, what are you complaining for? It's more football. You don't complain until something actually happens and people start disappearing. And it's like, Well, why did our fans go away? And if you think it can happen, what happened to baseball, horse racing, and boxing, who were the 3 biggest sports in the U.S. For almost a century? And then, and then now they're all, except for baseball, has made their way back. I would venture to say boxing and horse racing are reeling. They're still there. It's still good, but it doesn't have the same draw.
Baseball, I would say baseball's not dead. I don't know if baseball's made its way back. Because baseball at one point
was almost dead. It's better.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm saying, I think
Yeah.
more and more people are coming back. That's why the next collective bargaining agreement is going to be a step back. You're going Paul Abdul on me, man.
Wow.
It's 2 steps.
I know.
Ed, 3 steps back.
I know.
How opposite the tracks.
But I think Jason Kelsey is on to something. We have a young lady, Brent, with us now from Bryn Mawr. I think you look at her generation and younger, growing up with this, it's the norm to them.
Yeah.
So maybe something right as Jeremy's saying, Ed, that maybe we're just yelling at the sun. Maybe the younger generations is cool with it.
I think that's valid because the best example I can give is the difference between how Joe and I view the overtime losses in the NHL. I absolutely hate it. I don't think you should get a point that counts towards your playoff, availability. He grew up with it. He thinks it's fine. I hate it. It's a generational thing.
I think that would have been great if you said, see, Joe and I are different. I absolutely hate the overtime rule, and he's an idiot.
410-583-1057. That's the
turn
number.
your mic off.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. He would do all of us a favor if he did that.
Hello.
You think they're overdoing it, but we all agreed that we're going to watch it, not just because it's our jobs, but because it's on. We're going to watch it.
Yeah, because and the problem with this is, if you resist it or you have any kind of opposition to it, you're an old man yelling at the clouds. And that's how people couch it. I just think it's, I could do without it. I liked it the way it was. I liked Sunday. I liked having all the games. And you had plenty of football on Sunday. Your team plays at 1 o'clock most times. Then there's a 4 o'clock game. Then there's an 8:30 game. Then there's a Monday night game. You got plenty of football if you want to look around the NFL. I just don't think we need it every day of the week.
Yeah, I agree with that. Tuesday is the only day that not going to have football this year. I think Tuesday.
Unbelievable. Yeah, that's the traditional day off for teams.
Wait until something goofy happens, and then all of a sudden we're playing on Tuesday.
Did they play on Tuesday during the pandemic?
I think they did.
Didn't the Ravens play on Tuesday?
It was a makeup game.
Yeah, I think the Ravens.
Well, you had a couple different things. You had the Rockefeller lighting where they ended up having the game on a Tuesday. If you go back in the day, the Metrodome collapsed with all the snow, and then the Eagles and Vikings played on a Tuesday. That was Michael Vick, I think, back then. So it was a ways back, but it's happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know. My big thing, though, I agree with what Jason Kelsey had to say. My big thing, I don't like that we're starting the season on foreign soil, number one. But if you're going to do it, you especially should not take a divisional game away from one of the home crowds. If you're Los Angeles or San Francisco, isn't that San Francisco? Los Angeles is a game, right?
Yeah.
It's their game.
Well, San Francisco has 2 international games.
Yeah, but the Los Angeles Rams fans
they're the home
are being
team.
cheated out of a divisional game. A divisional rival on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
That game shouldn't be played overseas.
Well, I got news for you, though. It doesn't matter if it's on U.S. soil, if it's in Australia, if it's on the damn moon. Sean McVay is going to get out-coached by Kyle Shanahan. Doesn't matter.
Let's go to Lou in Edgewood. What's up, Lou?
Hey, good morning, guys. Great topic. I'm so glad you guys touched on this. Something different. But I will say I agree. The thing that I won't do is chase. I'm not going to chase you and start adding subscriptions just to watch your game. I get what they do, and I understand it, but the truth of the matter is Sunday and Saturdays and Monday night will be the only days that I'll be able to tune in, because all those other games you're talking about are either on Amazon Prime or Netflix. And like I said,
Lou,
I'm not going to chase.
I got to ask you this, Lou. Who doesn't have Amazon Prime?
I don't. I've never had it. I've never had it.
You don't order Amazon?
No, sir, I do not. And to be honest with you guys, I do very little purchasing online.
Okay.
Very little. If I can't taste it, touch it, feel it, I don't want to buy it, because you know
is this
what?
a Lions Den ad? What are we doing here?
I'm just saying. I'm just saying that. But anyways, that's my thing, and I know a lot of fans out there the same way.
I'm not criticizing you at all. I know most people have Amazon Prime because they order Amazon.
Absolutely. But in his defense, I just open, I check my account every day to see what money's been sucked out of my checking daily. Peacock, Netflix, Amazon, Apple TV. Boom. And now they've all raised their prices. Substantially. Where, it was $7.99, now something to $12.99, $15. That's a lot for a lot.
But are we talking NFL or sports, or are we talking about just having those? I have those apps not for sports. It just so happens the sports are on those apps.
Well, I think that the fact that you have no choice is what the problem is.
Yeah, I'm not chasing sports and getting those apps. Got those apps anyway.
Mm-hmm. Right. Again, but I know people that don't because it's not in the budget. They got kids in private school. They got they don't make a lot of money, whatever it is. So they don't have have $15, $13 come out multiple times a month. That's a lot. It adds up to a lot of money. And if that's the only way you can watch the NFL, I think that sucks.
Well, I found myself this year, and I'm the wrong guy for this because I watch pretty much every NFL game that's out there that we can. Mm-hmm. This was the first year in my life, and maybe it's just getting older, maybe things go on. I still plan everything out on Sundays around 1 o'clock football games. I always have. Like my Sunday, I get up at a certain time, so I get all my work done, and then I can start, if I'm playing daily fantasy or something, I can get into all that. But this is the first time that I've looked at the 4 o'clock games going, and these suck. I'm not watching them.
Yeah.
And years past, I would just watch them because it's football.
That's my normal routine. There's a lot of 4 o'clock football I'm not watching. Knicks make the finals for the first time since 1999. We'll talk about that at 7:30. But on the other side, Ed, we're giving out shovels.
Yeah. 4 years of hard work ruined by an idiot running a school system.
Shovels up next on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Hey, there's a place in Baltimore where the food's great, drinks are cold, and the crowd's even better. That's Mount Washington Tavern. One of my favorite places forever. Still is. Still go there all the time. They got a full lunch and dinner menu every day. It's just, the food's great. It's fresh, delicious, something for everybody. But what you really need to know is Wednesday night is prime rib night. It's slow roasted prime rib, roasted fingerling potatoes, a fresh salad. Best of all, we're talking about buying multiple apps. Well, it's just $32 for that dinner. So Wednesday's just got a lot better. And don't miss happy hour either. Monday through Friday, 3 to 6, $10 martinis, old fashions, and Manhattans, all fine with me. $8 crab hush puppies and mussels. And Sundays, $5 drinks all day, crushes, rail drinks, canned seltzers. It's just something to go in there every day. And if you're a baseball fan, great place to catch a game. Any sport, actually, but baseball particularly, because, it's a baseball town. And Tavern's your spot. You catch the game there. There are many, many televisions in the 3 bars, a ton of TVs. You can grab a bite, or you can have a drink and a quick bite and hop on the light rail. It's right across the street. Go right down to the ballpark. No traffic, no parking hassles. Get back on the light rail, come back to the tavern. So do that. And if you're going to make a reservation for a special occasion, they go fast. So call or book online today. And while you're there, say hey to Rob, Dave, and Buck, Mount Washington Tavern, where Baltimore eats.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
Traffic is sponsored by Schmidt Baking Company, part of the H&S family of bakeries.
The H&S family of bakeries brings you delicious favorites to enjoy, including 647 bread, potato rolls, Omega Me Crazy, and the classics like Schmidt Blue Ribbon Bread. Available at your favorite grocer. Schmidt Baking Company is your hometown baker.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Don't miss Whip's homecoming weekend, May 29th and 30th at Loyola's Ridley Athletic Complex. 5 PLL games in 2 days, including the Whip Snakes versus Boston Friday night. Tickets start at just $25. Buy now at PLLtickets.com. That's PLLtickets.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. 895 northbound, right at the Harbor Tunnel Toll Plaza. A disabled vehicle has the left lane blocked. 95 southbound in the city, you're stop and go pretty much from Moravia Road all the way to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 895 southbound, you're on the brakes pretty solid from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. The Beltway Outer Loop is stop and go from Bel Air Road all the way to York. And then again from Old Court Road to Baltimore National Pike on and off. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Shovel of Wisdom.
Time to give out shovels. Ed Norris, who will get your shovel this morning?
Give it to the school superintendent in Franklin, Tennessee.
I read about this.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
I mean, really, they have, 4 years of hard work. The biggest day of your young life, your family's there. You know what a proud day it is when your kids graduate and have a milestone. They held it outdoors in a torrential rainstorm.
Oh, I saw. Yeah, I did see this.
I mean, did you see it's unbelievable. It wasn't like it was drizzling or it was overcast. It was a torrential rain, a monsoon. And everyone's drenched. The kids are all drenched. I feel bad for the girls who spent all day trying to get ready for this.
I hope those diplomas were laminated, for crying out loud. I mean, everything's
my question is, you knew it was coming. This is like you knew it was coming. It was predicted. They tried to screw. You had no backup plan. There was no indoor facility you could have held it in. There was no other day you could have done it. You make them go through and try to make it a teaching moment and give me this nonsense like, well, it was still a great day. Did not diminish the pride of our Centennial Franklin graduates. Oh,
yes.
Fight me, please.
He defended it. What's his name? Jason Golden?
Oh, the superintendent?
Yes.
Yes, Jason Golden. He, it's just like, how can you do this? I mean, I remember when Jack graduated from Maryland, we held, it was a college park and they had a graduation. It was during COVID, like the tail end. So it was outdoors at the football stadium. The keynote speaker was on a jumbotron. We couldn't even sit near anybody else. You had, everyone was separate. It was the most bizarre graduation ceremony. Obviously, no walking across the stage, but that I got. It was a worldwide pandemic, an unforeseeable, horrific event. This was a rainstorm. Do better. Seriously, do better. I feel bad for these kids, and I just got really pissed when I saw him defend it.
Jeremy Conn, who gets your shovel?
Yeah, I got to set this up, but it's that hot mic at the softball game. So the word that's bleeped out here is ball. Let me pause here for a second. And sack. Kevin Brown was on the call, so listen to this.
Wonderful relationship, those two. And she said when you come to Austin, they tell you you're going to be competing for national championships.
Who was that?
It has to be a female, right? Because males don't put sack at the end of that. They just...
I can't even... I'm just sitting here thinking of him yelling that out. Did Joe just say what he said to me?
Yep. That could have been her.
There's But that hot mic to pick that up as loud as it was.
He must have told that too.
Oh, buddy.
Oh, man.
Rough.
My shovel goes to the Auto Care Center. I'm not going to name the Auto Care place because Joe told me they may nationally spend some money here. So I won't. But now here's the deal. On Sunday, I woke up and I realized my battery to my 4Runner was dead. So I was already dressed for work. I had on a pair of gray pants, and you lift up the hood of your car, you get smudges. Next thing you know, you're dirty. You got to start all over again. So I went to one of the car center places in Bel Air, right there on Baltimore Pike. You figure it out. And the sign says, online, and the sign says, we sell and install batteries. So I asked them, could you install my battery? The lady said, we cannot. I said, why? It's wet outside. Huh? It's what? It's wet outside. I know this. It's not lightning. What are you talking about? So I went to the other place, the other location, same company. There were 2 people working. You know how many customers they had in the store, guys? 0. I said, can you install my battery? They said, we can't today. I said, why? We only have 2 people working. There's nobody in here. There's no, what? All I need is 1. We gotta have 3 people to
Here's the deal.
Install a battery?
If you see somebody go inside, it's okay to stop installing the battery.
Exactly. So I said, you all should change your sign to we install batteries unless it's wet or we only have 2 people working. So seriously,
that must be a thing. Because I had a new battery replaced about 4 months ago, and I went to one of these auto places. Same thing. We installed batteries. Okay. Oh, no, that car, we can't do it on your car. I may be under the seat or maybe in the back. I'm like, okay. Yeah, no. I went to a Firestone. It took 10 minutes.
Dude.
It was in a regular place. All I did was take the old battery, put the new one in. I was on my way. I don't know what is with these places.
I don't bada bing.
I don't know if you know about the Toyotas and where to put the battery. When you lift the hood, bam, the battery. It's not under anything.
Same.
It sits right on top. Yeah. Open your hood up today, Jeremy, if you're driving your Toyota.
Is mine different because it's a hybrid?
I don't know. I have no idea. But you open up the hood, boom, there's the battery. When I changed it, boom, there was the battery.
You asked for it, you got it. Toyota.
I love them. Let's go to Keith in Crofton. What's up, Keith?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
My shovel goes to drunk fans at baseball games that cuss around other kids. I'm telling you, there was this dude yesterday at the game, and he had some enablers around him, so you couldn't exactly call him out on it. But he was just cussing up a storm.
Yeah.
The one best example of it, and I think this is clean enough. He says, 2 balls and 1 strike. Hell, I got 2 bleeps.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Listen, it's just
I'm one of those guys that believes when you go to a bar and it's a certain after hours, the expectation of family atmosphere is gone. You know what I mean? It's gone. But when you go to a ball game, you got to understand that kids around.
Yeah,
it's
know
common
your surroundings.
courtesy. Yeah. It's common courtesy.
Like we always had that thing, and I know you had it in basketball. It's KYP. You know your personnel.
Yeah.
You know who's around you. I mean, it's simple. Dial it back a little bit. Look, I'm one of these guys. I'm as outlandish as anyone, and I say things you never expect me to say. But the fact is, when you look at what's around, it's there's certain things that you can cut out or say it differently and without being a jackass in front of these kids.
I don't want to add the soundtrack to that kid's baseball experience. I don't want to do that. If you got college kids or something, just feel a little bit different, although I often don't because they're still kids, but yeah.
Still makes me laugh of like Deuce Bigelow when they took the girl to the baseball game that had Tourette's. And she's yelling, ball hair. Ball hair! Ball hair! Yeah! When are we going to get a strike here, right?
Kim McCusick at 8 o'clock. We're on the other side. Ed's like, man, come on, get this segment over so we can talk about Knicks.
Man,
Knicks in the NBA Finals for the first time since 1999. Ed's excited. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line. 410-583-1057.
With Bet365, winning is everything. With Bet365 Early Payout, you win even if they lose. Get paid out instantly when your team goes up big, even if they blow the lead later. Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
You wait all winter for this. Sunshine, vacations, and more time outside. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store. Don't spend this spring thinking about foot pain. The Good Feet Store offers arch supports that are personally fitted for your feet and your lifestyle. Come see us today or visit goodfeet.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Liberty Mutual customize this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Hey O's fans, Star Wars Weekend lands at Camden Yards from Friday, May 29th through Sunday, May 31st as the O's take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Friday night, stick around post-game for a Star Wars-themed fireworks show presented by SeatGeek. Saturday, be one of 15,000 fans to score a Jordan Westberg Star Wars bobblehead presented by PNC. And Sunday, 10,000 fans, 12 and under, will receive a Star Wars poster. Don't miss it. Get tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
This Fan Flash is brought to you by Vinny Steel, your home sold guarantee. Call Vinny at 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
In a Memorial Day matinee at the Yard, Colton Cowser sends Birdland into a frenzy.
He's dancing off the bag. Fly ball, Colton Cowser. Deep right center. Mullins back at the wall. He did it again. Back-to-back days. Walk-off home runs for Cowser. 8. The milk cold.
The final call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Colton Cowser follows up Sunday's walk-off win with another walk-off win. This time it's a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 13th to send the Birds to a 9-7 win over the visiting Rays, a game that was rather ho-hum through 9 innings, but extras provided the fireworks. Tampa would take leads in the 11th, 12th, and 13th innings, with the O's punching back each time, leading up to Cowser's game-winning homer. And though O's fans would say they prefer a victory that keeps the heart rate rather low, Kyle Bradish feels the team proved something in yesterday's contest.
I think by far that was our best game. Complete game. Defense was really good. Bullpen was there. And then the bats just battling till our last strike or whatever it was, but not giving up.
Bradish received a no decision in yesterday's game, but 6 innings of 1-run ball has lowered his ERA to 3.87 on the season. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly cloudy skies with a chance for an afternoon shower. Highs in the mid-70s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Raven Serps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
A cop, a coach, a con man, and an average Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. 105.7 The Fan.
It's over. Believe it, Knicks fans, for the first time in 27 years, the New York Knicks are going to the NBA Finals. The dream season continues, and hopes of ending a decades-long championship drought are very much alive.
Yeah, the Cavs got their asses whipped. That's what happened. They got, as Jeremy would say, whipped. That wasn't even fun. I'm sorry, it wasn't fun.
For one of us, it was.
Yes, it was fun for our good friend Ed Norris. Ed.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. And the reason it was so much fun, I think, it's just because, no one gave them any chance from the second they made the postseason. It was, they're not going to pass the Celtics and the Warriors, the Cavs. Against the Hawks. They lost 2 close games to the Hawks by 1 point each game, right? What is it, 109, 108, 107, 106. They've steamrolled everybody. This has been historic. I mean, if people aren't paying attention or they're not NBA fans, they're in the same company right now. I mean, until if they don't win at all, then this is all moot. But if they win the NBA championship, if they win in the finals, they're going to be up there with the 96 Bulls and the 17 Warriors, because that's how dominant they've been. If you just look at the numbers, the Knicks have a plus 234 point differential right now. It's already bigger than both of those teams. The Warriors in 17, 211, the Bulls 190. Knicks are averaging 18 points a game as a point differential. And the Warriors in 17 had 12.4. The Bulls in 96 had 10.6. They've had multiple 30 to 50 point wins. They're 12 and 2 in the postseason, right? They're just having an historic run. They just are. And, they have the potential to be one of the greatest postseason teams of all time. I don't know if they're one of the greatest teams of all time, but certainly have maybe the greatest postseason run of all time.
Ed, Cordell just texted me. He said that's because they played no one.
I know.
I can't wait to text him when he's up.
I'm going to text him.
I agree. I think most people thought, I don't know if most people, I thought the Boston Celtics would win the East. I did.
I think a lot of people did.
But once the Celtics were eliminated, which was the first round, I thought the Knicks were the best team in the East at that point. I don't.
Well, the Pistons were the 1 seed, and I think everybody was looking at them. But we go to this. Again, you got to get there. You got to take that L, and then you come back the next year. It's how it happens.
I told you from day one, I didn't think the Pistons, I didn't believe in them. I thought they were paper champions. I thought there was a 2-team race in the East.
Do you think Cade needs a Robin?
He does. He needs, because he's legit. He can do it, but he can't do it on his own. No one does it on their own.
Yeah.
And I thought it was a 2-team race in the East. Celtics 1, Knicks 2. When the Celtics were eliminated, I just didn't see anybody else in the East beating the Knicks at all.
I thought it was just because of it was a homer.
No,
they're through my orange glasses there.
Dude, they're way too talented. They have interchangeable, with the exception of Jalen Brunson, they have a lot of interchangeable parts.
All right, well, let me ask you a serious question, because you and I were talking about, Ed, maybe I'll ask you, because Rob and I were discussing it before the show. Now that the Cavs move on to the analytical championship, who would you like to see them face in that? Because apparently, according to Kenny Atkinson, they analytically they were better
after 3 games.
Yeah, 2 out of 3. And then James Harden said even after getting swept, he thought they were the better team.
That's delusional. I mean, I think after game 1, after what happened, that all the wind was taken out of their sails.
I said I'd bet him to sweep right there.
That was it.
Yep.
A foregone conclusion. I got to ask you guys, how much of this is Mike Brown? Because I really believe coaching matters.
I think coaching matters too. I can't take it away. I don't think Mike Brown's the coach that you say you'll win the NBA championship because you have him. But at the same time, I think he was a good fit for them.
I don't remember if it was one of you guys that said it or not, but somebody pointed out the fact when the Knicks were up and the Cavs started to make a run. And after seeing game 1, I think this was game 3 or maybe it was game 2, and all of a sudden Mike Brown looks over and sees Jalen Brunson's at the end of the bench. He goes, yeah, we're not seeing this. You get in there right now. And, I mean, their old coach wouldn't have had – Jalen Brunson wouldn't have seen the bench unless it was a timeout. And then now you're
seeing on oxygen.
Now you're seeing a guy filter him in and not taking any chances. And you see Wemby's minutes go up. Yeah. It's just the benches get shorter unless they're blowouts. I do think he matters because he's been there quite a bit, and the experience then does come in play.
Going back to analytics, I love what Josh Hart said. Josh Hart said analytics, he said, it's like a lamppost to a drunk person. You can lean on it, but it won't take you home.
Yeah.
That's great.
Very well put.
And that's my point, I think, is like all this stuff is great. But what I like that Brown did, they had what he called an accountability contract before the season, where they hold each other accountable. The players hold him accountable, the players hold each other accountable, and vice versa. And they just play as a team. Without, a Giannis or a Wemby, they play as a team, and I think they've got a lot of talent, but I think they're playing as a really good basketball team right now.
They don't have Giannis
or
Wemby,
annihilating people.
But let's not forget, they had Jalen Brunson. I mean, that dude he's that dude. I mean,
he is. My opinion is.
There are a lot of teams that have these things that Mike Brown talk about, but because we don't talk about it unless you're winning. He has Jalen Brunson, and that's what Cleveland didn't have. That's what Philly didn't have. That kid, that man is an absolute assassin. If he has to score, he'll score. Distribute, he'll distribute. He does it goes back to what I said before. I don't think James Harden hates losing. I think he loves winning. I think Jalen Brunson would rather exhaust everything he had, unload the tank, than lose. I think it gets to him. I think it's something that truly bothers him, like some of the greats. He is one of the greats. Yeah. He's become that.
Well, I said the other day, they had 5 NBA players that are no-brainers that should be out there, and then they had Jalen Brunson with them. And it says, who's the one guy that gets left off this list? So it's like Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, LeBron. Like, it's all these great players. And I'm like, yeah, well, Jalen Brunson's the obvious answer, but is it? Yeah. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you look. I took a second look, and I went, I understand what these guys have done. I think he's capable of doing that. He's just earlier in his career than some of these guys. He's special, man. And again, it goes back to his footwork.
If they win, and I'm not so sure they're going to, no matter who they face, but if they do win this, he may go down as the greatest Knick of all time. Because they haven't had a championship. And,
You see what he did?
Yeah.
He's trying to prepare himself for the disappointment. We ain't even fitting into that, man. You already have your 2026 NBA championship T-shirt, man. Come on. You ain't feeding into that. Don't try to do that to us. Let's go to Baltimore and get Trippy. What's up, Trippy?
Yeah. Hello. Good morning. What's up with y'all?
What's up?
Hello.
First of all, I want to say congratulations to Ed, man. Now, I've been talking to Ed, man. He said he hope they win it, man. I mean, I really ain't want the Knicks. I don't know what it is about Twitter. There's certain Knicks fans, I feel like they don't deserve to see the Knicks win the championship. But my man Ed deserves to see one. But Ed, you got to make a promise to me, Rashad and Dustin, right? If the Knicks win the championship, you got to take us with you to the parade, because I know you still got the connects up there. I know you're going to have your own little bus riding through the city, you know what I mean? And then one more thing, man, I got to throw a shot at the Orioles, man. Y'all got to stop getting hyped off this man. He done had 2 game-winning home runs. Watch you go on the slump these next couple of days. And another thing, I never in my life thought that the Knicks would be going back to the finals, and I'm still waiting for the Orioles to get to a World Series. Hello, y'all have a great Tuesday, man.
Damn, Sunshine, we just walked off 2 games. Can't we celebrate it before they suck again?
Again, it's if he doesn't go into a slump, Trippy won't call in and say he was wrong. If he does go into a slump, Trippy will call in and say he was right.
Yeah, but Trippy will go, yeah, that wasn't right. But hey, on to this.
He will not call and say, you know what, I was wrong. Hey, come on, man. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Ken McCusick joins us in studio at 8 o'clock. But speaking of the Orioles, did Colton Cowser prove that he deserves a spot in this O's lineup? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute. Chants of Knicks in 4 are echoing through Cleveland. The New York Knicks are headed to the NBA Finals for the first time since 1999 after a historic 130-93 blowout victory. To complete the sweep, Karl Anthony Towns dominated with 19 points and 14 boards, while the Eastern Conference MVP was Jalen Brunson. I'm Drake Toll.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Pros, save more on the materials you need to get the job done inside and out at Lowe's. Right now, get 10% off in-stock Trex Naturals decking, now available in more styles. Plus, get 15% off select custom entry, interior, and storm doors. Then, we'll deliver it all straight to your job site to help keep your jobs moving. Get the brands pros trust, priced right, and ready when you need them. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science at Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Traffic is sponsored by Schmidt Baking Company, part of the H&S family of bakeries.
Get healthy with Schmidt's Old Time 647 bread. High in fiber and less carbs, so you can enjoy the great taste and eat better. Enjoy 647's delicious bread, rolls, bagels, and English muffins. Available at your favorite grocer. Schmidt, your hometown baker.
Improving your outdoor living space can really increase the value of your home, but only if that new fence, deck, or patio is sturdy and can stand the test of time. You know you can count on Long Fence to provide only the best materials and craftsmanship that guarantees longevity. And it's the perfect time because financing is available for qualified buyers. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
There's a long time name for quality. Long Fence.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Get everything you need for the entire job delivered. From lumber to drywall, flooring, and fixtures, get it all delivered from the Home Depot. With same day, next day, or any day delivery. Staying on track and on time is crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. you deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Pros, save more on the materials you need to get the job done inside and out at Lowe's. Right now, get 10% off in-stock Trex Naturals decking, now available in more styles. Plus, get 15% off select custom entry, interior, and storm doors. Then, we'll deliver it all straight to your job site to help keep your jobs moving. Get the brands pros trust, priced right, and ready when you need them. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Bel Air, it's official. Plaza Ford has become Bob Bell Ford Bel Air. Celebrate our grand opening with exclusive offers going on now. Unbeatable deals. See what's new at BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. I-70 eastbound. Just before Baltimore National Pike, an accident has you backed up to about Route 32. In the city, both tunnels backed up to the 895 split. The outer loop of the Beltway on the east side, you're stop and go from Bel Air Road all the way to Providence. And then on the west side, you're on the brakes from 795 to Baltimore National Pike on and off. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob, Jeremy, Ed, and Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
It's one of those things where behind the scenes, the unseen hours, you get to see guys who are not getting the results they want, but the work they're putting in and the collaboration with our hitting coaches, trying to problem solve either an approach or a swing adjustment, stance, whatever it is, and to see it come through in the biggest moment at the biggest stage against a really good team. I couldn't be happier or prouder for Colton.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. That's Craig Albernaz after yesterday's game. Second walk-off home run for Colton Cowser in 2 days. 3 games, but 2 days. And, Ed, when you look at this, what you projected this lineup to be, this is the same guy that finished, second in Rookie of the Year 2 years ago, had a very disappointing year last year. And if you look at what you thought the lineup was going to be, he was an important part of that. I mean, Jordan Westberg's gone for the year. You're not going to get him back. He's an important part of that, too. But Colton Cowser's here. How important do you think he is, his success to this lineup?
I think it's very important. I mean, just what you mentioned about his Rookie of the Year status, or, where he was considered then, and, how much was riding on him. Especially looking at the changes in the outfield. You needed somebody.
Yeah.
You knew you needed somebody, and you needed a bat, because that's one of the things that was kind of lacking out there. You had somebody out there who could play the field, but is very weak at the plate very often. I think he's really important to them. It's pretty amazing what he did the last couple of days.
Jeremy, Leody Taveras went 2 for 4 yesterday. He's batting like 265 on the year right now, 264 on the year. He is the team's best center fielder defensively.
Mm-hmm.
He is. He's better in center field than Colton Cowser. But if Colton Cowser can hit and play left field, that makes that Orioles outfield, along with Taveras and whoever you put in right field, very good outfield.
So is Ward going to right then? Is that?
He played right field because yesterday Colton Cowser played a ball off the wall, barehanded it, and kept it running.
I don't care either way.
I think he played either corner.
Yeah, so do I. I'm just saying, if you're stacking it up, or are you going to keep it the same?
I think he can play center field. I think he's Gold Glove level on the corners.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, finding your best lineup. Now that Jackson Holliday's back, if Cowser starts hitting, this is what the manager's job is to do, is to try to put them in the right situations. Like, people were bitching about some of the pitch hitting that they've done early on, but there were a lot of times that he pushed the right button. We've seen guys, remember when he pinch hit for Basayo and Adley comes through?
Yeah.
We've had these, and granted, look, it's easy to bring Adley off the bench, but I'm not sure Basayo's a guy you're thinking about pinch hitting for the season he's having. So, I think he's made a lot of right decisions. It's not always going to work out, but I think their best lineup defensively has Cowser in the outfield.
Yeah, just not center. I think Tavares in center field and Cowser on either of the corners. That's your best outfield. I think you're doing Cowser a disservice by putting him in center.
Yeah,
I'm not saying he's horrible out there, but he's not at his best. Ed, you want to put guys in positions to be their absolute best. For me, that's Cowser on the corner.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Because I mean, frankly, center field to me is a lot like shortstop or catcher, where you can forgive someone who's not, outstanding at the plate, as long as they're good defensively, because it's so important to be good up the middle. So I have no problem with that at all.
And Tavares he's not killing you out there. He's batting 264, yeah. OPS of 762, big hit yesterday in extra innings. So, I mean, he's not a guy that's killing you out there. I think what Colton Cowser showed over the weekend, well, Sunday and Monday, is that he's very important in the lineup. And when he's not hitting, when he's out of the lineup, Orioles aren't as good as they can be. And I think Jackson Holliday coming back helps out too.
Hey, go ahead and drink, but my algorithm really likes Shane Baz tonight against this Rays team.
Really?
Yeah. He grades out as the 6th best pitcher on the slate, just behind Chase Burns, Cam Schlittler, Joseph Cantillo. He's ahead of Joe Ryan.
Now, Ed, I don't know if you heard this earlier. I told Jeremy, since 2022, the Orioles are 7-0-1 in winning series at home against the Tampa Bay Rays. I didn't realize that.
I didn't either.
They have not lost a series at home against the Rays since 2022.
Have the Rays thought about on the road using analytics? Because it's worked for us at home. Sorry, I had to throw that in there.
You had to throw that in there. Who you throwing that in there for?
Everybody.
Everybody.
I listened to some guy this weekend going, analytics are ruining baseball. I can't believe the Orioles are doing it. And I said, the Rays, Dodgers, and Yankees, who are the most analytical teams, it's working for them. Should they stop too?
Why do we say we're not impressed with Dave Roberts as a manager, Jeremy? Why is that?
Because there's so much damn talent there.
And also, who's managing the team really? He's not really managing that team. The numbers are. He's a managed by the book guy. He's an analytical guy. Everything that the analytics says, that's what Dave Roberts does.
He's colored by numbers. Oh, that's what I'm supposed to do there?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's put the green with the ones. Green. I mean, that's like, and he, even with the most talent, he still managed to screw it up a couple of times.
Yeah. I'm all for, I think you said something last year that stuck with me. When it's all said and done, I believe in the math.
Mm-hmm.
The more I watch sports, Ed, when it's all said and done, I believe more and more in the math.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I've said it before. It's like it's your intelligence. That's where you get it from. It's like military, policing, retail. Everybody has analysis to tell you what the best time to staff is, where to staff. Same thing in baseball. I think it's a great tool. I wouldn't live and die by it, but it's a great tool.
I watch a ton of baseball. Yesterday, the Cubs moved, and maybe they did it another day. I know he's batted up there. PCA, Pete Crow Armstrong, one of their top guys. Prospect that came up through it, and everybody's been talking about him. He's been in the news for some other things. He hit the ball so hard 4 times in a row. And I'm talking line drives. 2 of them, the first baseman jumps up and snatches out of the air, and you're like, man. And you could see the look on his face like, are you kidding me? That's what I did to the baseball, and I got an out. And for people to sit here and go, maybe you need to hit it softer. I think there are times where you're going inside out and going with the pitch, and there has to be a healthy combination of analytics and feel for the game. But I lean more on analytics than anything because I feel like if you're not being analytical at all, you're doing a disservice to your team.
I remember a couple of years ago, Hansa Alberto was having a good year for the Orioles, and I told Ed, I said, that guy's not going to be around. He said, well, he's batting this and that. I said, yeah, but he's like just flares. They're just finding spaces. What happens is the defense figures out where you're hitting it, and they sit there and wait for it. If you're hitting it hard, then you can beat the defense. And I'm with you on that, Jeremy. I think we hate what we don't understand. And you got a lot of people out there who don't want to dive into it. It's too much for them to figure out, so they hate it.
Hey, Rob, here's a question for you. When you talked about the defense standing where he was hitting it, how did they get that information? From analytics. The defense uses it too.
410-583-1057 is the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Analytics is just the buzzword that we use now, but it's been in sports forever.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, sometimes I just want people to tell me, what do you think it means? Like, you're saying that word like you know what it means, and you don't.
Yeah, I when people tell me, I just believe my eyes. Well, what do you believe? And they'll tell me what they think. We had a listener do that a couple weeks ago.
Eli did it, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, I think they should do this and that. Why?
The Taylor Ward Gunnar Henderson thing.
Yeah, because and so we looked at the number, like, your eyes are lying to you, because that's not what you're seeing.
You know what I don't believe? Your eyes.
410-583-1057 is the number. World is Stupid at 8:30, but on the other side, Kim McCusick joins us in studio up next on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, spring selling season is in full swing, and if you're thinking about selling your home, my number one recommendation is Vinny Steele. Hey, it's Rob Long, and for years I've been telling you about Vinny Steele with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, because his results and guarantees are truly different. Vinny sells homes 2.8 times faster and for 3.1% more than the average agent. On a home sold for $400,000, that's about $12,400 more in your pocket. Vinny has over 12,700 buyers waiting, which means your home may already be sold. Vinny Steele has helped thousands of families over 23 years in real estate. You know what that means? Your home sold guaranteed, or Vinny will buy it at a price and time frame agreeable to you. Take it from me. When you're ready to sell your Maryland or Lower Pennsylvania home, do your homework and call the experts I trust. Call Vinny Steele or text them 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801. Or visit VinnySteele.com. That's Vinny, STEO.com.
Maryland Treasure Scratch Offs from the Maryland Lottery are now on sale, featuring 4 scenes of our state's natural beauty by 4 local artists.
This artwork is amazing. The detail, the colors. They fill me with so much Maryland pride. I don't know if I should scratch them or frame them.
You could win up to $10,000.
Scratching it is.
Play new Maryland Treasure Scratch Offs from the Maryland Lottery. Appreciate the art. Love the prizes. Please play responsibly.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
Ah, how about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-642-3615. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-642-3615 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-642-3615 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-642-3615.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
105.7 The Fan is a proud media partner of CFG Bank Arena. Visit cfgbankarena.com for a list of upcoming events.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Monday afternoon at the yard, the Moo Man delivers again.
He's dancing off the bag. Fly ball, Kortenkauser. Deep right center. Mullins back at the wall. He did it again. Back-to-back days. Walk-off home runs for Kauser. 8. The milk cold.
The final call from Kevin Brown on Masson for the second straight day. Kortenkauser wins it in extra for the O's, hitting a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 13th inning to beat the Rays 9-7. This one went back and forth in extras as Tampa went up in the 11th, 12th, and 13th innings, but the O's answered back each time with Alonso, Jackson, Henderson, Tavares, and Holiday all driving in runs in the extra frames, culminating in Kauser's long ball. He becomes the first Oriole to hit walk-off homers in back-to-back days since Fred Lynn in May of 1985. This evening, the O's and Rays battle again in Game 2 of their 3-game set, and the fan will have your pregame coverage with Baltimore Baseball Tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, live from Pickles Pub, beginning at 5:30. First pitch is slated for 6:35. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly cloudy skies with a chance for an afternoon shower, highs in the mid-70s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Raven Serps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
It's 8 o'clock Tuesday. That means Kim McCusick from FilmStudyBaltimore.com is in studio with us. What's up, Ken?
Life's good, Rob. How about you?
I'm doing well. As you see, dodging baseballs, but I'm doing well.
It was a great game.
Kid texted me while I'm in the camera well, and then it took a while for me to respond because I only respond on commercial breaks. Ken, Ravens camp, something that you talked about that you wrote down that stands out to me, and that's TJ Tampa. A guy that came to the Ravens in the 2024 draft in the 4th round. This is a crossroads season for him, isn't it? How is he looking?
Yeah, very much so. So he's in his 3rd year, so he's got to make progress this year so the Ravens know who he is. You don't want to enter camp in your 4th year if you haven't really played very much, and you'd be on the bubble if that were to happen. Mm-hmm. I'll tell you, Tampa's very physical. It really shows up. They had the corners and safeties line up to do the one-man blocking sled and then shed that and then make a tackle of a donut. So it's just a one-man drill. But, boy, he throws that sled around. Really? And it really, particularly when you look at the other corners there, about 3 of the guys really stood out to me, Starks and Keandre Jackson, who are safeties, and then Tampa, who might be a safety at some point in the future.
6'1", 200 pounds. That's not exactly small. You can put some more muscle on there.
Yeah, right size. He's the right size.
Yeah. Well, there's one guy that I'm very interested in because he's related to a friend of ours. That's Ethan Burke. He played at Texas. I've been talking about him for a couple of years now. Nobody really knew about him, but you seem to like him.
Yeah, well, he had a good couple of plays in a row last week on Tuesday. And I will say that the news cycle is not perfect for this because camp, I did a show on Tuesday and then I go to camp immediately after that within a few hours, and now I'm on a Tuesday again, so it's been a while. But Ethan Burke had consecutive plays. I didn't see anyone else talking about it. He exploited a false start from Ronnie Stanley, I think, and then he tipped a pass off the offensive left side where he got up and got the ball. So some good awareness in both cases, and he's a good chance to make the practice squad, I'd say, Ed.
He's sensing some new things with the offense and some of the changes I saw. You heard different cadences. What does that mean to you when you're looking at this? Because it is going to be a brand new offense in essence.
Yeah, so they did a lot of this last year with Monken, that they did these set and snap drills, and they still appear to be doing that. I don't know if it's as developed, but it does appear like they want to try and run multiple cadences, or at least have the ability to run multiple cadences. So they run up. They don't even use their helmets. It's one of the first things they do between calisthenics sessions is to try and get off properly, get to the line of scrimmage quickly, get off properly, get the snap out and whatnot. And it's I think it'll be a regular thing for the Ravens this year, I guess, because it's really important to be able to run those multiple cadences, not always go on one and basically allow the defensive players to be just coming out of sprinters blocks downhill at you.
Ken McCusick, FilmStudyBaltimore.com, joining us. Ken, when you go to these camps, these practices, what do you look to see? What are you trying to pick up?
Yeah, individual players and what they do is pretty much all you can do because they're non-contact practices.
Right.
There's not a lot going on there. But Vega Ioane is a man among boys, I would say, is one thing that I noticed. Trenton Simpson came in on a pass rush once. And again, Minter talked about this. You just are trying to give the other guy a good look.
Right.
And I mean, he forklifted Simpson straight up out of his stance. He was lower. He got the proper leverage. He got up, and all of a sudden, Simpson is standing right up, and Ioane hasn't even moved at all. So that's one thing. I tell you, one other thing that really shows up is Jacoby Lane's catch radius. It's all over there. It's in highlights of individual drills. Anytime they're on 11s, quarterbacks were very inaccurate last week. And he's just reaching all outside of his frame. I would predict that if he plays a fair amount in preseason, because quarterback accuracy is so poor during the preseason, that he'll really make some spectacular plays. He'll look like he's going outside the frame all the time.
Okay.
All right. Again, how about people that actually, 95% of life is showing up, in my opinion. Who showed up for OTAs that was unexpected? Any, tenured vets?
Trey Hendrickson was there. I don't know if that was unexpected because he's new to the team. But he was the only one of the Ravens' 5 10-year vets on defense who was there. Stanley and Henry were both there, by the way. They're in year 11. But Awuzie, Humphrey, Jenkins, and Campbell weren't. And it really shows out just how old this team is right now. I mean, they need to really, really fight the aging curve at this point. So there's two concerns here, two concerns that kind of go side by side. One is there's a drop-off in play risk for a lot of these guys. The other is there's a replacement cost risk. They're going to have to go out and find the draft capital or go out and pay cap dollars to get these guys on the open market. And both those are hard things to overcome. So it's going to be an ongoing problem with the Ravens now over the next couple of years.
You look at this as a make or break year for TJ Tampa. A lot of people liked him coming out of college. Haven't got to see as much as we liked, injuries and other. What are your thoughts on him?
Yeah, he should play some snaps this year. The Ravens are highly incented to see him on the field. I thought he did very well last year in a very limited number of snaps. I think he had 148 on defense or something, but he also had over 300 on special teams, and that was something something very special. So he played very well. That's right. I'm looking for it in here, but I don't think he's in here this week.
You had the one thing in the notes about him throwing that sled around violently and some of the things that you saw from some of the corners.
Yeah. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Ken, you talked about this being an old football team. You think they're older on defense, the defensive side of the ball, than they are on offense? And if so, can that present an issue for you down the stretch, in your opinion?
Yeah, they're definitely older on defense. They've got 5 guys who they're depending on. And it's not a good thing when you're depending on the flexibility that a 39-year-old, or actually a 40-year-old by the time the season starts, will bring you on defense in Calais Campbell. And then they've got another guy who's central to their defensive line effort, who's central to the rotation there, in John Jenkins, he'll be 37. They've got Humphrey in there. Humphrey hasn't shown up yet. Awuzie, that's 2 very old cornerbacks to depend upon. And then they've got, you've got Hendrickson, who's injury prone, at least has been in recent years. So that's been a problem. And you've got Roquan Smith, who might be in his last year as a Raven, his 9th season.
Yeah, and that's what concerns me. I was saying that before. That the age on that defense concerns me. I'm sorry, Ed, go ahead.
No, that's fine. Mike, since you mentioned Hendrickson, obviously, we're all. I'll speak for myself. I was very disappointed with the Max Crosby issue, and I always thought he was better than Hendrickson because Hendrickson's always been cited as a poor run defender. What's your assessment of him?
Great pass rusher, better pass rusher than Crosby. So very cat quick, in terms of his get off, which forces oversets and allows for inside moves and is good speed to power, getting to the corner when he does. I like him a lot. I think he'll be good if he's healthy. I thought the wager on Crosby's health was something I wouldn't have made. I was actually not real keen on the trade at all, and very happy when it got rescinded. But they've got the complementary personnel that also with run defense in terms of Tavius and Zion Young that take some early downs from Hendrickson and allow him to play really a pass rush specialist role, which should alleviate some of what you talked about.
You brought up Marlon Humphrey. I want to ask you more about him and what you expect from him in this upcoming season when we return. Ken McCusick joins us in studio right here on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Have you been to the dentist recently? By recently, I mean within the last couple of years. No? Well, you're not alone. It's not a good idea, by the way. That's why I talk about the Smile Design Center. Because most people stay away from the dentist because of fear. Dental anxiety, whatever you want to call it. About 36% of Americans have that, where they don't want to go. Just for that reason. Dr. Lairfield has sedation options. First of all, he's just a nice human being. Just meeting him, and he'll put you at ease, and as well as staff. It's a very different place. Very, very good place, especially if this plagues you. So you have sedation options, but best of all, you'll get the smile you always dreamed of, and you won't really have any stress or discomfort during the procedure, no matter what you're having done. So it's a really good place if this is an issue, and you really need to go, because it's not just your oral health. It's not just your teeth and gums, which are vitally important anyway, if you like to smile and eat. But it also affects your whole body, your heart, everything. So please go and see what I'm talking about. They do it's obviously full service dental practice. They do, your annual examinations, cleanings, fillings, things like that. But if you need something more, you want an implant, a veneer, crown, check them out, seriously. The number's 410-321-1100. Call them today, make an appointment for the free consultation, and tell them I sent you.
H&K Group Incorporated.
Calling all heavy equipment operators and pipe laborers. Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. HTI Contractors Division of H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K does not discriminate.
Traffic sponsored by Farnan and Dermer, the Comfort Guys. Get a jump on the summer heat. It's Jeremy Kahn. Call my guys, the Comfort Guys at Farnan and Dermer, for their $89 AC precision tune-up, and make sure your system is in tip-top shape for the hot weather. Call 410-367-7777 today.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Wendy's new Biggie Deals lets you choose whatever you're in the mood for. It's like a music mixing board of deals, and you're the producer. Go with some chill folk music with a JBC in the $4 Biggie Bite snack. Try the drum and bass of deals with a double stack in the $6 Biggie bag. Or go full-on sandwich symphony with an $8 Biggie bundle, the grand finale of snacking. And the best part? They all come with napkins. $4, $6, and $8 Biggie Deals how you want them at Wendy's.
Price and participation may vary. Single items at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska, California, and Hawaii.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. I-70 eastbound. Just before Baltimore National Pike, an accident has you backed up to about Route 32. In the city, both tunnels backed up to the 895 split. The outer loop of the Beltway on the east side, you're stop and go from Bel Air Road all the way to Providence. And then on the west side, you're on the brakes from 795 to Baltimore National Pike on and off. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Everyone's finding out more about Jeremy during a commercial break. Championship level badminton player.
That was incredible.
You're a badass.
Could have been a contender, Ed.
You are a badass. Kim McCusick joining us in studio from FilmStudyBaltimore.com.
Is that true?
Yes. And Rob tried to ask
badminton?
Yes, badminton.
With the birdie?
Yes, with the shuttlecock, please.
Yes.
I'm not some amateur here. You know, it's like the people that call
you just wanted to say that word. That's
call
all.
it ping pong. It's table tennis. Anyway.
Right.
Let's talk about somebody that likes to talk a lot, Marlon Humphrey. What are your thoughts on what we see from him this year? A lot of people have been saying, "Hey, we're eventually going to see the transition to safety." What are your thoughts of where he's at in his career with the Ravens?
So I think it's probably very close to time to move to safety. So he's AP1 in 2024, and that's just how quickly things change when you're turning 30 here. And then he had a terrible year, dead last in the PFF coverage grade last year among corners. And now he's
dead last?
Dead last.
Wow.
Dead last.
Out of like all of the cornerbacks?
Yeah.
Or just the ones on the Ravens?
Yeah.
All of them?
All of them.
Oh, that's not good.
No, not good.
Let me double check. Yep, not good still.
And so safety is somewhere. I mean, 9.3 yards per target last year, a 91 opposing passer rating. He had 4 interceptions, so he did some good things. He's got portable skills to move to safety, so I think it still might happen. I'm surprised they didn't ask him to take a pay cut or anything, or move him to safety as part of their plans for this year. But anyway, he's playing another year corner. They're depending. That's another place, Rob, where old players, they're depending on 2 very old corners.
Yeah.
With Woozy and Humphrey.
Ken McCusick, FilmStudyBaltimore.com. Ken, we talked about D-line earlier. This is not an old guy, one of the young guys, Aeneas Peoples.
Sure. So Aeneas is in a fight for his job this year with the new draft pick, Rayshon Benny.
Mm-hmm.
And they basically provide the same thing for the team, a penetrating 3-tech. He's a little bit smaller than Benny at 6 feet 282, and Benny's about 295, 299, something like that. And I think Benny's probably got some advantages in ahead of him. Peoples, they showed a complete lack of willingness to put him on against the run this year. Different coaching staff. So Minter may find another spot for him that's more significant. But I think they're fighting it out in camp. It's going to be one of the most interesting battles.
Well, what goes on? I mean, obviously, we have a quarterback. What about the whole, depth chart behind him? Because, he's been durable, but he has been injured here and there, and we've had people replace him, Tyler Huntley in particular. You've got 4 quarterbacks on the roster, at least that I know of right now, including Pavia. How do you see this going? Is Huntley going to be here?
Yes, Huntley will be here for sure. He's the number 2 quarterback. Skylar Thompson was signed, and that was an interesting one because they had 2 other quarterbacks in camp. They still do, in Diego Pavia and Fagnano. So both those guys are still around. They're both, as far as I would be concerned, as camp arms. The practice squad is probably the upper bound on what they can do. And probably, if I had to guess, Skylar Thompson ends up on the practice squad as well. But we'll see.
What are your thoughts on Tyler Huntley? Kind of weird seeing him bounce around the division a little bit and kind of make his way around and eventually come back. And honestly, he was better than anything they signed as a backup. Your thoughts?
Two very, very big wins last year, which are signature wins for his career. Kept the Ravens in the race with the wins over Chicago early or at midseason, really, and then over the Green Bay late in that marvelous game, offensive football in week 17, I guess it was. But very, very impressive season. He's limited in terms of what you can do. The ball has to be schemed out kind of quickly. He doesn't have a ton of pocket awareness to know when the pressure is coming.
That's backup quarterbacks, though.
That's what he is.
Yeah, that's what you get with backup quarterbacks. He's going to be the best of that. Yeah.
But to his point though about winning that Green Bay game and where you were, you had to win that game. To have a shot at the playoffs, and if the league and the refs hadn't screwed them in week 18, maybe they'd be in the playoffs.
Or in the first week.
Yeah.
The first time they played the Steelers, they got hosed pretty badly by the refs with Travis Jones' call and
Ken McCusick, FilmStudyBaltimore.com. Ken, drafted in 2024. What do we expect from Roger Rosengarten this year?
Well, he's really outperformed the other tackles in this class. It's worth reflecting on this for just a moment because there were a bunch of tackles taken in front of him. Joe Alt was taken the 5th overall pick, and he's a superstar right now. But Fasciano, and this was the year of the Fs, by the way, with all these names, is not quite as good. He's 6 months younger, and he was drafted, about number 10 or something. Then Fuaga was the next one. He's not as good. He's 2 months older. Mims, who is a guy who a lot of people had pegged for the Ravens going into that draft, definitely not as good. He's 4 months younger, but he does seem to be hitting his stride now, so he could end up being a better player possibly. Fautano was the Steelers guy, is not as good and 20 months older. Guyton, drafted at the end of the first round by the Cowboys, one of the worst tackles in the entire league. So that worked out that they didn't get him. And Chris Paul, drafted 7 picks in front of him, is not as good and 9 months older. So, Roger Rosengarten has been a wonderful handicapped draft pick in terms of where he's been. He had a lot of help in his first year in terms of chips on his side. Now it was a lot less in the second year. He had to take more of that on himself.
You seem to be high on him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, of the Ravens linemen, he's the one I'm the most sure about right now of the 5. I mean, Ronnie has got health issues that crop up from time to time.
Is that just because Vega's an unknown and hasn't played?
That's correct. Okay. Yeah.
What about the rest of the offensive line, Ken? I mean, they pick up Gwynn, and he's, you say, looks like a man among boys, and like Rosengarten. And how do you feel about the offensive line that to me was such a big liability going into the draft in this offseason?
We still don't know who the center is. Now, they've had 3 guys playing in camp so far who are getting most of the snaps. So they had, Nick Dawkins, a guy who people thought might play. He's been sidelined. He's not been in the 11-on-11 stuff. They've had Gwynn in there, who is Ledford's guy and is probably one of the guys who has a real chance. They have Danny Pinter, who's a guy who played a bunch of years with the Colts. He's 30 years old. He's had less than 1,000 career snaps, so that's not a particularly exciting option. And then Corey Bullock is the third one. He's played 2 years of very good preseason football for the Ravens, including one at center last year. And I think he might be the guy who ultimately gets the job.
See, and I know you talked about Trey Hendrickson a little bit, but what type of impact do you expect from him this year? There was a lot of talk going back to what Ed brought up with like Max Crosby and would they have both of them. But the situation now, what you have, but also bringing in a head coach like Minter, and even with Anthony Weaver, what are your expectations?
Yeah, so there are no guarantees, of course, in football, and he's coming back from an injury, and that's a risk. But he's also a guy, I think, in Baltimore will be given the best possible circumstances to rush the quarterback. Have good defensive players around him, a good secondary that he's working with, and he'll play mostly pass rush snaps where he used to be highly, highly worked in Cincinnati.
Bigger opportunity chance here if you're expecting to play with the lead, too.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but at the same time, you said better defensive players around him, like better pass rushers or better linebackers.
Let's start with Travis Jones is going to be playing next to him right there. That's just such an enormous advantage. A guy who commands double teams the way he does. Mm-hmm. It means he probably will get some chipping action on that, but all comes from a running back, not a tight end. When you're on that side of the field, generally speaking.
And the other thing with that too is so all of a sudden, if Travis Jones is doing his job and Hendrickson's getting off nonstop, getting to the quarterback, then they have to make an adjustment. And it's all right, are you going to single up Travis Jones, or are you going to take something out of your offense and try to chip him? So either way, you're hurting that offense.
Yeah, right on. Exactly. Very well stated.
Can tell us all about Film Study Baltimore.
Yeah, FilmStudyBaltimore.com is the website. It's Film Study Baltimore Ravens Talk on your favorite podcast platform.
Thank you very much, man. We got in store for this week on the podcast.
All kinds of expectation shows, and that's the primary thing. But then camp notes for the OTA on Wednesday.
Can't wait, man. Thanks a lot. Fernando Tatis Jr. lost his lawsuit against Big League Advance. Was he taken advantage of, or was it his fault? We'll talk about that at 8:45, but on the other side, we get stupid with Jeremy Kahn.
Yeah, and it's not too bad today for people out there. I don't think you have to worry too much about
the kids are in school.
The kiddies. We're going to talk about a California driver that got trapped behind something we talked about before, Waymos. This is an interesting one, unlike all those damn cars that were in that cul-de-sac or that circle just going around and around. We're going to talk about another way that Rob wouldn't die. Somebody has died doing something that Rob absolutely would not do. And lastly, we have to talk about the way that Bryce Harper brushes his teeth. That guy is an animal. We tell you what he's doing next here on The Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by Constellation Home. Need to replace your cooling and heating system? Constellation Home will give you a same-day estimate and next-day installation. Plus, save up to $3,000. Visit ConstellationHome.com. Terms and conditions apply. 10605.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch! You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones and all on the T-Mobile network.
Ah, how about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. Ever sign up for one of those too good to be true phone deals? 1 minute you're feeling great, then suddenly you're paying over $1,000 a year. Crazy, right? You know who else thinks that's crazy? Red Pocket Mobile.
Right now at Red Pocket, new and existing customers adding a line can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. That's only $60 a year. And choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price at redpocket.com. Redpocket.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, and even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, this can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes and are covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 to schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. Treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
Hey O's fans, Star Wars Weekend lands at Camden Yards from Friday, May 29th through Sunday, May 31st as the O's take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Friday night, stick around post-game for a Star Wars-themed fireworks show presented by SeatGeek. Saturday, be one of 15,000 fans to score a Jordan Westberg Star Wars bobblehead presented by PNC. And Sunday, 10,000 fans, 12 and under, will receive a Star Wars poster. Don't miss it. Get tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
Hi, I'm Justin Holloman from The Holloman Firm. Injured in an accident, lost a loved one? At my firm, The Holloman Firm, you'll get a personal injury lawyer who truly cares. With me, you're more than just a case. So remember to call Justin for justice at The Holloman Firm.
Summer means longer days and more deals at Lowe's. This Memorial Day, shop Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for $10. Plus, get select 1.5-gallon red, white, and blue annuals hanging baskets, 2 for $15 to show off your favorite plants. Stop traffic with stunning landscaping and save while you do it. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. 95 northbound in Baltimore County, just past exit 64. An accident has you backed up there. 95 southbound in the city is backed up from Moravia Road through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Southbound 895, you're on the brakes, Pulaski Highway through the Harbor Tunnel. And the outer loop of the Beltway, slow from Bel Air Road to about Providence. And then on the west side from 795 to Baltimore National Pike on and off. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
In a Memorial Day matinee at the Yard, Colton Cowser sends Birdland into a frenzy.
He's dancing off the bag. Fly ball, Colton Cowser. Deep right center. Mullins back at the wall. He did it again. Back-to-back days. Walk-off home runs for Cowser. 8. The milk cold.
The final call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Colton Cowser follows up Sunday's walk-off win with another walk-off win. This time it's a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 13th to send the Birds to a 9-7 win over the visiting Rays, a game that was rather ho-hum through 9 innings, but extras provided the fireworks. Tampa would take leads in the 11th, 12th, and 13th innings, with the O's punching back each time, leading up to Cowser's game-winning homer. And though O's fans would say they prefer a victory that keeps the heart rate rather low, Kyle Bradish feels the team proved something in yesterday's contest.
I think by far that was our best game. Complete game. Defense was really good. Bullpen was there. And then the bats just battling till our last strike or whatever it was, but not giving up.
Bradish received a no decision in yesterday's game, but 6 innings of 1-run ball has lowered his ERA to 3.87 on the season. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly cloudy skies with a chance for an afternoon shower. Highs in the mid-70s. This fan flash is sponsored by Dubo Law. After an accident, the world stops and you need help. That's when you call Dubo Law at 410-ASK-DUBO. That's 410-ASK-DUBO for a free consultation. I'm Joe LaCroix, Raven Serps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Highlighting stupid around the world. It's time for Jeremy Kahn's
Come on, dumbass, play it.
World of Stupid.
All right, let's start it off with the way that Rob wouldn't die. This is a sad one, though, because it does scare you. Like,
why? This is sad because I wouldn't die that way?
Yeah, no, because someone did die. Skydiver dies after mid-air collision with another jumper. Could you imagine that? Like, God, it's just a rough one because you know it's over as soon as that starts happening. Ain't no way you're making it to the ground.
Both of them die?
It says just the one. Mid-air collision between 2 jumpers. And I think sometimes, is it the person that's lower than the other one where their parachute kind of gets tangled up and trying to get it untangled before you hit the ground? I don't know. I don't like, there's not video of this, I don't believe, but the impact occurred on a scheduling group jump involving multiple participants, adding that several staff members reportedly watched the tragedy unfold as the victim appeared to become unresponsive during the descent. Oof. Authorities are investigating a fatal skydiving incident that occurred in West Plains skydiving involving 2 jumpers on a scheduled, as we said, group jump. The victim was identified as Randy Hubbs. The second skydiver was identified as Nicole Klein. She survived. He didn't. According to authorities, staff members observed and tracked Hubbs from about 500 feet above ground level after the collision. Among the 11 individuals scheduled to jump, multiple staff members were able to observe and track Hubbs as the incident unfolded. Following the collision, Randy Hubbs reportedly became incapacitated and was no longer in control. So he actually just passed out.
Wow. Where did this, what state was this in?
This was, here we go. Come on. In Washington.
Okay. I'm only putting you on the spot because I did a story maybe a year or two ago with you guys about this, where there was a skydiving school in California that has like 28 deaths in the last couple of decades. I mean, ridiculous, you know? And I don't know how they're still open. I thought it might have been them. Yeah,
I don't know about the thrill-seeking stuff. You know, like, again...
You don't?
I don't think I'm afraid of skydiving, but I don't know that I need to. You know, like, I don't... It's not something I want to do. The only reason I would do it is to prove to someone I'm not afraid to do it. You know,
I don't need to prove that.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. That's where
I'm good.
See,
you think I'm afraid? Okay, I'm afraid.
You afraid to swim with sharks? Sure. Go ahead and get in. Let me know how it is.
Yep.
No. All right. Next.
By the way, did you like the note that I sent you guys last week about the plane that crashed on the beach? I know you were worried that I would be on the beach and I would be in danger, but I was not. I was safe.
Oh, okay.
I was at a cigar spot.
Because there's no danger you being on the beach.
Yeah.
That's my point.
Well, Ed, if I remember correctly, you brought this up about the Waymos. And for people who don't know what Waymos are, they're the robot taxis, the cars that drive themselves and pick you up. Well, they've had some malfunctions across the U.S., and California drivers have probably gotten the most of it. I remember seeing them when I went out to San Francisco and watching those, and I'm like, what the hell is that thing? We were walking down the street.
Oh, you did see them? I didn't know that.
Yeah, we saw them out there, and I don't know if it's when they were first starting off or they've been out there for a while, but it was just kind of odd where you're at a light and there's no driver, and I'm like, that's weird. What the hell is going on? Well, 2 rogue Waymos trapped a California driver in her car for an hour earlier this week, forcing her to call police for help. Can you imagine calling 911 for robot taxis? They have been yanked from the freeways for safety testing. Emily Offenkrantz said that 2 Waymos cut her off and then refused to move. How do you get out? Can you have road rage against a robot? I don't know. They're blocking her through multiple light cycles as traffic piled up behind her. She said there were like 100 cars behind her. I just called 911 because I'm stuck between 2 Waymos and they're not moving. Didn't expect to fight a Waymo on the way to work, but here we are. I don't know what else to do because I have a line of cars behind me. I can't move. And again, when technology malfunctions and you get caught here, what's the answer?
I don't like these things one bit. I can't believe they even had them on the freeways. I mean, now they're banning them. Like, this is, how many times did your phone just, hiccup, or your computer?
Yeah.
That's not life-threatening. This is.
See, and I always wanted one of these since my first time watching Total Recall, but now I'm not so sure. I don't think we can have these. There we go. Way, you got to go through the drive-thru. The other way can be heard shouting as a Waymo went through a drive-thru restaurant in April. My bad, bro. You can't park here as the Waymo rolls in, and there's nobody driving it. It went through a drive-thru, and there's nobody there. It's like, how do you get it out of the drive-thru now? These things are a problem. Figure out the technology before you start testing this stuff for real and bringing this nonsense out. And now we got to talk about a psychopath. Bryce Harper, who I love.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You had something?
No.
Or you wanted this?
No.
All right. He had a video of him brushing his teeth. And some people may say, well, how can it be so weird? Now, correct. If you guys have a different way of brushing your teeth than the ones I state here, please let me know. There are people that take the brush and put it under the water, then put toothpaste on it and brush their teeth. There are other people that put the toothpaste on the brush, wet it, and then brush their teeth. Is there any other way that I'm not familiar with of putting toothpaste on a toothbrush?
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, apparently now there is a new way because Bryce wets his toothbrush and squeezes the toothpaste into his mouth. He puts his lips up to the end of it. So I guess if it's just his, that's fine.
He's sucking it out.
Yeah.
He's not like...
He doesn't squeeze it out?
He rolls it up a little bit, then puts the tube like on his lips and presses the tube down and then sucks it out.
And then he goes,
then puts the toothbrush into his mouth.
And starts brushing. How weird is that for you guys?
Yeah, real weird.
Go ahead.
How did this even get out?
He videoed it.
He videoed it.
He put it on
He
TikTok.
wants you to know
I saw
about
the. Okay, I thought somebody asked the question and he decided to tell him.
I don't know if that's why it happened. Here you go. Harper put the open end of the toothpaste tube to his lips and directly squeezed it into his mouth before following with his toothbrush. This clip split fan reaction, with many calling him insane. One person said Bryce Harper with the most abominable toothpaste application I've ever seen in my life. Here's another one. This is the first time in my life I've ever seen anyone do that with their toothpaste. Which kind of, someone said, is this toothpaste rage bait? Like, you idiot. You don't use it that way. We've done stories like this before, which I always find interesting, as far as how do you wipe? And I don't mean front to back or anything like that. There are people that ball up the toilet paper. There are other people that fold it. I was shocked to hear there were crazy-ass people that folded it because I'm a baller. Yeah, baby, ballin'. That's the only way to do it. And then we did towels, taking a shower. Rob apparently changes his towel with every single shower. It doesn't matter if he showered twice in a day, correct?
Correct.
My towel will sit there until it smells like mildew. No, it's not that bad. I have a wife who would just grab it and wash it, but mine's going to go through 2 or 3 cycles at a minimum.
Towels, that's the biggest.
Do you think that's the weirdest thing about you?
Nah, that's weirder things about me. No.
Yeah, there is.
No. Come on. We all know I'm very self-aware.
Yes.
There's weirder things about me.
Okay. It's not weird. It's just that I've done it for so long differently.
I think when you do things that are against the grain, it could qualify as
like
weird.
when I admitted to peeing sitting down.
That's weird. That's just
not when I'm out in public.
That's just weird. I mean, why? I don't. Why?
Because then I can get on my phone and I ain't got to hold anything.
It takes you that long to pee?
Sometimes. I have a bad prostate, dude. You want to see it?
Nope.
Okay.
You ever stand next to him in the bathroom?
Yeah.
No. Yeah. He doesn't stand at the urinals.
I saw him sit in the urinal.
Yeah, see? I was so embarrassed when he walked in. That was a number 2, though.
You were the one who did that?
Oh, surprise, surprise.
It's a similar sound to the coffee pot in the
kitchen. Gross. That's awful. But it was funny, like when you've done something your whole life a certain way, and then you talk about it, and you're like, "Oh, wait a minute, I'm weird. What's going on? I'm the one that's okay."
When I was growing up, we may have had 5 towels in the whole damn house.
Really?
So it became like, wait a minute, I'm never.
See, and I get that. Now that you say it, I get it 100%.
I'm never using the towel again. I'm never using it twice. I'm always gonna use it one time, throw it in the hamper.
It's like the time that I saw all these guys chewing tobacco and spitting it. I'm like, you know what? I'm never going to do that. And then I woke up in the middle of the night and swallowed somebody's spit bottle.
Ooh.
It's the grossest thing I've ever done. Ooh. That person, my cousin.
What was her name?
No. No, this person has 0 teeth today. They've all rotted out of his mouth.
You know what? It's funny how you say he woke up and he said his cousin. Why were you laying next to your cousin?
So yeah, this is my question. I was hoping it was a woman who was chewing tobacco.
No, all right. I guess that does sound weird if I don't explain this. My cousin, it's going to sound weird when I start explaining it.
Keep going.
My grandparents adopted my cousin, technically. My family tree is just a stump. It's so ridiculous when I start talking about this stuff. So anyway, my cousin, they were in town, and so they came over to the house to stay. And in my room, we were closer than he was with, I think, some of the other people at that time. Mm-hmm. And I had like a couch in my room, like a love seat to go along with my bed. Mm-hmm. So he slept on that love seat. I always kept a bottle of water by my bed at night because, I'm in the basement. So I'd have to go all the way upstairs to get something to drink. So I always kept water by my bed. And it was one of those things where you're half asleep reaching down, and I grabbed his Pepsi bottle and threw it back. And the immediate wake up, if you guys ever need to wake up, that's the thing to drink because it's so disgusting. My dad made me go to school that day, even though I was constantly throwing up. And then the nurse sent me home in the first period. And he was mad at me for going to the nurse. Son of a bitch. Wow. Anyway, that's your world of stupid.
Brendan Mortensen joins us to talk Oriole baseball at 9:15. But on the other side, Fernando Tatis Jr. loses a lawsuit with Big League Advance. Was he taken advantage of, or was it just his fault? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan.
This is BJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Got to tell you about Mickey D's. That's right. Order like a pro and download the McDonald's app today. The app certainly has its privileges, like ordering your favorites ahead of time, saving money with app-exclusive deals, earning free food, and getting your favorites delivered with McDelivery. You can also try those new ice-cold drinks, the Dirty Dr. Pepper, Sprite Berry Blast, or the Strawberry Watermelon Refresher. It's deliciousness at your fingertips, so check out McDelivery and stop wasting time and order from the McDonald's app today. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Heartbreak in Montreal, but now the Canes are rolling. Hey, Colorado Avalanche, take notes. Andrei Svechnikov played hero last night, burying a shot through traffic 14 minutes into overtime to lift Carolina past the Canadiens 3-2. Game 3 thriller gives the Canes a 2-1 lead. I'm Drake Toll.
105.7 The Fan Studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
They Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. How long have you been stuck with the same phone plan? 2 years? 5? 10? Are you tired of surprise fees and confusing bills that never match what you thought you were paying? Cut the nonsense.
Right now at redpocket.com, new and existing customers adding a line can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. That's only $60 a year.
And here's the kicker. Red Pocket Mobile gives you access to all 3 5G networks. You pick the one that works best where you live or work, or switch anytime for better coverage. And with Red Pocket, you keep your phone and your number. Why in the world would you not switch? Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Celebrate Memorial Day with big savings from Red Pocket Mobile. Right now, new and existing customers can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. Just $60 a year and choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price at redpocket.com. That's redpocket.com. Redpocket.com.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
Just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
For 80 years, Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for, making a difference in their communities. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu for info.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. I-70 eastbound right at Baltimore National Pike. An accident has the right shoulder blocked. 195 eastbound just past exit 4. That's 95. An accident has 2 left lanes and the left shoulder blocked, backing you up pretty big time there. 95 northbound just past exit 64. An accident there. Be careful. The inner loop of the Beltway looks pretty good. The outer loop, you're on the brakes from Bel Air Road to Providence, and then again from 795 to Baltimore National Pike. And 95 southbound in the city, super slow Eastern Avenue through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
A cop, a coach, a con man, and an average Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, Ed.
Yeah.
I think Jeremy may have gone to make poopy.
Ah.
Oh, no, he didn't. He's not. He has a situation. I forgot about that. So, Fernando Tatis Jr. has lost his lawsuit against Big League Advance.
Mm-hmm.
They paid him $2 million as a minor leaguer in exchange for 10% of his future earnings. Now, that means defined as his first contract after arbitration. And we know what that is. That's $340 million contract.
Yeah,
all right. If Tatis didn't make the big leagues, he didn't have to repay that $2 million. If he did make the big leagues and signed that contract, he owed him 10%. I guess Tatis was unaware of how much he would sign for, but he had sticker shock, Jeremy, when he saw that $34 million check, a $34 million bill, and now, well, he wanted to get out of it. The court said, no, you owe $34 million. Is he taking advantage of?
I mean, it feels like it. And again, so I was talking to Ken McCusick about this before he left and saying, so if you think about it from the company side, and I know it's Fernando Tatis, but we've seen stranger things happen, where your investment, you might not get anything back on it, right? You're investing $2 million into this, saying we think he's going to get a big contract, and that's why we did it. So it's hard for me to say they took advantage of him because he wanted the $2 million there. But we all look at it and go, well, damn, that seems like a lot for what you guys invested. But here's the other thing. I think it's very comparable to the music industry where guys get fronted a bunch of stuff. You sign with a record label, they get you this or that, and then all of a sudden they get a percentage of whatever you have. Or if you don't have the rights to your own music, the money they can make off of it, comparatively speaking to the dimes on the dollar you probably got to sell it.
Here's why I think it's different. If he didn't make the bigs, he would have owed them nothing. He walks away scot-free. He said he used the money, Ed, to have training equipment and all these things. What did those things help him do?
Make the majors. Yeah. Look, I
don't think he's taking advantage of it all.
I don't think so either. I think this is a business, and this is something that's available to players. And nobody is Tatis. I mean, he's the only one at this level that I know of from this company. Other players have been fronted money. And as you say, if they don't make it, they don't owe anything. And then the return on investment is enormous in this case because he is, he's become a superstar. So, I mean, yeah, he's got this enormous deal, so he owes $34 million. But the flip side is when he got the $2 million, he was talking about how wonderful it was because he was able to train, and who the hell knows what else he hired, nutritionists, trainers, equipment, things like this to help him.
Well, it's well documented that the money was well spent. It's well done. He did not blow the money.
No, definitely. So the point is, this boost helped you get this enormous contract. And the fact is, you still get to keep 90% of $340 million.
Yeah. He said the company used predatory tactics to lure him into an investment deal that was really an illegal loan. It was not a loan. A loan means regardless of what happens, you got to pay that. You got to pay it back.
Yes.
It was the company investing. We're going to give you $2 million. Now, what is Fernando Tatis' first contract was only $20 million. You know what he owed them? $2 million.
$2 million, yeah.
You know what I mean? So, because you signed a $34 million deal.
Oh, I wonder if he could have circumvented this damn thing, signed a 1-year deal for his first contract, and then just come back.
Maybe if he had known, because he didn't realize it until after the fact. It looks like to me, look, man, I don't know who is representing you. I know who his agent is, the company, but somebody didn't read. Because it was in order for the court to uphold that $34 million situation, and it means it was in writing.
100% it was in writing. Look, this is a deal he made. This is a deal he made, and now it's almost like a head scratch. Listen, you first of all, you made the show. You were in Major League Baseball.
Mm-hmm.
You're a star in this league. So you're not getting just, even the mediocre contracts are lucrative. They're ridiculous. He's at the top level. So you get this enormous contract. So now you're pissed that this investment paid off so well? Like, I don't get, and the fact is, I forget, there was another player that made a claim against this company. Who, by the way, was founded by a former player. But I mean, by the nature of the business, all the people who are investing in are going to be teenagers. They're going to be very young. They're going to be late teens, early 20s if they're minor leaguers. So, I mean, it's not like you're preying on young people. There's not going to be any 39-year-olds, that you're investing in who are hoping to make the major leagues. So I don't get any of this. I really don't.
By the way, the founder of Big Advance is Michael Schweimer.
I mean, look, I know it's an investment, but those guys are smart enough to know who they should offer $2 million to and who they shouldn't.
Of course, it's a business.
Yeah, it doesn't change anything the way it is. You signed it. It sucks. I think there are certain things that people should be able to get out of when it was clear that they were taken advantage of. I don't know that this is one of them. You probably feel taken advantage of after the situation when you find out the price.
Yeah.
But it is what it is.
Michael Schwammer was a pitcher, and he probably is a guy that knew what it was to struggle in the minors, not have the things that you need. He was a 14th round draft pick.
Yeah,
so he
had
probably
a very
knew,
brief major league career.
Right, he probably knew what it was. And maybe one day he said, I would have been better off if I had these things at my disposal in the minors. I would have been better prepared. And they don't. I don't know if you saw, especially back when he played. He played, about 15 years ago, in the majors 15 years ago. So you're talking about, almost 20 years ago in the minors? And you know how the facilities were. You know how the pay was. They just fought for that, 5 years ago to make that better? So I can only imagine he's thinking, let me come up with this company where I can help these guys do their thing.
Yeah.
I see no problem here.
Look, I know people that do, there's investment companies out there that help people get loans to further their businesses. And it's the way of the world. I mean, I think, and it helps these people. Say you own a restaurant or a construction company. You need, your refrigerator goes down, and now you either close or you need funding the next day. They do it. I mean, you're going to pay for the money, but you're able to run your business. I mean, to me, it's just part of doing business in America.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. And tell us all about your 8 o'clock sponsor.
Well, 8 o'clock is sponsored every day by Lion's Den. And I would just highly recommend you would, put a little spice in you. Push your limits a little bit, man. Do something a little outside your comfort zone. Check out Lion's Den. It's a great store for adults. All kinds of stuff there. Adult toys, lingerie, books, games. Just, your intimate life is important. So check them out. And there's plenty of locations around our station. Catonsville, Cockeysville, Severn, Pasadena. So check it out if you want to walk into a brick and mortar store, or go to lionsden.com and order online.
And we will talk to you later on, and everybody else will hear from you tomorrow.
I'm going to go play golf.
You son of a gun. Thanks a lot, man. Brendan Mortensen of Masson All Access will join us at 9:15. But on the other side, Jeremy Kahn, it's the preview, the pivotal Game 5 tonight for the Western Conference Finals on the Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
There's a place in Baltimore where the food's great, drinks are cold, the crowd even better. I'm going to be there next week. It's Mount Washington Tavern. I go there all the time. One of my favorite places for 25 years. Full lunch and dinner menu every day. Great stuff. I mean, the food's delicious. There's something for everybody. But what you really need to know, in this economy, when gas is, outrageous and everything seems expensive, well, I'll give you a break, because Wednesday night there is prime rib night. Slow roasted prime rib, roasted fingerling potatoes, and a fresh salad, all for just $32. Wednesdays just got a lot better because you're not going to get that anywhere else. It's a great deal. And of course, happy hours Monday through Friday, 3 to 6. $10 martinis, old fashions, and Manhattans. They must have asked me for recommendations because those are my drinks. $8 crab hush puppies and mussels. And Sundays, $5 drinks all day. Crushes, rail drinks, canned seltzers, things like that. Just a great time. Of course, it's baseball season, so if you're a fan, the Tavern's your spot. You watch the game there and have some great food and drink with friends, or if you go into the game, the light rail is right outside the front door. Cross the street, get on the light rail, takes you right to the ballpark. No traffic, no parking headaches, none of that stuff. You get on the light rail right back to the Tavern after the game. Easy and stress-free. And if you're going to make a reservation for a special occasion, brunch, something like that, call a book online because they go fast. And while you're there, say hi to Rob, Dave, and Buck, Mount Washington Tavern, where Baltimore eats.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the bullets with Westwood One Sports. On Tuesday, buy a ticket for the show. Ohtani has a mother of all matchups against Colorado's Kyle Freeland. He's 7 for 11 with 2 home runs lifetime against him. Tacking on, Freeland has a .917 OPS versus left-handed hitters this season. Give me the over. Shohei, 2.5 hits plus runs plus RBI, no matter the juice. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds. You can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Introducing new Maryland Treasure Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. For the first time, these scratch-offs feature original art by local artists that showcase the things we treasure about Maryland, especially its natural beauty. Hundreds of art pieces were submitted. 4 were selected. Now it's your turn to see if you can win by picking up a Maryland Treasure Scratch-Off at any Maryland Lottery retailer. Top prize, $10,000. Play today. And please play responsibly.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add 1 line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
The Premier Lacrosse League takes over Loyola's Ridley Athletic Complex May 29th and 30th. See your hometown Maryland Whipsnakes battle the Boston Cannons Friday at 6, then Utah Saturday at 5:30. Get your tickets now at PLLtickets.com. That's PLLtickets.com.
Mid-60s this morning. Today, cloudy high of 76. This weekend, mid-70s.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
You can't escape a traffic jam. Know what else you can't escape? Seasonal allergies. And you might think you can avoid that coffee stain until... Oh, really? You can't escape a lot of things in life, but you can escape prediabetes. Prediabetes captures 1 in 3 adults. There are usually no signs of prediabetes. In fact, most people don't even know they have it. But with early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Take action by taking the 1-minute risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. You might not be able to escape having this song stuck in your head, but you can escape prediabetes. Go to doihaveprediabetes.org today. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
105.7 The Fan is the proud media partner of Merriweather Post Pavilion. Visit merriweathermusic.com for a list of all the great shows coming to the pavilion. And keep listening to The Fan for your chance to win tickets to the shows.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Monday afternoon at the Yard, the Moo Man delivers again.
He's dancing off the bag. Fly ball, Kortenkauser, deep right center. Mullins back at the wall. He did it again! Back-to-back days! Walk-off home runs for Kauser! 8! The milk cold!
The final call from Kevin Brown on Masson for the second straight day. Kortenkauser wins it in extra for the O's, hitting a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 13th inning to beat the Rays 9-7. This one went back and forth in extras as Tampa went up in the 11th, 12th, and 13th innings, but the O's answered back each time with Alonso, Jackson, Henderson, Tavares, and Holiday all driving in runs in the extra frames, culminating in Kauser's long ball. He becomes the first Oriole to hit walk-off homers in back-to-back days since Fred Lynn in May of 1985. This evening, the O's and Rays battle again in Game 2 of their 3-game set, and the fan will have your pregame coverage with Baltimore Baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, live from Pickles Pub, beginning at 5:30. First pitch is slated for 6:35. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Fort of Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly cloudy skies with a chance for an afternoon shower, highs in the mid-70s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Dr. Lairfield Smile Design Center. Call 410-321-1100 to schedule your appointment today. I'm Joe LaCroix, Raven Serps, in your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob, Jeremy, Ed, and Joe. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Brendan Mortensen joins us at 9:15, but right now we're talking NBA Western Conference Finals. Did you get a text from Trippy?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I don't think Trippy has myself.
I'm going to put this at the camera.
Oh, oh man, that's messed up.
And
Trippy.
then this one.
Yeah, poor James. What is he? Trash
man? Yeah.
James is catching so much grief.
He should. Nobody feels sorry for him. He should catch grief. He's the worst defensive player in the playoffs, man.
I don't think it was all him.
He sat Jeremy. He sat there guarding no one in particular.
It was Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, okay.
That's who he was in front of. Yeah. It's just that he wasn't in front of very long because
Jalen Brunson moved. He didn't move.
When I move, you move.
Just like that.
See, that's what's supposed to happen.
Western Conference Finals, pivotal Game 5 tonight, 8:30. This is my dilemma, man, because I can't watch the game on my phone sitting in the camera well.
You might have to.
I can't.
Is there any rain tonight?
There's a chance of precipitation. I don't know.
I guess I'm supposed to know that.
Brent, could you look up and see if there's any rain in the forecast tonight? You got her first assignment. See that? But I'm looking forward to this, man.
Yeah, look, this is what you want in a series like this, and I feel like we have a chance to see something special here if this could make it 7. I do think the Thunder win tonight. I think they're the better team, but that was a real showcase game in Game 4 for them to come out and beat their ass on both sides of the floor.
Beat their asses.
Yeah, when you hold a team to that number that's that good, that to me that's a statement game. I still like the Thunder tonight going home. You were talking about cheapest seat in the house is what?
$207.
$207, and for Oklahoma City, I think
that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this: Why is SGA all of a sudden the villain? Why is everybody trying to portray him as the villain?
I think that's what happens when you start to get the notoriety. Like he
has one championship.
He's got MVP back-to-back years and a championship.
He flops too much.
Well, he got one last night that, where he turned his hips and fell backwards. The defender who was on him at the time, or 2 nights ago, I'm sorry. The defender that was on him, it's De'Aaron Fox. He turns and puts his body like this, never touches him. SGA's feet land, didn't take his feet out from under him, didn't take away his landing spot, none of that. He falls back, and then all of a sudden they blew the whistle.
So that's why he's becoming a villain?
Well, because everybody's called him a free throw merchant, and he does get some favorable calls, but that's what happens when you become a superstar.
Yes, it does. It absolutely does. So you have the Thunder tonight.
Yes.
Does this go 7?
Ooh.
I think it goes 7. With Thunder winning both home games.
I'll say no, it doesn't go 7. I think the Thunder win the next 2.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
I hope you're right.
Do you?
I want the Thunder to go back-to-back because, as you always say, you got to lose it before you win it.
Mm-hmm.
Then the Spurs take over from there. I want the Spurs ultimately to be that dynasty because of Wemby.
I mean, this is.
But I want SGA to get one more before he takes over.
One more again.
Run it back.
Well,
run it back.
And then that team has a chance to look vastly different next year with a top draft pick to go along with all the personnel that you have, more draft picks that you could trade. That's why I think Giannis ultimately ends up there if they
San Antonio?
No. OKC. I think they trade Chet Holmgren.
Well, you can trade Chet.
You could trade Chet and a couple other two other I was going to say Major League ready, NBA ready players
Chet's not
that
ready
are playing, and then a couple of draft picks.
Chet's not that dude.
He's not, but you need to get back something of substance and getting a former top pick.
Now, you said James Harden is taking a beating.
Mm-hmm.
You know the reason he's taking a beating? Because this was his response when asked, how much better are the Knicks than the Cavs?
I can't even answer that question, honestly. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it was 4-0, but I don't think we had a chance as far as our best shot, you know, from a standpoint of the circumstances. You know, obviously they dominated us 4-0, but yeah, I don't know if I can necessarily answer that question. Just because genuinely I do feel like we are the better team, but you know, series-wise, you know, it didn't show it. So tough question to answer.
He sound like Lloyd Christmas. So you're saying there's a chance? No, there's not a chance, James.
I'm a little upset. No, I'm a little upset at how they did this. Look, James Harden deserves a ton of grief for his career and what's going on, and a ton of blame. I'm not sure he deserves all the blame in this series because I don't think there was much help defense to go along with it. And I understand what he's saying, and I'm pissed off at the media for cutting it off because he's like, look, they beat the crap out of us. They did this. And then he said, I still feel like we're the better team, and then followed it up with, again, I understand.
I completely disagree with you on the help defense. He was the help defense, Jeremy.
No, he got zero.
I'm watching that defense, and everybody's moving but him. There was a time where they're supposed to rotate down on defense. He didn't rotate to the corner. There's a time where he's supposed to follow the ball on the inside. He didn't follow the ball. I disagree with you. He was a huge pain in the ass on defense.
You're talking off the ball defense. That's fine. But when he's on ball, he did everything he could in front of Jalen Brunson. Brunson's just a better player offensively than he is defensively now. He needed help there. You needed to cut the head off the snake.
I think there was more issues. I have more issues with James Harden for not doing his job when he wasn't on the ball than anything else.
That's fine. The one thing I want to know about this series, and this isn't me throwing shade towards him because I think he's a great player, Evan Mobley, like, what happened to you this series? That's a budding superstar, man. What happened to him? Is he hurt?
He's soft. Okay. He's soft. He let Cat whip his ass. Cat.
Man.
Come on.
It's OG.
No. OG is the man.
I love OG.
OG is the man. Jeremy Collins, Daily Line at 9:30. But on the other side, Brendan Mortensen joins us. Talk Orioles baseball up next on The Fan.
This is The Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
Get ready for the $30,000 sizzling summer drawings at Horseshoe Casino Baltimore. Start earning now with drawings on May 30th to win up to $30,000 in prizes. Win big all summer long at Horseshoe Casino, Baltimore's best bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Spring is great for your mood, but sometimes tough on your body. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet store. The weather gets nicer and suddenly you're walking more, standing more, and spending more time outside. But if you're dealing with foot pain, it can quickly turn into knee pain, hip pain, or even back pain that makes staying active uncomfortable. Our patented arch support system has helped countless people find relief. Here's another customer sharing their Good Feet story.
I'm a retired mail carrier with multiple knee replacements in both knees. I never thought I'd be able to go back to doing dog agility again. I stopped in at the Good Feet store. They measured me for my arch inserts, and then I walked around, and immediately I felt the difference. Agility is mine again. Hawkeye, my beagle, and I are both happy.
Good Feet Arch Supports can be the solution you need to get the most out of your springtime activities. Come see us today or visit us at goodfeet.com.
You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right?
Hello, my name is Jaleesa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is how it's all of my favorite breakfast items in one good bite. That fluffy egg, that melty cheese with that perfectly grilled sausage. It just gives you that warmth, that comfort food that you love. It is the best possible option for a classic breakfast.
Comfort is calling. Order a Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit with Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Pros, save more on the materials you need to get the job done inside and out at Lowe's.
Right now, get 10% off in-stock Trex Naturals decking, now available in more styles. Plus, get 15% off select custom entry, interior, and storm doors. Then, we'll deliver it all straight to your job site to help keep your jobs moving. Get the brands pros trust, priced right, and ready when you need them. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
This deer season, John Deere wants to give you the home field advantage. We're bringing you the best offers of the season, whether that's cash off on select new machines or a shot at the ultimate Major League Baseball prize package. Because right now, you can enter for a chance to win an MLB All-Star experience for you and 3 friends, complete with travel and lodging for All-Star Week this July. Deer season is going on now through June 3rd. Visit johndeere.com/deer season to enter and view the offers and complete contest rules. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
It is not hard to destroy a college. Last season, the podcast Campus Files brought you stories of fraternity drug rings, stolen body parts, campus cults, and more.
And now, Campus Files is back for another season.
There's a guy screaming into his phone. He's like, I just saw Charlie Kirk get assassinated right in front of me.
Every week is a new episode and a new story.
It was so chaotic.
It's almost like a university under siege.
Listen to and follow Campus Files, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
$9:15 in the AM, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn. Joining us right now from Masson All Access, he is Brendan Mortensen. What's going on, Brendan?
Not so much, Rob. I think I need a nap. 31 innings of baseball, was it, over the last few days?
Absolutely. What we do? We did 11 hours on Sunday and I don't know how many hours
You guys
yesterday.
better thank that ghost runner. Your ass would still be there.
You're right about that.
Doing a morning show from the camera well, man. I mean, we've seen the struggles of Colton Cowser, and, he's a big personality, but it's hard to be that when you're not getting results. You could see it's almost relief from his teammates to see his success over the past 2 days.
Yeah, I think all of his teammates know the kind of talent that's there. And that's honestly been the strangest part of Colton Cowser's season, is that we've seen it up at the big leagues too. It's not that this was just a great prospect that hasn't come up to the big leagues and have any sort of success. This was a runner-up for Rookie of the Year just a few seasons ago. Even last year, where he had a season that was really hampered by injuries, you still saw the flashes of power during stretches when he was healthy, and you see the elite outfield defense that he can bring you, especially in the corners. So to have Cowser get off to the kind of start that he did this season was just, it felt really strange, because you knew there was more talent in there. And I think the clubhouse knew it as well. But some adjustments to the swing mechanics around late April, I think, has made a really big difference for him. And over the last 10, 12 games or so, he's really been putting on a show offensively. We talked about this a little bit yesterday on Masson, Rob, but the trickle-down effect that has for this team, if Cowser is hitting the ball well, you presume he's getting in the lineup more frequently. Yeah. And if he's in the lineup more frequently, that means you have his defense more frequently. And that is such a big boost to an Orioles team that has really struggled defensively as a unit. This season, you get Jackson Holliday back at second base, who's a plus defender there. You get Colton Cowser hopefully in the lineup more often in one of the corner outfields with Leody Taveras playing the way that he is. So that's a really big boost for this team on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, it's a couple of emotional wins, and I don't want to get ahead of myself with anything, but it's just talking about starting pitching here. It looks like Kyle Bradish has turned the corner and looking like the guy we thought he could be. I was telling Rob, my algorithm that I use for baseball, love Shane Baz today against the Rays. I know he had a good start last time, but are we starting to see some things change in your mind, especially with the starting pitching?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, Kyle Bradish is a dude, and I think we knew that coming into the season, where, again, the slow start that he was off to this year just didn't really make sense, because you knew there was way more talent in there for Kyle Bradish than what he was showing to start the year. The curveball coming along for Bradish has been a really, really big development. It's able to almost hide the slider a little bit, because we know how good the slider is for Bradish, but to have a pitch that moves in the way that the curveball does, he's able to use the slider way more effectively off of that. So he's really starting to come along. He's been excellent the last 4 starts. Shane Baz has looked great his last 2 outings. And again, you don't want to overreact to small sample sizes here, but for players like Baz and Bradish, where you know what kind of pitchers they can be, you know the kind of upside that is there, I think it's almost easier to get back on the train after a small sample size because it's reinforcing what you already believed to be true going into the season, which is that these guys were really talented arms. And for Baz, he's had 2 consecutive good starts against some quality lineups. And I think you're starting to see him figure out the pitch mix a little bit more. He's starting to have a feel for things. So I think as a whole, especially if Trevor Rogers finds a way to get going, I think you're going to see this starting rotation really start to pick things up.
Brendan Mortensen joins us from Mass and All Access, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Brendan, we know the power is going to come from Pete Alonso. He's going to be a guy that's probably going to hit upwards of 35 home runs plus by the season's end. However, I'm seeing some things from him that I did not expect. Number one, on defense, he had a weird play trying to get a double play the other day. But also on offense, him going the opposite way and going with the pitch, taking what the pitchers give him, did not expect really to see that in his offensive bag.
Yeah, I think it echoes what Craig Alvarez was saying a little bit yesterday, talking about hitters in general, where guys are on when they start driving the ball to right center for a right-hander and left center for a left-hander because they are just staying with the pitch. They're getting the barrel out. And Alonso, I think for as much as the power is there, and that's really what he's been known for his time in New York, he's really an underrated average hitter as well. It kind of reminds me of Samuel Basallo a little bit, where everybody talks about the power and the amount of home runs that the guy can hit, but you see him at the plate and you're like, man, that's an advanced hitter. But having Alonso in this lineup, I think you've especially seen it over a couple of emotional wins the last few days, where Pete Alonso came up in extras yesterday and he was just automatic. This is the kind of guy in the middle of that Orioles lineup where there's been a few instances this season where it just feels like Pete Alonso will not let this team lose a couple of those games. And you needed a guy like that in this Orioles clubhouse, a veteran presence who has been there and done that. You think back to some of the historical comparisons about how this Orioles team can turn things around and potentially, try to make a playoff push. Pete Alonso's Mets from a few seasons ago are really the comparison, where you look at the start to the season that they had, and then they make a push down the stretch and end up making the playoffs. So Pete has been there. He has done that. And the offensive tool for him is really well-rounded. Yes, he's going to hit 30-plus homers, but he also has the capability of hitting 270, 275 any given season.
Is there anything looking at Gunnar that, I know if you throw the pitch hard at him, he's hitting it somewhere hard. Looking at the numbers of what he's done with fastballs over a certain velocity. But what are your thoughts on what we're seeing from him? Because a lot of fans have kind of gotten on him. I've heard maybe he needs to work on that swing, the footwork, his timing. What are your thoughts on what you see?
Yeah, it's a complicated bag for Gunnar Henderson because we know how good of a player he can be. In terms of the swing itself, really the biggest thing that you can point to is the launch angle, which from last year to this year has changed relatively dramatically. That being said, though, he had the shoulder injury last year that was, impeding his swing a little bit. He wasn't able to have the exact bat pass that he wanted. So there's a lot of things that can go into, Henderson's potential swing. Obviously, the strikeout rate and the walk rate is not where you would want it to be. He's chasing a lot more than you're used to Gunnar Henderson chasing. Back in 2024, he had a chase rate right around 23%, and this season that's up to 35.5%. So I think there are some things in terms of his approach that you can look at and say that's not the Gunnar Henderson that we're used to seeing. But in terms of how I would rank guys on this team, in my confidence that they would be able to turn things around, Gunnar Henderson is absolutely at the top of the list. He is arguably the most talented player on this team. At his best, he is one of the most talented players in baseball. So, yes, this has been a tough stretch for Gunnar Henderson. It also makes you dream on a little bit what this Orioles lineup and team can be if they get their MVP caliber shortstop back to playing like an MVP caliber shortstop. So, yes, there are certainly some frustrations. I think the strikeouts, the chases are two of the biggest things that you look at. But Henderson has all the talent in the world to turn things around. He's still a young player. He's still trying to counterpunch in a punch-counterpunch league, and I have all the confidence that he's going to be able to do that.
Brendan, tell us all about Masson All Access.
Yeah, absolutely. Anywhere that you consume your Masson Orioles content, you can find a lot of the stuff that myself and Annie Class are working on once a month. We have an Orioles Farm Report show that airs on Masson, taking a deep dive into everything going on in the minor leagues. And you can find a lot of our work on our Masson social pages, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, the Masson app, all that good stuff, MassonSports.com. Wherever you want to get Orioles content, you can find our work on Masson.
Hey, thanks a lot. Appreciate it, Brendan.
Thanks, man.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
All right, buddy. Let's take this call from Baltimore from Darius. What's up, Darius?
Hey, good morning, Rob and fellas. And Jeremy, how y'all doing today?
Doing well.
Hey, Rob, first off, I want to say happy belated birthday, my man. Hope
Thank you, sir.
enjoyed yourself.
Thank you, sir. I did.
I want to say a few things, Rob, if I have the time. First off is I called about a few weeks ago, and I was bashing Kowser. And I was like, how does this guy still have his job? And I'm one of the people, I admit, when I mess up, I like to publicly apologize. Over the past 2 games, Kowser shows why he should have a job. And I think that he should at least have an amount of time, at least into the All-Star break, to figure out his mechanics and his swing to prove why he's in the lineup. Because if he can get his swing together, we can use Kowser in right field with Tavares and T. Ward. Second is, Rob, before you say who else, I got to be honest. It's time for Tyler O'Neill to go. He can't hit left or right-hand pitcher. Other than opening day, Tyler O'Neill is useless.
We talked about that earlier. Darius, we talked about that earlier, and my who else is not, I'm not disagreeing. It's more like who else, like literally there's no one else right now. I know Heston Kjerstad, his first home run of the year on Sunday, I believe. You have, I keep forgetting, who do we have in the minors? We just signed to a minor league deal.
Oh, Pham.
What's up, Tommy Pham. Tommy Pham is on a minor league deal.
They're going to call him up in August because he's got to do the football draft.
So there are guys out there, just Darius, at this point, not right now.
It's got to be a trade if you're looking for something to better your team, and then you got to find a team that's willing to trade this early, that's not asking for everything, you know? So, and by the way, Darius has been one of our better baseball callers. And I'm not talking about, he calls in every day with an opinion on something, follows up, good call.
Yeah, absolutely. 410-583-1057 is the number. Joe LaCroix's Encore at 9:45. You know what I miss more than anything?
What?
Encore.
Do you?
I
am reluctant to believe that.
But on the other side, it's the Daily Line.
Yeah, yesterday, so going back to, I want to say Tuesday of last week, I hadn't had a losing day. Full disclosure, I pushed on Saturday, which it was a break-even day. Still take that as not a losing day. Yesterday was my first losing day. I went 3-4 in some plays that I gave out. Frustrating because the WNBA were 2 of my losses. But today, there's some weather spots that we need to look at, a couple of really good pitching matchups. I've got 7 baseball games and a play on the NBA game. I've got some prop plays. We do that next here on The Fan.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line. 410-583-1057.
A new season is here. Are you ready for it? Spring is here. The ballpark is jumping and life is picking back up. But if you're still carrying around last year's heavy weight, extra weight, it can feel like you're stuck in the dugout watching everyone else play. At Life Med Institute, their medically supervised weight loss GLP-1 programs are built around you, your body, your goals, your timeline. They also offer hormone optimization, IV infusions, medical grade supplements, and genital testings to just basically tackle the real reason stubborn weight loss hangs on. With on-site medical providers guiding you every step of the way, real results aren't just possible, they're the whole point. This season, make the call that changes everything. Schedule your free consultation at 410-575-1200 or visit LifeMedInstitute.com. LifeMed has clinics in Maryland, Delaware, and Pennsylvania, and tell them Rob Long sent you.
Don't just watch the biggest soccer moment of the summer, experience it in New Jersey. Win a trip to American Dream, steps from the action, and access the ultimate fan celebration. From beaches to boardwalks, theme parks to wineries, New Jersey has it all. Enter now at Odyssey.com/NJ.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
Running a small business means juggling a lot.
Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Buick GMC.
From Carroll County to Harford County, Anderson Buick GMC gets you to the game. No matter the season, drive a new Buick or GMC and choose from Maryland's largest selection. From Invistas to Acadias, we have the ones you want. And every month is Truck Month at Anderson. Choose from acres of GMC Sierra pickups at 2 convenient Anderson locations.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Woo-hoo! Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com.
GMC, we are professional grade.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
In a Memorial Day matinee at the Yard, Colton Cowser sends Birdland into a frenzy.
He's dancing off the bag. Fly ball, Colton Cowser. Deep right center. Mullins back at the wall. He did it again. Back-to-back days. Walk-off home runs for Cowser. 8. The milk cold.
The final call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Colton Cowser follows up Sunday's walk-off win with another walk-off win. This time it's a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 13th to send the Birds to a 9-7 win over the visiting Rays, a game that was rather ho-hum through 9 innings, but extras provided the fireworks. Tampa would take leads in the 11th, 12th, and 13th innings, with the O's punching back each time, leading up to Cowser's game-winning homer. And though O's fans would say they prefer a victory that keeps the heart rate rather low, Kyle Bradish feels the team proved something in yesterday's contest.
I think by far that was our best game. Complete game. Defense was really good. Bullpen was there. And then the bats just battling till our last strike or whatever it was, but not giving up.
Bradish received a no decision in yesterday's game, but 6 innings of 1-run ball has lowered his ERA to 3.87 on the season. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Fort of Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly cloudy skies with a chance for an afternoon shower. Highs in the mid-70s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Jerry's Home Services. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners with an impeccable industry reputation. Just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerrysiding.com. I'm Joe LaCroix, Raven Serps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Overs, unders, favorites.
It's over. Believe it, Knicks fans, for the first time in 27 years, the New York Knicks are going to the NBA Finals. The dream season continues, and hopes of ending a decades-long championship drought are very much alive.
Yeah, that's courtesy ESPN. And looking at that game last night, 4-0, I wish I'd have stuck with what I told everybody to do. I kept saying after game 1, I thought the Knicks were going to sweep them. Yeah, I know. And then I handicapped the game, and I'm going, you know what? The under's the better play. And then the Knicks come out and drop $130. The damn Cavaliers didn't even score 100 points. You drop $130, that's definitely going to change the over. But the Knicks win and cover all 4 games in this series and move on. I lost that one yesterday. I lost the 2 WNBA plays. The one I had going over went under. The one I had going under went over. So the WNBA just kind of gave me the middle finger. And baseball was fine.
I was about to do that and I realized I can't.
Thanks, man. Baseball was fine, but you know how I feel about that. Like, I had the Orioles under yesterday. I'm happy they won. Maybe not as happy as a lot of you guys out there. But, I wanted the 2-1 victory in regulation. That's what I wanted. They didn't get that. And then the 2-2, and once they dropped 2 runs, I'm like, either my team's winning this game or I'm losing this bet. That's the only things that could happen for me to be somewhat happy afterwards. And so I ended up losing the Oriole game. And, I had the Yankees-Royals over. I got to stop betting Royals overs. These cats, every single time I don't bet them to go over, they go over. And every time I do, they forget how to hit. I had the Carolina Hurricanes. That was a winner for me last night. The Mets, no bueno. I had the Mariners. They won. But overall, just not the day I wanted. Oh, yeah, Nationals Guardians to go over, and that turned it into a slugfest early. I think the Nats dropped like 8 runs in like the first 3 innings on them or something ridiculous. I think there were like 6 or 7 home runs hitting that game. So that leads us, where are we going today? And with only one NBA game, I'm not betting the NHL tonight. If you force me to pick, I'd probably take the under. I don't know. I don't like games like this where you're looking at the betting against a team that's lost and feeling like they're going to get back in the series. But when you're down this much, can you? So I'm staying away from it. I liked Carolina in the series. I'm going to like Carolina again coming up in the next game. But as far as baseball weather goes, here's what it's supporting. Cubs over, Red Sox over, saying that's a great spot. Mets over, another great spot. Twins under, Padres under. So here's what I'm going with tonight, and I'll just roll through this because I'll give you the prop plays for today that I like as well. We'll start it off. I love Minnesota-Chicago to go under the 7.5. I think some people are going to look at the pitching matchup and go, oh, Sean Burke, he's not that great. Twins should be able to hit him. Weather's going to help out immensely. I think this game goes under the total. Love the over in Seattle and the A's. That's 9.5 there. I like the Orioles a lot today. I told you, algorithm, go ahead and drink. Love Shane Baz today. Everybody's betting on Tampa Bay, which you can expect. Everybody's betting on the under. I like the Orioles side of it more than going with the over in this game. But I do think it's a good play. I think the Orioles win. L.A., that's the Angels and the Tigers to go over 8.5. I think both of these starting pitchers can be had and the bats show up. I like Colorado and the L.A. Dodgers to go under 8.5. Philly, San Diego under 8. And I do like the Reds and Mets. Even though they're saying it's a great Mets over spot, I like the Reds and Mets to go under. Sneaky, good pitching match. I don't even need to say sneaky with this because, I mean, if you're looking at the teams that who's trotting out what today, the Reds are trotting out Chase Burns, their best pitcher, big-time strikeout guy. And even though the weather can kind of support an over here, I still think I'd rather take that side of it with him. And with the Mets, it's another one of these spots where you're not going to be overwhelmed by the pitcher because I think it's David Peterson. Why did I just lose this? David Peterson's pitching for them, and he's been solid the past couple times out. So I'm going to take the under there and fade the weather. My 5 favorite plays today, pretty simple what I'm going to go to. Angels, Tigers over, under White Sox, Twins, the Thunder, the Orioles, and the over in the Mariners, A's. If you're not betting the NBA or you don't want to bet it, I would slide that Phillies, Padres up under 8 as well as one of my favorite plays. My prop plays today, I love a Nerfy in Minnesota and Chicago. That's with the White Sox and Twins. I like Nicholas Kurtz over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs. Yeah, it is. His father called him Nicholas. I'm going to call him Nicholas. Mike Trout over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs. And I like Gunna today over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs. Playing it safe with the 1.5, not getting cute with 2.5s. But I like all those plays. There you go.
So you like the Orioles tonight?
Yep.
Again, since 2022, home series against Tampa, 7-1. Have not lost a series at home since 2022 to the Tampa Bay Rays. Now, you wouldn't think that because you would think Tampa's been good. Snuck in a series.
It's if you'd have told me that about any team in the division, I would have been shocked. Even if, I guess when it comes to the O's and the Rays, they've had some lean years since their existence here, if you want to talk about past 2000.
Right.
Both teams have had some very lean years, but they've gotten better, and they've been one of the better teams in the league, too, and during that time. I am kind of...
Both teams play hard.
Yes, both teams play hard. I am kind of surprised that it's that staggering, 7-1. But it's baseball, and baseball is weird, man. We see so many, like even yesterday's game, that's a strange-ass game. It's fun because we're on the other side of it. It would have been fun either way for me. I can still watch a game where my team loses and go, man, that was a fun ride. I hated the end of it, but it was fun.
It's If I was sitting home watching it, I could say it would have been fun either way. But when you're there, you're invested in it.
I'm so jealous of the people that stayed the whole time there and watched that because that's such a cool moment.
Yeah, and then there were a lot of people who stayed. A large percentage of the people who came stayed. I think it was over just under 23,000 yesterday. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. If they start winning, you'll have better attendance. That's simple. You know, they went into yesterday's game, 7 games under 500?
Mm-hmm.
On Memorial Day. It started off an overcast day, not great weather. What's my motivation for going? If they start picking it up a little bit, you won't have that question anymore. Although somebody told me they're like a little bit ahead of last year's attendance at this time.
Are they?
That's what I heard.
It doesn't shock me. I mean, with the new additions that more and more people are going, you got to win to keep them, right?
Yeah, you do.
I mean, not all of them, but there are some people that only come out when you're winning.
You have your diehard fans, and then you have people who are looking for something to do. You can't hate on the people who are looking for something to do.
Yeah. I mean, Garceau used to have that great line, which I used on Brenda Fries when we had her on. We're with you, win or tie. And I think a lot of fans are that way.
Yeah.
Like, hey, we're there to support you when you're winning.
Exactly. I mean,
I don't want to be around a loser.
You can't. Well, when I have decisions to make on what I'm going to do with my money, am I going to go to a game for a team that I don't know what's going to happen, or am I going to do something else? Well, if this team is exciting and winning, then the decision is easy. But if they're not, then you're making the decision really hard for me because I may have a family when all of us are deciding what to do.
I get it, man.
It's tough.
Yeah. I mean, look, because
they have me regardless.
That's what we talk about all the time. When we're talking, saying, even when I talk about the NFL and the schedule going on, I'm going to be watching all those games. It's my job.
But not only that,
I enjoy watching football, but
it's baseball. I love baseball. I mean, football. I mean, they're going to have me there regardless. But there aren't a lot of people like us. M&T Bank Stadium is not packed because of football diehards.
Did you just say they're not like us?
They're not like us.
They ain't like us, Joe. Not like us. A minor. Sorry. No.
Joe has the encore. You don't want to miss it. Find out what we learned today on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
You know, it's seldom easy being a Texas Rangers fan. And here's another example. History in Arlington for the Houston Astros against their rival Rangers. A no-hitter and a 9-0 victory. It's the 17th regular season no-hitter in Astros history and the first across baseball this season. I'm a reluctant Drake Toll.
.5.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Improving your outdoor living space can really increase the value of your home. And Long Fence provides only the best materials and craftsmanship to guarantee longevity. Now's the perfect time with 25% off for qualified buyers. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, and even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, this can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes and are covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 to schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. Treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
Hi, it's Vinny Stio, CEO of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. If you're thinking about selling your home, I invite you to call me. I have over 12,700 buyers in my database. In fact, your home may already be sold. My written guarantee is simple. I'll sell your home for at least 100% of your price, or I'll pay you the difference. No gimmicks, just results. Call or text me today, 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801, and start packing.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic, plus get a $300 instant gift. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Mic check 1, 2.
Thank you. Far too. Can I get an encore? Do you want more? One last time, I need y'all to roar.
So we all fall in love with different commercials here. And there's stupid things, whether it's the dancing to the one or whatever. You always give me the one where I don't want to say I'm making fun of the guy, but the guy's like, lost my dad.
Super hard. I can't believe you're admitting this. You all actually admit
I would say it all the time. I would say it all the time, like the different parts of it. And Rob's over there all week before he left going, I am reluctant.
I love that commercial.
And then every time I was telling him my plan was to bathe my dog this weekend, but my dog's got a leaky bladder issue. It's something we're dealing with every single day.
I'm 55. I do too.
Oh man, have you ever? Every night does your bladder unload onto whatever? She's sleeping and she wakes up like, Jesus, what did you guys do? I mean, so I told her I was going to give her a bath. And each day, my wife was working, so she sleeps during the day. And we get to the end of the day, and I'm like, no, I don't feel like giving the dog a bath now. I'll do it tomorrow. And she goes, are you going to give the dog a bath today? And I said, I am reluctant. And I'm like, it's such a good line, and you don't get it. Rob would get it.
But for those, there's a commercial where...
It's the alien guy.
The alien guy supposed to get half off his bill.
Yeah.
So the guy's name is Bill, and they're going to saw him in half. He said, no, not me. Real Bill, can you let me go? I ain't reluctant.
Look, we all have those where you have like an inside joke that's so stupid that when you try explaining it to other people, they're like, I don't get it. It's okay. You don't have to. I do.
And that's the encore for the day. 410-583-1057 is the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. So we have a student who's with us until June what? June 1st. Her name is Bren. She's a student at Bryn Mawr.
They named the school after her. That's cool.
They did. Brenda has an assignment, does she not, Jeremy? What's her assignment?
She's got to look at. We're going to talk about snow blindness in cats tomorrow. I want all the details. No,
also bone spurs.
Yeah, bone spurs. You gave her bone spurs.
I gave her bone spurs.
She looked it up and went, "Ooh."
So she will have mic time tomorrow. There, Joe.
Rob literally said, "I want you to look up bone spurs." You know what she said, Joe? I am reluctant.
She may not want to identify herself with this show.
Yeah,
maybe she does not come back tomorrow. Joe, I missed you, man. What's going on, man?
No, he didn't.
You didn't miss me.
I did. Why doesn't he believe that?
It's easy to not believe that.
Yeah.
I don't believe half the stuff you say. Even the kind
Only
things.
half?
Even the kind.
Only half? I think it'd be.
Nah, man. Yeah,
it was good. It was a good vacation. I went to Delaware, and hung out down there for a week. I came back Wednesday to see my oldest daughter get her master's from Towson.
I saw that. It was cool seeing some of the pictures, man.
And then I went back down there to finish out the week.
You know what I did this weekend? And I do this on weekends where I try to find restaurants I've never gone to or go different places, and it doesn't matter how far I drive. And you know what my favorite thing on the weekends is? It's cookies.
Yeah.
I ordered cookies from a guy this weekend. It was Colossus Cookies out in like Millersville.
Really?
I paid for my cookies. They're cheaper than like some of the other big places.
And you went out there to get them.
I made my son pick them up on his way home from work. But these chocolate chip cookies might be the best chocolate chip cookies I've ever had.
Really?
Yep. And I plan on ordering more. I'm going to wait until my wife's working again and then order them so I have them to myself. But this dude, my son who picked them up said the guy couldn't have been nicer thanking him for ordering the cookies because I think it's like someone that has a passion for it and does it on the side. Mm-hmm. Cookies were all outstanding. I'm going to send him a text today. I posted it on Facebook. If you can't find it, I just think the place is awesome. Or I guess the guy's house is awesome. His cookies are great.
And now time for you to find out what we learned today.
What we learned on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We learned today. Jeremy, when is the last time you made a paper airplane?
Probably when I was working in a factory and we threw them across the factory down the aisles.
Today is National Paper Airplane Day.
Did you make a good one, or was it always just like the basic one? There were some
basic ones.
Yeah.
I made the basic. I'm not that artistic. I'm not that good. Today is also National Blueberry Cheesecake Day. Now, I like any kind of cheesecake, but blueberry would be one of my least favorites.
Really?
I'm not a blueberry guy. You would call it what?
Blueberries are delicious. I never thought I was going to like blueberries as much as I did, Rob, when I got older. Yeah. But whether it's pie or cheesecake or even just by themselves on top of an acai bowl.
What do they call?
Blueberries, strawberries, raspberries. The English made up the language, right? They got to be saying it right.
Joe Altobelli would have celebrated his birthday today. Britt Musburger turns 87. Former baseball player Darrell Evans turns 79. Former NFL quarterback Dan Pastorini, 77. Former NFL player Wesley Walker turns 71. Actor Mike Myers turns 63 today. And former MLB manager Kevin Kennedy turns 62. All right, this goes into music, Joe. Hank Williams Jr. and Stevie Nicks share a birthday. Who's older?
That's tough.
Yeah, I mean, how long were his rowdy friends coming over?
I think it's Hank Williams Jr.
Hank Williams Jr.? Jeremy?
I think it's Stevie Nicks and Hank Williams looks older.
One of you are wrong. Stevie Nicks today turns 78. Hank Williams Jr. turns 77.
You loser.
You can't say his face. He doesn't have an older looking face. They had to reconstruct half of his face. He fell off the side of a mountain.
Did he?
Yeah, when he was like in his mid-20s.
Well, what was he doing on the side of a mountain?
He had a house out there and he was hiking, and the ground that he was walking on collapsed beneath him.
Jeremy,
and he fell
one reason why you would never have to reconstruct my face.
You wouldn't fall down
I
a
wouldn't
mountain.
fall off a mountain.
Yeah,
just in life, Rob goes, I don't go outside.
Joe,
if there's woods, I'm not going in there.
If you knew that, why didn't you know the date it happened so you get the answer right?
I was a year off. That was in like 1975
I wasn't.
or so.
You were 1 year, but you were 12 months.
Yeah.
That's a good point. That is a much different number.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
All right, here's one for you. Girls mature faster than guys because men don't usually develop breasts until their mid-40s. What? This one was bad. When your dad's beating you for eating his pain pills, but you can't feel the belt. Wait a minute. I got to get off this site. This is not the jokes I was looking for. This one's so stupid, it's funny. It's so dumb. What country can swim?
Ooh.
Wales. I couldn't bring myself to quit my job at the bakery. I was underpaid and the hours were lousy, but I needed the dough. I needed the dough. My son texted me after his dinner date last night and said, "Dad, it was great. And guess what? She's a content creator." I replied, "Well, whatever she makes, I'm happy to hear she's satisfied with it." Did you hear about the exotic dancer that fell off the stage? She's still collecting Twerkman's cum. I was going to cook alligator for dinner, but then I realized I only have a crock pot.
Ooh. You gave him one for that?
Why do sandwich shops do so well in Alabama? Because they like everything inbred. Ooh. Oh, man. Ooh. 8 bees can kill you, but if you add one more bee, you are safe. Because it's B9. Joe, it's benign. It's benign. Whales can swim.
Have yourself a safe and wonderful Tuesday.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Are you stressed because of your IRS back tax bill? The possibility of wage garnishment or property lien? Then call Priority Tax Relief now. 800-314-0045. At Priority Tax, we work directly with the IRS to protect you and your assets. Thousands of our customers have resolved for far less than their original balance. Connect to the IRS for free in minutes. 800-314-0045. That's 800-314-0045.
Spring is great for your mood, but sometimes tough on your body. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet store. The weather gets nicer and suddenly you're walking more, standing more, and spending more time outside. But if you're dealing with foot pain, it can quickly turn into knee pain, hip pain, or even back pain that makes staying active uncomfortable. Our patented arch support system has helped countless people find relief. Here's another customer sharing their Good Feet story.
I'm a retired mail carrier with multiple knee replacements in both knees. I never thought I'd be able to go back to doing dog agility again. I stopped in at the Good Feet store. They measured me for my arch inserts, and then I walked around, and immediately I felt the difference. Agility is mine again. Hawkeye, my beagle, and I are both happy.
Good Feet Arch Supports can be the solution you need to get the most out of your springtime activities. Come see us today or visit us at goodfeet.com.
Every rider is someone's family, someone's friend, someone who should make it home. But that depends on you. When you drive, you control more than your vehicle. You control their safety. Slow down. Look twice. Check your mirrors and blind spots. Give motorcycles the space they deserve. Respect on the road saves lives. Share the road. Drive like a life depends on it. Because it does. Brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card.
One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Your hometown store is still your hometown store, just a new name. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford Bel Air. Grand opening savings and reliable service. Come experience the next chapter at BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Monday afternoon at the Yard, the Moo Man delivers again.
He's dancing off the bag. Fly ball, Kortenkauser. Deep right center. Mullins back at the wall. He did it again. Back-to-back days. Walk-off home runs for Kauser. 8. The milk cold.
The final call from Kevin Brown on Masson for the second straight day. Kortenkauser wins it in extra for the O's, hitting a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 13th inning to beat the Rays 9-7. This one went back and forth in extras as Tampa went up in the 11th, 12th, and 13th innings, but the O's answered back each time with Alonso, Jackson, Henderson, Tavares, and Holiday all driving in runs in the extra frames, culminating in Kauser's long ball. He becomes the first Oriole to hit walk-off homers in back-to-back days since Fred Lynn in May of 1985. This evening, the O's and Rays battle again in Game 2 of their 3-game set, and the fan will have your pregame coverage with Baltimore baseball tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, live from Pickles Pub, beginning at 5:30. First pitch is slated for 6:35. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly cloudy skies with a chance for an afternoon shower, highs in the mid-70s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. You could win instantly or win cash for Orioles home runs as a contestant of the game. Please play responsibly. I'm Joe LaCroix, Raven Serps, in your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
Right side, Aranda picks it and gets the out at the plate. That's an incredible play. The Orioles will, of course, look to review. Gunnar never stopped running.
The review, the call in the field is overturned. The runner is
safe. Surprise, surprise! And Leote laces the first pitch into the right field corner. That'll score Jackson, and Tavares takes second. Orioles flip the base runners at second, get the tying run in scoring position, and Tavares continues a sensational day. He's dancing off the bag. Fly ball, Kortenkauser. Deep right center. Mullins back at the wall. He did it again. Back-to-back days. Walk-off home runs for Kauser.
Kevin Brown on the call, along with Hall of Famer Jim Palmer. Masson Sports season opener, series opener rather, against the Tampa Bay Rays. Yes, it feels like Monday, but it's Tuesday, Memorial Day. Kortenkauser who has been mired in about a 1.5-year slump where he went from one of the rising young stars in baseball, second in the rookie year of the voting, 24, fifth overall pick, 2021 draft, moved himself up the ladder nicely, progressed the way that Mike Elias and the Orioles hoped he would, then broke his thumb sliding into first base in the season opening series against Toronto last year. Never got it together. And this year, it got to the point I felt bad for him when he came to the plate. Like Chris Davis towards the end of his career. Not like, you suck, I can't stand you, you're a waste of money. I could see fans maybe making that argument about Tyler O'Neill right now, for instance. But with Calzer's just like, I feel bad for the guy because he's overmatched. There are other dudes that are breaking stuff, and he's going to swing at it, and he's going to go quietly back to the dugout staring at the scoreboard wondering what the hell just happened to him. But in Kansas City, a couple weeks back, it looked like he was starting to get his swing rolling just a little bit. And in the last 3 days to 4 days, he's been a dude. You heard the highlight of him scoring the tying run, where he gets the hand underneath, and Nolan get in here too. And first glance, I thought he was out.
I did too.
Yeah, he's meat. And even the umpire said, hey, you're done. Addington. And, watching it from my vantage point, my couch, he looked out. And then thanks to the wonders of replay, they start showing, and all of a sudden it's like, I think his hand got in before he got tagged. And they go to the replay booth. Gunnar, of course, keeps running around the bases. I think he scored 6 runs waiting for the replay to come through. He's safe. So the hustle play, Aranda made a hell of a play at first base for Tampa, by the way. So he gets in, and then they score again in the top of the 13th, and then the Orioles keep just chipping away. Jackson Holliday, who could have won it with a sac fly in the 10th, struck out, gets that sac fly in the 13th. Jeremiah Jackson could have done the same thing. He hits one off the glove, and Alonso scores. Gets him back in the game. Now, the Orioles ran themselves into outs unnecessarily. And the bullpen, okay, wasn't all that great. Rico Garcia continues his brilliant season, and Ynier Cano getting a Caminero on that K to kill a possible uprising there. And Kyle Bradish was outstanding. Since May 2nd, Kyle Bradish has trimmed almost a 1.5 off his earned run average. It's now under 4. So he's back, if you will. But I saw people on social media, this most exciting game I've ever seen. Best Oriole game. I had the pleasure of watching and all of this. Well, if you're in attendance, it's got a different vibe to it. It was a sloppy game for both teams. I mean, Tampa committed 4 errors. Yeah. But it was an excitement for sure. And what happens is Colton Cowser, for the second straight day, hits a walk-off homer, joins the great Freddie Lynn as the only players in Orioles history to accomplish that feat. And Fred Lynn did it over 40 years ago in 1985. And this is a guy that had never had a walk-off ribby in his career. And he's done it 2 days in a row. Now, what does all of this mean? I have no idea. Griffin Jackson come out there and, like they did in the Tigers in game 2 of the doubleheader on Sunday. You just walked off. Hey, how about 3 hits and a run? Have fun with that. And the Orioles didn't even scratch yesterday until the 6th inning. Then again, Shane McClanahan's one of the best lefties in Major League Baseball. Born in Baltimore, by the way. Cal Ripken posters on his wall as a kid. But for Colton Cowser, a relief, much needed, to say the least. Now, does this mean it propels him to Player of the Month in June? I have no idea. I'm assuming he'll be in the lineup tonight against Griffin Jacks. And maybe, given the fact that Tyler O'Neill is hitting 100 against lefties, why not just throw him out there against left-handed pitchers to see what the hell he can do? I mean, if he's on a heater, bleep them analytics, just send him out there. His confidence is riding high. Now, he'd go 0 for 4, 3 Ks tonight. I have no idea. I don't think Colton Cowser or Craig Alvarez know what's going to happen. But 2 dramatic wins, Gets them within 2 games of the wild card. But let's keep stressing. Well, I will anyway. You guys can think for yourselves. Trevor Rogers is still struggling. Chris Bassett's still struggling. The offense is still inconsistent. We talked about them running themselves into all sorts of damage. Albert Suarez has got to be like, what, I got to throw a perfect game to get some love around here? As he just got DFA'd again, probably to be back soon enough. And they're still 6 games under 500. But the American League is so mediocre and crappy outside of a couple of teams, Yankees and Rays, that everyone in Guardians are showing a big pulse here. It's Memorial Day weekend. That's that first litmus test point in the season. Well, where are you at Memorial Day weekend? We're 6 games under 500. We're in 4th place. We're double digits out of first place. But everyone else is so bad, you're like, well, we're 2 games out of the wild card. It's going to take a team just to win 10 out of 12, 9 out of 13, 5 in a row, which the Orioles haven't done at all this year. Are they capable of doing it? So far through, let's see here, let me do the math. 54 games, they have not been. But they won 3 of 4. They just won the series opener against a team that pulled their pants down and spanked them Heinies nice last week down at the Trop. And they're still bad against the American League East. And they have division foes this week, 2 more against Tampa, then Toronto comes in. We'll see. But 2 games out of the wild card, you hang your hat on that. But until they go on an extended run, and their run differential is still very much in the negative, you still have to question whether or not this is a team capable of getting to the postseason. But 3 wins over the weekend, 1 loss where you got silenced, which is a problem because they tend to go quiet with the bats. But Nolan, what do you think? 3 out of 4. It's not a Meatloaf song, but, better than losing 3 out of 4, I guess.
No, but the fashion they won in Game 1 yesterday, or Sunday, and then the fashion you win in yesterday, I didn't think those were possible. Forget the individual side of it with Colton Cowser. Just the team rally 3 separate times in extra innings yesterday, right? And it ends up being laughable that Rico goes out there for the top of the 10th and prevents their automatic runner from coming around to score. And you're like, oh, this is it. We got it. This thing's in the bag. Bottom of the 10th, we get out of here. And then, sure enough, we need a few more innings to do it. But the point going into this whole 10-game homestand was you're on life support. Win by any means necessary. So, yeah, you have Game 2 on Sunday that brings back all the bad feelings you have about this team. That's not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere this week, next month, next couple months. That's who the team is, right? If they're going to succeed this year, it's going to have to be in spite of their glaring weaknesses. So this weekend, I saw stuff that I didn't think this team was capable of, finding ways to win in late inning situations rather than the opposite, as we saw the last time they faced the Rays. I'm more than content today. I did not think we would walk in here today and they would be in this good shape.
No, I'm happy that they won. Content, I don't know.
Well, content in that it's survive in advance.
Yeah, we're sitting here today talking about them winning and winning in dramatic fashion. And as we said, 3 out of 4 games are in the win column. Happy about that. But we'll see what Shane Baz brings to the equation tonight, who's been pitching way better as of late. Unfortunately for him, he can't get any run support. And Griffin Jacks is a tough righty himself. So this is going to be an interesting matchup. Weather looks to be better. The rain's going to get out of here. Thank God. It was horrible this weekend. And it's going to be in the 70s. Tomorrow's going to be in the 80s. So let's play a little baseball. But I just want to see them stack wins. That's all. Just win 3 in a row. Dare I say win 4 in a row. Win 6 of 7. Do something like that. Creep closer to 500. I'm happy that they won yesterday and they took 2 out of 3 from Detroit. Talk about a reeling team, by the way. And they beat the Rays, who hadn't lost back-to-back games, I think, all season long until they walked off by Judge, and then yesterday walked off by the Orioles. And they're more on the mortal side on the road, and they're still above 500, Tampa. And the Orioles are actually above 500 at home, but just get a winning streak going on here. Tomorrow we've seen it all year long. We come in tomorrow, they lost 4-1 and had 4 hits. Didn't score till the bottom of the 8th, and it's because somebody booted a ground ball at shortstop. I mean, let's put it together. Enjoy what you did, for sure. But when's liftoff? I don't know.
Tell you what, the 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, those were as exciting of, innings as probably we've seen. I mean, that was fun to watch because it was back and forth. And, Bob, when are we ever going to see again that they walked a man in front of Gunner to get the Gunner?
Yeah.
They walked Ward to get the Gunner.
Yeah, left on left, baby.
Yeah.
And what do you do?
Then he strikes out.
Yeah, exactly. They're playing in percentages.
Oh, my God. I was like, what?
Yeah, Gunner.
They're going to walk Gunner?
I thought Holiday was going to come through with the sac fly when he struck out. And then, of course, Cowser hits one that would have been a sac fly if Holiday would have done it. Still some defensive miscues, bobbling some stuff in the outfield. Alonso, what was that thing? I'm going to drop it. I mean, come on, man.
Now, with the bunt
softball.
With the bunt to Holiday, I think Alonso was in the way. That's why he held up. Did you read it that way, too? Remember when
he beat out the bunt?
Yeah, because he kind of held it, and Alonso, did you see that, Nolan?
Yeah, I know
it
what
seemed
you're
like
talking about.
Alonso was, in his path where he wanted to throw
I'm
the ball.
not sure. But there's the other one where the Orioles tried to bunt. Again, we're not trying to point out the negatives of a win.
Yeah.
One of the most dramatic ones of the season. And if you want to get in, you can at 410-583-1057. Turn it up Tuesday, because it is Tuesday. Let me stress that. I'm going to say it's probably Monday, but turn it up Tuesday. We're playing it loud. Pick a song. We'll get it. Send your request. Plaza Sport text line. Nolan McGraw's waiting for you. Hope you had a great Memorial Day weekend. And, of course, we send all of our, my dad was in the Army, my grandfather's. I mean, I've got a lot of people in the military. So we're here talking about baseball because of the sacrifices they made.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So get on in here and let's talk about it. But remember, Cowser bunted and Holiday didn't go because he thought it could have been caught.
Right.
Usually. So I'm just like, they're doing everything they can to lose the game.
Yeah. Yeah. And then, Bob, because I thought Holiday hit the walk-off. I thought Holiday's was over.
Yeah. I thought Ward did, too, when he got to right center field.
Yeah.
That traveled a little bit. But, look, they win the opener, trying to make it a series win tonight against the Rays. We'll be down at Pickles Pub for this series. So give us a call at 410-583-1057. A lot of work to do for sure. 2 games out of the wild card, but still 6 games under 500. A lot of questions, a lot of injuries. I mean, it's a lot of challenges offensively. Josh Tolentino, our buddy here from the Baltimore Sun, wrote a column today about Tyler O'Neill, how he's basically stealing money. He was signed to hit against left-handed pitching, and he's not doing anything of the sort. And he came up with a chance to walk it off, and he dribbled one, down the third base line. So he's had a rough go of it. But 6 games under, the woes of the O's. But is this enough to catapult? We've thought it before. I thought, let's go back to early April when they were down 7-1, came back, beat Arizona, went to 9-7. I said, lift off from here.
Yeah. And
Trevor Rogers was winning 2-0 the next game. And they've been one of the worst teams in baseball since then. So let's see how it rolls. Ravens back at OTAs tomorrow. Week number 2. We'll get into that throughout the course of the day. Kevin Allstriker, as a matter of fact, USA Today, Ravens Wire. Now, Lamar wasn't there last week. If he's not there tomorrow, then do we start going into DEF CON modes here?
I don't know. It's DEF CON. All right, is he going to come, the week prior to the mini camp and then the mini camp week? I guess we're still cool with that. Would we like to see him here this week and get the final 3 weeks in? Sure. We'd love it, because they're practicing. I'm guessing they're practicing today, tomorrow, Thursday, Hope he's there. Am I going to be disappointed? I guess you're disappointed, but is it catastrophe? No.
Yeah, at some point in time, we're going to need Lamar Jackson to start throwing to these rookie wide receivers, not Skylar Thompson and Snoop Hunt.
Yeah, and, feeling comfortable in the offense.
Yeah, and your new tight ends, too, and everything that goes along with it. But
line.
NBA playoffs, the Knicks, boy, they're on a heater. That's an understatement as they advance to the NBA Finals for the first time since 1999. Stanley Cup playoffs, overtime thriller in the East and in the West. We got a colossal upset brewing, and probably one that could be completed tonight. We got a lot to get to. Get on in here. We're on the Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Now, Memorial Day savings, they're still here. Memorial Day was yesterday. Had great weekend of weather, which is good for car sales. Now, the savings are still going on at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, the sales director. Get you a great sales experience. Save with 0% 60-month financing on the 2026 Tucsons. Come see the 26 Elantra Hybrid. Gets over 50 miles per gallon. I want to say, when I drove by the gas station today, was it $4.15? So it's down a little bit. And make no payments till August 2026 on every new Hyundai. We got banks on site for instant credit approval. Kevin, it's going to give you $500 more than CarMax for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty, owner assurance. Plus, get you Jones for a lifetime, which includes free oil changes. Hey, Mike, I'll be in this week, probably Thursday or Friday. Free car washes. I need a car wash, too. Got bird poop all over my car and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime. With over 2 million likes and reviews, you too. You can and you will be a satisfied customer. Memorial Day savings, they're still here. Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me, my wife, Vincent, Charlie, and Rachel.
For over 80 years, Long Fence has been serving our area with only the highest quality materials and superior craftsmanship. We're family-owned, so you could say it's in our DNA. And financing's available for qualified buyers. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
Town Appliances Memorial Day shopping event is going on now. So if you're planning more cookouts and nights outside with family and friends, now's the perfect time to upgrade your outdoor setup during Town Appliances Memorial Day shopping event happening now. They carry top brands like Frigidaire, Electrolux, and more. Plus, outdoor grills, beverage centers, outdoor refrigeration, and air conditioners to keep your home ready for summer. And flexible financing. Their showroom is right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills, and Mayor will really know their stuff. Visit the showroom. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
Summer means longer days and more deals at Lowe's. This Memorial Day, shop Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for $10. Plus, get select 1.5-gallon red, white, and blue annuals hanging baskets, 2 for $15 to show off your favorite plants. Stop traffic with stunning landscaping and save while you do it. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
Ecstatic. I mean, it's one of those things where behind the scenes, the unseen hours, you get to see guys who are not getting the results they want, but the work they're putting in and the collaboration with our hitting coaches, trying to problem solve either an approach or a swing adjustment.
Craig Albernez, the Oriole skipper, talking about Colton Cowser and how he feels about his recent run of success, which has been very successful. Dramatic stuff. Became only the second player in Orioles history to have back-to-back days with a walk-off home run. Now, there was a loss squeezed in between. Got to keep the facts straight. But still, for a guy that was really struggling, for instance, in the month of April, Colton Cowser hit a .163 with a 184 slugging percentage. That's horrible. That's a terrible batting average. That's a great bowling score, but it's a terrible batting average, slugging percentage, and everything that goes along with it. And in May, in totality, still not all that great. But he's up to 222. OPS is now approaching 800, which is acceptable. Last week, 385, OPS over 12, 2 homers, 5 ribbies. Last 2 weeks, he's hitting 261 with a 972. So we'll see. Again, I don't want to commit to him being back, but it's good to see him perform at a clutch level, most importantly, because we said in the opening of the show, it's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. You want to get in, you can at 410-583-1057. I felt bad for him. Now, I'm speaking as a fan here, not an unbiased observer. Tyler O'Neill makes me mad when he comes to the plate. Colton Cowser was making me sad when he came to the plate, because all you have to do, and we'll talk to Ryan Ripken top of the hour, he is anyone that covers the team on a daily basis. Within that clubhouse, he's a beloved figure. So you don't, and I'm not saying Tyler O'Neill isn't, by the way. So they won, and a lot of them came up through the ranks together, through the minor league system, and they seen what he's capable of doing, and they want him to perform well. And I admit, on Saturday, and Nolan, you can get in here too, obviously, when he hit the game winner, Sunday rather, again, today's Tuesday, Sunday, the way that Alonso and Adley reacted was like they won Game 7 of the World Series, and almost identical yesterday. So I think it speaks volumes, A, they won a game that they weren't expected to win, and B, a guy they want to help them win games finally came through in the clutch to do so.
It felt like a cathartic release, right? For Cowser, I'm sure you saw the emotion out of him, well-deserved. But really from the team, like if anyone was the hero there in that spot, Gunnar, Alonso, anybody, you name it, I think the reaction would have been just as strong because of the way they've been playing as of late, right? They've been finding ways to lose late in games rather than finding ways to win. So it just felt like this weight off the shoulders, even for just one day. What does it mean moving forward? No idea, right? If the one thing we can say about this team is that we know they are not consistent day to day. So that's about it. But, man, you mentioned O'Neill, right? How about the 7th yesterday where you pinch hit Cowser for O'Neill? And even the home run a day prior for Cowser, the heroics there. It just feels like a lose-lose, right? When you're Craig Albernaz and you're going from one of those guys to the other in a pinch hitting situation. And then sure enough, in that spot there in the 7th, Cowser strikes out. Now, little did we know that he would go on to have a fantastic game, but my God, you're right. I'm with you about the O'Neill stuff. It's just count on one hand the amount of hits against left-handed pitching this year, and then all the money he's getting paid. Talk about hopeless. The plate, when he steps up, it's anger, but it's also more so anger like, okay, well, the inning's probably over now. I'm going to get up, go get a drink, go to the bathroom. I don't need to watch this at bat.
You want to? I have Tyler O'Neill's stats in front of me, and again, nothing personal. It's just business, and he's making over $16 million a year to conduct his business. His last year in Boston was the only year in Boston, I think, against lefties. He was Manny Ramirez, Frank Thomas, OPS over 1,100. He was raking. That's the main reason Mike Elias signed him, is to wear out lefties. Because remember how bad the Orioles were in 24 against left-handed pitching? Against lefties this year. And yes, you can count on one hand. He's hitting .073. Oof. He has 3 hits and 41 at-bats. He has as many home runs, ribbies, doubles, and triples against lefties as we do combined, which is 0. His OPS against lefties is .229. And since Dylan Beavers went on the shelf, Here, this is take it. Your job. Moonman's in the throes of a career-long slump. Ward's been more than acceptable. Tavares is now our everyday center fielder for all intents and purposes. Blaze gets his starts against lefties. You're going to be the right fielder. And it's like, nah, I'm good. It's like when you're at a party, when you're at your wedding coming up this week, and the waiter walks around with a thing of shrimp bowls and spinach pies. Would you like free food? And you're going, I'm good. I mean, Tyler O'Neill, you're the everyday right fielder. I'm good.
Right, and like Cowser has the heroics the last 2 days, but other than that, it's been nothing this year, right?
No,
the two of his three. So my point is, like, in 2 days alone, Colton Cowser has already done exponentially more than Tyler O'Neill, and they were both having abysmal seasons. Honestly, wouldn't shock anybody if from this day through the rest of the year, they both stunk it up, had terrible rest of the seasons. But for these last 2 days alone, Cowser and the gap between him and O'Neill will be monstrous just because Cowser, when he showed up, he made it count. When O'Neill's had if he's even had big moments this year, have they come in late game clutch situations? No. I mean, the home run against the Twins, I guess that was pretty useful. In that finale, other than that, there hasn't been a moment.
That was in March, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, yeah. First series of the year.
Isn't June next week, to your point?
It took Cowser this long to show up, too. Yeah.
Hey, but he's had a nice little run, as I just read his stats over the last week plus. O'Neill hasn't been on anywhere near that level of a heater. All right, we don't want to sit here and rag on him. The Orioles take 3 out of 4. I mean, if you want to complain about his performance, I think it's justified. And I'm sure he's more pissed off than anyone that he's not living up to expectations. But how about Kyle Bradish bouncing back and getting back to himself? Unfortunately, what was all that? Remember we were talking about, hey, Trevor Rogers is going to be one of the 3 most attractive free agent pitchers in the offseason. I guess that's changed a little bit.
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10, 105.7 The Fan.
Baseball season has started. Have you? Look, if you're not happy with what you see in the mirror, when you're pulling out those shorts and T-shirts, it's time to make a move at Life Med Institute. They're not selling you some fad diet or empty promises. They're using real science-backed solutions, including GLP-1 peptides that targets weight loss at its core, and in hormone optimization, IV infusions. And you've got a full lineup working for you. Their expert medical providers are in your corner every step of the way this spring. Let's get you feeling like a champion again. Medically supervised weight loss that actually works. Don't forget that. Life Med Institute, they specialize in testosterone replacement therapy to help you reclaim your energy, strength, and confidence with treatment plans built around your needs by an experienced medical team, not AI. You shouldn't have to feel like you're running on fumes when the rest of the world is out there thriving. Take the first step this spring and find the best Life Med location for you at lifemedinstitute.com or give them a call at 410-575-1200. Tell them Vinny sent you.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley.
Shop hundreds of new Hondas, sale priced way below MSRP. Fuel-efficient hybrids like Accords, Civics, and even CRVs.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Woo-hoo! Check out AndersonHonda.net.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
During National Military Appreciation Month, we at University of Maryland Global Campus say thank you to the service members, veterans, and families who dedicate their lives to our country. We are deeply grateful. For over 75 years, UMGC has proudly served the military community, from installations overseas to the communities you call home. Wherever you serve, we stand with you. Learn more at umgc.edu/thanks. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at prostatusfinancial.com. Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Insurance licensed in Maryland.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
In a Memorial Day matinee at the Yard, Colton Cowser sends Birdland into a frenzy.
He's dancing off the bag. Fly ball, Colton Cowser. Deep right center. Mullins back at the wall. He did it again. Back-to-back days. Walk-off home runs for Cowser. 8. The milk cold.
The final call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Colton Cowser follows up Sunday's walk-off win with another walk-off win. This time it's a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 13th to send the Birds to a 9-7 win over the visiting Rays, a game that was rather ho-hum through 9 innings, but extras provided the fireworks. Tampa would take leads in the 11th, 12th, and 13th innings, with the O's punching back each time, leading up to Cowser's game-winning homer. And though O's fans would say they prefer a victory that keeps the heart rate rather low, Kyle Bradish feels the team proved something in yesterday's contest.
I think by far that was our best game. Complete game. Defense was really good. Bullpen was there. And then the bats just battling till our last strike or whatever it was, but not giving up.
Bradish received a no decision in yesterday's game, but 6 innings of 1-run ball has lowered his ERA to 3.87 on the season. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Fort of Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly cloudy skies with a chance for an afternoon shower. Highs in the mid-70s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Strategic Tax Resolutions. Do you have unfiled tax returns or tax debt? Act now to protect your income and assets. Call Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution at 443-367-9000 or visit strategictaxresolution.com. I'm Joe LaCroix, Raven Serps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
Orioles and Rays, game 2 of this 3-game series coming up tonight. Oriole Park, Camden Yards. Shane Boz going up against his former team, looking for a second win of the season. Griffin Jacks coming in at 1-2 with a 354. Orioles win 2 walk-off games over the weekend. Sunday against the Tigers, game 1 of the doubleheader there. then quieted in game 2. And then yesterday in a crazy game, they wound up walking off the Tampa Bay Rays, who have been walked off, 2 games in a row?
Yeah.
Then the Yankees get them on Sunday with Aaron Judge. So we'll see how they bounce back. They've had a brilliant season. Nobody's dismissing them by any stretch of the imagination. And Cedric Mullins got a warm welcome, and rightfully so, from the fans at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. But we're asking here, you, the listener, is this sustainable? They're still 6 games under 500. They still have problems in their starting rotation. They still have injuries galore. Bullpen. Rico Garcia's been brilliant, but Nunez starting to fall back to earth. Keegan Hagan, I don't know what the hell's going on with him. Yanier Cano's been great. When's Helsley coming back? Tyler O'Neill, what the hell? You're here to hit lefties, and you're not. So you get the drill. Let's get out to the phones. Go to William in Northeast Baltimore. William, thanks for holding. What's up?
Good morning, guys. Pretty exciting game yesterday. Very exciting.
Yes, it was. I'm still not a fan of the guy on second to start at extra innings, though, but it is what it is.
Yes. I think the more impressive part of that game to me was the slide by Kowser, because they never would have had the opportunity to win the game if he didn't do that slide. That slide was perfection. I mean perfection.
Yeah, I thought he was out. We were talking about it earlier.
No doubt.
William. First glance, I was like, he's meat, but now he got in there.
Yes. Any other scenario, he would have been out, but the slide was 100% perfect. And what I want to talk about, I think you guys sort of stole some of my thunder this morning, talking about O'Neill. But what I want to talk about is the lineup. When Kowser gets on a roll and Basayo gets on a roll, I look in the paper and I see it's a lefty going. And as soon as I see the lefty going, I say, Kowser's going to sit. Basayo's going to sit. I think they should play these guys consistently instead of setting them down for a left-hander, because once they get the momentum going, you break that momentum. And I think Muscles O'Neill, there's no reason to even put him out there, because that outfield should be Ward, Tavares, and Kowser, period. So I want to ask you guys, do you think they should make a change with this lefty-righty and just let Kowser and Basayo bat against lefties for a couple of weeks? And I'm going to hang up and listen to your response.
All right, thank you, William. And Basayo had actually been kind of raking against lefties for a while, but the bad news is Steven Matz and Patrick Corbin the next 2 days. Matz for the finale against Tampa, and then Toronto, lefties. But to his point, I want the hottest hitter on the team. Screw these matchups and everything that's going to happen within the confines of the 27 ounce. Just go with the guy that's got the confidence rolling. Now, Kobe Mayo got scratched because of a bad back, and who knows what his status will be. I know Craig Abernethy said it doesn't appear to be that serious, but what if it is? Yeah. Then you got to make a roster move there. I think Heston Kjerstad's getting close to being able to come off the IL, and where does he fit in to the equation? But why not? How do you go to Colton Kowser? Well, if he's not start tonight, we need to storm the castle. We got to go down there with pitchforks and the wares. I don't care who's making the lineup. This is egregious and unacceptable. But I get the matchups. So Matz will pitch tomorrow. So what's that? Tavares or Blaze in center, and then Muscles are being left or right, and Ward being left where he belongs, because he's earned some status within the lineup. But then Jackson Holiday goes back to the Pine.
Well, he's been hitting against lefties last 2 days.
Yeah, but you know how the old it'll be Jeremiah Jackson again, another guy that's earned status, and Weston Wilson. The only guy that gets his hacks on a regular basis against lefties is Gunnar.
Yeah.
And we'll see how this all unfolds. But William, to your point, yes, go with the hot stick. Sometimes you just play your hunch. You don't need some data research to come out of a computer to tell you what to do. Just go out there and, you know what, Kowser? You're running on a hot streak. Basayo, you make half good contact. That ball's flying 420 feet. We want you out there. And Cowser's a defensive upgrade over O'Neal anyway, even though he had, some miscues at Tampa, and him and Tavares had like the Keystone Cops thing happening. But, that's the Orioles. That's kind of what they do. But, yes, I'm all for it. Just go with the guys that you feel most. Sometimes just play your hunches, Vinny, instead of just going with what statistical data tells you should do.
And Bob, you mentioned about the Keystone Cops. If they're playing together all the time, probably don't have those issues.
Right, and it goes back to spring training. How many times did the starters play together in spring training? That's zero. We'll come back, take more of your phone calls. 475-883-1057. Ryan Ripken talk about Colton Cowser. Hit 2 walk-off homers in back-to-back days. The Orioles are 2 games out of the wild card, but still 6 games under 500. And how do we get Trevor Rogers straightened out, who has had a brutal stretch since a strong April? Great 2025. I mean, he pitched well enough in basically 2 months to get Cy Young votes. Where the hell's that been?
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? My beef is the fact that the New York Knicks aren't getting enough respect. 11 straight playoff wins, the most dominant run in the history of professional basketball, and everyone wants to say, well, what about the competition? Who have they beaten? They win every game by 100 points. Grow up. They're absolutely awesome. I'm Nick Costos.
1057 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's Miles for Miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Furnished by IntelliBrands. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Get an Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. Improve your flexibility and balance. Strengthen and tone your legs.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
My circulation is moving. I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
It's so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. And for a limited time, get a free upgrade to our deluxe bundle with a faster motor, sport mat, and wireless remote. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Spring is great for your mood, but sometimes tough on your body. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet store. The weather gets nicer and suddenly you're walking more, standing more, and spending more time outside. But if you're dealing with foot pain, it can quickly turn into knee pain, hip pain, or even back pain that makes staying active uncomfortable. Our patented arch support system has helped countless people find relief. Here's another customer sharing their Good Feet story.
I'm a retired mail carrier with multiple knee replacements in both knees. I never thought I'd be able to go back to doing dog agility again. I stopped in at the Good Feet store. They measured me for my arch inserts, and then I walked around, and immediately I felt the difference. Agility is mine again. Hawkeye, my beagle, and I are both happy.
Good Feet Arch Supports can be the solution you need to get the most out of your springtime activities. Come see us today or visit us at goodfeet.com.
This deer season, John Deere wants to give you the home field advantage. We're bringing you the best offers of the season, whether that's cash off on select new machines or a shot at the ultimate Major League Baseball prize package. Because right now, you can enter for a chance to win an MLB All-Star experience for you and 3 friends, complete with travel and lodging for All-Star Week this July. Deer season is going on now through June 3rd. Visit johndeere.com/deer season to enter and view the offers and complete contest rules. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
Lunch was great, but this traffic is awful.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Furnished by IntelliBrands. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Get an Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. Improve your flexibility and balance. Strengthen and tone your legs.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
My circulation is moving. I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
It's so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. And for a limited time, get a free upgrade to our deluxe bundle with a faster motor, sport mat, and wireless remote. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
Turn it up Tuesday, cranking it up to 12. You want to allow, we got it for you. Send your song request, Plaza Sport text line at 410-583-1057. Give you an updated standings wild card. Anyway, Yankees, White Sox. Your boy went deep again yesterday, by the way. Murakami, Nolan. Leads the American League in homers with 18.
Murakami, yep.
Murakami, him too. Twinkies are in. They swept the Red Sox.
That's always good.
Yeah, so they're on kind of a heater. They lost yesterday, but still. Then you got all these teams. Yankees are 10 games over. White Sox are 1. Then everybody else is under 500. And in a wild card search. And even the Angels, who've won 3 in a row all of a sudden. And I saw they were chanced for Artie Moreno to sell the team. Remember how aggressive he was spending money?
Oh, yeah.
He went out there and he bought himself. He thought the best team money could buy. Well, they drafted Trout, then he paid him. Got Ohtani. They paid Albert Pujols. C.J. Wilson, a couple other pitchers that didn't really pan out for them. But they're 6 back. Tigers and the Orioles saw them up close and personal. That's a bad team.
Oh, boy.
Right now. They got a ton of injuries, no doubt. But still, they're just bad. Mariners are a half game out. Toronto, as brutal as they've been, they're only a game out of the wild card. Texas 1.5, and then the Orioles come in here. But I'm going to point this out because it tells sort of a story. Same thing with football. That's why what the Lions did last year was so surprising, having a positive point differential, but not making the postseason. White Sox minus 15. Blue Jays minus 12. Texas minus 3. You're in the ballpark, no pun intended. Orioles minus 55. It's one of the worst in baseball. Yeah. Run differentials. Los Angeles minus 62. And then you get to the National League where it's San Diego, St. Louis, and Arizona are in right now. The Cubs have lost 9 in a row.
Damn it.
All of a sudden.
After winning.
Well, they've had 2 long winning streaks, but this just kind of cancels all of that out. Then the Reds, Pirates, they're all within sniffing distance. I guess the Siberia of baseball, Colorado, they're 10 games out of the wild card. They're minus 65 in run differential. They're toast. So the Orioles have the 3rd worst run differential in Major League Baseball. You can't sustain or even begin winning streaks with that separation. So Shane Baz has to be a guy for them tonight because they went deep into the bullpen all weekend long, and they played 13 innings yesterday. And Albert Suarez was back on the Norfolk shuttle. Oh, thanks for the 4 shutout innings. Get out of here. Well, he's got options, so that's how you manipulate your roster a little bit. So Shane Baz has to be a guy, but you know who needs to step up, and I'm stating the obvious? The offense. Let's go. Let's start stacking some runs here. Let's get a 3-run first. Let's get out to an early lead where you're playing at an advantage, and Baz can maybe relax a little bit. It's constant. Let's be honest, when Bradish gave up the home run to Aranda, was that the 6th inning and made it 1-zip, it felt like it was 4-0 on that one home run. So here we go again. This guy's been dealing. He's back to being what he was, which is one of the best pitchers in the American League, and he's going to pay the price because his offense can't do jack squat. Now, McClanahan's a stud, and if he was pitching at the top of the Orioles rotation, we'd be a lot of happy campers watching Orioles baseball. But the offense, Nolan, we've discussed it 1,000 times. What do we do at the top of the lineup? Because Gunnar Henderson was hot for a while. Mm-hmm. And with a lot of ex velo, and I mean, he was, getting these multi-hit games. Let's tweak something. Let's get someone that's more reliable table setting. And yeah, I think Ward's going to hit more than 2 homers when it's all said and done. But let's shake it up a little bit. Maybe just pull it out of the hat. Billy Martin, 1977 stuff.
Well, remember last week, Shane Baz pitched exceptional against his former team. He did more than enough to win. He walked off the mound after that 6th inning with a 3-1 lead intact. And, of course, the bullpen there ends up being the blame of the game. But I kind of sided with Alvarez a little bit in his post-game comments saying, well, man, if we didn't, shoot ourselves in the foot offensively, there were certain cases earlier in that game where we weren't going first to third when we should have been. We weren't doing enough on the base pass. We just weren't timely enough with our hits that we could have blown that thing wide open to the point where the bullpen doesn't have to dance that dance in the later innings. So, yeah, complete games, full game efforts. And you could argue yesterday wasn't even a complete game. They've been extremely hard to come by. So we'll see. We'll see. But maybe facing the best brings the best out of you.
Gunnar Henderson against lefties this year. Granted, it's a righty tonight. 215, 224 against righties in the month of May, which is in its final week. Mm-hmm. I mean, we just passed Memorial Day. Hitting 232 with a 599 OPS. Okay, last couple of weeks he's getting better and stuff. I mean, but this is a guy that we view, and a lot of people outside of Oriole fandom view as an MVP level player, and he is not approaching. Like Bobby Witt, for instance, is starting to heat up.
Yeah,
I mean, he would have been the game-winning homer for them yesterday until Nolan's boy Volpe got the big hit, which we'll get to in the American League East report later in the show. He gets these 3-4 game hot streaks, and then he cools off a little bit, and he's visibly frustrated, which we get. Stop the frustration, start the excitement. Let's start mashing a little bit here. I'm tired of it being 1 out, bottom of the first, or Ward walks and Gunnar strikes out or something. It's just, come on, let's get this thing rolling here.
Bob, I think about that all the time now, especially because you always said, it's 1 out, 2 outs.
He'll probably lead off tonight, right? We guessing that with Jacks on the hill, righty?
Well, I think I turned the radio on, yesterday, and it's like bottom of the first is 2 outs already. I go, well, yeah, Bob's right again.
How much do we tweak the lineup, though? In all fairness, Gunnar will lead off tonight. Ward will bat second. Adley Alonso. Basayo, I guess, will go 5. Mooman bats 6 tonight, I guess. It's a righty on the hill. I guess Muscles will be on the pine. Holiday, does he bat 9th? Where does Jeremiah Jackson fit in? I mean, you get the gist. Mayo, who knows what his status will be. Well, we'll find out the next 2 days with lefties going. So Craig Auburn is going to meet with the media later on this afternoon around 4 o'clock, 4:15 or so.
And then back to your point with Mayo, if the lefties, Mayo is the perfect candidate to be playing.
When you get in, you can. 410-583-1057 is the number. We got Ryan Ripken joining us. Our colleague on BBT, as a matter of fact, me, him, and Nolan will be at Pickles Pub tonight. It's going to be cloudy, but it's no rain. So we're going to be outside, Nolan, hanging out with we're mingling with the people on a Tuesday night. So come down and say hi to us. But we'll talk to Ryan about Colton Cowser, the 2 big home runs that led to wins directly. Whip around 11:15. Knicks are cooking in a big way. Upset brewing in the Western Conference of the Stanley Cup playoffs, and an overtime thriller there. And OTAs resume tomorrow. Lamar Jackson, hopefully he's there. If he's not, we're not losing sleep. But, you'd like to see him before June. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
This is VJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7, The Fan.
Town Appliances Memorial Day shopping event is going on now. Upgrade your kitchen or outdoor setup with Memorial Day savings and flexible financing. Visit the showroom off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills. Call, text, or shop townappliance.com before it's over.
For 80 years, people have gone to Lincoln Tech to get serious about their future. If you're ready to learn by doing, develop real skills, and plan for a rewarding career, Lincoln's Columbia campus has your back in training that means business. Classes start this month in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, welding, and medical assisting. Lincoln Tech, your place, your time, your future. Visit lincolntech.edu to schedule a campus tour. That's lincolntech.edu.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Don't miss Whip's homecoming weekend, May 29th and 30th at Loyola's Ridley Athletic Complex. 5 PLL games in 2 days, including the Whip Snakes versus Boston Friday night. Tickets start at just $25. Buy now at PLLtickets.com. That's PLLtickets.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit baltimore.golfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan with Dylan Scott, Dasha, DJ Silver, and DJ Rock are bringing the Double Down Tour to Nationals Park on August 20th. A Live Nation show. Tickets go on sale May 8th. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Monday afternoon at the Yard, the Moo Man delivers again.
He's dancing off the bag. Fly ball, Kortenkauser, deep right center. Mullins back at the wall. He did it again! Back-to-back days! Walk-off home runs for Kauser! 8! The milk cold!
The final call from Kevin Brown on Masson for the second straight day. Kortenkauser wins it in extra for the O's, hitting a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 13th inning to beat the Rays 9-7. This one went back and forth in extras as Tampa went up in the 11th, 12th, and 13th innings, but the O's answered back each time with Alonso, Jackson, Henderson, Tavares, and Holiday all driving in runs in the extra frames, culminating in Kauser's long ball. He becomes the first Oriole to hit walk-off homers in back-to-back days since Fred Lynn in May of 1985. This evening, the O's and Rays battle again in Game 2 of their 3-game set, and the fan will have your pregame coverage with Baltimore Baseball Tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, live from Pickles Pub, beginning at 5:30. First pitch is slated for 6:35. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Fort of Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly cloudy skies with a chance for an afternoon shower, highs in the mid-70s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Raven Serps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Ryan Ripken's commentary is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play Fast Play Home Run Riches from the Maryland Lottery. You could win instantly or enter to win cash for Orioles home runs as a contestant of the game. Please play responsibly.
Started out Tuesday. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw is on the other side of the glass. I'm talking to Nolan later on in the hour, so stay tuned for his thoughts after what I was sure. Well, I am sure it was a busy Memorial Day weekend for him, for the Orioles. A lot of drama. They won 3 of their last 4 games, including 2 walk-offs from Kortenkauser. Back-to-back days. Yeah, there was a loss sandwiched in between, but still, they're 2 games out of the wild card. Back at it tonight against Tampa. Here to discuss that and more. Our colleague on BBTs. Matter of fact, he'll be with us down at Pickles tonight, starting at 5:30. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. He's Ryan Ripken. Ryan, what is up?
What is up, Bob? Happy Tuesday. Hope you had a great Memorial Day weekend.
I did, from what I remember of it. Anyway, let's, before we get to Kortenkauser and his brilliance the last 2 days, and the fact that he's actually been hitting the ball with some authority for the better part of a week plus here. How beloved is he in that Orioles clubhouse amongst his teammates? And you know him, and obviously he was in the minors with a lot of these guys. If there was a popularity contest in the yearbook, Kortenkauser would be what? Most likely to be awesome or something like that?
It's up there. You know, he is so loved in that locker room. Such a personable guy. I know in some cases, right, that's why he was, being showcased so much over the last couple years. Of course, you can do the whole play on words and Moo Man because of Kauser and all that, right? But at the end of the day, he's a genuine dude. And I hope people understand that no one wants to go out there and play his best more than Kortenkauser. And for him and those guys, you could see it on their face, him having those moments. Having those big moments for the team because they know how much criticism he's dealt with. They know how hard he's worked. And to see that come together was really great. And I'm so happy for him because I do know personally how much time and effort he puts in and how much he just cares about being the best ball player he can be.
Is this, we don't know. We don't have a crystal ball, or I'd be a bazillionaire with the lottery tickets. But is this something that could catapult him to, getting back to a semblance of what he was, Ryan, 2 years ago when he was second place in the American League Rookie of the Year voting? I know there's lefties coming up the next two nights, Matz and then Corbin for Toronto on Thursday. But, is it time to maybe throw away the analytic cards and just let this dude grab a stick and go up there and hack away? See, let chips fall where they may, as they say.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think it's earned right now, and I told you this for the longest time, Bob, and I completely understand trying to play matchups, trying to give guys rest and time, and then you sometimes can ride a hot hand because that's what you do. But I think there's such a value to sending a guy out there to say, you're playing. We're riding with you. And it establishes a role. I think for a lot of players, it's trying to figure out how you fit in, not necessarily what do we need from you specifically. Like, I think the only, of the regulars that I think are always penciled in right now, right? Alonso, Ward, and Gunnar. Because then it still shifts with Adley and Basayo, right? Because they're catching. And maybe DHing here and there. But those other three guys that I mentioned, that's their roles each and every day. Everyone else is you're trying to figure it out. Besides Blaze Alexander, who I think his role is, Blaze, when we need you to play short, third, second, center, we need you to go in the stands and play there, he'll do it. I think that matters. I think it matters to know what's expected. And I think for Colton, when you look at this, do you go, does he have talent? And all these guys, right? It's who do you want to prioritize? And I think that when you make the prioritized designation, you got to live with the fact that there's going to be rough times because it's baseball. It's the hardest thing to do, to go up there and swing a bat against the game's best where the ball's moving in all different directions. So, that's what I would like to see, but I know that's different. Every team's different, but I think that's something that definitely should be looked at given the recent circumstances.
Ryan Ripken joining us, Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, talking Orioles, who win yesterday, walk-off fashion 9-7 over the first-place Rays. Kyle Bradish did not factor in the decision, but he kept them, the Orioles, in the game. He's trimmed over a run off his ERA, Ryan, since the beginning part of this month. What's been different about him? Why is he back to being the Kyle Bradish, who starting in the second half of the 2023 season was one of the best starting pitchers in Major League Baseball? Prior to injuries, of course.
Yeah, I mean, the short answer is that he's really good, and really good players are going to put it together. And I still believe in that human factor. This was his first full off season healthy, first time he's broke with camp and pitched in April and May in the last 3 years. So I think that matters for a routine, but he's a really good player. And what happened earlier on was he missed with some spots, and it was a little bit more challenging than to put guys away when you don't have your command to set up your other pitches. And a guy that has a extremely fierce sinker and a devastating breaking ball, or breaking balls, I should say. When you set up like he's done the last four starts, he can be unhittable, right? He made one mistake yesterday against Aranda, made him pay. Other than that, guys wanted no part of Kyle Bradish. And that's what he possesses. And I truly mean this. When you look at pure stuff, Kyle's pure stuff can rival the game's best. It really can. For him, though, relatively, he's still a young pitcher in the grand scheme of things. So for him, he found his bearings. He can get away with more than others. But when he pinpoints like he has recently, yeah, this is why when I've said he is an ace in the making, it's because of what you've seen the last 4 starts, and I would be shocked if we don't see this Kyle Bradish moving forward.
Hey, Ryan, what do you think Gunnar was thinking when they walked Ward to get to him?
Well, I mean, knowing as a hitter, you want to prove the other team wrong and go, oh, you think that little of me? But also in being fair, a lefty-lefty matchup's better than Taylor Ward, who seems to have been a really just tough at bat all year, right? Working the count. And so you wanted to play those odds and set it up. So for the Rays, honestly, I probably would have done the same thing, just given the circumstance and how Gunnar was swinging, facing a lefty. But it definitely ticks you off. As a competitor, you want to be in that position all the time. And also, you take offense to it when they think, hey, we got a better shot going against you. So no doubt that's definitely what was going through Gunnar's mind. I know Gunnar was frustrated for a lot of reasons yesterday. But, yeah, I mean, I will think we won't see that too often. But yesterday I thought for the Rays it actually was the right move.
Now, Ryan, with Holiday, you start out, you're playing second base, and then in the later innings you come over and play third. And smart move by Tampa, bunting the first play that he was in there. And then it looked like Alonso was in the way. But my question is, how difficult is it, especially when you're a starter, then all of a sudden you got to go from second base over to third base. How difficult is that during the game?
I mean, I think it's even more difficult when you put in the consideration that just Jackson hasn't played a lot of third. And so take that part. That's number one, and then number two, you're in crucial situations. And I thought Jackson made a nice play on that. And to what you were alluding to, he definitely blocked his vision and blocked the move because he was in the position to let it go, and then he had to stop because he didn't have the runway. And, everyone's safe, but good on Tampa for pushing the envelope. That's why small ball, making things happen, and actually coincidentally, the Orioles had a little small ball action of their own and forced Tampa into some mistakes yesterday. So, I think the bigger part, though, with Jackson and switching to each side of second to third, it's also different for the amount of time you have. You have more time at third base on a sharp hit ball than you do at second. Second, you got more time to react. You're also turning double plays. So there's so many intricacies that you can go into. Part for me is, the biggest part for me is just what you got.
Intercepting.
Yes.
Down the line, baby. That's Ryan Ripken. Speaking of mistakes, you'll be making a mistake if you don't come down and see us at Pickles Pub tonight starting at 5:30. For Baltimore Baseball tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services, getting you ready for Game 2 of the series against the first-place Rays. So we'll talk to Ryan later on tonight. Stick around for that. But when we come back, it's the whip around. Closure in the Eastern Conference of the NBA playoffs. Could be that same thing happening in the Western Conference of the Stanley Cup playoffs in an overtime thriller as well. And they're new lacrosse champion in men's and women's, and Maryland's not either one of them, unfortunately.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Thinking about selling your home? The Lee Tessier team with eXp Realty will make you a cash offer for fair market value. Learn more on LeeTessier.com.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee Tessier.
Maryland Treasure Scratch Offs from the Maryland Lottery are now on sale, featuring 4 scenes of our state's natural beauty by 4 local artists.
This artwork is amazing. The detail, the colors. They fill me with so much Maryland pride. I don't know if I should scratch them or frame them.
You could win up to $10,000.
Scratching it is.
Play new Maryland Treasure Scratch Offs from the Maryland Lottery. Appreciate the art. Love the prizes. Please play responsibly.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones and all on the T-Mobile network.
Ah, how about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust the Nemu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. All season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boost, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB Same-Game Parlay Boost. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB Odds Boost Tokens and MLB Parlay Boost Tokens all season long. More boost, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Whoa, okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
The T-Mobile one says their customers had the lowest wireless bills versus the other big guys over the past 5 years. And their latest experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now or...
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. And right now, bring your phone to T-Mobile and we'll give you $400 when you switch.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. $400 with new account on qualifying line. Unlock device credit ported 90 plus days with device and carrier. Entirely redemption required. Virtual MasterCard typically takes 14 weeks. No cash access and expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. Member FDIC. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Vinny and Haynie's Whip Around.
Every sport, every game, everything.
Brought to you by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Time for the Whip Around. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Turn it up Tuesday. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. You want it loud? We'll play it that way. Send your request. Plus for text line at 410-583-1057. In the Stanley Cup playoffs, Eastern Conference Finals, what has been a competitive series. TNT last night were in overtime. It's Carolina, who hadn't lost. They were off for a long time. Taking on the Montreal Canadiens, who have made this run to where they are right now. But free hockey until it ended abruptly. Sudden death.
Maintains control of the puck. Svechnikov, cross ice, Jarvis. Back out, shot by Svechnikov. Score! The Carolina Hurricanes take game 3. Their second consecutive overtime victory.
It was... The shots were 38-13. So, but in every game, Carolina has dominated the shots. Now, it was tie game in the third, and Montreal scored, but it got disallowed because Cole Caulfield was in the offensive end before the puck got in, so it was offsides. Otherwise, Montreal would have had a chance to win that game. But Svechnikov and all the announcers, the TNT people, they were complaining about Aho, Svechnikov, and Jarvis. They got to get going. They got to get going. They got to get going. You know, and they're the ones that scored the game winner. So that was a big win there. I mean, the atmosphere was spectacular last night. 21,000 people there. But Carolina just offensive. They're just so strong in the offensive end that Montreal doesn't get many shots on goal. And that's they had some nice chances, but Anderson made some nice saves for them too. But now the game tonight, 3-0, you were talking about, Bob, Colorado. Nathan McKinnon the other night. No, Colorado comes out. They're up 3-0, and it's like in the first period, like the first 10 minutes, it's 3-0. You're like, oh man, this is going to be a blowout. You almost want to change a channel. Then all of a sudden, Vegas kind of starts working it back, and then McKinnon takes a slap shot in the side. He goes out down to block it, takes it on the side of his leg in the knee, and he laid there, and then he went into the locker room, tried to skate, had no burst, no explosiveness, nothing. So then the coach asked him, can you just do power play? And he did power play, but he didn't, because McKinnon's one of the fastest, most explosive skaters, and he became just the guy. And Vegas came back and took the lead and ended up winning that game. Now, if McKinnon is 50% tonight, that's going to be a tough one at Vegas to close it out, 3-0. Vegas is, since Torts took over, 18-4-1. They're playing great hockey, right? They're probably playing better than anybody in the NHL right now, and they're hot at the right time. Colorado looks like a team that, is searching, and they got McKinnon who's hurt. They got Makar who just came back, who's got a bad shoulder. And then Netchus, who plays with McKinnon, he's over 100-point guy. He doesn't have any points. He's got to come to the party a little bit. But I'm looking for Vegas, Carolina finals.
And as we've talked about before in team sports, best of 7 series is an extremely rare occasion that a team comes from an 0-3 hole. I think it's happened once in hockey, once in baseball when the Yankees came back, or the Red Sox actually came back from 0-3 to beat New York, and it's never happened in basketball. So there you go. Good luck with all that. Colorado, Game 4 tonight at 9 at your face-off time. As the Golden Knights look to finish it off, it's the Whip-Arounds, Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Speaking of being down 0-3 and needing a miracle to come back and win, the Cleveland Cavaliers at home taking on the Knicks. And let's just say there is no miracle. There's no miracle on court, no miracle on ice, no Smokey Robinson in the miracles. It was all about the Knicks handling their business and doing it in a big way.
It's over. Believe it, Knicks fans, for the first time in 27 years, the New York Knicks are going to the NBA Finals. The dream season continues, and hopes of ending a decades-long championship drought are very much alive.
1973, to be exact. Last time the Knicks won the NBA title, the Baltimore Bullets, as I've pointed out many times, still existed. The Knicks beat the Bullets, as a matter of fact, in the Eastern Conference Finals, and got lucky because John Havlicek got hurt. Their Eastern Conference semifinals, got hurt in the Eastern Conference Finals, but that's 53 years ago. The Knicks were down 2-1 to Atlanta. Yeah. And since then, they have been absolutely destroying teams. Like John Thompson's Georgetown Hoyas used to work the Hawaii teams in November in college basketball by like 50. They came back and beat the Hawks, obviously. Game 6 in Atlanta, they won by 51. Swept Philly, who upset Boston. Game 4, won by 30. Last night in Cleveland to finish off the Cavaliers. They won by 37. They won in a 20-0 run. This game was over. If Mills Lane was the referee, they would have stopped it in the middle of the third quarter and smelling salts for James Harden and Donovan Mitchell and Kenny Atkinson and the dopey comments. Analytically, we're beating them. Yeah. Hey, look. Stats, analytics. Hey, look at the standings. Look at the scoreboard. Because on the scoreboard, you're getting your asses kicked. Even James Harden said, I still think we're kind of a better team. And he actually thought he played well defensively. His quote, defensively, I've been pretty solid. No. And offensively, I'm getting people shots. Okay. All right, whatever. Cleveland's done. Knicks, for the first time since 99, they go to the NBA Finals, and they will await. Jalen Brunson, by the way, was the Eastern Conference Finals MVP. Karl Anthony Towns, 19 points, 14 boards there. OG Anunoby had 17. And Brunson, the Knicks, I think everybody came off the bench and scored close to 10 points for them last night. They'll await the winner of San Antonio and Oklahoma City. That series is tied at 2 games apiece. Game 5 coming up tonight on NBC. San Antonio blew out the Thunder over the weekend to even things up. So this one's, and we'll talk to Sean Devaney from Heavy.com coming up around 1:30. Everyone we talk to, doesn't matter. Knicks could win the East. That's nice. Right. They're losing to the Western Conference. I don't see it. I'm not buying it. And the way Josh Hart and Bridges are playing right now, and Anunoby's back and he's healthy, I wouldn't, not saying the Knicks are going to win the title, but I don't think it's going to be they're going to get swept in 4, go down quietly in 5. I think they're going to be very competitive because this series between the 2 teams in the West,
going 7 probably.
And they're going to take a lot out of each other. All right, real quick, lacrosse. Princeton wins the men's championship, beating Notre Dame 16-9. It was Northwestern, hey, Mike Harmon, beating North Carolina to win the women. This day in Orioles history, 1996 rather, at Oriole Park, Camden Yards, Luis Polonia, Greg Zahn, Robbie Alomar drove in 2 runs apiece, and Kent Merker got the win as the Orioles beat the A's, Oakland A's at the time, 6-1. And 2 years ago in Chicago, the White Sox, Adley Rutschman, Colton Cowser went deep. When Colton hit a home run then, I was like, okay, cool, we expected that.
Right.
And I was like, oh, wow, blind squirrel. But no, he expected it back in those days. Kyle Bradish went 7 no-hit innings and got yanked, got the harder hook. And then our boy Danny Coulombe came up and get a home run. But the Orioles still win 4-1. Craig Kimbrell, who just was DFA'd by the Mets, picked up the save as the Orioles 2 years ago beat the White Sox 4-1. We'll come back, take your phone calls at 410-583-1057. Orioles 2 out of the wild card, but still 6 games under 500 and still a bunch of teams in front of them to get into the postseason. Forget about the American League East unless New York and Tampa totally crap the bed here. And OTAs resume tomorrow, as Vinny talks about what he's looking forward to seeing. We're already 1 week in, 1 practice in, open to the media. What do you need to see tomorrow and then next week, and then mandatory minicamp coming up in 2 weeks?
If you missed today's Big Bad Morning Show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. The Big Bad Morning Show, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 6 till 10, 105.7 The Fan.
For all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
This is a test of the emergency alert system.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy. Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mira Fiber Gummies.
Objection!
It's true. Mira Fiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support, all in 1 serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mira Fiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mira Fiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
Many times, a person hires a law firm after an injury without doing research. It can be a big mistake or not. Sometimes, after you have hired a certain lawyer, you realize you made a certain mistake. But guess what? Just because you hire them doesn't mean you can't fire them. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you think you've hired the wrong firm, you may have. So do this. Google Morgan & Morgan results or visit forthepeople.com for cases just like yours. You may find that our full-service injury firm should have been your choice in the first place. Last year, almost 12,000 people discharged their law firm and hired us after further research. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com today and let's get started. Or call Pound Law on your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
For all the things you have to do and places you need to be, let Uber take you there. Because you had just one more 3 rounds ago. Because the 5 a.m. flight seemed like a good idea at the time. Because check engine lights always appear at the worst possible times. And because parking downtown is a nightmare. Because there are nights out, airport trips, and car troubles in your area, there are drivers in your area. Uber. Request a ride today. Wait time varies. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Pickles Pub, a longtime Baltimore tradition and the home of Baltimore baseball, tonight is just a home run away from the yard. It's the fans' destination pre and post for every Baltimore baseball home game this season and the #1 place for sports fans for over 30 years. Pickles has recently been renovated, offering an atmosphere fun for families and friends with their new 55 TV system upgrade with a Jumbotron and video wall, plus enjoy one of their famous 32-ounce orange crushes. See you at Pickles.
Surfside iced tea and lemonade with vodka. Light, refreshing, 100 calories, no bubbles. Pairs perfectly with cheering on your oats. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 1057 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
In a Memorial Day matinee at the Yard, Colton Cowser sends Birdland into a frenzy.
He's dancing off the bag. Fly ball, Colton Cowser. Deep right center. Mullins back at the wall. He did it again. Back-to-back days. Walk-off home runs for Cowser. 8. The milk cold.
The final call from Kevin Brown on Masson. Colton Cowser follows up Sunday's walk-off win with another walk-off win. This time it's a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 13th to send the Birds to a 9-7 win over the visiting Rays, a game that was rather ho-hum through 9 innings, but extras provided the fireworks. Tampa would take leads in the 11th, 12th, and 13th innings, with the O's punching back each time, leading up to Cowser's game-winning homer. And though O's fans would say they prefer a victory that keeps the heart rate rather low, Kyle Bradish feels the team proved something in yesterday's contest.
I think by far that was our best game. Complete game. Defense was really good. Bullpen was there. And then the bats just battling till our last strike or whatever it was, but not giving up.
Bradish received a no decision in yesterday's game, but 6 innings of 1-run ball has lowered his ERA to 3.87 on the season. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Fort of Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly cloudy skies with a chance for an afternoon shower. Highs in the mid-70s. I'm Joe LaCroix, Raven Serps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
News from the Nest coming up top of the hour. Start looking ahead to OTAs, which are tomorrow at 12:30. One winning drive. Orioles tonight taking on the Rays. Game 2 of this 3-game series. Birds walk off first place Tampa yesterday. Behind Colton Cowser and all kind of the crazy things going on down there, and a lot of other things happening in the world of sports. As we just said, Stanley Cup playoffs, the NBA Finals. One team's in, others are waiting. Anything you want to get into, we're here for you. Bob Haynie, Vince Serrato, Nolan McGraw. Go to Justin in Hamilton. Justin, thanks for holding. What's up?
What's up, fellas?
How you doing, man?
Benny, hockey playoffs have been awesome, man. You answer a lot of my questions in the whip around. Do you think Colorado's any shot tonight?
If McKinnon's not playing, I would say it's going to be real difficult.
Okay. All right. Well, hopefully it'll be a good game because the playoffs have been awesome.
Yeah, I wish it would start at 7 o'clock, not 9 o'clock.
Yeah, that's tough. But, yeah, on the Orioles, Colton Cowser, I never doubted you. Wink, wink. Yeah. But And Gunner getting picked off again. Oh my goodness, this can't happen. He's killing us with this. It almost cost us another game. I'm trying to be optimistic about this season, but like you said, the Tigers are bad, and we're one strike away from losing that series. So it's kind of hard to get the hopes up. But hopefully we can get the series win tonight. And that's it for today. Y'all have a good one.
All right, Justin, thanks for the call. Hope you had a great Memorial Day. Hey, Gunner, it's like, what the hell are you doing out there, man? On skates. Tavares got himself in a jam, and we've seen it all season long with the base running miscues and things of that sort. But, I mean, uncharacteristic for Tampa to commit 4 errors themselves.
Oh, boy, yeah.
I mean, they were kind of out there a little bit, but they're not back, in my opinion. Now, hey, they could win 3 in a row, and depending on how the results are throughout baseball, they could be in the wild card by the time Toronto's here Friday. But you're not really back. If you're back at all, take it to 500. Get to 500 because I'm going to make a guarantee, Nolan, and you know I'm always right. As crappy as the American League East is right now, the playoff, there's not going to be a sub 500 playoff team in baseball. Whoever makes the postseason is going to be above 500. Now, would they be 4 games over, 8 games over? That I can't tell you. But there's not going to be an 80 and 82 that reaches the playoffs. I mean, the Orioles are on pace to lose 90 games. That's not a playoff team. Get to 500, then we could start building from there. Win tonight, you win the series. Then that's back-to-back series win. Toronto comes in, division foe, handle your business there, depending on what their status might be. Dylan Cease just went on the IL with a hamstring, so they've lost their top starting pitcher. I mean, there are things here for the taking, but the Orioles are so annoying and inconsistent, you can't really go, but they're going to win 5 of 6. I don't know that. No idea to know that. You hope. But you have no idea.
Well, how deep into the year does the league-wide mediocrity become real to you? Because I think a lot of people didn't think that we'd make it this far.
Give me the All-Star break.
Yeah.
So we're what, a month and a half from that?
Right.
Give me the All-Star break. And once we get to preseason football and the third wild card's still below 500, then this is kind of an outlier. Like, oh, boy, there's a lot of crap in the major leagues.
And even then, right, okay, like I mentioned the American League West last week, that the A's were just a hair above 500, 1 win above 500, but everyone else was below. We've evened out now. The A's still on top at 27 and 27, but the question at the time was, do they make it to the end of the month without somebody in that division going over 500? I mean, it's still in play here as we're in the final week of the season, but like National League East, for example. You could say mediocre division overall, but the Braves will run away with it. I mean, you could have a couple divisions like that where your champion is leaps and bounds above everybody else, but, you know, for the most part, 4 teams there are below 500. So, I don't know. I mean, this has gone on longer than I would have thought. I would not be shocked at all if we're here at the end of June and it's still looking pretty wide open overall, which bodes well for the Orioles, but does it necessarily make you feel better about the team? I don't think so. Like I've said the past couple weeks, like I don't want the conversation around the Orioles to be, well, they stink, but everyone else stinks, so who knows what can happen. I want it to be a definitive, they're good. Okay. When I say the Orioles are good, I really want to feel it.
Well, 6 games below the minus 55 run differential says right now they're not good. And to your point about the A's, if they were in the NL Central, they'd be in last place. Nolan, we have time for a call?
Yeah, let's do one here.
Let's do a call. Let's go to Q in Pikesville. Q, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Long time no speak.
Yeah.
How y'all doing?
All right.
Yeah, man, good times for me, man. First and foremost, my Knicks. I'm trying to control my emotions because I've been through this roller coaster in 94 and 99. So, but for some reason, I don't think it's a foregone conclusion. Like everybody's writing them off like it's a foregone loss against the Spurs or OKC. The way we shooting teams out of the arena, I don't think neither one of those teams could stop it, just to be honest. So I control my emotions until then, but I think that might go, that series, whoever we play, may go 6 or 7.
I'm with you 100%. I think the Knicks are in it to win it. I mean, their last 3 playoff clinchers have been by 51, 30, and 37. Scrub teams.
Demolishing teams.
Yeah, scrub teams don't do that, Q. And they won 11 in a row.
Exactly.
You know?
As far as the Jets go, man, I love the Jets draft this year, specifically Sadiq and Cooper.
Yeah.
I think Cooper's going to ride the bench most of the season, but I think Sadiq is going to have a monster season. And Gino likes to target his tight ends. I think he's going to have. So right now, I'm looking at the 7 to 8 window mark. A lot of people still think we're going to be garbage this year to suck for another quarterback. I just don't see that. I think we improved our defense dramatically. With MLB, it's something off about this Yankees team to me. They're not consistent. The pitching is better, but offensively, they're just not consistent for me to be that comfortable. I think they're going to go deep in the postseason, but I don't think that this is a championship team. Looking at them right now, it's just too much inconsistencies. Take it easy, fellas. I'll talk to y'all later.
All right, Q, thanks for the call. And look, right now they need the Yankees, someone other than Ben Rice and Aaron Judge, to provide offense on a consistent basis. But Warren, Schlittler, Garrett Cole's back, Rodon, now Fried hit the shelf.
Yeah.
Back end of the bullpen, though, that Bednar guy, they might have a problemo there at closer. Anthony Volpe, the guy everyone likes to hate. He had the game-winning hit yesterday. What does this mean for him? I don't know. Because George Rollenberg Jr. is waiting in the wings down on the farm. Maybe not this year, but next year and way beyond. And are we buying Tampa? Bob Nightingale said 2 weeks ago, right, Nolan, to pump the brakes. I think he kind of backed off that a little bit. I mean, they're the pesky team. That Caballero is getting on my nerves, though. Not Caballero, the other guy. The guy that got the hit.
Palacios?
Yeah. You're getting on my nerves. Nah, the guy with the little dude with the hit yesterday, got the game-winning hit in the finale.
The dancing guy from last week.
Yeah, he thought he popped up.
Palacios,
but yeah. He's annoying me. But I'm making that personal, not business. I mean, he's handling his business. And what else? The Jets? They'll be better than the Dolphins, I'll give you that.
It all depends on how Geno Stone plays, and Aaron Glenn, I just don't know. I mean, when you got to change your whole coaching staff after the 1 year, because it's either all of them or you.
Well, they paid Breece Hall, which is good.
They did. And I do like their draft. I thought their draft was that. And I do like Sadiq. Geno, they're going to have a good old line too. So, yeah, they won't be in last place in that division.
Yeah, Geno, back where he started. We'll come back, talk to Nolan McGraw, reset the program for you. News from the Nashville Talk Ravens OTAs, which resume, I should say, tomorrow. Buy or sell, 12:15. And then Kevin Ostraker, USA Today, the Ravens Wire. Get his thoughts on how things are progressing. And a Bleacher Report by way of BaltimoreRavens.com. And Kevin Eck has a projection of what Lamar's next contract could look like. A lot of zeros, let's just put it that way.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Cleveland Cavaliers are delusional, and owner Dan Gilbert should look to blow up the team. After they got humiliated by the Knicks in a 4-game sweep in the Eastern Conference Final, Donovan Mitchell says they did it to themselves. James Harden believes the Cavs are the better team, and Kenny Atkinson believes analytically this series was actually close. Zero accountability from these players or coaches. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Furnished by IntelliBrands. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Get an Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. Improve your flexibility and balance, strengthen and tone your legs.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
My circulation is moving. I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
It's so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. And for a limited time, get a free upgrade to our deluxe bundle with a faster motor, sport mat, and wireless remote. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
For over 80 years, Long Fence has been serving our area with only the highest quality materials and superior craftsmanship. We're family owned, so you could say it's in our DNA. That's right, for decades upon decades, from one generation to the next, we've been providing the best fences, decks, pavers, and more. And right now, offering 25% off. Terms and conditions apply. Go to longfence.com for a free estimate today.
There's a long time name for quality. Long Fence.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I need a little range, step to the range, come on, meet me at the
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Pool days call for cookouts and lots of laundry. This Memorial Day at Lowe's, save $80 on a Charbroil Performance Series 4-burner gas grill. Now just $199. Plus, get up to 45% off select major appliances to keep dishes, clothes, and food fresh. Having fun in the sun is easy with us in your corner. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See associate or Lowe's.com for details.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Furnished by IntelliBrands. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Get an Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. Improve your flexibility and balance. Strengthen and tone your legs.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
My circulation is moving. I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
It's so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. And for a limited time, get a free upgrade to our deluxe bundle with a faster motor, sport mat, and wireless remote. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
Turn Up Tuesday, bracket at the 12th. Earth, Wind, and Fire. Anything you want to hear from them or anyone you want loud, we got you covered. Send your request. Plaza Ford text sign at 410-583-1057. Nolan McGraw is waiting for you. on the other side of the glass. News from the Nest, top of the hour. Get to the Ravens. OTAs resume tomorrow. So Vinny's going to share his thoughts on what needs to be better, different, and maybe talk about some guys we haven't really gotten into that much based on what he saw last week. Buy or sell. Yeah, it's Tuesday. Let's turn up some money. Long holiday weekend. I don't know about you, but I was spending the cash. My little Raven on my credit card was ready to fly away. I was using that thing so much. And then Kevin Allstriker, USA Today, the Ravens Wire. He'll be joining us as well. Got NFL lunch at 1. American League East report at 1:15. Look at the division. Boston struggling again. And then Sean Devaney, Heavy.com, talk about the NBA playoffs. Knicks to the finals for the first time since Bill Clinton was president. And it is at a foregone conclusion that either OKC or San Antonio, whoever wins the West, will work them in the championship round. And then once that's over, what's the last day? The 16th of June, I believe. Final scheduled to start on the 3rd of June, right to the draft. Then everybody gets about 2 months off, and it's back to training camp as the cycle just keeps on rolling. But let's bring Nolan McGraw in. Nolan, what's up, man? How you feeling on this Turn It Up Tuesday?
Feeling all right. How could you not? Orioles have won 3 of their last 4. That's better than we thought they were going to do for sure. Long way to go. Long way to go. Even to get to the end of this 10-game homestand. We got a long way to go here. But wanted to continue this conversation around Tyler O'Neill, if we must, or if you'll stomach it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because Bob mentioned the stats against left-handed pitching earlier in the show. Overall, I can tell you it's terrible. Against left-handed pitching, it's even somehow worse, even though that's what he was signed here to accomplish in the first place. The contract, very heavily discussed all last year, right? Everyone's saying, well, you gave him the player opt-out after year 1. He's stinking it up. There's no way he's going to turn that down, and we're on the hook for him for at least next year. It's important to note here, the opt-out was only after year 1. It was not between years 2 and 3. So that was it. He is in it for the long haul unless the Orioles decide that they've seen enough and they will part ways with him, which is my question of the day. What would it take for them to get to that point and actually eat the money, bite the bullet, whatever terminology you want to use, and move on from Tyler O'Neill? Because I can't think of another comparison, or at least a direct comparison in the Mike Elias era. For starters, there haven't been a lot of multi-year deals, big money multi-year deals at that you would say, okay, we're moving on. Like, there just haven't been that many opportunities for that. The only thing that came to mind was Craig Kimbrell, who made it a majority of the season in 2024. They did DFA him in late September, and then flat out released him. But that was with a couple weeks left in the year. The writing was on the wall, and he very much played himself out of it. They gave him multiple chances to bounce back. At one point, he did bounce back, then he regressed again. So that wasn't an example like, okay, first sign of warning, get Kimbrell out of here, we're replacing him. They gave him more than enough time to get it right. They've given Tyler O'Neill a ton of time to get this right. To get healthy would be a start. Didn't do that last year. This year, he's been a little more healthy, but his numbers are even worse. I mean, it's staggering almost to look at what he did last year and say, oh, wow, 9 home runs, that's insurmountable. There's no way he's going to match that this year. And he could play more games. He only played 54 games last year. He could very well and should play more games this year and probably finish with less home runs. So I don't know when Elias says enough is enough. If I had a hunch here, if I had to predict, he'll never say that, and this could get 100 times worse somehow, and we'll be here having the same conversation next year. But I don't know how you feel. Like, if there would be a point, and would it be less about him? Maybe it would be more about others in the outfield. You know, if everyone else is coming to the party, then maybe it's easier to say goodbye.
Well, yeah, but who are those?
Exactly. Yeah,
guys
there's nobody there right
the
now.
Party. There's no like right-handed ready bat coming up through the minor leagues. There are a lot of guys who are waiver claims and everything. Like Vance Honeycutt, for instance, who was a first-round pick a couple years ago. He's not ready. And he's been banged up, and he struggled when he has been healthy, except for that hot streak down in spring training a couple of months ago. Nolan, if we're sitting here at the All-Star break or approaching the trade deadline where you have to identify we need someone to hit right-handed or left-handed pitching, then you gotta bust a move, and you got to eat this contract. If he's still not hitting 77 a month from now, I mean, you have no other choice but to do so, because he's become a hindrance to your lineup. This is a guy that should be your everyday right fielder. Not even for the money you're paying him. He shouldn't even be a platoon player. He should be getting the brunt of the at-bats in right field. And right now, he hasn't earned them. And he'll probably be on the bench tonight against Griffin Jackson. As we said earlier, you got lefties coming up next 2 nights with Matz and I think it's Corbin tomorrow. But you have to start earning your cash. Even the year in Boston in 24, when he had an 11-plus OPS against lefties and he had 31 homers, he was on the IL 3 times. That's been kind of the MO of his career. Hey, when he's healthy, he produces. He's a 2-time Gold Glove winner. Granted, we're 5-6 years in the rearview mirror. He looks like a shell of the guy that earned that money from Mike Elias. You know, sometimes you got to pull a Fonzie. And there's a data reference. Just admit you were, I was wrong. But there's no one else ready to come up and take over that spot. If Cowser or Beavers were right-handed sticks, this would probably be a much easier decision to make because you have an in-house replacement. But, man, he has been brutal. No ribbies against lefties? None?
Yeah.
Did I read that right? I know I'm blind in my right eye.
No, you're right.
I was, yeah. So that's, you talk about unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. And you're pinch hitting for him? And no. Come on, man.
It's like a draft pick. The quicker you realize that he can't play for you, get rid of him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that, and I don't, because you know what, Bob? You know, you're saying, well, there's nobody to replace him. That forces you to replace him. You know, get rid of, you know. And then for Elias, best thing for him, then people quit bringing it up every day, too.
Again, I screwed up. It didn't work out. Let's move on. Because if he continues at this pace, which is horrible, if they're contending, and, you know, who knows, they might be 2 games out of the wild card at the trade deadline. You're going to have to bring in somebody to help you from the right, against lefties from the right side of the plate. Whoever it is. And if Mayo goes on the IL, then there's one less bat. Westberg's already out for the year. I mean, Weston Wilson's a utility player. So is Blaze, who's on fire, by the way, so we give him credit. But Tyler O'Neill, he's approaching one of the worst free agent signings in the history of the organization. And even we can go back to Chris Davis in totality, who's still getting paid because of deferred money. At least he brought something to the equation in 2016. I mean, you would take what Chris Davis did in 2016 from Tyler O'Neill in a heartbeat and call it a win if you're Mike Elias.
Right, and you knew the guy, right? In-house guy, spent a lot of time here, so it was more, accepted by the fan base, right? That we were able to put up with the early stages of the slumping. 1, because we thought it would return. We thought the good play would return. And 2, we knew Chris, that he'd given so many great moments that we were, a little wiggle room there. There's none of that with Tyler O'Neill. He was expected to produce from day one and just hasn't done it. So it's been a complete waste of money. I think even if you had suitable depth around him, you had other guys that were, knocking down the door for more playing time, I'm not confident at all that O'Neill would be out at that point or would even be out of the everyday lineup. Like, I think they'd still be shoehorning him in there. The reason I mentioned Kimbrel as the closest thing to it, one is a free agency addition, but it's really not comparable because he was going to be done at the end of the year no matter what. It was a 1-year deal. I guess from a money standpoint, they gave him, 10 to 12 million? So you were eating some of that, but it was the various weeks. We're talking about weeks there at the end of 24. With O'Neill, you'd be eating millions over at least a full year next year and whatever's left of this year.
So if he's not helping you on the field, what difference does it make?
Right.
Yeah.
And he's basically a liability anyway. Chris Davis, by the way, 2016, hit .221 with 38 homers, 84 ribbies with a slugging percentage, or an OPS rather, pushing 800. Then the next year, hell, I'd take 2017 Chris Davis, where he had .215 with 26 homers, 61 ribbies, and 15 doubles. I mean, that's Eddie Murray compared to Tyler O'Neill. Then he really bottomed out, but that's another story. We'll come back, shift gears, talk Ravens. News from the Nest. OTAs resume tomorrow. Out at one winning drive. We'll count some dough, hopefully at 12:15 with buy or sell. First week that the market's open here in the last week of May. And then Kevin Ostreicher, USA Today, the Ravens Wire. Get his thoughts on the Baltimore Ravens. Again, one of the betting favorites to get to the Super Bowl.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line. 410-583-1057.
Don't just watch the big match, experience it in New Jersey. From beaches to wineries, theme parks, and more, New Jersey has it all. Win a trip to our official soccer watch party. Enter to win at Odyssey.com/NJ. That's AUDACY.com/NJ.
Pool days call for cookouts and lots of laundry. This Memorial Day at Lowe's, save $80 on a Charbroil Performance Series 4-burner gas grill. Now just $199. Plus, get up to 45% off select major appliances to keep dishes, clothes, and food fresh. Having fun in the sun is easy with us in your corner. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See associate or Lowe's.com for details.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, and even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, this can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes and are covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 to schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. Treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at prostatusfinancial.com.
Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor, insurance licensed in Maryland.
You know the feeling. That rush when you reach that goal, make somebody brag a little back home. That's success. And at University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why UMGC offers an accredited skills-based education that helps move your career forward. We'll teach you how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, plus build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Explore more than 135 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. With affordable and online programs, you can unlock new opportunities to help you succeed again. At UMGC, we believe nothing should stand in the way of your next achievement. Not doubt, not your life stage, and especially not an application fee. Just apply by June 1st, and we'll waive your application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause Birdie told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust a Nemu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
The Smashing Pumpkins bring the Rats in the Cage tour to CFG Bank Arena on October 3rd. 2 unique sets celebrating melancholy at 39 and nearly 4 decades of unruly hits and dark treasures. A Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Joe LaCroix.
Monday afternoon at the Yard, the Moo Man delivers again.
He's dancing off the bag. Fly ball, Colton
Cowser, deep right center. Mullins back at the wall. He did it again. Back-to-back days. Walk-off home runs for Cowser. 8. The milk cold.
The final call from Kevin Brown on Masson for the second straight day. Colton Cowser wins it in extra for the O's, hitting a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 13th inning to beat the Rays 9-7. This one went back and forth in extras as Tampa went up in the 11th, 12th, and 13th innings, but the O's answered back each time with Alonso, Jackson, Henderson, Tavares, and Holiday all driving in runs in the extra frames, culminating in Cowser's long ball. He becomes the first Oriole to hit walk-off homers in back-to-back days since Fred Lynn in May of 1985. This evening, the O's and Rays battle again in Game 2 of their 3-game set, and the family have your pregame coverage with Baltimore Baseball Tonight, presented by Jerry's Home Services, live from Pickles Pub, beginning at 5:30. First pitch is slated for 6:35. Your Tuesday forecast from the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center. Mostly cloudy skies with a chance for an afternoon shower, highs in the mid-70s. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Maryland Lottery. Play the Maryland Treasure scratch-offs from the Maryland Lottery, featuring original art by local artists and a top prize of $10,000. These Maryland treasures are worth collecting. Please play responsibly. I'm Joe LaCroix, Raven Serps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
News from the Nest is sponsored by Window Nation. During Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale, you could save big on new windows. Plus, you could get no money down and no payments or interest for 2 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now.
News for the Nest here on this Turn It Up Tuesday. It's Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato. Nolan McGraw is on the other side of the glass. The Ravens back at it tomorrow. OTAs open to the media. That is, and that starts at 12:30. So I have intel coming from one winning drive today or tomorrow, and then through Thursday and Friday. Of course, Vinny, you were out there last Tuesday, as a matter of fact, getting a gander at the team. And let's start with the offense here, because you've made it clear you're confident that the defense, with Jesse Minter and Anthony Weaver, among others, now taking over there, they're going to be ready to go and go at a high level after a couple of questionable seasons, to say the least. But what about the offense? What did you see last week? Minus Lamar Jackson, let's stress that. But what did you see from the offense? What do you want to see tomorrow that makes you feel a little bit more comfortable with things?
Well, and I'm pretty positive that they're practicing today. But the thing is because last week was week 1. This is week 2. Next week, week 3. And then we got, the mandatories. But what we want to see is just progress offensively. All right, what do we mean by progress? All right, a lot of times, when we heard Harb say, you got to play fast. You got to play fast. And a lot of times you see out there, guys are thinking, which is totally normal, after 1 week, and then you can't play as fast. And then the other big thing is what you want to see, just because really the defense is not new, where the offense is new. So we should be seeing progression offensively throughout the whole offense and get a better feel for, what they want to do. But on top of that, we need to see progression and kind of identities of who's who, especially because tight end and wide receiver, we got young guys, and there's no Bateman. I mean, that's one thing is like to see what Bateman is showing up too, and hopefully he's going to be there tomorrow. But, with the young receivers and the young tight ends, they're the ones that we've got to see growth each week, where they're getting more comfortable. They're getting a better feel. They're being able to play faster, especially the wide receivers, because and the tight ends too. I mean, because there's so much that those guys have to learn about reading routes. That's the biggest thing is because, pro defenses and pro secondaries, I mean, they change coverages on the move. So as a receiver, you got to read, is it man, is it zone, is he sitting down, what's he doing, because it changes the route that you're going to run. So, and then kind of find their roles. What are they good at? What is Surratt good at? That's the thing. What's Hibner? What does he do well? We've kind of identified, that he's not an online blocking type of guy. So Okay, so he's going to be kind of the move guy. And then in the running back, who's going to be the guy that is the change of pace? Like Keaton Mitchell was, to me, that was a change of pace because of speed. Who do they have that type of guy, or do they want that type of guy? Because Ali, and Justice Hill, they're not that. That was Keaton's role. So, kind of finding out people's roles and stuff. And then, if they need to get in shape, they need to get in shape. A lot of times, linemen, and we'll talk about some of the defensive players that, especially young guys, because they've been training for the combine. So they've been training like a track athlete. Now they got to train like a football player, and they got to get in football shape. And they've got time. The thing about it is, do they need to be there right now? No, but show progress each week. And then when we come to, because we only get to see them once a week, then next Tuesday, after tomorrow, we get a chance to see them. Okay, who's getting better? And then the mandatory camp. All right, what strides have we made? And that's what we want to see. It's going to be hard for old linemen really to show much, because they can't put pads on. But everybody else will get a chance to see. Because I like to watch and just kind of like, who stands out? When you're watching, who stands out? I mean, because that's why Keaton Mitchell was, because he always kind of stood out. Who is, and like with the receivers, same type of thing. Is it Jacoby Lane? Is he making plays down the field? Is Bateman or like, whoa, that was a hell of a play. Or like last week, Longerbeam, we didn't even know he was out on the field. He's making plays. Who's making plays? And then is it some of the same guys that are making plays each week? And then like with a Zion Young, Bob, is he in shape? Is Penny, are they getting their bodies in shape? And like I told you last week, like Mike Green was like, holy crap. He's changed. He's kind of really muscled up and, got rid of baby fat. And he looks really good, and who are those kind of guys that are jumping on? Who's the talk of camp each day?
NFL Lunch, we'll talk more about the defense. Also talk about Declan Doyle. When do we get an idea of what his offense may or may not be? We'll get into that as well. Talk more Ravens, as a matter of fact, with Kevin Ostreicher from USA Today, the Ravens Wire, bottom of the hour. But we'll come back, count some money, hopefully. It's early week. We had a long weekend. Now we're back at it, hopefully earning some duckies here heading into the last weekend of May. Coming up in the 1 o'clock hour, American League East report at 1:15. Talk about what happened in the division last night and what's going to be happening tonight. Give you an updated look at the standings throughout Major League Baseball. And Sean Devaney, Heavy.com, talk about the NBA playoffs. Knicks are in the finals for the first time since Bill Clinton was president. By the way, they played the Spurs that year. Can we get a little rematch, maybe?
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Get ready for the $30,000 sizzling summer drawings at Horseshoe Casino Baltimore. Start earning now with drawings on May 30th to win up to $30,000 in prizes. Win big all summer long at Horseshoe Casino, Baltimore's best bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year.
Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. If anyone knows about diehard sports fans, it's me. I get to live and breathe the excitement of the season all year long. Now for advertisers, that passion matters. It's exactly why sports radio performs for brands. People who listen to sports on radio via streaming or on sports podcasts are nearly 3 times more likely to consider a brand that supports their favorite team. So if you are interested in reaching sports fans, we have the playbook for you. Check out our comprehensive ebook, State of Audio, Sports Fandom. Check out stateofaudio.com.
Are you buying
Straight cash, homie.
or selling?
I'm not gonna buy into that crap.
Buy or Sell is sponsored by Jones Bel Air Hyundai. Visit them to buy or sell your car. See Kevin Brammer for a new or used vehicle with over 2 million likes and reviews. You too will be a satisfied customer. Visit BelAirHyundai.com today. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan.
Buy or sell here on this Turn It Up Tuesday. Bob Henning, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw is on the other side of the glass. Tons going on. World of Sports, Orioles, Rays. Game 2 of that series coming up tonight, 6:35. Baltimore baseball tonight live from Pickles. Starts at 5:30 with me, Ryan Ripken, and old Quick Draw over there. You got the Ravens back at OTAs tomorrow, which is open to the media. Starting at 12:30, so we'll have that. You got the Stanley Cup playoffs. You got the NBA Finals set from the Eastern Conference side for sure, and a lot of other things going on. Hell, you got the French Open happening in tennis over there, minus Carlos Alcaraz, who's out with an injury, and I think he's going to miss Wimbledon too. But anyway, Nolan, let's count that money first. Vinny, let's do it by yourself.
All right, the Dow is down 89. The S&P's up 37. NASDAQ is up 215. DraftKings down 74 cents. Under Armour's up 11 cents, 552.
Start in the NFL today, where Matthew Stafford, we know he's been toying around with retirement for couple of years now, really kind of ramped up, or things got a little contentious in the contract department at this time last year, but just go out there, put up MVP numbers, no harm, no foul, and that's all good enough to now earn him a little extra money. Even though he was toying around with the retirement, decided roughly 2 weeks after the end of the season that he would return for 2026. That was the final year of his pre-existing contract. The Rams felt it necessary to tack on an additional year. The price, not really the interesting part here, because he's still going to be in the back half of the top 10 in terms of quarterback money. But the timing really, an additional year for someone who's already considered year to year in their career. There's not a ton of time left here, I guess is my bigger point. Buy or sell, Vinny. If the Rams live up to expectations and do win the Super Bowl, Stafford will retire. Next year becomes moot.
I'll buy that. What better way to go out? And they're the favorites right now. And I think that's why Stafford was pissed about the 13th pick overall. How's that helping me, win a Super Bowl? So, yeah, I'll buy it, Nolan.
Over to baseball, I mentioned Craig Kimbrell earlier for the wrong reasons. Well, everything that's happened since he left Baltimore has been pretty ugly. Most recently with the Mets, they want nothing to do with him anymore. He's hopped around with a handful of other teams. Not all of them have resulted in a trip to the majors. Some have been just minor league deals. But point is, he's made 28 total appearances since the end of his Orioles tenure. No saves. Now, I don't know how many times he was put in there for a save opportunity, but that has just completely fallen off his radar, which is shocking, stunning for one of the league's all-time best closers. My question today is, how much does this recent downturn for him over the past couple of years take away from or overshadow the early dominance of his career? Even with the recent struggles, still holds a career ERA of 2.65. It's better than Hall of Famer Trevor Hoffman. His whip is in line with not only Hoffman, but other Hall of Famers, relievers that is, Rivera, Wagner. He's fifth all-time on the saves list. Can't take that away from him. Buy or sell, Bob. This ugly recent stretch, or this ugly end of his career, will not prevent Kimbrell's career from being Hall of Fame when it's all said and done.
I'm going to buy that because you just mentioned some of the numbers, and I believe he's won a world championship too as a closer. He's put together a string of dominant seasons. We saw him kind of decline towards the end of his Phillies career. Remember the year before the Orioles signed him and say, oh boy, because he flatlined for them in the playoffs. But by and large, he's been one of the best closers we've seen in the last 25 years. And you can make that same argument maybe, too, for Kenley Jansen, who gave up the walk-off to Colton Cowser on Sunday and game one of that doubleheader, who was a dominant closer, converted catcher, I think he was, in the Dodgers organization. There are a lot of Hall of Famers, Nolan. If you look at the back of that baseball card, their last couple of years were not Hall of Fame worthy. Legacies were not affected. And I think Craig Kimbrell might be that guy. And who are we to tell someone to stop chasing the dream? Yeah. Baseball will tell you when it's time to stop. They'll stop signing you.
Well, I'm waiting on that. I mean, everyone's saying, he'll turn it around with us. Give him one more shot.
Maybe that's more of an indictment of how lame pitching might be in the bigger picture here.
It's true.
Look at quarterbacks.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I mean, they got to. Phillip Rivers came out of retirement. I still think he had his TV tray wrapped around his neck.
Speaking of quarterbacks in the NFL, Joe Burrow has been pretty vocal in the past about what he wants to see in terms of roster decisions and from his front office overall. They've prioritized him. They've given some big contracts to some of his top weapons to keep them in place. Now, all of a sudden, a pretty big tone change from the quarterback, at least compared to the end of last season to where they are now here in OTAs. The quote from Burrow says, "We have everything we need in that locker room. I think this is the most talented roster that we've had since I've been here." Well, they've been pretty aggressive in building that roster, even changing some of their methods here that have been un-Bengals-like, the big trade for Lawrence, among others. Vinny, are you buying or selling Burrow's claims about his supporting cast and roster around him being the best it's been?
Yeah, I'll buy it. I mean, if he's saying it, I'll buy it. But the thing is now it's time for him. He's got to stay healthy, number one, and he's got to bring him to a championship. Otherwise, all his talk means nothing. But we've heard it last year from the Ravens, best roster in football, and that didn't go over.
I was all in on that.
Yeah, so was I.
A lot of things to be frustrated with this Orioles season. One of the biggest ones is the influx of runs they've allowed in two-out situations. And if you had a hunch just watching these games of, man, they seem to give up a ton of their runs in that fashion, you're not crazy. At one point last week, coming out of that Rays series, the ugly three-game sweep, 118 total runs on the year allowed in two-out situations. That makes up 43% of all the runs that they've allowed on the year. So, yes, you are not crazy if you had a little hunch. And I mentioned the Rays series in particular. That's where things really reached an all-time low for the Orioles, if you will. 25 total runs allowed across those 3 games, 15 of which with 2 outs already recorded. Now, in yesterday's opener, you give up 7 total, but to their credit, a little bit better in this department. None of them in 2-out situations. Buy or sell, Bob. The Orioles will go the rest of this week, 6 more games, with less than 15 runs allowed in 2-out scenarios.
I'll buy it. I mean, I guess. I mean, sooner or later, the tide's going to have to turn in a more positive direction for them. So they'll start slamming doors in 2-out situations. And hopefully it starts tonight with Shane Baz taking on his former team. Where if you're going to give them up, at least get them back, too. I guess that's another problem that we'll get into, the Orioles scoring with 2 runs. I mean,
yeah. Oh, that's another, not a hunch, that's been proven.
Yeah,
the give-backs have been too much.
Again, 6 games below 500, minus 55 run differential. Those are real stats, ladies and gentlemen. But only 2 games out of the wild card. That's real, too. When we come back, Kevin Oestreicher, USA Today, Ravens Wire, get his thoughts on what he's looking to see. Day 2 or week 2 of OTAs out at 1 winning drive. NFL lunch coming up 1 o'clock. Talk about the Ravens defense and maybe talk more about Declan Doyle and what he might bring to the equation as the new OC. American League East report at 1:15. And Sean Devaney, Heavy.com, previewed tonight's Game 5, the all-important Game 5, Western Conference Finals, and have the Knicks change the narrative. Not only are they winning, they're demolishing people.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Buick GMC.
No matter the season, drive a new Buick or GMC and choose from Maryland's largest selection, like GMC Sierra pickups, priced thousands below MSRP.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com.
GMC, we are professional grade.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. All right, your Friday nights just got a little louder because NBA Happy Hour is live on FanDuel. Every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, FanDuel's running limited time specials to pregame your weekend. We're talking boosts, bonuses, surprises, all dropping right in the app. It's the perfect way to kick off the weekend. A little basketball, a little action, and a whole lot of Friday energy. That's NBA Happy Hour every Friday from 6 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern, only on FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. FanDuel Sportsbook's the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
In some cases, hip and knee pain can slow you down. In other cases, it can stop you in your tracks and prevent you from living your best life. Don't allow that to happen. The experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, will provide the comprehensive care you need to keep your hips and knees well and working. Schedule an appointment with one of our hip and knee specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Last year, I had back pain radiating down my right leg. The pain was so bad I was willing to cut my leg off to stop the pain. I could barely walk and had to stoop over when I did just to take pressure off the spine. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In my professional career, I've represented thousands of people who've had herniated discs and issues with their neck and back, but never fully appreciated what they were going through until it was my turn. It's like trying to describe colors to a blind person who's never had sight. All I can tell you is it hurt like hell, but worse. My daily walk was gone, and that bothered me a great deal. Then I thought of all of you and how much more devastating this type of injury could be for you. My life stopped. I now feel your pain. Just know at Morgan & Morgan, we got your back. I understand. Morgan means more.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years.
I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
When was the last time you looked at your auto loan rate? If it's not with Security Plus Federal Credit Union, you could be missing out. Refinance today with rates as low as 4.74% APR and no payments for 90 days. It's an easy way to lower your payment and take control of your finances. Visit securityplusfcu.org/refi or stop by your nearest branch. Security Plus Federal Credit Union. Experience the plus side of banking. Rate quoted includes a 2.5% discount for automatic payments. Rates may vary based on applicant's credit worthiness. Membership eligibility required. Terms subject to credit approval. Offer only valid until June 30th, 2026.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. A cool and crisp Modelo tastes good. But you know what tastes even better? That survived the evening rush Modelo. That post-12-hour shift Modelo. That fought for every rebound Modelo. That just clocked out on a Friday Modelo. That Modelo you earned is just better. That Modelo is the markable fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Memorial Day savings start now at Bel Air Hyundai. Save with 0% 60-month financing and make no payments for 90 days. Online at BelAirHyundai.com.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles kicked off their 10-game homestand in style by taking 2 out of 3 from the Tigers and then Monday's series opener from the Rays. Colton Cowser has been the unlikely hero with walk-off home runs in 2 of those matchups. He delivered the biggest swing of yesterday's game with a 2-run blast in the 13th that secured a 9-7 victory for the Birds.
Honestly, probably one of my favorite wins as an Oriole. Back and forth, just always in the fight. Really proud of our guys for just keep showing up, keep grinding, and felt like we were 1 hit away there for about 4 innings.
There's Cowser following the game. The O's have already fared much better in their rematch against the Rays. They'll try to take the series in Game 2 this evening. Shane Baz versus Griffin Jacks is your pitching matchup, with things scheduled to get rolling at 6:35. And after closing out their series against the Cavaliers last night with a 130-93 win, the Knicks will be moving on to their first finals since 1999. They'll await the winner of Spurs versus Thunder, which is currently knotted up at 2 games apiece. Game 5 takes place tonight in OKC, tip-off at 8:30. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, mostly cloudy with highs in the upper 70s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
Turn it up Tuesday. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Orioles and Rays tonight. Game 2 of the 3-game set. 6:35. Baz against Jacks. Baltimore baseball tonight. 5:30. Live for Pickles. Me, Ryan Ripken, and Nolan McGraw. So if you're coming to the game, stop by and say hello. We'll be there until first pitch, so it's always a good time. Ravens back at OTAs tomorrow. Week 2. Well, they actually have 3 practices this week. Only 1 is open to the media, and that is tomorrow. And here to talk about that, maybe look ahead to mandatory minicamp a little bit. From USA Today, it's the Ravens Wire. Joins us every Tuesday on the Window Nation Guest Hotline. Let's welcome back to the show Kevin Oestreicher. Kevin, first of all, good afternoon. How you feeling?
Good afternoon. Feeling good. You know, with every week that goes by, it's another week closer to football season. OTAs in full swing here. So, yeah, it's exciting.
Now, no Lamar last week, as we've discussed, and we'll see tomorrow if he's there, or maybe the Ravens will send something out on social media today if, in fact, the old number 8's at the Castle. But let's get to Declan Doyle. changing from Todd Monken and before him, Greg Roman. What's Doyle? What do you think the thought process will be? He's got Lombardi as a veteran sounding board helping him on the coaching staff. Declan Doyle, what do you think he brings to the equation here, year one for a Ravens offense that, it's got some issues, but they do have some stars at certain positions as well?
Yeah, I think the versatility that the offense is going to be able to have with Declan Doyle is going to be really important. Obviously, I think he brings a lot in terms of the play-action game, which I think is going to be really big, and that's something that I've wanted the Ravens to lean a lot more into over the last handful of years. And I just think that when you have Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, and that's stuff that I'm sure they're all going to work on at OTAs, and the Ravens putting out the video of Lamar being there today is a big deal, and everybody can be like, all right, Lamar's there, so we got that checked off. But that's something that all these guys are going to work on. Derrick Henry talked about embracing change and kind of taking it day by day. So I do think that for Declan Doyle, him coming in, the thing is not having any play calling experience. That's the one risk. But I do think that with the coaches he's been under, Sean Payton, Ben Johnson, he was an active part of that offense in Chicago last year, despite the fact that he wasn't the one holding the play sheet and calling the plays. I think one of the things that Eric DeCosta said that, kind of has me excited is that they are going to be very multiple on the offensive side of the ball. And, moving away from the fullback, having 4 tight ends and doing a lot of different things there. But I think play action is going to be the most important part of this offense this year, especially because if they can get the ground game going early, they have to either stack the box or linebackers and safeties have to take that extra step up. And with that, you can have Lamar fake that handoff, and then you can have Mark Andrews run up the seam, or you can have Zay Flowers, Rashad Bateman, all those types of guys make plays for you because the defense is going to be so caught into what they're doing on the ground. So I think Declan Doyle is going to be an awesome addition to the coaching staff. And, Roman, Monken, they all had their pros and cons, but I really do think that Doyle can be maybe the best of all worlds here.
Yeah, the thing that, we're not going to really know about Doyle, until that first game, probably till halftime and what the halftime adjustments, because we talked about it with Zach Orr 2 years ago. So that's where, because he hadn't been in that situation before. So, when you're under pressure and your butthole's getting tight, and it's the fourth quarter, how are you going to be then? That's when we're going to find out about Doyle.
Yeah, and there is going to be a process of, kind of adjusting, I guess, to a new role. I don't expect it to be all sunshine and rainbows for a full 17-game season. I mean, even Mike McDonald didn't have that. We're talking about, coordinators or, first time was at the NFL level. I mean, the difference obviously is McDonald called plays in Michigan before coming back to the Ravens. But you're right. I mean, with Zach Orr, there was that adjustment period, and it was a very big adjustment period for both years where they started off super slow on defense. So for the offensive side of the ball, you're right. It is about, if the defense is stopping you and they're showing you all the wrong looks and you need to kind of adjust your game plan, how is that going to look? But, it just felt like at times with Todd Monken, with how dominant we saw that offense be, there were also those spells and those stretches where they just couldn't find a way to move the ball down the field. Obviously, there were the questions about Derrick Henry's usage in some situations, and every coordinator has flaws. And, over the course of the season, we'll see, hey, what does Declan Doyle do really well and what does he need to adjust with? But at the same time, I think that while I guess it is a risk to have a first-time play caller come into a situation like this in particular where the team is obviously hoping to get back to contention, get back into the AFC playoff picture, Super Bowl, et cetera, I still think the ceiling that he has is worth that. And the way that I think he embraces the vision of what Jesse Minter has in mind for his football team is really good as well.
I want to see tomorrow. I want to see Bateman. I want to see, what the body language is like and everything. Because normally, if he's there and practicing, he usually looks real good. So that's one of the things that I'm looking forward to. And then also, as we go, how are they going to use Lane and Surratt? How are they going to use these receivers and tight ends, from this Detroit-Chicago offense?
Yeah, Bateman is definitely, to me, on the list of Ravens who has the most to prove this year. I think it's the right decision if if we get to the regular season, he's on the roster, and I think he will be. And I think it's the right decision to give him a chance in this offense to kind of see what he can do. I think Declan Doyle can help him out a lot in this offense, but I do think that with the rookie receiver situation, the Ravens didn't really necessarily replace Isaiah Likely's skill set in the draft in terms of the tight end room. I think they did that with the receivers. And I'm curious to see, I think both can have a role in year one. The Ravens clearly have not gone the veteran route this offseason in terms of bringing in a wide receiver. So there's no DeAndre Hopkins, Stephon Diggs, any of those guys, Keenan Allen coming in right now. Again, things can change. And if that does happen, we'll have a conversation about it. But for now, I do think that with Tez being there, they have a really intriguing receiver room. We know Zay Flowers is Zay Flowers. But I think outside of that, there's a lot up for grabs. Like for Tez, for example, there is an opportunity for him to potentially be, okay, if everything goes really well for Tez and Bateman's not able to, replicate the success he had in 2024, maybe by the end of the season, Tez has taken over as wide receiver 2. And I know it's all kind of relative in terms of who's 2 and who's 3 and who's 4. But, Tez getting more opportunities as the season rolls along. And it can be the same thing with the rookies where, if Elijah Surratt can prove that he can be a consistent chain mover in year one, if Lane can be that big bodied guy in the red zone that can come down with those catches and make those spectacular plays, like there will be opportunities, and I do believe that they'll be rewarded for those opportunities that they take advantage of as well. So there's a lot up for grabs in that wide receiver room for sure, and even in the tight end room too, where there's no Fuller. You got rookies that can make impacts because there are snaps up for grabs. Mark Andrews is the guy there, but for Durham Smythe, more of a skill set specific player at this point. So I'm intrigued to see how a lot of these guys hopefully take opportunities this year.
When you look at the secondary, because I thought TJ Tampa made a nice play, playing the ball. Longer Beam had an interception. There was no Marlon there, and Awuzie wasn't there. So kind of what are you expecting of the secondary, especially the corners?
Yeah, I think it's a big year for the corners. And right now, you really don't have any long-term options, at least you can feel comfortable in on your roster outside of Nate Wiggins. So, for Marlon, for example, who's not necessarily a long-term option for the Ravens, and neither should be Awuzie, it's going to be a big year for both of those guys. Obviously, Marlon, hopefully in a bounce-back sense, and Awuzie to kind of keep the momentum rolling that he had last year. But I think it's a big year for a guy like TJ Tampa to maybe go out there in the opportunities that he has presented, and I'm not sure how many that's going to be this season, but to be able to say, hey, I can be a player on this team for the next handful of seasons, because I think the room is going to be looking different, especially after this year where, with Marlon's contract, Awuzie is only on a 1-year deal, they do need players both for short and long term. And so I have confidence in Nate Wiggins. I have confidence in Awuzie. Marlon did look a little slow at times last year and obviously gave up some plays, but I think that room is going to be a huge important part. But I do think the pass rush is going to help out that group. The pass rush and the secondary are married together, and we saw, the Ravens were just, quarterbacks are sitting back there for 4, 5, 6, 7 seconds and just throwing the football to whoever they wanted to, because it's hard to cover for that long in the NFL. So I do think that the defense as a whole is going to be better a lot, because I think the units will be able to work a lot more in tandem this year. The safety group I'm really excited about for sure, but that corner group is definitely one of the X factors on defense.
Kevin Ostreicher, USA Today. It's the Ravens Wire. Kevin, as always, we appreciate your time. Enjoy the rest of your Turn It Up Tuesday, and we'll talk to you next week.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks so much.
Yep.
You got it, Kevin Ostreicher, everyone. And spoiler alert, Lamar's there.
Yes.
They've posted video of him running onto the field and already got a picture of him doing a little drill work, too. So Lamar Jackson is there. We can all sleep well tonight.
Well, it's pretty obvious when he's there, Bob, they let everybody know.
Yep, we'll come back, reset for you. Got NFL Lunch coming up top of the hour. Shift gears, talk about more about Declan Doyle and some of those defensive guys that need to take it up a notch here in 2026. American League East report at 1:15. What happened in the division yesterday outside of the Orioles' dramatic win over the first-place Rays. And then Sean Devaney talking about the NBA Finals. Eastern Conference is set. It's the Knicks easily. Now you got Western Conference, San Antonio and Oklahoma City. Is that Thunder crown starting to get a little shaky out west?
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you miss. 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Oklahoma City Thunder right now feel to me like the 2015 Cleveland Cavaliers. I thought that Cavs team was better than the first Golden State Championship team, but Kevin Love and Kyrie Irving both got hurt. The Warriors went small and ended up winning that series in 6. I think OKC's better than San Antonio, but if J-Dub and AJ Mitchell can't play, I think the Spurs win the series. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers, the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power. It can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing, simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones and all on the T-Mobile network.
Ah, how about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days. Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers, the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power, it can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
NFL lunch coming up, top of the hour. Talk more about the Ravens. Back at OTAs tomorrow. Lamar Jackson is there today.
Yep.
Ravens already posted on social media. So is Ian Rappaport and Adam Schefter. It's a big deal. I guess Nolan's always downplayed Lamar being there or not being there when he's there for mandatory stuff. You know, we'll see. But his contract, he redid his deal in the offseason, did not sign an extension, which Eric DaCosta was confident would get done. Same with Steve Bisciotti, owner of the team. But Kevin Eck, BaltimoreRavens.com, wrote a story today about this. Bleacher Report's Christopher with a K, Knox, projected a 3-year, $181 million contract for Lamar. Because his contract expires after next season when his salary cap hit's going to be over $80 million.
Yeah.
Comes out to 61.3 per year, which tops Dak Prescott's $60 million average. Matthew Stafford, for instance, just signed a 1-year deal worth $55 with the Rams last week. Of the 181, assuming this is in the ballpark, how much of that's guaranteed for Lamar Jackson?
I would say, Bob, 150 to 160.
I mean, that's some serious change.
And
there.
what was guaranteed over the last one? He got Nolan, do you remember how much guarantee was on that one? You know, I mean, that one
was a hefty price tag.
Yeah, like 90 or that'd be a lot of guaranteed cash.
But, you know, it takes him into his, 30, 31, and 32 chronological years. And now he's coming into his 9th season in the league, which is still mind-boggling to me. The older you get, the passage of time just kind of freaks you out a little bit.
I've just felt like I was just at rookie mini camp.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's just like, come on, man. He's going into his 9th year. Hey, Ronnie Stanley's going into his 11th season, but we digress. So you get him there, and if he's still playing at a high level, and barring injury, we anticipate that to be a reality, then he's going to be biting that apple again. He's going to keep biting that. I mean, look at Stafford's going to be 40, and he just signed for $55 million.
Well, the only big difference, Bob, between Stafford relies 100% on the arm, you know? And I don't know, is that what Lamar was trying to transition into? I hope not, because his legs are so valuable to the offense.
What do you think, Nolan McGraw over there with Lamar Jackson? A projected salary, as long as it gets, look, as we talk about with the Orioles, hey, it's not my money. I don't care.
Right.
I'm still spending $46 on 2 beers. I mean, it is what it is.
Just part of doing business.
It's part of doing business. Is that fair compensation for a guy that has 2 MVPs? And I'll make another prediction. If he signs that contract before they open the season in week 1 against the Colts, you're going to win MVP. He's going to be happy, content, and well paid.
It's fair market value, right? One-upping Dak Prescott, the current highest paid quarterback, so it checks that box. I don't think this projection, though, is realistic for 3 years. Why would Lamar? Well, you could say that Lamar wants to re-up sooner, but there's no reason for the Ravens to want to go 3 years. As a fan, I do not want to be back in the same spot. Practically what would probably feel like only a year later. I mean, the gap between the last contract and now hasn't felt like any time at all. It certainly hasn't felt like 5 years. So I'm not going for 3, 4, or 5.
What are these other quarterbacks kind of similar age? What have they, because it's all about comparables.
Well, they're all signing for a lot.
How many years was Dak?
Let's see. Well, it's 240 total, so it's got to be like 5 years. That's the point. Yeah, like all these
4-year, $240 million contract signed ahead of the 24 season. $80 million signing bonus, $231 in guarantees. How do I get one of them jobs? You guys hiring? Crazy money. Dak Prescott, a guy that, he's put up gaudy numbers.
Oh, he hadn't won anything.
He's won bupkis, a couple playoff wins in his career. Now, it's not like Lamar's been lighting up the postseason either. I mean, we got to keep it real here. And he has 3 for his career. But it's just the salaries keep moving and moving down the line. And now you're wondering, who's the next guy after Lamar? Because Josh Allen just signed, last year? I believe.
Right. He signed for 6. 4 and 5. 5 is the popular one. That's the standard. The only guys that were, significant quarterbacks that were playing on less than that, Sam Darnold with a 3-year deal. Baker Mayfield was on a 3-year deal. That's now expired. So it's going to take 5.
I'm kind of with you, Nolan. I think it's got to be 4 or 5 years.
In the 240 range then, right?
Oh, yeah.
Which is what
6 times
Dak's getting.
6 times 5 would be over 300.
But we do know that today, Lamar Jackson's in Owings Mills. As a matter of fact, he's there as we speak. And will he speak tomorrow? There's another one we can get into when we come back for NFL lunch. Oh, and by the way, Nolan, what a coinky-dink. You asked about Craig Kimbrell, Mark Topkin, Tampa Bay Times, tweeting out Craig Kimbrell's in Baltimore tonight. It looks like he's going to be active for the Rays.
Let's go. Let's see him tonight.
Let's get some of them 2-out runs we've been talking about.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Thunder Spurs, Game 5 in OKC with the series tied at 2, and I think the reigning champs move within a game of going back to the NBA Finals. I'm assuming J-Dub is going to be out again for the Thunder, but the scoring they continue to get off the bench in this series far overmatches what San Antonio can do. And the Spurs limited their turnovers in their Game 4 blowout win, but I think OKC's defense ratchets up the pressure tonight. I like the home team. I'll lay the points with the Thunder. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Casas Inn. Be sure to visit their newest location at the Timonium Fairgrounds and enjoy all your favorite foods from the original Casas Inn. And when you do, make sure you tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
For all the things you have to do and places you need to be, let Uber take you there. Because you had just one more 3 rounds ago. Because the 5 a.m. flight seemed like a good idea at the time. Because check engine lights always appear at the worst possible times. And because parking downtown is a nightmare. Because there are nights out, airport trips, and car troubles in your area, there are drivers in your area. Uber. Request a ride today. Wait time varies. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914.
800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
The Premier Lacrosse League takes over Loyola's Ridley Athletic Complex May 29th and 30th. See your hometown Maryland Whipsnakes battle the Boston Cannons Friday at 6, then Utah Saturday at 5:30. Get your tickets now at PLLtickets.com. That's PLLtickets.com.
Spring is great for your mood, but sometimes tough on your body. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet store. The weather gets nicer and suddenly you're walking more, standing more, and spending more time outside. But if you're dealing with foot pain, it can quickly turn into knee pain, hip pain, or even back pain that makes staying active uncomfortable. Our patented arch support system has helped countless people find relief. Here's another customer sharing their Good Feet story.
I'm a retired mail carrier with multiple knee replacements in both knees. I never thought I'd be able to go back to doing dog agility again. I stopped in at the Good Feet store. They measured me for my arch inserts, and then I walked around, and immediately I felt the difference. Agility is mine again. Hawkeye, my beagle, and I are both happy.
Good Feet Arch Supports can be the solution you need to get the most out of your springtime activities. Come see us today or visit us at goodfeet.com.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
For great food, great drinks, and a great time, Cross Street Market is Baltimore's spot in Federal Hill. With stalls like Pizza de Joey, Theo's Rolls and Bowls, Dashi Ramen, and the Red Hot Jollof Bowl, along with the Watershed Restaurant. It's the perfect place to meet for a bite or a drink. Just say the words, "I'll see you at the market."
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Yesterday's 9-7 Orioles win featured plenty of twists and turns and extra innings, but the game would not have made it that far if Kyle Bradish wasn't locked in. He held the Rays' dangerous lineup in check with just one earned run off a solo blast through 6 innings. That's 2 consecutive solid outings against the best team in baseball and more than a solid month overall. Bradish will finish May with a 3.49 ERA and 30 strikeouts across 5 starts.
I always feel confident when our guys touch the mound, but with KB in particular, just the stuff. We keep on talking about how much, like the elite stuff he has. He's pounding the strike zone. The curveball usage now is protecting the slider and keeping hitters off balance. It's tough to manage a bat against him, and he was outstanding tonight.
There's Craig Albernaz on Bradish stepping up for the rotation yet again. Shane Baz is next in line for Game 2 this evening. First pitch at 6:35. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Dr. Lairfield Smile Design Center. Call 410-321-1100 to schedule your appointment today. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, mostly cloudy with highs in the upper 70s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
An insider's look at the National Football League.
That's a W. How many people want to eat a W tonight?
Time for NFL lunch.
Cooked you a turducken. There it is. He's probably a Popeye's biscuit away from being a tight end.
Sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
NFL lunch. Following news from the Nest, which is last hour. It's Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw's on the other side of the glass. Ravens out at OTAs this week. They're on the practice field today. Lamar Jackson is there. That's good. Now, as we talked about a couple segments ago, Vinny, with Declan Doyle, and not going to see and judge until after the first game of the season. You referenced Zach Orr that Monday night they opened in Kansas City, and they were getting diced up.
Yes.
Up and down the field, and really didn't stabilize that season until Dean Pease came in to bring that veteran presence. But on the defensive side, you have Jesse Minter, who does have experience calling plays. Now the head coach of the team, and you have Anthony Weaver, who's been a defensive coordinator in the National Football League. So at least based on experience and maybe even personnel on that side of the ball, how much more confident are you, and you'll go out and see him again tomorrow, that the defense, and usually defenses are ahead of the offenses anyway at this stage of the game, but that the defense, once you get to Indy in week 1 and Danny Dimes and Jonathan Taylor and all that, that they're going to be as prepared as they can possibly be, given the reduced practices and reduced preseason games and all of the newness of off-season football.
I got 100% confidence that the defense is going to be fine. You know what I want to see tomorrow, Bob? I want to see some more of the veteran defensive guys show up tomorrow. I want to see Calais. I want to see Travis Jones. I want to see Broderick Washington. I want Marlon Humphrey. Get some Awuzie. Get some more of the vet guys there so we can get a look at what it's going to be. And I'm sure Jesse would like to do that too, to get a feel for everybody. But Bob, the other thing why I feel like Roquan looks like he came in the best shape he's ever been in, because he looked like he was lost some of that gut that he had last year and stuff, and he looked like he was moving around better. I think a lot of guys on defense, because of Jesse Minter, I think that they're going to have their best year that they've had in a while. And I'm anxious to see how he's going to use Kyle Hamilton, kind of like in the Derwin James role that he had in with the Chargers. And then the other thing too is like, all right, year 2, guys on deep, Malachi, time to step up. These guys got to take that next step. They got to become the guy, because Emanwari was better than Malachi, for Seattle last year, who the Ravens could have taken, and Emanwari went in the second round. So those are some of the kind of things. And I don't think Buchanan's going to be there. So who's going to be? How are they going to use Simpson? That's what I'm kind of anxious to see too. Is because it's not going to be an every down role for him. And then Mike Green, what steps did he make?
Yeah.
What kind of what improvements has he got physically? He's changed a bunch, which is a good thing. So those are a lot of the things that we've got to see is all the guys that regressed last year, let's step it up, this year, and let's see the improvements this year. And we talked about Longerbeam a little bit earlier, Bob, and he was a 5th, 6th, 7th round pick last year, one of those, and he got hurt. He was on IR all year. And then first day media's there, he shows up and gets a pick 6. So that was good, so they could use some of those kind of guys that were in the draft class, that weren't that, Buchanan helped more than anybody in that draft class last year. So, let's see how these other guys can show improvement.
What's the depth like at safety right now, outside of Kyle and Malachi Starks?
The kid they got from New England was the other veteran safety they brought in, Hawkins, Jalen Hawkins. So, they've got 3, Bob, that are pretty good. 3 that are really good, as a matter of fact. Then who's going to be that other guy? Who else is going to, who's going to be the 4th? Because they need the 4th guy. So
and Hawkins just played in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
He got some turnovers last year for Vrabel and crew. But you mentioned T.J. Tampa with Kevin Ostreicher. Is he a cornerback or a safety? Where are we going entering year 3 of his career now?
Bob, when he was out there and Awuzie wasn't there and Humphrey wasn't there either, it was Wiggins and Tampa were the starting corners. So I think they play a lot of zone coverage, Bob, and so I think they know what TJ can do and can't do, and they're not going to put him in a situation where you've got to run a go route with a receiver that runs 4-4, 4-3. Just because you know what, me and you can say he's going to struggle. So I think they'll put him in those situations where he'll be playing a lot more zone, because the thing that he's got, he'll tackle, and he's got excellent ball skills. So, he's got 2 of the 3. He's not a burner, but he can make plays on the ball.
If the Ravens, and we'll know later as training camp begins in another month plus, you got mandatory minicamp coming up in 2 weeks. If they're looking to add veteran presence defensively, where is it going to be?
Inside linebacker, I would think, just because you got Buchanan, Simpson, and then nobody that I've ever heard of, before. So, and I just don't think Simpson can be that guy consistently. And I don't know, when Buchanan is expected to be back, because Buchanan had 90-some tackles and missed a bunch. He'd have had 100 tackles easily.
Oh, yeah.
Last year. And he was a pleasant. He was just a dude that was, if the ball, all you had to do was, wherever you found the ball, Buchanan was usually not far behind. And Bob, that's the first time that in interviews last year, Roquan talked glowingly of Buchanan. We never heard him talk about Simpson like that. And he didn't talk about Queen like that till his last year that Queen was there.
Yeah, Jay Higgins got some run out of Iowa, played in 10 games. Had a couple of tackles in that Steeler finale. But, defensively, barring injury, it looks pretty stout. But, yes, the minus Teddy Buchanan is kind of a big deal for them, because I think that ship sailed on Trenton Simpson, right? Being that kind of guy.
They may play him on. It'll be interesting to see how they use him, Bob. And I'm not sure how they'll use him. And the other thing is if Matabike is back too, then just ramp up the defense even more.
It's Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. When we come back, get to baseball, American League East report. Look at that Oriole win again yesterday. Walk-off Colton Cowser against the Tampa Bay Rays. Talk about the other games in the division. Look at the standings. Look at tonight's schedule and all that fun stuff. And then Sean Devaney, Heavy.com. The Knicks are Eastern Conference champions for the first time since 1999. Now they await the Western Conference champs, Game 5 of that one in OKC. San Antonio taking on the Thunder. But right now, Oklahoma City, they're banged up kind of big.
This is VJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato and Town Appliances Memorial Day shopping event. Guess what? It's still going on. Baseball season, cookouts, and time outside with family and friends. This is the season that we wait for. So if you're thinking about upgrading your outdoor setup or replacing that old air conditioner before the heat hits, it's coming this week. Now, we had about 4 crappy days. The heat's back. So if you need that air conditioner, now is a good time to get it. Check out Town Appliances Memorial Day event, and it's still happening, from premium grills, pizza ovens, to outdoor refrigeration, air conditioners, and luxury kitchen appliances. They've got everything to get your home ready for summer. Now, their showroom right off Reisterstown Road in Owings Mills, beautiful building. I've been out there, and I can tell you firsthand, Mayor, they made the process easy for me with my GE fridge, and they genuinely care about helping customers find what works best for their home. Now, with flexible financing, nationwide delivery, my delivery was fabulous. They took my GE refrigerator, put it in my basement, and took the other one, which was perfect. And their price match guarantee, now is a great time to upgrade your home for summer before the next cookout or 90-degree day hits. Stop by the showroom. Call, text, or visit townappliance.com today.
The Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, O's fans! Star Wars Weekend lands at Camden Yards from Friday, May 29th through Sunday, May 31st as the O's take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Friday night, stick around post-game for a Star Wars-themed fireworks show presented by SeatGeek. Saturday, be one of 15,000 fans to score a Jordan Westberg Star Wars bobblehead presented by PNC. And Sunday, 10,000 fans, 12 and under, will receive a Star Wars poster. Don't miss it. Get tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
Every rider is someone's family, someone's friend, someone who should make it home. But that depends on you. When you drive, you control more than your vehicle. You control their safety. Slow down. Look twice. Check your mirrors and blind spots. Give motorcycles the space they deserve. Respect on the road saves lives. Share the road. Drive like a life depends on it. Because it does. Brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Yankees, Boston, Toronto.
A closer look at the AL East with Vinny and Haynie. 105.7 The Fan. Sponsored by Petro. For the best AC system tune-up and repair services, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
Time for the American League East report here on this Turn It Up Tuesday. Vinny and Haney, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haney, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, other side of the glass. We'll talk to him coming up in a few minutes when we get to that fun house heading into the 2 o'clock hour. The Orioles win yesterday, stunning the Tampa Bay Rays 9-7, 13 innings, a lot of free baseball, a lot of crazy baseball. A lot of Bad News Bears baseball. But as I always say, by the way, the Bad News Bears was on, I think it was yesterday or Sunday on MLB Network. Yeah. The Bad News Bears got better. Mm-hmm. They made the championship game. They got themselves out of an early malaise. But Tampa with 4 errors yesterday. The Orioles had base running blunders. Pete Alonso tried to turn a pop-up. Should have been an out into a double play. That was a no harm, no foul. But still, what are you doing? And when Gunnar got picked off, they showed Alvarez in the dugout. He just had his head down with his, he was like, really? Really? Are we going here? And I know you're trying to make something happen, being aggressive and all that, but you got to be smart. Orioles aren't good enough to beat themselves, let's be honest. We've seen it all season long, but they got the job done. Kyle Bradish was outstanding. Dietrich Enns got the win in relief. I mean, he wasn't all that sharp, but still got the win because, you had to go 13 innings. Rico Garcia and Yanier Cano were outstanding out of the bullpen. Pete Alonso, Blaze Alexander both had 3 hits yesterday. Leody Tavares had a couple of knocks, including a bunt single. Little small ball there, but Colton Cowser, back-to-back days with walk-off homers. First player, the only other player in Orioles history to do that, along with Fred Lynn, who did it back in May of 1985. So Colton Cowser, who's been in a season-long slump, a slump that goes back to early 2024, coming through in the clutch for the Birds. 9-7 walk-off home run as the Orioles have won 3 of 4. for Tampa, a mini losing streak for them, which have been rare here in 2026. Orioles tonight, 24-30 on the year, 15-13 here at Camden Yards. Shane Baz going up against his former team. Shane's 1-5 with a 487 for Tampa, 34-17 on the year, 15-12 on the road. Griffin Jacks, talented right-hander, he's 1-2 with a 354. 6:35 first pitch, game 2 of the series, as we talked about throughout the course of the morning now into the afternoon. Baltimore baseball tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services, coming up at 5:30. Me, Ryan Ripken, and Nolan live from Pickles. Stop by and say hello. Elsewhere in the division, yesterday it was the Yankees taking on the Royals, and Bobby Witt Jr., he hits a home run in the bottom of the 8th. For Kansas City, looked like they were going to get themselves a series win. And then a guy that has become an enemy even to Yankee fans comes through in the clutch.
Line drive back set left field. In to score is Schumann. Chisholm to the plate. Here's the throw. Come on. Tag at second. Volpe delivers. And the Yankees have the lead. 4-3 as Volpe comes through.
2-run single there in the 9th inning. Yankees 4-3. That was the final score. Cody Bellinger went deep for New York. Perez and Witt go deep for Kansas City. But Anthony Volpe, much maligned for the glove. This guy won a Gold Glove as a rookie. Then he's become kind of a below average fielder. The bat's never really played much for him. Talk about him eventually maybe moving to second base, if not out of the organization. But yesterday came through in the clutch as New York beats the old Kansas City Royals. There, Toronto Blue Jays taking on the Marlins, and a former Oriole coming up big for Miami.
Little liner, that's a fair ball for Stowers, rolling down the left field line. Maybe that bloop double did get him going. Throw coming into second is off target. And an RBI double for Kyle Stowers makes it 6-2 Miami.
And you heard his fan there going, Stowers, Marlins TV. With the call as they win 8-2. Kyle Stowers had a couple of doubles, 2 for 4, 2 ribbies. Jansen Junk, kind of not the name you'd want as a pitcher, but Jansen Junk got the win. Ern Clement went yard for Toronto. 8-2 was the final score, however, in favor of the Marlins. The Red Sox were off yesterday after getting swept by the Twins over Memorial Day weekend. Tonight in the American League East, it's Atlanta at Boston. Miami's at Toronto, New York, Kansas City again. And, of course, Tampa is here in Baltimore. Standings in the American League East. Tampa 3.5 games up on the Yankees. Toronto 10.5 out. Orioles 11.5. Boston bringing up the rear. They're 12.5. Cleveland 3.5 game lead on Chicago. In the Central, Minnesota's 5 back. A's right now game and a half up on Seattle in the West. Out in the American League, National League East, rather. Nats, 8.5 behind the Braves, who are on top of the division. Phillies are 9 games back. The Marlins have won 4 in a row. The Mets have lost 4 in a row. They're 14 games out. Brujas, 2.5 up on St. Louis, 3.5 on the Cubs. The Cubs have lost 9 straight games. Talk about that's a team that's won 9, they've won 8, they've lost 4, they've lost 5, they've lost 9. They have fallen to 3rd place in the division, still above 500 because they built up some early equity, but really scuffling with that right now. Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, also above 500, as we said earlier. When Nolan brought up the A's, if the Oakland A's, whatever the hell they are, if they were in the NL Central, they'd be in last place. But they're in 1st place in the American League's Western Division, and out west in the National League, Dodgers 2.5 up on the Padres. Diamondbacks won 3 in a row. They're 4.5 off the pace. Giants in Colorado. Have fun with all that. Wild card standings as we sit here on this Turn It Up Tuesday. Yankees, White Sox, Twins are in. Seattle's half game back. Toronto's 1. Texas 1.5. Orioles 2. National League, Padres, Cards, and Diamondbacks are in. Cubs are out. Half game variety. Reds, Pirates 1 and 1.5 respectively. The Nats are 2 games out of the wild card there in the National League. So that's your standings update, that's your scoreboard, and that's your schedule for this Turn It Up Tuesday. Nolan, we have time for a phone call. Let's get out to the phones before Sean Devaney joins us. Talk about the NBA playoffs. Knicks advancing to the finals. Go to Bob in Glen Burnie. Bob, what's up?
Yeah, no, buddy. I'm kind of complex about this Rodgers matter here. Is there any way they could put him in the farm system and get his head straightened a little bit? Because he's losing games for the Orioles. I was at that Sunday game, and it was horrible.
Yeah, it was horrible.
It was horrible.
I don't know what his option situation is, to be totally honest with you. I mean, you can always figure something out. Thank you for the call. But this is a guy that was your opening day starter. Stacey, your stat. This guy got Cy Young votes last year. And he has really been scuffling here as of late. Velocity's still kind of the same. The command, not so much. Nolan, is there an option for Trevor Rodgers to get sent back? Because he was on that shuttle bus last year, if you remember.
No options.
So you can't send him back. He'd have to clear waivers, and I'd be willing to guarantee that someone would claim him off of waivers. So he's going to have to get straightened out here in Baltimore.
It would be an interesting call if and when Dean Kramer's ready to go. It doesn't sound like that's, right around the corner.
Yeah.
But at the same time, at that point, if Rodgers' struggles were continuing to that point, then you, like I said, you'd have this really tough decision to make where no options, but you can't keep throwing him out there every fifth day, especially when you got a healthy, better replacement coming up. I don't know. Let's just hope they're not in that situation.
Move him to the pen?
That would probably be their only play at that point.
Because Keegan Aiken's not exactly setting the world on fire as a lefty reliever right now.
No. I mean, look, something tells me that he might not be what he was last year. He might not even be kind of in that realm, but he can be a lot better than what he's given them for this past month. And is that what they wanted? Is that what they expected when the season started? No, it's far from it. Is that what they need to get, postseason success? Probably not. But at least to not be like dead weight, to not be a Tyler O'Neill, to not have to be replaced and be in that really tough spot or put the organization in that tough spot, he can certainly do that.
Yeah, his ERA is pushing 7 right now, which is completely unacceptable. But can you get him straightened out? I mean, that's a key. And he was flummoxed after his previous start. I mean, he was kind of accepting of his fate in the doubleheader finale on Sunday. The start before that, where he got clobbered, he was just like, I don't know what the hell is going on. But you got to figure it out, because if the Orioles want to get any level of success or consistency, you got to help them. Give them quality starts. And everyone and their grandmother, ourselves included, said, do you expect a 180 earned run average from Trevor Rodgers this year? No. But a 7? Absolutely not.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Introducing new Maryland Treasure Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. Featuring original art by local artists showcasing the state's natural beauty. With a top prize of $10,000, these Maryland treasures are worth collecting. Please play responsibly.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With top artists like Olivia Dean, 5 Seconds of Summer, Benson Boone, Casey Musgraves, Shakira, and Tame Impala, CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping. With more major announcements on the way, visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case?
There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When you sell your home, you want to make the most money possible, not spend it. Sometimes you need to spend money to make it, though. Just not with my friend Lee Tessier and his team. Lee's going to tell you what every other real estate agent will. Your home needs upgrades, fixes, and repairs to sell for the most money possible. What Lee says that others don't is that you don't have to worry about the upfront costs for the work to be done because of his rehab refresh program. Lee will take care of it. So let's say your kitchen faucet hasn't been working right for a while and you haven't gotten it fixed. Lee's got you covered. Shingles on your roof are falling apart. Lee's got you covered. You don't owe a dime until your home sells. So call the old agent I qualify to sell my home. That man's my friend Lee Tessier. Just give him a call, 410-638-9555, or go to leetessier.com. And when you call Lee, just start packing.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee, Tessier.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
This is the Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Colton Cowser has hit just 3 home runs so far in 2026, but 2 of them may be the biggest swings of the Orioles' entire season. He launched a walk-off homer in Game 1 on Sunday before playing the hero role again in the 13th inning of yesterday's 9-7 victory over the Rays. Is this a sign that he's fully turned the page on his struggles? Here's what Craig Albernaz had to say following the dramatic finish.
I hope so. Two shots like that. But yeah, no, his confidence has been there, like we talked about, since Kansas City is, and he really started to feel his swing and get comfortable. And, you know, he had after that, a couple tough stretches, but he stuck with his process.
And last night in the Eastern Conference Finals, the Cavaliers put up no resistance in a 130-93 loss to the Knicks, bringing an end to a dominant 4-game sweep for New York. They outshot Cleveland 44% to 28% from 3 and completely outmatched them on the glass with a 60-33 rebound advantage. This marks the Knicks' first trip to the NBA Finals since 1999, but they have not won it all since 1973. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, mostly cloudy with highs in the upper 70s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
Turn it up Tuesday, little David Bowie. Shows about you, the people. You want to allow, we'll play it. One more segment to go. Send your request, Plaza text line at 410-583-1057. Bob Haynie, Serrato, Nolan McGraw. Talk to him when we get to the Funhouse in a few minutes. Eastern Conference Finals over, as you heard during Nolan's update. New York going to the NBA Finals for the first time since '99, trying to win for the first time since the Baltimore Bullets existed back in 1973. Can they get it done? And the Western Conference Finals, San Antonio OKC, Game 5 tonight. Oklahoma City got some injuries to deal with. Here to get into that and more from Heavy.com. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. Let's welcome back to the show our friend Sean Devaney. Sean, first of all, good afternoon. How you feeling?
Pretty good, Bob. How are you?
Doing all right, man. And we look at what New York has done here. They're down, I mean, you know all the stats for people that may not have heard just tuning in. They were down 2-1 to Atlanta. And since then, they won 11 straight games. The clincher against the Hawks, they won by 51, 30 against Philly, 37 last night on the road. A lot of this damage has been done. Now, they haven't won the championship yet, but if, say, they can cap this off with an NBA title, first time in 53 years, if they can do it, are we looking at one of the most dominant runs in playoff history right now in real time?
Certainly, when you go back and you look at the two losses that they had, those were choke jobs in which they shot themselves in the foot. Both of those losses were by 1 point. When you put it in that context, especially, it's really been remarkable what they've done. And especially, look, this wasn't that inspiring a team all season. They had some good stretches where, they won 10 games in a row, but they also had stretches where, they lose 9 out of 10. And they just seemed like a team that was having so much trouble getting out of its own way at times. But for them to really put it together at this time of year, that's pretty special. We've seen dominant teams before at this time of year, but you could tell during the season that that's what was going to happen. I haven't seen anything quite like this, where there's a team that you just really did not expect this, and yet they've been this dominant.
Now, for Cleveland, they go quietly. I mean, they blow the 22-point lead in game one, and if they would have won that, blah blah blah, et cetera, then they get thumped. And the effort level, especially it seems, Sean, in the games at Cleveland, was not where you would have hoped it would be. And I know Kenny Atkinson, analytically we're doing no. On the scoreboard, you're doing the exact opposite of what your analytics might be telling you. What about the Cavaliers here? Where do they go? I mean, Mobley's a premier talent, but doesn't always play that way. I mean, Mitchell's a stud, but 6'2" guard. Can he carry you? And Harden's up there in age. Where do the Cavs go from here?
Well, financially, they're going to have to make changes. There's the second apron is in place to prevent teams like the Cavaliers from carrying as much salary as they do, and so they're going to have to change. There's no way they can bring back this team. James Harden will most likely be back, but Donovan Mitchell needs an extension. If he doesn't agree to extension, or the team decides they don't want to give it to him, that's going to set up a trade for him. If they decide to keep Mitchell, then it's got to be one of the two young big guys who go, and that's Mobley or Jarrett Allen. One of those guys is going to have to go. There's just no way that they're the only team that's in that second apron right now, and it's punitive. It's hard. You cannot operate as a team if you're going to have that level of salary. So they've got to get out of it, and really the only way is to trade one of those four big salaries that they have. Like I say, Harden will be back. But really everything else is going to be up in the air. One of those guys will be gone, maybe more, but at least one of those guys will be gone.
Sean Devaney, Heavy.com, joining us here, Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan, talking about the NBA playoffs, Eastern Conference champions. New York Knicks wait for the West. Oklahoma City hosting San Antonio. Spurs blow out the Thunder on, Saturday, Sunday. I can't keep my days straight here. Sean, forgive me for that one. But what's the injury dilemma right now for the defending champion Thunder ahead of Game 5 here tonight?
Yeah, I think there's a short term and a long term that you're really worrying about. Obviously Jalen Williams has been dealing with a hamstring for much of the year, and not just one but both. It's been sort of a variety of hamstring injuries for him all throughout the year, and that's strange and it's concerning. So you've got the short term. They need him. Obviously they've been able to win. They can survive without him. But if you're going to win, they can survive short stretches without him. They can't survive, finishing off a very game Spurs team and then going in and playing a very deep Knicks team without their number two guy, and that's Jalen Williams. So that's some real concern there that maybe he's not going to be able to come back. And then you start to think, well, what's wrong with these hamstrings is going to be a persistent problem for him going forward. And that's sort of the big picture concern. Of course, Mitchell is out as well, AJ Mitchell, who's had just some brilliant games. And really you saw the depth, as well as the Thunder's bench played in Game 3, they were equally bad in Game 4. And so if you don't have your full complement of guys, then that can hurt you, and that showed up so far.
Hey, Sean, at the combine, anybody really jump up or anybody drop down? From the combine workouts.
Yeah, I think really you could say all of the Michigan kids, it came out of that looking pretty good. One of the things about this draft is you've got the first 3 guys, and then you've got Caleb Wilson, and that's pretty much your first 4. And then after that, it's a crapshoot. There's a bunch of really good point guards, a lot of teams that don't really need point guards, some undersized guards, and so there isn't sort of a positional match for a lot of what these teams need. So I think that's going to benefit some of the bigger guys and certainly some of the more experienced guys. So Axel Lendenberg and Ade Mara is one. Morris Johnson. So all those 3 Michigan guys, they're not point guards, so that's going to help them because it's such a crowded field of point guards at this point. That's going to help them, and plus they tested well, they showed well, and of course, we saw what they did on the floor. So I think those 3 guys are probably, definitely all 3 will be lottery picks. You could wind up with at least 2 of them in the top 10 as well.
John, last thing for you. Who's going to be playing the Knicks in the NBA Finals? OKC get a chance to repeat, or are we going to get a repeat of 1999 here?
Yeah, I do think that the Thunder will be able to pull it back together. I just think that the talent level is just different. I want to see something from Chet Holmgren. I think that's probably a key there, especially if Williams is not going to be 100% or not going to be playing at all. Then you've got to get him to step up. He's been terrible to this point. So I'd look for Holmgren to step up and for them to bounce back and win this series.
Yeah, Holmgren's been getting Wembied so far in the Western Conference Finals. He's Sean Devaney from Heavy.com. Sean, we appreciate the time as always. Enjoy the game tonight. We'll talk to you before the finals.
Thanks, Sean.
All right, guys. All right, thanks, guys.
There you go. Sean Devaney will come back. Talk to Nolan McGraw. A little funhouse trip with him. Inside Access takes over at 2 o'clock. And then it's Baltimore baseball tonight, 5:30, live from Pickles Pub. B. Rod Ripken and Quick Draw getting you ready for the Orioles, trying to win a series tonight against Tampa.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
No matter how hard you try, you just can't get rid of the Houston Astros. Last night they showed that after humiliating the Texas Rangers 9-0. And it wasn't just a shutout. Tatsuya Imai, Steven Oker, and Oliver Santa combined to throw an amazing no-hitter in Arlington. Backed by home runs from Yordan Alvarez and Christian Walker, Houston didn't just win the game, they completely silenced the Rangers. I'm Addie Bates.
.105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Furnished by IntelliBrands. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Get an Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. Improve your flexibility and balance. Strengthen and tone your legs.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
My circulation is moving. I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
It's so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. And for a limited time, get a free upgrade to our deluxe bundle with a faster motor, sport mat, and wireless remote. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Hey, we're all headed out to happy hour. You in?
Definitely, but I need to schedule a ride.
Before you drink, designate a sober driver or plan for a rideshare and make sure everyone gets home safely. You could save your life, those in your car, and others on the road. Be the Make a Plan driver. Be the driver who saves lives. Go to zerodeathsmd.gov. This message is brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
Ah, how about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
In some cases, shoulder and elbow pain can slow you down. In other cases, it can stop you in your tracks and prevent you from living your best life. Don't allow that to happen. The experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, will provide the comprehensive care you need to keep your shoulders and elbows well and working. Schedule an appointment with one of our shoulder and elbow specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Summer means longer days and more deals at Lowe's. This Memorial Day, shop Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for $10. Plus, get select 1.5-gallon red, white, and blue annuals hanging baskets, 2 for $15 to show off your favorite plants. Stop traffic with stunning landscaping and save while you do it. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Furnished by IntelliBrands. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Get an Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. Improve your flexibility and balance. Strengthen and tone your legs.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
My circulation is moving. I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
It's so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. And for a limited time, get a free upgrade to our deluxe bundle with a faster motor, sport mat, and wireless remote. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
The Vinny and Haynie Show, sponsored by Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor.
Tomorrow, Woman Crush Wednesday. Talking about the Orioles hopefully winning this series against the Rays. Preview OTAs open to the media starting at 12:30 tomorrow. Lamar Jackson is in Owings Mills. Yep. Ravens posted it out there on social media, running around with his jersey and his helmet on. Getting ready. Next week, another Tuesday practice. Then the week after that, it's mandatory minicamp, where mandatory is mandatory. This is voluntary stuff.
Yes.
Organized team activities. A lot of people are showing up. Hopefully more veteran presence, as you said earlier, Vinny, than we saw last week, starting with number 8, I guess.
Yep, that'll be good, and hopefully, yes, hopefully, Bob, that the only time the whole team is there is not just at the mandatory mini camp. Hopefully we get like the next 2 weeks of most people being there.
And then we've got the Stanley Cup playoffs. Western Conference could be closed out tonight by Vegas. Western Conference in the NBA playoffs. One team will be up 3-2 as they look to take command of that one. And the winner will get New York, the Knicks, in the finals for the first time since 1999. Baltimore baseball tonight coming up at 5:30. Me, Nolan, and Ryan Ripken. Nolan, any closing thoughts for the people of Baltimore here?
Yeah, a little bit earlier, I celebrated the fact that the Rays scooped up Craig Kimbrell and that he could appear as early as tonight, and was excited about what that could mean for the Orioles and their lineup. And now I'm maybe changing my tone here. Nothing that's happened, no breaking news. Just saying, I don't know if I could handle the optics of Craig Kimbrell stifling the Orioles out of the pen, especially in a gotta-have-it situation. Now, my question is that we didn't mention last hour when they signed him. A major league deal, by the way, not a minor league one, like he's been on a lot of his recent stops. What do you, if you're the Rays, what's the incentive? Like, you guys are playing great baseball. You've got a closer. You know, your back end seems pretty secure. Why are we playing the reclamation project thing with Craig Kimbrell?
Well, I'll defer to them because their decisions always prove to work out for the most part.
No doubt.
And if you could get lightning in the bottle, because Baker pitched yesterday, one of the 7,000 pitchers used in that 13-inning game, is he going to be a high-leverage guy, or is he going to be kind of a, get you through a 6th and 7th inning situation, moving towards the latter half of the game? Hopefully, if he's pitching tonight, he's just mopping up because the Orioles are winning 8-1 or something crazy like that. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I mean, wherever he fits in, I think at this point, like he can't come in and command, I'm a 7th inning or later type of guy.
His last game with the Mets, didn't he give up a game-winning grand slam or something like that, which led to his ejection from that city? Now, the Mets have been a dumpster fire all season long, but he was just part of their dilemma, I guess.
Mm-hmm. It looks like on the year, the earliest he's come in is the 6th, and that's been... For a one-inning job, that was an isolated thing. He came in the 6th in his last appearance with them, but he pitched multiple innings. So I think that was kind of like a, hey, go eat it type of deal.
Do you think he will get the same ovation that Cedric Mullins got yesterday from the Oriole fans?
Just a slight volume difference, if I had to guess.
And I remember when the Orioles first signed him, Philly fans were like, good luck with that.
Yeah. Well, they knew.
If he gives up a homer, I think the fans will be cheering.
Yeah. The Orioles acquired Philly's bullpen for 2024. The bullpen that kind of pitched them out of the playoffs in 2023. You got time for a fun house?
Quick Draws Fun House.
Sponsored by the Smile Design Center. Changing the way you feel about dentistry one smile at a time. For information or to schedule an appointment for care, visit them today at smiledesigndoctor.com.
105.7 The Fan.
Speaking of the Cedric one, I thought the response from the crowd was a little light there. Or maybe it was my TV. I don't know. I mean, it just didn't seem like it was a crazy big ovation when he stepped up.
Well, when he was on deck, they played a video tribute on the scoreboard because, remember, he tipped his cap. I mean, when he had gotten the batter's box, they'd already given him.
I see.
He got an appropriate response. I mean, this guy's the only player in Oriole history with a 30-30 season. Think about that.
Well deserved. As far as the text line here, in response to the Tyler O'Neill topic, when is enough enough? When do they cut bait? Texter here says we are well beyond the point to move on from Tyler O'Neill. Just taking up a roster spot, giving you nothing. If they were a serious team, would have moved on already. And saying that he could go to another team and play well, I mean, wouldn't surprise me, but it's never going to happen here. Needs to be cut. Let's see if Cowser can get hot, ride that streak for a couple weeks.
Well, Muscles will be on the bench tonight, I'm guessing, with Jax on the hill. But the next 2 games are lefties. So Cowser might find himself back on the Pines. But, if you're going to keep putting him in there, he's got to start producing or you're going to have to cut bait. I say trade deadline. Then they're going to be looking for someone to be a better version of him and just eat the turd burger. That's the contract. Again, not my money. Beers are still $40. Sorry.
David on the Eastern Shore says after a while, you got to stop blaming the GM and coaches. Put the blame on the players. Everyone praised him for the picks that he made and for building the farm system once upon a time. All of that based on nothing but potential. I brought up Adley. The team takes off. Injuries aside, they're no longer playing up to their potential, and they as players need to figure that out. GMs pick, coaches coach, players play.
Players play.
Ask Harbs that one.
Yeah. And they're playing dumb, too,
Yes.
which is probably the most frustrating thing. These are all guys that succeeded at various levels of baseball, and they got their first taste of not being successful, and they haven't really seemed to have gotten themselves out of that funk. I mean, Gunnar Henderson runs the bases like he's never run the bases before.
Speaking of Gunnar, last text of the day from Mike says, time to move him down. It's not a hot take by any means here, but he's got the lineup as he would see it, at least the top half. Keep Ward in the leadoff. He'd bat Adley second. Have Alonso third. Basayo worthy of cleanup. Gunnar, the earliest I'd bat him, fifth.
Yeah, I don't think we actually talked about that possibility last week. I think we're on board with all of that.
Yeah.
Maybe not bat him ninth. I don't think he's earned that level of dismissal from the top half of the order, but put him in you're still in a run production area, batting fifth here. I mean, let your guys who are getting on base get on base, and maybe Gunnar can add to that Ribby tally when it's all said and done. That's going to do it for us. We're back tomorrow. Woman Crush Wednesday. Inside Access coming up here in a matter of minutes. For Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato, I'm Bob Haynie. Stay safe, stay healthy. Talk to you in the morning. For now, class dismissed.
Got a hot take? The Plaza Ford text line. 410-583-1057.
Treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. For over 55 years, the Costas Inn's been a Baltimore original, dishing out their legendary, fat, delicious, award-winning crab cakes. And if you haven't visited the newest location that Costas has to offer at the Fairgrounds in Timonium, it's on the second floor of the grandstand. Now's the time. Enjoy your favorites from the original Costas Inn, plus tons of TVs with live sports and a new draft system that'll hold 12 beers on tap. Check out either Costas Inn today, and when you do, be sure to tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
Ryan Ripken here, and if you've ever had a pet need care unexpectedly, you know how stressful that moment can be. That's why I trust Homeward Bound Veterinary Services in Bel Air. They're a leader in wellness and urgent care with a location ready when you need it most. And they have advanced tools like on-site CT imaging and laparoscopic surgery to treat your pet quickly with less stress. Visit homewardboundveterinaryservices.com. That's homewardboundveterinaryservices.com. Your pet deserves it.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Get in on the action at Horseshoe Casino this summer with their $30,000 Sizzlin' Summer Drawings. Earn your entries now and join them on May 30th for your chance to win up to $30,000 in total prizes. One lucky winner will walk away with a $20,000 cash prize. Starting June 1st, earn your chance to play Unlock the Box. One lucky guest could win up to $1 million in cash. Bigger prizes, bigger moments. At Horseshoe, there is something for everyone. Baltimore's best bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, if you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles kicked off their 10-game homestand in style by taking 2 out of 3 from the Tigers and then Monday's series opener from the Rays. Colton Cowser has been the unlikely hero with walk-off home runs in 2 of those matchups. He delivered the biggest swing of yesterday's game with a 2-run blast in the 13th that secured a 9-7 victory for the Birds.
Honestly, probably one of my favorite wins as an Oriole. Back and forth, just always in the fight. Really proud of our guys for just keep showing up, keep grinding, and felt like we were 1 hit away there for about 4 innings.
There's Cowser following the game. The O's have already fared much better in their rematch against the Rays. They'll try to take the series in Game 2 this evening. Shane Baz versus Griffin Jacks is your pitching matchup, with things scheduled to get rolling at 6:35. And after closing out their series against the Cavaliers last night with a 130-93 win, the Knicks will be moving on to their first finals since 1999. They'll await the winner of Spurs versus Thunder, which is currently knotted up at 2 games apiece. Game 5 takes place tonight in OKC, tip-off at 8:30. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Dubo Law. At Dubo Law, we know that car accidents aren't a game. When you've been injured, call 410-ASK-DUBO for a free consultation. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, mostly cloudy with highs in the upper 70s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman, Tim Barbalace, and Beltway Ben Hall.
That ball is blasted to right field, and the Tampa Bay Rays take the lead on the first hit for Victor Mesa as a Ray. A go-ahead 2-run home run in extras. Jackson pulls one off the glove of Cabanero. It's in shallow left. Here comes Pete, the polar bear, rumbling home. He's safe, and the Orioles have tied it. Holiday, fly ball. It's deep to right center. Mullins chasing it. Mullins makes the catch. Blaze Alexander will tag and go to second. It's a game-tying sacrifice fly for Holiday. He's dancing off the bag. Fly ball, Colton Cowser. Deep right center. Mullins back at the wall. He did it again. Back-to-back days. Walk-off home runs for Cowser. 8. The milk cold.
Wow, those were the highlights. Kevin Brown on the call on Masson, and a game that I think people may not even remember. This was a 1-0 baseball game in the 7th inning. Orioles come back to win 9-7 in 13 innings and win their first game of the year against the Tampa Bay Rays. They've now won 3 of 4, and Ben, and obviously should mention Bone is off today and tomorrow. He'll be back on Thursday. Beltway Ben sitting in with me. Alex on the other side. But you were there yesterday, Ben. A crazy game to watch on television, but being in attendance, this was a bizarre game. And you were saying to me off the air, it kind of felt a little different being there?
It did. Honestly, a loss, I would have felt like it was 5 losses and a win. It felt like more wins than it was. But then you look at the record, all right, well, there's still 6 games under 500. That win was needed. And it's hard to say a win in May was needed, but with it being a game against a divisional opponent, a team who just pushed you around in their place, the leader of the division, and how it went. When they took the 2-1 lead, it kind of felt like it was done and Nunez would be able to get out of that inning, and Rico Garcia has been pretty dominant.
Yeah.
You felt like they were fine, and Diaz turns a double into a triple with the botch play in the outfield, and they're able to tie it, and it gets to extras. And it was just that roller coaster where every time both times the Rays scored 2 runs, I'm like, it's over.
Yeah.
It's done. Scoring 2 runs in extras is hard. The Orioles match it. And it was a roller coaster also because the 10th inning, when you're able to hold them scoreless and Rico's able to get out of a massive, massive bases loaded jam, you feel like this should be the inning they win. They should win it here. You have to save the bullpen, win it. They don't. In the 11th, Victor Mesa hits a 2-run bomb and it's bad. You respond, but aren't able to get it again. Then there's one in the 11th. You respond and aren't able to get it. It was just a roller coaster, but it was a game that to this point it feels like the Orioles find a way to lose. This Orioles team found a way to lose, but yesterday they were able to do it. They were able to get a big win, so it was definitely a really good feeling.
Yeah, the pitching, and we'll forget about it, but Kyle Brash was really good yesterday. Only gave up the 1 run on 5 hits, struck out 3. He's been really good for a while now, has brought the ERA under 4 for the season, but it's forgotten because of what happened the last 4 innings of the game that this guy is low-key pitching like an ace of late.
He's back to what they've needed and what we expected coming into the year. He is an ace. I mean, this was against the Rays offense that was clicking. He was able to hold them to just 1 run. And the past few outings in general, we've seen it's looked a lot better. And he's talked about it. He's more confident. He's feeling good. But when you're able to hold a Rays team to three runs in 11 innings, 11 and a third innings, you're in a good spot. Before that, you held a Yankees team to just 1 hit. So he is absolutely in a good spot. We saw it. That A's start felt a little different for him. He still gave up 3, but things looked a little bit better. He's not walking as many guys, which is massive there. I know he did walk 2 yesterday, but he's on, and he's getting the ground ball double plays that he needed, and he's getting out. Yesterday was just a 3 strikeout outing, which, again, isn't normal for him because he's usually striking more guys out, but he was still able to battle and give them that quality start. So this team needs him. They need him to be that ace because Trevor Rogers, coming into the year, we thought we might have had 1A, 1B with 2 aces. That's not that. And even if Rogers gets it back on, I don't know that he can get anywhere near to the dominance that he was last year because he doesn't strike out enough guys. Bradish, I am confident in saying he's back, but they're going to need him to continue that. And they're also going to need, tonight you got Shane Baz on the mound, they're going to need Shane Baz to continue pushing that way as well.
Is it weird for me to say, even though they ended up scoring 9 runs, there seemed to be a lot of missed opportunities to get more runs, like the whole Jackson Holiday with a runner in third, less than 2 outs and extras, couldn't get the bat on the ball. Obviously, then Cowser gets out to end that inning. Gunnar Henderson had opportunities numerous times in this game, couldn't come through.
It would have been a way bigger talking point if they lose that game because, as you say, I don't want to push negative, but they could have been done in that game and saved a little bit of the bullpen had they just done what you're supposed to. And Gunnar, a 2-hitter, one of the best guys, the dude who we're saying is going to get MVP votes, he has got to be able to come through. Jackson Holiday, big chance. I know it's against a lefty and it's early with where he's at and how things are going, but these are guys that you need them to come through in these types of spots. The 10th inning was infuriating because it's the Cowser bunt that doesn't move a guy over. It goes right back to the pitcher. Then it's Gunnar down on 3 pitches, and it looked just pathetic. And then Adley grounds out, and you're like, all right, well, it takes everything out of you. And then 1 batter later, Victor Mesa Jr. smashes a home run. So, no, the bats, they came through in a bunch of big spots, but at the same time, they let you down. And you could also make the argument, well, it was similar for the Rays where they felt like they had some opportunities and weren't able to come through. Just a very grinded out baseball game, a weird game to say the least. But you got to give him credit. I mean, Cowser smashes his 2nd home run or 2nd walk-off in as many days. Kenley Jansen going sinker middle was certainly a choice. But yesterday, once they tied it up for the third time, it was like, all right, they're going to be able to do something here. And it was also not a lefty Cowser had to face, right? Schulten's, he's a bulk guy for them. He's a 4 to 5 inning guy, so they knew they were going to rely on him a little bit. And you got a good opportunity for Cowser to come through again. He hits it. Honestly, I thought Jackson Holliday's being at the park where I was from my vantage point.
You thought that was gone?
Holiday's was gone, and Cowser's was the fly out, and it was the opposite. Cowser's is 425 feet, way up the seats, looks great. I probably just didn't catch a good enough look at it, but I thought it was the opposite. Off of Holiday's bat, I was like, oh my gosh, he did it. And it was still a sac fly and was able to drive the run in, and Blaze takes second, which was a good feeling. But no, the bats definitely let them down in a few spots, but ultimately came out on top.
3 of 4 now. They took 2 of 3 from Detroit over the holiday weekend in opportunity to go for the sweep on the third game, but didn't get it. But now they've won 3 of 4. Does that mean anything to you?
Yes, slightly. I mean, you still lose today. You're 7 under, and you're back in a rough spot. But it feels like in some areas they're playing better baseball. I do, at least. I still don't love where they're at. They dug such a big hole that when you play this type of baseball, you still look at the standings, and because the AL's bad, you're in it there, but you're still 6 games under. And it's like, it's head scratching. You want to pull your hair out, but at the end of the day, they are playing much better baseball. And I'm not fully there yet. I want to see them take this series, back-to-back divisional series. If they can take 3 of 4 from the Blue Jays, and coming off of taking 2 of 3, at least from the Rays, I will be there. It's a step in the right direction, and some of that is because Kyle Bradish is the ace for 3 straight or 4 straight outings that it was, and there are little things that tell you that this team is turning in the right direction, but I still have to see it in another divisional series.
Couple of notes before we move forward. Pete Alonso low-key had a nice game with 3 hits. By the way, it took him forever to get home. That ball, the single between third and short, and what they call it the 5-hole, I thought he was going to score easily, and I look up and there's a chance to get him at the plate. He runs like me.
Both of those plays. It was Adley as well, where I'm like, Buck, Britton's sending him here. I'm thinking he's out. But again, Chandler Simpson does a lot of things well. That arm is not one. And 2 horrible throws by him were the reason that Pete and Adley ended up being safe on that. So those were 2 massive runs and 2 guys who probably I wouldn't have sent if I'm the third base coach, but there's a reason Buck Britton gets paid the money he does.
And finally, can we stop with Jackson Holliday at third base? Like, if they lose that game, one of the reasons, like with the double clutch at third base, he almost threw Alonso off the bag, I think, in the same inning as well.
Yeah, they're with Kobe Mayo on the shelf. They're in a tough spot with the third base position, and also. They're going to try it, and I don't think that's going to stop. I don't think the double clutch was also tough because Jeremiah Jackson was a little late getting to first base. Watching the replay from a different angle, you see Jeremiah Jackson kind of a step slow, and it was a step slow to get to first base. But also talking with people in the press box, it's the opposite of when they ran the wheel weeks ago. They ran that wheel, and Gunnar got beat running too early because Zach Geloff did not show hands, didn't bunt, and was able to beat them with that. This one felt the opposite, where they were a step slow covering the base there. But yeah, Jackson, it's a learning curve, and it's tough to have a learning curve when your team's in this spot.
Orioles win 9-7, back in action again tonight. Game 2 of this series against Tampa. Shane Baz on the mound. By the way, Craig Kimbrell signs a deal with the Rays today, and he, according to Mark Topkin, in front of the show, covers the Rays, says he's coming to Baltimore now, so he could be in uniform this evening. So old friend Craig Kimbrell will be in Camden Yards tonight.
They're going to find a way to make it work.
Yeah,
they just are.
Yes,
he's going to get probably multiple leverage outings this year out of him. They're going to get out of him. The Rays make bad guys work always. And Craig Kimbrell was awesome at one point, but at this point in his career, it shouldn't work. I'm going to guess they're going to find a way to make that work.
Hopefully they'll hit Griffin Jackson a little better than they did in Tampa. Guest-wise, Mike Bordick, part of our BBT crew, joins us at 3. Jonas Schaefer, OTAs going on at the Castle Media Availability tomorrow. Lamar Jackson in attendance, so everybody can calm down. We'll talk to Jonas about what he's hoping to see tomorrow at 3:30, and we'll talk Orioles and Ravens with Cordell Woodland at 5 o'clock.
A little bit of it all, yeah. Lamar back at OTAs, a good feeling. We can all calm down and relax. Lamar Jackson is there at a practice in May. But yeah, it'll be fun to talk to Bordy. Interesting to hear where Bordy stands after that series and after taking one from the Rays. And then Cordell, we'll get to that. And also the Knicks.
Yeah.
I do want to ask Cordell about the Knicks because Cordell is very anti with the Knicks, and I don't know.
I got some thoughts.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. It'll be fun. We'll get to NBA shoot around 2:45.
Coming up next, though, we need to talk more. Colton Cowser deserves his own segment. Walk-offs in back-to-back days, 2 out of 3 games. He's actually been hitting better of late. Is this something he can build on? We'll discuss next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's Smiles for Miles at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley.
Shop hundreds of new Hondas, now sale priced way below MSRP. Get everyone to the game in a Pilot or Passport. Or maximize your efficiency in a new hybrid. Save on fuel-efficient Honda hybrids like Accords, Civics, and even CRVs. That's right, Honda hybrids sale priced way below MSRP.
Now that's Smiles for Miles. Woohoo! Check out AndersonHonda.net.
University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 55 flexible online certificates that provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately, with a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare. You can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Spring is great for your mood, but sometimes tough on your body. Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet store. The weather gets nicer and suddenly you're walking more, standing more, and spending more time outside. But if you're dealing with foot pain, it can quickly turn into knee pain, hip pain, or even back pain that makes staying active uncomfortable. Our patented arch support system has helped countless people find relief. Here's another customer sharing their Good Feet story.
I'm a retired mail carrier with multiple knee replacements in both knees. I never thought I'd be able to go back to doing dog agility again. I stopped in at the Good Feet store. They measured me for my arch inserts, and then I walked around, and immediately I felt the difference. Agility is mine again. Hawkeye, my beagle, and I are both happy.
Good Feet Arch Supports can be the solution you need to get the most out of your springtime activities. Come see us today or visit us at goodfeet.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
I hope so. I mean, two shots like that. But yeah, no, his confidence has been there, like we talked about, since Kansas City and he really started to feel his swing and get comfortable. And, you know, he had after a couple tough stretches, but he stuck with his process, stuck with the work, and now we get to see that comes to fruition right now, and his at-bats have been better as of late, but outstanding right now.
Honestly, just trying to slow down, not think too much. A lot of the times just getting in the batter's box, thinking about something that might be distracting me when it comes to like my load mechanics, and just trying to throw that out the window and just go out and play and have fun.
So you heard from Craig Albernaz talking about Colton Cowser, and then Cowser himself, what's been going through his mind, the plate over the last week. Over the last 8 games, he's batting over 300. He's got 3 home runs, including walk-offs, in back-to-back days. So does this look different? You've been out there for almost every game. Does he look different at the plate to you from the guy, quite frankly, looked lost at the plate earlier this season?
Yeah, he does. It's more confident with him. And we heard Albernaz talk about it. He's laying off some things that probably wasn't at one point. And Albernaz has talked about it multiple times. He's talked about it Sunday after the walk-off home run as well, where they felt like since the Kansas City series, Colton Cowser has been in a different state mentally and been in a much better spot. And to that, he's been better. He still hasn't been amazing.
No.
But these past few games, we are seeing it click. And when he's on, we see that power. The pull side power is there, and he's able to change games with those types of swings. To the other side of it,
yeah,
the strikeouts are also there, and that hurts them. I'm with the current situation. I'm willing to take some of these strikeouts with his defense and the upside power.
Well, that's the other thing. He in the corners, at least, he's a plus defender, which is something that they don't have a lot of that kind of guy. And the power when he does connect, as we've seen the last 2 days, the ball explodes off his bat. He does. Now, he didn't get the bunt down. It's not like he's making lots of contact, but the bar was low as far as making more contact. And I feel like that's there. And it's also, baseball's such a grind. And I feel like he's feeling better about himself right now.
Without a doubt. You have to be. And you see 2 balls. That's a big thing that has frustrated us. I think I could say definitely us, is when some of these younger guys are starting to find it and click a little bit, all of a sudden you start seeing they're absent from the lineup here and there. And it's, let's ride this. Take this as far as they can. Let them build off of it. And Colton Cowser, through his career, we know just how streaky he's been. I mean, you remember the April in 2024 when he looked like the next big thing, and there have been little streaks where he's put it together, he hasn't, but right now he is clicking. And I know some of it is them playing the matchups or not letting him face lefties. He's had just 7 at-bats against left-handed pitching this season. I know we're going to get to it a little bit more later, but I'm fine giving him some at-bats against lefties right now when he's clicking. Maybe he'll look bad on some of the at-bats, but at the same time,
the guys that are in there now look bad in at-bats.
And they're right-handed. I know we play the platoon game 24/7, but right now, until that he's fully out of this, until it looks like its old self, and the coaching seems like it's working, and it's been working in a few different spots, it feels like, for this team, I would continue to ride whatever you have. Play this as much as you can, because as you say, there's nothing else clicking in the outfield and the corner spots.
And I like having him in a corner outfield spot, too.
He is one of the few guys in the outfield, and Leote has kind of comforted that in center. But when the ball's hit to him, you're not biting your fingernails. Taylor Ward's been awesome at the plate. It's incredible.
Yeah.
The pop-ups to left, still sometimes you're worried.
So that play over his head.
Colton Cowser, you're comfortable, and he's got the strong arm, and you know that he's figured it out in the corner spots. It's also got to be comforting for him. It takes a little bit off his plate. Him not playing center. You have a comfortable guy in center field. I would just leave Cowser at the bottom of the lineup for the next few days, righty or lefty, and let him continue figuring it out, because to this point, the past few days, at least 7 games, he has.
Yeah, for me, I know this team loves their platoons, as you mentioned, but I'm riding the guy who's actually doing damage at the plate, and the guy who gives you good defense in the corner, as opposed to the other guy who gives you neither.
And also, this is big spots Cowser's come through, and 2 massive losing. I mean, the Tigers game, he's down 0-2 against Kenley Jansen.
Yeah.
I know Kenley Jansen's been in the league 20 years.
Going to the Hall of Fame.
But he absolutely is a Hall of Famer. He's been great this year. He hasn't given up many runs. Now, why did he go sinker middle? in that spot, I'm not sure, but Kauser still delivered the big punch. And then yesterday, Schultz has been pretty damn good too, which was why it was a little bit more impressive for me to see the Orioles draw some runs off of this guy, a dude who's been pretty shut down in bulk appearances with the Rays. That's two dudes. Now, they're both righty. That is also worth noting because the Orioles aren't giving him many opportunities against lefties. As I said, just seven at-bats so far this season. But no, I just don't know how you can take Colton Kauser out of the lineup right now with how things are clicking. And again, tonight, you're going to get the righty.
I expect him to be in the lineup.
I don't think so tomorrow. With Steven Matz on the mound, I think they're going to let O'Neill trot back out there. But tonight, he's absolutely going to be in the lineup.
Let me ask you this, and we have a whole segment dedicated to O'Neill later, but how about him in the 9-hole yesterday? It seemed like a birthright he was going to bat 5.
And they moved him down, which was... It stood out to me right away. And then he gets the punch single.
Yeah, broken bat, yeah.
Punches one up the middle for a single. I'm like, all right, maybe that'll help get him out of it. It's just, and again, we'll get to it later.
They got a decision to make.
It's hard. It's really hard to carry it. And we heard Craig Alvarez say that what they see is different from what we see. And
I don't care what they see.
I don't know what you see right now. He talked about hitting the ball the other way. I don't see it with him. I mean, he's 2 for his last 22. It's not clicking. The defense isn't good.
Well, let me give you a little tip, and you know this. He doesn't get paid for what they're seeing in the cage. He didn't get paid for batting practice. He gets paid for those 9 innings, and we all see what's going on in those 9 innings, and it's basically a 0. He is batting. This according to Josh Tolentino from the Baltimore Sun going into yesterday's game. He's 2 for 38 against left-handed pitching, which is why they signed him.
It was the primary reason he was signed to Baltimore was what he could do against left-handed pitching, because the Orioles have had an issue with left-handed pitching since this young core came up. That's been the thing.
Since the start of last year, he has 10 hits versus left-handed pitching. 11. The hit. This was before yesterday's game, going into yesterday. So the bloop single,
the punch to center.
Yeah, so he has 11 hits against left-handed pitching in a year plus.
It's
the reason he was signed.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable, and that's they've had so many other Austin Slaters of the world who were more productive against left-handed pitching in Baltimore than here, and they were pickup guys for cheap. This dude's being paid way too much money to do what he's doing against lefties.
Coming up next, let's get to some football. OTAs going on at One Winning Drive. Media availability tomorrow. And guess who's there? Lamar Demetrius Jackson. He is at OTAs. And because Ravens Media, I said last week when I was here with Bone and you, I was like, if Lamar was there the day before media availability, we'd get the 8-ball tweet. We got it today.
We did get it.
The 8-ball tweet is out. Our thoughts, what are we hoping to see here at OTAs? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
Selling your home is a big decision. Vinny Stio makes it simple with the Your Home Sold Guarantee. Your home sold or he'll buy it. That's peace of mind you can count on. Call Vinny today, 410-793-1801. 410-793-1801. This inning brought to you by...
Actually, it's brought to you by reality. I'm Neil Dubovsky, founder of Dubo Law, and we know that car accidents aren't a game, they're real life. When you've been injured and need help, call 410-ASK-DUBO. That's 410-275-3826 for a free consultation, and let us fight for you.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. Cause 30 told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust a Nemu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing, simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
School's out, and these are the only courses you need. Celebrate your graduation with 5 courses fresh from the Walkfire. Enjoy a 5-course celebration experience starting at $89.99, featuring premium entrees like New York prime strip steak tataki, oolong Chilean sea bass, and lobster and prawn fried rice. Bold flavors, sizzling favorites, a meal made to impress. Congratulations, you handled the hard work. Now, let us handle the cooking. Celebrate with some sizzle, only at P.F. Chang's.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every rider is someone's family, someone's friend, someone who should make it home. But that depends on you. When you drive, you control more than your vehicle. You control their safety. Slow down. Look twice. Check your mirrors and blind spots. Give motorcycles the space they deserve. Respect on the road saves lives. Share the road. Drive like a life depends on it. Because it does. Brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Ed Norris here with Baltimore football legend Jonathan Ogden. J.O., we both know Dr. Learfield at the Smile Design Center. I know you've been there. How'd that work out for you?
Let me tell you what, Ed, man. The best decision I ever made. Look, if you've been avoiding the dentist, I get it. But they've got sedation options that change everything.
Absolutely. And about 36% of Americans have some fear of the dentist, so you're not alone. Look, Dr. Learfield completely transformed my smile in just a few visits. The technology they use now, it's just incredible.
You know what? And they work with you on payment plans. You know, monthly payments, whatever works for you, whatever you got to get it done.
Yeah, and it's important because one thing people just don't know, and this is real, is that bad teeth can mess with your heart and your overall health. So it not just your oral health, it affects your whole body.
No, absolutely. So don't wait, Baltimore, please, because your smile does matter.
Absolutely does. And seriously, if you have fear of the dentist or if money's been an issue or time away from work, all these things, those no more excuses. Just get there. The Smile Design Center, do it.
The Smile Design Center with Dr. Learfield. Call 410-321-1100 or visit smiledesignDoctor.com. That's smiledesignDoctor.com.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Yesterday's 9-7 Orioles win featured plenty of twists and turns and extra innings, but the game would not have made it that far if Kyle Bradish wasn't locked in. He held the Rays' dangerous lineup in check with just one earned run off a solo blast through 6 innings. That's 2 consecutive solid outings against the best team in baseball and more than a solid month overall. Bradish will finish May with a 3.49 ERA and 30 strikeouts across 5 starts.
I always feel confident when our guys touch the mound, but with KB in particular, just the stuff. We keep on talking about how much, like the elite stuff he has. He's pounding the strike zone. The curveball usage now is protecting the slider and keeping hitters off balance. It's tough to manage at bat against him, and he was outstanding tonight.
There's Craig Albernaz on Bradish stepping up for the rotation yet again. Shane Baz is next in line for Game 2 this evening. First pitch at 6:35. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, mostly cloudy with highs in the upper 70s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalace. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
You know, Lamar's been one of our leaders of the offseason program, and
couple things going on yesterday and today. We've had some great conversations. Know when he's going to be back, and again, I'll probably leave those between me and Lamar.
So that was Jesse Minter last week when he met with the media because Lamar Jackson was not there for OTAs, and Baltimore was abuzz with the fact that Lamar Jackson, who, full disclosure, has been in the building basically most of the offseason. But he wasn't there last week, said he had something pre-planned. Well, guess who's there today? Beltway Ben, we got the 8-ball tweet from Ravens.com or Ravens on Twitter or wherever you consume your Ravens. But he's there, he's back, and seems to be, to me, he is much more bought in than he was a year ago.
Without a doubt. It was every offseason we kind of have the conversation. Well, he showed up a little bit when Monk first got the job and trying to figure that out. This felt like, and we talked about it on this show a lot, we've talked about it in general, this felt like an offseason where OTAs mattered a little bit more. Practice in May means nothing for week one. But with a new system, a new entire coaching staff, there's a new vibe around there, and it feels like it starts with quarterback one. Lamar Jackson, it starts with. But the rest of the team, feels like a lot of guys are locked in. We see more guys out there maybe than we usually do in OTA periods. And this is, again, we talk about it all the time. This is a new situation. Most coaches going into year one don't have a quarterback of the caliber of Lamar Jackson. And I'm sure it helps Jesse Minter out a ton when at these practices, his quarterback one, who's ran the thing for years, who's one of the better quarterbacks in the league, is there. And also just not having to deal. I know they can quiet the outside noise as much as they want, but you still have that little cricket on ESPN and every single place.
Yeah.
The notification.
Hey, Pro Football Talk every time. Yeah.
Every time.
To your point, usually when a coach gets fired, it's because he doesn't have a quarterback. Because if you don't have a quarterback in the NFL, you're sunk. This is a unique situation. Lamar was banged up a year ago. That they had Super Bowl expectations. They missed the playoffs. And I think a lot, like the Harbs thing got stale.
It did.
And so they choose to go in another direction. And early returns it seems to have re-energized Lamar Jackson because he is around the building a lot more than he was a year ago.
And we heard John Harbaugh during offseason speak. It was kind of more beating around the bush when we're talking about Lamar Jackson not being at these practices and not being at the workouts. Jesse Minter, every time he's talked about Lamar Jackson, he says, we've been in constant communication. If Lamar Jackson's not at something, we heard him talk about it at OTAs the other day. There was something he told me that he was already going to be at. We've talked a lot over the phone. We've talked a lot in these different areas. I couldn't agree more that this feels like Lamar Jackson is fully locked in with the way that this organization is going and where they're going. Because again, we talk about the outside media. There's people pushing that this could have been negotiations. This could have been contract issues. All of these different things, these scenarios that people are pushing, when in reality, Lamar had a previous commitment. He couldn't be there last week. He's there again for this week, just as he was the previous things they had since Jesse Minter has taken over.
So first and foremost, and you would have probably been out there tomorrow, but you're sitting with me, so you can't go. But are we hoping Lamar talks tomorrow? Because a reminder, he has not spoken since the season ended against Pittsburgh a year ago.
I'd be willing to bet that he talks tomorrow. As you say, it's a lot has happened since we last heard from Lamar Jackson. So there's probably preparation. I would expect him to be on the podium talking a little bit. And it'll be interesting to just kind of hear. This is a completely new situation. We have not had a coaching change for Lamar Jackson in his career, and it's a new system. It'll be interesting to just hear in general, kind of wanting something new. And I definitely, as you mentioned, just by his actions and where he's at, it does feel like he's happy with this new type of energy they're bringing in the building.
Yeah, now, granted, I'm likely going to be disappointed with what he has to say because he's not going to give me what I want. But I do want to hear from him because it has been so long, and at least I want the questions asked. Like, what'd you think of the Harbs get gone? What do you think of Jesse Minter? What do you think of Declan Doyle? Like, and again, those questions don't have to be asked like that, but like, what's the difference between Declan Doyle working with him and working with Monk? Those kind of things. I assume I won't love his answers, but I do want to hear those questions asked to him.
Yeah, Lamar, we all know Lamar, he's going to kind of be calm with his answers, not give a ton. And I appreciate that more than Aaron Rodgers talking about who even knows what when he answers questions, other quarterbacks around the league. But yeah, Lamar, he's always kind of calm. And it also, it's not right after the fact, so maybe there is a little bit more there in terms of moving on from John and in that situation. But it will absolutely be good to hear from the quarterback who, again, the basically a playoff game. That Steelers loss was the last time we heard from the quarterback, so it'll definitely be interesting to hear.
Anything you were hoping to hear or see, obviously through Ravens media or whatnot, like this media availability tomorrow is I think we have mandatory minicamp next week.
Not
or the week after.
Following week, June 9th and 10th, I believe.
Yes, the week after.
There's last year, and I don't want to keep going back to that coaching staff, but there was all this talk about communication because on the field with our eyes, we were told that there was like the communication was off. And they talk about a post game, and in the offseason, they said there were two big things we heard about: communication and forcing turnovers. That was the two big things that this defense was going to change. From what it sounded like at the first OTAs, again, I wasn't able to get out there, but it sounded like you could hear guys talking. You could hear communication.
Well, we even heard that at rookie minicamp.
Which from rookies, first time out there, first time practicing together. So it feels like this coaching staff, among other things they're working to fix, communication is not going to be an issue for them. And Jesse Minter, we know there weren't many communication issues in LA. He didn't have many of those. We've talked about that. We've seen it. So I think that's just more newness and how they do things a little bit at these practices. It's just interesting to me.
I'm fascinated. The football calendar, and they're brilliant about it with these OTAs and the mini camps. It never goes away because you go from free agency to the draft to then these camps.
The full year.
We're going to blink and we're going to be in training camp. And at some point, the Ravens are going to sign another veteran, which will keep the cycle moving. It never stops.
The NFL takes over the whole year. They've told you that with their regular season games. They told you that with the playoffs and the offseason. They've made the offseason its own football following type of thing. So, as you say, before we know it, mandatory will be here. We'll get through that, and training camp is not too far after that. Especially, hopefully the Orioles can, by that point, be right in the thick of it.
Yeah, hopefully we're in July and August and the Orioles are relevant.
Right. Because last year it was extremely tough.
Any part of you, and I think we've alluded to this before, but you and I are both big basketball guys, and we'll get to the NBA in a minute. But is there any part of you that hates that the NFL has invaded on Christmas, which was the NBA's day for so long? I always used to call it was their, the soft opening of the NBA season was October, but their grand opening was Christmas Day. And they really don't get that anymore because the NFL has taken Christmas. They still play the games, but nobody's watching them like they did.
It's not the same. No, it is tough just as a diehard basketball fan. You always watch, and I still will watch both. And I would be a liar if I said having football. I think looking at it right now, May 26th, and saying, dang, the NFL takes the NBA's day, it annoys me. But Christmas morning, outside of all the Christmas stuff, it's still nice. Every day you have football is nice. I love watching football just that much. Now, it does suck for the NBA that they kind of take it away from them. It's unfortunate. But again, if you were in the NFL's way, they're going to shove you. They're not stopping for anybody. They're going to take over everything they possibly can. And we see it in the offseason. We see it with the draft. We see it with every single thing they do.
Coming up next, let's get to the NBA. And we have a finalist as the New York Knicks swept the Cavs last night. They await the winner of the Thunder and the Spurs. Game 5 of that series is tonight. The question I have is, are the Knicks legit title threats? Obviously, they're in it, so you got to be in it to win it. But it seemed to be assumed that the Western Conference Finals was the championship. Is that still the case? We'll answer next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll have the recap on the pivotal Game 5 in the NBA Western Conference Finals. Also, baseball with O's broadcaster Kevin Brown and Mike Bordick.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The New York Knicks are heading to the NBA Finals for the first time since 1999. The Knicks have now won 11 games in a row. And it was a team effort in Game 4 for the Knicks. 6 players scored in double figures. Karl Anthony Towns led the Knicks with 19 points. The Knicks now have 7 full days off until the start of the NBA Finals, which is on June 3rd. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Furnished by IntelliBrands. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Get an Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. Improve your flexibility and balance. Strengthen and tone your legs.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
My circulation is moving. I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
It's so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. And for a limited time, get a free upgrade to our deluxe bundle with a faster motor, sport mat, and wireless remote. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
It's Patriot Harley's Freedom Promise event this week. What you pay is what you get back. Purchase any new Harley Sportster from us and get your purchase price back on trade. Patriot Harley is part of the #1 sales volume Harley dealer group in the DMV. Finance specialists are on site to get you approved. Patriot Harley's Freedom Promise event is now through Sunday. It's the best time to trade in. Only at Patriot Harley this week. Newer 2016 or newer Sportster models. Redeem purchase price excludes tax, title, fees, and extras. Offer until 8/31/26 for trade guarantee.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Today, cloudy, high of 76. Tonight, cloudy, low around 68. Tomorrow, high near 80.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list, and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love. Sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Furnished by IntelliBrands. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Get an Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. Improve your flexibility and balance. Strengthen and tone your legs.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
My circulation is moving. I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
It's so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. And for a limited time, get a free upgrade to our deluxe bundle with a faster motor, sport mat, and wireless remote. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalise. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
It's over. Believe it, Knicks fans, for the first time in 27 years, the New York Knicks are going to the NBA Finals. The dream season continues, and hopes of ending a decades-long championship drought are very much alive.
Mike Breen on the call on ESPN as the Knicks defeat the Cavs last night 130-93. And when they have you on the ropes, they don't just step on your throat. They crush your entire neck. They are blowing people out left and right. Cavs, thanks for showing up. They basically quit after losing game one in the fashion they lost it. It was over. But the Knicks, since I guess CJ McCollum beat them a couple times, they haven't lost.
They've won 11 straight.
It's ridiculous.
11 straight playoff games, and the 2 losses to the Hawks were by 1 point. And I always talk to Cordell about it because Cordell is just not buying the Knicks at all.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want the Knicks to be a thing. I was at live last night watching the game.
Oh, yeah, we got to get to that.
Madison Square Garden of Baltimore there.
Yeah, really?
Then they got the New York song playing. I'm like, we're in Baltimore. What are we doing here?
New York, go New York, go.
No, Frank Sinatra.
Oh, New York, New York.
Yeah.
Did you see Shaq and Kenny Smith did that at halftime? That was funny.
It was funny. But yeah, the Knicks fans are everywhere. You can't escape them. They've been quiet for so long. This team's legit. They're playing good basketball. And it felt like when they put these pieces together between OG Anunoby, Bridges, Josh Hart just as the piece that he is, Jalen Brunson, Cat. It felt like that it should work because they have so many different guys who in other situations were the guy, and now you're combining all of them to put together a pretty good product. Oh, and by the way, Landry Shamet can just drill threes.
Yes, another guy the Sixers gave up on.
Yeah. And Mitchell Robinson, outside of free throws, is a quality player. They're tough. They're a really good basketball team. And the Cavs, after blowing the 22-point lead in game one, the Cavs basically checked out. It was ugly. They didn't play well. And in every game, you're like, all right, they're going to win at least one. And the Knicks would scoring 38 points in the first quarter yesterday. Like, this Knicks team is determined.
Yeah, they're up 12 at the end of the first quarter. You're like, okay, that's a ball game.
It didn't feel like the Cavs had enough where the Knicks, every mini run the Cavs went on, the Knicks respond with 2 or 3 threes. And OG Anunoby, I talk about him on this show all of the time. He's one of the most valuable players in the NBA. And you can look at his points. All right, well, he scores 17. He defends and
him and Bridges on the wings.
Yeah, like that. But when they put this team together, it's like you have those 2 defenders and a guy, Jalen Brunson and Cat. How can it not work? And finally it clicked for him.
So I give Mike Brown a lot of credit because I felt like a year ago the Cat thing was a little awkward.
Yes.
And that was Tibbs and obviously. But Mike Brown figured out how to make it work with Cat. And Cat is a legit, and Karl Anthony Towns, for those who don't get the lingo. He has become a real force for them inside and outside, frankly. Brunson's a dog. Their only weakness is Brunson isn't a great defender, but it doesn't matter because they're bludgeoning people. And I want to remind you, the Pacers almost beat the Thunder a year ago.
Yeah.
If Halliburton doesn't get hurt, they might win Game 7.
Yep.
I think this Knicks team is better than that Pacers team. I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that whoever wins the West is winning the finals because this is a team right here, and they're confident and they're playing at an incredibly high level.
If this is the team that we're going to see next round, I would agree with you. And coming into it, I was yelling. The NBA Finals is in the Western Conference. I fully believe that. But the Knicks have just continued to shut me up and play good basketball. And I would say probably at the end of the Sixers series, I started buying into the Knicks. And there's still people who aren't. And I get it. The Thunder, health is another thing I don't think is being talked about enough for them where And it was so impressive to do what they did without Jalen Williams early, where you just didn't miss a beat. But now you're playing the gauntlet of San Antonio. And that series, whatever team gets out of that is going to be worn down. They're going to be banged up. And they're coming into a Knicks opponent. The Knicks aren't soft anymore. This is not a soft Knicks team. They're physical. And as you say with Cat, I talk about Cat all the time. He's infuriating in a lot of areas. But they don't have him chucking. He's a good passer at the position. He is not overdoing it, which is why you have guys like OG and Bridges, who's all of a sudden turned it on in the playoffs, and Jalen Brunson, who we know how special of a scorer he is. They just have so many different pieces, and I think they might be able to match it. And another thing I did want to bring up, do you remember the report that came out at the beginning of playoffs that Mike Brown, if they don't make
that he was just finals or bust. Yeah.
Here he is.
Yeah.
Here's 11 wins in a row. Because after that, during the Hawks series, they're down 2-1 after the first 3 games, and you're like...
And CJ McCollum beat him twice.
Yeah, and you're like, they're in trouble. And all of a sudden, game 4, they turned it on, and they haven't looked back.
I have a couple of Cavs thoughts. Number one, were they ever going to cover the pick and roll? Like, how many times was Mitchell Robinson going to get a wide open dunk because he passed the ball and just roll the basket and nobody would go with him?
They all looking at each other.
Yeah. And just watching and listening, this, we're like, listen to a little NBA radio, taking Barkley to daycare, watching some stuff. It sounds like the Cavs, they may be like Evan Mobley for Giannis, kind of like they need to do something to shake it up, because if you bring it back as is, it's like this. You can't bring this back.
Well, they tried to do it last year. It was such a special regular season run. Then in the playoffs, it burnt out.
Because James Harden's James Harden.
Yeah. Well, I meant last year.
Oh, yeah.
But then they do shake it up a little bit. Garland for Harden doesn't make you better in the playoffs. That's not like a shake-up in terms of, all right, we have a proven guy. No, you're adding James Harden, who everybody has seen it in the playoffs. James Harden, it doesn't work in the playoffs. And some of the turnovers yesterday.
Yeah.
Just, why don't you give the Knicks 2 points? He's so lazy with it and how he does it.
And he wasn't in good shape when he was young, and now he's old. He's short on every shot.
Yeah, it's even worse. And he's trying to jump into guys, which is not allowed anymore, like it was when he was scoring 50 points a game. It's a tough watch. And then to hear him and Donovan Mitchell say they're back for unfinished business. Okay, well, you're going to have to find something else. And Evan Mobley, I wanted him to work. I thought it could. He just shies away in a lot of big spots and gets shoved. Like Cat, I know Cat's size, he should be shoving dudes around, but Cat hasn't shoved many guys around in his career. He's always been on the softer side.
Yeah.
He is shoving Evan Mobley around left and right. And I get it. Evan Mobley's more slinky, his size, the way he's built, but Cat's a dude who we see a lot of guys go out without fear, and Evan Mobley just didn't feel like that to me.
Yeah, the only guy that sort of showed up for them was Mitchell, but then even he...
And he was like banged up. He played well in a few... He just can't do it. He can't carry this team with... It just feels like a lot of dead weight. They got all these shooters between Struz and Merrill and Wade, and none of them are automatic. None of those guys are automatic, or at least were in this series. So, yeah, they're going to have to... They're going to need to bring something else in and shake up, I think, the Twin Towers that we thought at the time. Like, I thought Evan Mobley and Jared Allen could work.
Yeah.
We've seen it before, but it doesn't work.
It worked until the fourth quarter of game 1, and then it didn't work 6.
Right, exactly.
Who do you like tonight? Spurs Thunder. It feels like a must-win for the Thunder, and they won't have A.J. Mitchell, and they might not have Jalen Williams, the good Jalen Williams.
Right, yeah. I can't go against OKC. I know the injuries are hurting them, but this is the deepest bench maybe in NBA history with what OKC has done. And
Wiggins ain't even playing anymore.
Exactly. Yeah, he's in and this is a dude who scored 30 points in a playoff game last year, 27, whatever it was. I can't go against OKC. They've been there, they've done that, and I know San Antonio's gotten healthier. San Antonio's in a good spot. Wembanyama is a freak. There's nobody. We will never see Victor Wembanyama ever.
He's a unicorn.
Yes, exactly. But with all that being said, I'm still going with OKC. I've just seen him do it before. It's an extremely talented team. I think SGA is going to carry this team to a victory tonight.
Do you know what I'd love to see Wembanyama do? Because he's the only guy who can do it. The way he follows his own shot.
It's like it's a Nerf hoop.
Yeah. Yes, it's exactly like you're in your bedroom with the Nerf hoop. That's exactly what he does. It's incredible.
And every time he does it, you just start shaking your head. It's the only guy that can do it.
No.
He literally misses the shot, and here he is to clean it up, throw it in, run back on the other end.
Orioles beat the Rays yesterday, 9-7 in 13 innings. They're back again tonight. Game 2 of the 3-game series at 6:30. Baltimore Baseball Night live from Pickles. Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken. And joining us next to talk some Orioles, they've won 3 or 4. Is Mike Bordick buying the O's? We'll ask him next.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Are you stressed because of your IRS back tax bill, the possibility of wage garnishment, or property lien? Then call Priority Tax Relief now. 800-314-0045. At Priority Tax, we work directly with the IRS to protect you and your assets. Thousands of our customers have resolved for far less than their original balance. Connect to the IRS for free in minutes. 800-314-0045. That's 800-314-0045.
Whoa, okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Huh. The T-Mobile one says their customers had the lowest wireless bills versus the other big guys over the past 5 years. And their latest experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now or...
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. And right now, bring your phone to T-Mobile and we'll give you $400 when you switch.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. $400 with new account on qualifying line. Unlocked device credit ported 90-plus days with device and carrier. Entirely redemption required. Virtual MasterCard typically takes 14 weeks. No cash access and expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Introducing new Maryland Treasure Scratch-Offs from the Maryland Lottery. For the first time, these scratch-offs feature original art by local artists that showcase the things we treasure about Maryland, especially its natural beauty. Hundreds of art pieces were submitted. 4 were selected. Now it's your turn to see if you can win by picking up a Maryland Treasure Scratch-Off at any Maryland Lottery retailer. Top prize, $10,000. Play today, and please play responsibly.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, and even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, this can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes and are covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 to schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. Treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. How long have you been stuck with the same phone plan? 2 years? 5? 10? Are you tired of surprise fees and confusing bills that never match what you thought you were paying? Cut the nonsense.
Right now at redpocket.com, new and existing customers adding a line can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. That's only $60 a year.
And here's the kicker. Red Pocket Mobile gives you access to all 3 5G networks. You pick the one that works best where you live or work, or switch anytime for better coverage. And with Red Pocket, you keep your phone and your number. Why in the world would you not switch? Red Pocket Mobile, your new ultimate cell carrier.
Celebrate Memorial Day with big savings from Red Pocket Mobile. Right now, new and existing customers can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. Just $60 a year and choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price at redpocket.com. That's redpocket.com. redpocket.com.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit baltimoregolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
The Premier Lacrosse League takes over Loyola's Ridley Athletic Complex this weekend. Get your tickets now at PLLtickets.com.
Jason Aldean and Luke Bryan with Dylan Scott, Dasha, DJ Silver, and DJ Rock are bringing the Double Down Tour to Nationals Park on August 20th. A Live Nation show. Tickets go on sale May 8th. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Colton Cowser has hit just 3 home runs so far in 2026, but 2 of them may be the biggest swings of the Orioles' entire season. He launched a walk-off homer in Game 1 on Sunday before playing the hero role again in the 13th inning of yesterday's 9-7 victory over the Rays. Is this a sign that he's fully turned the page on his struggles? Here's what Craig Albernaz had to say following the dramatic finish.
I hope so. Two shots like that. But yeah, no, his confidence has been there, like we talked about, since Kansas City and he really started to feel his swing and get comfortable. And, he had after a couple tough stretches, but he stuck with his process.
And last night in the Eastern Conference Finals, the Cavaliers put up no resistance in a 130-93 loss to the Knicks, bringing an end to a dominant 4-game sweep for New York. They outshot Cleveland 44% to 28% from three and completely outmatched them on the glass with a 60-33 rebound advantage. This marks the Knicks' first trip to the NBA Finals since 1999, but they have not won it all since 1973. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, mostly cloudy with highs in the upper 70s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalise. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Roll up. We're efforting to get Mike Bordick on the program. He should be with us shortly. Orioles defeat the Tampa Bay Rays yesterday 9-7 in 13 innings, a game that was 1-0 into the 7th inning. Orioles have won 3 of 4. Remember, Baltimore baseball tonight coming up tonight at Pickles at 5:30. We're done at 5:30. It is Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken doing the show as the Orioles try to get a win streak of some sorts going. Their max is still 3 games this year as we sit here, and we're almost
it's hard to buy in.
Yeah.
It's hard to fully buy into what they're doing.
So let's go out now. Our friend, Mike Bordick, Oriole Hall of Famer, part of our BB2 crew, joins us now. And Bordy, Colton Cowser's had himself an interesting couple of days, huh? 3 games in those 2 days, but in 2 of them, he's hit walk-off home runs.
Wow. Ken, thanks for having me on today. Appreciate it. And, yeah, it's been fun to see, hasn't it? I mean, it was a really interesting weekend, that's for sure. And I'm really happy that the Orioles came out on top. I mean, all you hear about is the hard work these guys are putting in, and to finally kind of have an exciting weekend, dramatic fashion for Colton Cowser. And hopefully this kind of gets this team headed in the right direction, because they were heading south in a hurry, and it feels pretty good when they put some W's up on the board.
What up, Bordy? Specific to that, are you starting to buy him, or does this weekend, I guess, get you? I know the Tigers have been playing horrendous baseball, and things were not good for them heading into that series. And it was kind of funny because, like, one of the fan bases who had it worse than Orioles fans is the Tigers, with them, losing 15 of 17. But they were able to take 2 of 3 from Detroit, and then you start off with a really interesting roller coaster win over the Rays yesterday. Are you at least buying into a little bit of what this team's selling of late?
Well, I'm buying into this. I think sometimes winning will help breed that kind of success, at least help guys feel more confident. I don't think the Orioles played that great at baseball. I just think they came away with some wins, and I think that's the most important thing right now, because obviously you got to start somewhere, and it's not easy to win ball games. And I'm talking about some of the defensive blunders, some of the base running blunders, some of the bullpen blows at the end, the inability to score against the starter early in a ball game. There are all kinds of things that are still gonna burn true until they prove differently. So, like I said, I'm glad they won. I'm not all warm and fuzzy yet, because I guess the only thing I'm truly feeling great about is Bradish. I mean, man, oh man, has he locked in. It's fun to see him work. I still feel like there's still extra in there, man. But he's got some electric stuff going right now, and it shows, and that's what they need. They need that kind of, start. I don't know if they're going to get it every night, but it definitely feels good that Bradish is back to being the Orioles' number 1.
Isn't that funny, Bordy? I was just talking to Ben about that. Like, the game, the Orioles win 9-7. It was a 1-0 game in the 7th inning, and Bradish had pitched his rear end off going into the 7th inning.
Well, I think yesterday might have held, I don't know, dare I say it was the worst game I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, because the two starters were locked up head-to-head. Matt McClanahan was doing his thing. Bradish doing his thing. You're looking for something to break, and then all of a sudden, here come the bullpens, right? And you just wonder what's going to happen. And I'll tell you what, man, the Rays outdid the Orioles in bad baseball. They looked horrendous defensively. What, they make like 4 errors?
They usually are really good at the little things, and they were terrible yesterday.
Oh, just terrible. So, yeah, no doubt about it. So there was a lot of bad baseball. And like I said, fortunately, the Orioles were able to be resilient enough to come out on top.
Now, I know it definitely was a lot of bad baseball, but it did feel like for a few guys, Leody Taveras, Blaze Alexander in particular, Leody getting a few bunts down, one for a hit, one as a sac bunt, taking an extra base, stealing a few bases, and save for Blaze, and then Blaze going first to third on a single and the ball getting thrown to the camera well and being able to score from it. How refreshing in terms of, for just those two, specifically with yesterday, on a bad day of baseball, on a bad season for the Orioles as a whole fundamentally, how refreshing is it to watch at least two of those guys who, again, aren't really from this organization, but make some of those winning type of plays that they did?
Yeah, well, I will say this. The question is, where would they be without those two? I mean, Taveras has stepped up and become their best outfielder, the most reliable guy. He's their starting center fielder right now. I mean, we can argue about who's better, Colton Cowser or him, but he's been playing fabulous in center field. He's starting to feel his game again. You can just tell, man, he's kind of locked in, pushing the envelope on the bases. He knows the importance of this for him, especially, as still a young enough player to have a great career. So this is an opportunity for him. And the same thing holds true for Alexander. And why Alexander hasn't been playing every day is beyond me. I mean, he's having sensational months. You got to ride these guys when they're feeling it. Keep them in there, because even defensively, he looks exceptional. Every infield spot, I feel comfortable with him on the infield. Still kind of figuring out some outfield things, but he's swinging the bat well. And you know what I like about it? Yesterday, when he got that base hit, I feel like he set the Rays up. He showed bunt. He had no intention of bunting on the first pitch, and then the guy threw a pitch right down the middle, and he just put the barrel on it. Didn't try to do too much, just played the game the way it's supposed to be played, man, and got, rewarded for it. So it's so much fun to see, especially when these guys execute, man. That's the way it's supposed to look, because we know they have those capabilities, but those two guys especially have stood out for this team.
Bordy, next segment we're going to talk a little about Tyler O'Neill, and it's my opinion that he's a complete sunk cost, and it's not my money, but to keep running him out there is kind of embarrassing. You signed him and paid him a bunch of money to hit lefties. He's terrible against lefties, and the fact they had him in the lineup every day. I'm just curious, are you with me that you know what, he's weighing down the roster, and maybe get someone in here that can actually give them something?
Well, I will say this, all right? For the last few weeks, Colton Cowser wasn't supposed to be here. We all sent him to the minor leagues. Get a reset. If Colton Cowser wasn't here, we wouldn't have had 2 walk-off wins from Colton Cowser. If Kobe Mayo had been sent down a month ago like we all wished he was sent down, but he couldn't, because there's really no replacements for any one of these guys, Kobe Mayo wouldn't have all of a sudden gotten hot and started playing better, where we feel a little bit better about him out there in the field right now, especially the way he's been swinging the bat. And O'Neill could potentially get there. I am very uncomfortable with him in right field. I will tell you that right now.
Yeah.
It's almost, it's kind of fun to watch, because you just never know really what you're going to get with him out there in right field. And I know he's played a little bit better out there, but offensively he's just not doing what Elias brought him over to do. But I just feel like there's potential, like with all these guys, finding something that will unlock it. I think Colton Cowser may have hit the nail on the head with all the stuff that Ben McDonald was spouting off about the other day. And then Colton Cowser backs it up with a couple walk-offs, and he said he just tried to simplify things. He tried to get all the other stuff out of his head and keep it simple. Oh, my gosh. What a way to approach the game of baseball at the highest level. If you go in there with anything other in your mind, any other thought other than trying to square up the baseball, see baseball, hit baseball, run the bases correctly, all that stuff, if there's any other stuff you're going to have mistakes, it was refreshing to hear Cowser actually admit it. He had too many things on his mind, needed to clear it, and it's helped him. And hopefully he can lock into that and not try to outsmart this game, man. Just be the good athlete that they are, that's for sure.
Bordy, what's going on the podcast?
Wow. Oh, wow. Now, I heard a rumor. Is this true? Did they DFA Dietrich Enns?
They just did, yes. Yeah. Nick Roque.
well-
Nick Roque is back.
Wow, lucky us. Anyway, Dietrich Enns was recently on our podcast.
Oh, wow. He got the real bump from you guys.
I know. It's too bad, man, because he's such a good dude, and I thought he was throwing the ball all right. But we've had a couple of really good guests, and, of course, the legendary Jim Duquette came on just to talk about the situation, the Orioles, and really baseball is in right now. So it's always a great talk with him. We had Al Clark on, great Major League umpire, a few weeks ago. He stirred up some controversy.
Yes.
So it's been great working with Colbin, and the podcast is going good. And my nonprofit, man, you got to check it out, leagueofdreams.org. We're doing so many great things, and just continued support is all we need. So thanks so much for asking.
You're the best. Hey, let's get rid of Dietrich Enns, but keep running Keegan Aiken out there, right? That works.
Well, there are a few things we could talk about, that's for sure.
Bordy, thanks, man. We'll chat next week.
Thanks so much, Bordy.
All right. Sounds good, guys. Thank you.
Jonas Schaefer's going to join us at 3:30. But coming up next, this has been weighing on me for a bit, and it's kind of just come to a head. I think a lot of people feel this way, but is it time for the Orioles to just eat that salary? And DFA Tyler O'Neill will discuss next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll have the recap on the pivotal Game 5 in the NBA Western Conference Finals. Also, baseball with O's broadcaster Kevin Brown and Mike Bordick.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Memorial Day savings start now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Save with 0% 60-month financing on 26 Tucsons and Santa Fe's and make no payments for 90 days. Online at BelAirHyundai.com.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
How about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause Birdie told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. Always trusting Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
I don't believe in bribing people. I want guys who do the right thing, simply because it's the right thing to do. It's why I have the best darn AC installers, service techs, and plumbers in the greater Baltimore area. But I'm also a realist about how hard it is to move jobs. So your buddy who works in air conditioning can make $3,000 to $5,000 signing bonus and get better coworkers and overall work life at Amazing Plumbing, Heating, and Air. But the real news is, if you successfully refer your buddy to Amazing, you'll get $1,000 for yourself as a thank you. Successfully means your buddy is the kind of guy who does the right thing because it's the right thing, has real experience as a service tech, installer, or a plumber, and does in fact sign with us. That's a big investment in hiring the right people, but investing in the right people always pays off. So if you're that person or you know them, give me a call at
CallAmazing.com.
When orthopedic pain strikes, you don't always have time to wait for an appointment. That's why Ortho Maryland offers walk-in care at 5 convenient locations across Baltimore and Harford counties. From sprains and strains to sports injuries and sudden joint pain, our orthopedic experts are here to help you get the care you need. No appointment, no problem. Just walk in and get back to doing what you love. While waiting in the ER or urgent care, go straight to the orthopedic experts. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and location information.
Spring cleaning isn't just for your house, it's for your life. If your job is getting old, it's time to clear the clutter and spring into IT. Go to My Computer Career.
My Computer Career helped me get the skills and certifications I needed to start a new life as an IT professional in months, not years.
Earn the certifications the top employers are looking for right now. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation to see if it's time to spring into IT. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Chuck McDowell here with Red Pocket Mobile. Ever sign up for one of those too good to be true phone deals? 1 minute you're feeling great, then suddenly you're paying over $1,000 a year. Crazy, right? You know who else thinks that's crazy? Red Pocket Mobile.
Right now at Red Pocket, new and existing customers adding a line can get our premium 5G plan for just $5 a month. That's only $60 a year. And choose from all 3 major 5G networks with one locked-in low price at redpocket.com. Redpocket.com.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Lockridge, and I'm the host of a new podcast from Odyssey called Family Lore. In this podcast, I'm going to have people on to tell unusual and sometimes far-fetched stories about their families.
I've heard my whole life that she invented the margarita.
And then we're going to investigate those stories and find out how much of it is true.
He gets a patent 1 month before the Wright brothers. Oh my God.
Please follow and listen to Family Lore, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalise. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Yeah, poppin', all we know. In the hills is all we know.
I respect Mike Bordick's perspective, and he's a former player, and I get where he's coming from, and he brings up good points last segment when I asked him about Tyler O'Neill, and he's like, well, you know, they could have sent Kobe Mayo down. He started to get right, and Kobe Mayo's got some back issues. Hopefully he's back soon. Colton Cowser, we were ready to send him down, hit a couple of walk-offs. Tyler O'Neill has basically played every day for a while now. He's batting .98 for the month. He's got 5 hits and 51 at-bats. For his Orioles career, for a guy that was brought in to hit lefties, he has 11 hits against left-handed pitching. This year, he just got his 3rd hit in 40 at-bats against left-handed pitching. It is a sunk cost. I can still remember, and we're going to talk to Jim Bowden tomorrow on the show. Jim Bowden, when they signed Tyler O'Neill, he says, you better hope it's a 1-year deal because he had the opt-out after 1 year. He was so bad, he opted in for the next 2. They have to pay him $16.5 million this year and next. It's a sunk cost either way. I don't see this turning around, and justifying it because of what you paid him, it's a mistake. I'm sorry. Let's get someone in here who can actually help this baseball team.
Yeah, it's hard to push back. When you give a guy 3 years, $50 million, I hate to say it, but I think they're going to hold on as long as they can. Do I think that's the right decision? Probably not. It'd also be one thing, and for Pete Alonso, you're not paying him to play defense, but Pete has taken a big step forward defensively. Tyler O'Neill's got a cannon of an arm, but that's about it. And the ball's hit to him, you don't feel good. At the plate, you signed him for one thing. And the one thing, as you just mentioned, was to hit left-handed pitching. And he's done everything, or not everything. He's done nothing, really, but he hasn't done that.
He's done the opposite.
Yeah. 2 for 35 heading into yesterday. It's not clicking. It's just not going how you would have hoped. And
he's also not a good outfielder.
That's what I said. He's got a good arm. That's about it. It's when he was in Boston, that 2024 season, he mashed left-handed pitching, and that's what you thought you were bringing in. Now, the wall being in a little bit with the Green Monster and the massive pop-ups he hit there, maybe that's the case. But for a few at-bats, you could maybe say, all right, we're just overlooking things. This is a large enough sample size to tell us he's not the left-handed, the left-handed threat or the right-handed threat against lefties that they wanted him to be and that they thought he would be. And as I said earlier, guys like Austin Slater, who you've picked up late in the trade deadline for basically nothing, and other dudes you've picked up off the waiver wire have been more productive against left-handed pitching than Tyler O'Neill has.
It's a disaster. And when you as an organization have been adverse to signing anyone to multi-year deals from the outside, and he is the only person you've signed to a multi-year deal from the outside, and there's no way to sugarcoat it. I don't want to hear about how he looks in the cage or how he looks in batting practice or how he looks when nobody's around to watch, because the only thing that matters and what he's getting paid for is what happens between those lines during 9 innings or if there's extra innings during those baseball games. And during those baseball games, he's terrible. And you know what? He's still going to get his money. Nobody put a gun to the Orioles' heads to force him to sign that deal. So he's earned He's signed a deal. They are obligated to pay him. They aren't obligated to keep him because he's not giving them anything. And you know what? It's probably in his head. I saw somebody tweet out, it might have been yesterday, that Tyler O'Neill, when this contract's up, is going to sign a 1-year, $2 million deal with the Braves and probably mash for them. And you know what? Good for him. But it's over. And to subject the fans to watching this and trying to tell us that the good times are around the corner, it's a year plus of this.
You're right. And the worst part is it's not serviceable. It's not like, well, he's not doing what we expected, but he's been fine. No, he has been utterly horrendous against left-handed pitching. There's no way around it. When you have a guy that has 3 hits against left-handed pitching, and guess how many of those were extra base hits, Ken? 0. Yeah. Not a single extra base hit this year against left-handed pitching. And you go to last year, he had 4 home runs, but other than that, it was 4 singles against left-handed pitching. He smashed. 2024 was the big year in Boston. 16 homers. That was what kind of opened your eyes. But even in St. Louis, right, he had a few really, really good seasons with some slug against lefties. That's just not the case anymore. It's where it is. And as you mentioned, he's probably going to go to Atlanta. He'll probably go somewhere else, and it'll click. He'll go to Tampa. Somebody will figure it out, and it'll click, but it's not here.
You probably haven't seen the movie because you don't watch movies. There's a movie called Little Big League where a kid manages twins. Yeah. Okay. And his favorite player is this guy, this aging player on the team who I think is played by the guy who played Pedro Serrano. And I think it's Dennis Haysbert. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. But he gets a Sinai single at one point, and he says to his pitching coach, there it is. He goes, kid, if you think that's, and it reminds me of him getting the broken bat, Tyler O'Neill getting the broken bat single yesterday. And you're like, okay, that's a base hit. That's not what he's here for. And if that's what you think is going to get him turned around, you can sell me on Colton Cowser hitting a couple 400-foot bombs and saying good times are coming. A guy getting a broken bat base hit, and that's his only hit he's gotten in forever. If that's not getting it turned around. And
another thing to that, you can sell the Kobe Mayo, you can sell the young guys. Tyler O'Neill has been in the league since 2019 or 2018. This is a dude who's on his big contract, his 3rd contract, the one that was supposed to change everything, and you paid him money to do one specific thing. It's not there. It just isn't. I feel like we've seen enough of a sample size to tell us that it won't be. And sometimes it's just, it doesn't work in Baltimore, but it'll work elsewhere. It worked in Boston, and that's what's infuriating. It worked in the division.
Yes.
It worked in the AL East.
Yes.
It did work somewhere. But whether it's him being told so many different things from different voices or whatever it is that is not clicking here, it really sucks because this was Tyler O'Neill working against left-handed pitching. You have to think that the Orioles would be in a completely different spot right now.
I've said it before. I'll say it again. If and when Mike Elias ends up losing his job, the Tyler O'Neill contract will be Exhibit A.
It's the big deal.
It's an albatross.
Yeah, before the Alonso deal was the big deal, and that was what was a big change. And again, you give, as we heard from O'Neill, they went to him about the player opt-out.
Yeah.
And he, of course, no, I'm not opting out after one of the worst years of my career.
Why would
I
you?
stay in. And now there's not an opt-out after year 2, so he's going to, if you don't DFA or move on, he's going to be here for another season. And I get it. Craig Alvarez is saying the right things to the media and trying to build Tyler O'Neill up. And Tyler O'Neill, good dude. He's definitely working his tail off to get back. He wants to get back. You think Tyler O'Neill enjoys walking around with these numbers and with these struggles? No. But at some point, it's sinking the team enough and hurting them enough to where when they face lefties, you have to play him. That's what they're doing. That's how they do it. They have to play him to try to make it right. And every at-bat, it gets worse and worse.
At least they finally stopped with the charade of batting him 5th. He batted 9th yesterday. Right.
Yeah. And that, again, if he even was hitting for a little bit of pop, it would be like, all right, well, somebody that far down the lineup gives you something. The guy's got 2 home runs this year. And that's the one thing that he's always been great at is power.
Yes.
That's in the short sample size you usually get from him, there's power there, right? He played less than 100 games in almost every year, except for the 2 that he played 113 and 137. But those seasons with 50 games, he's hit more home runs than he's on pace to hit right now. The power's not there. The bloop base hits is all we're getting from him.
Coming up next, Ravens on the field, OTAs, Lamar Jackson in the building. Jonas Schaefer covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Banner. Well, Kim, he's going to be there tomorrow. What's he hoping to see and hear? Jonas joins us next here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
For 80 years, Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for, making a difference in their communities. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu for info.
Summer means longer days and more deals at Lowe's. This Memorial Day, shop Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for $10. Plus, get select 1.5-gallon red, white, and blue annuals hanging baskets, 2 for $15 to show off your favorite plants. Stop traffic with stunning landscaping and save while you do it. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Don't miss Whip's homecoming weekend, May 29th and 30th at Loyola's Ridley Athletic Complex. 5 PLL games in 2 days, including the Whip Snakes versus Boston Friday night. Tickets start at just $25. Buy now at PLLtickets.com. That's PLLtickets.com.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and auto pay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hey, it's Ed Norris. You know, there's a place in Baltimore where the food's great, the drinks are cold, and the crowd is even better. And that's Mount Washington Tavern. We've got a full lunch and dinner menu every day, fresh, delicious, and something for everyone. But here's what you really need to know. Every Wednesday night is prime rib night. Slow roasted prime rib, roasted fingerling potatoes, and a fresh salad, all for just $32. Wednesdays just got a lot better. And of course, don't miss happy hour. Monday through Friday, 3 to 6, $10 martinis, old fashions, Manhattans, $8 crab hush puppies and mussels. And of course, Sundays, $5 drinks all day. That's Crushers, rail drinks, canned seltzers. It's just a great place every day of the week. And if you're a baseball fan, the Tavern is your spot. You can catch the game because they got tons of TVs there. Grab a bite and hop the light rail if you have tickets. Goes right to the ballpark and right back to the Tavern after the game. Really easy. Reservations go fast, so call or book online today and say hi to Rob, Dave, and Buck while you're there at Mount Washington Tavern, where Baltimore eats.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles kicked off their 10-game homestand in style by taking 2 out of 3 from the Tigers and then Monday's series opener from the Rays. Colton Cowser has been the unlikely hero with walk-off home runs in 2 of those matchups. He delivered the biggest swing of yesterday's game with a 2-run blast in the 13th that secured a 9-7 victory for the Birds.
Honestly, probably one of my favorite wins as an Oriole. Back and forth, just always in the fight. Really proud of our guys for just keep showing up, keep grinding, and felt like we were one hit away there for about 4 innings.
There's Cowser following the game. The O's have already fared much better in their rematch against the Rays. They'll try to take the series in Game 2 this evening. Shane Baz versus Griffin Jacks is your pitching matchup, with things scheduled to get rolling at 6:35. And after closing out their series against the Cavaliers last night with a 130-93 win, the Knicks will be moving on to their first finals since 1999. They'll await the winner of Spurs versus Thunder, which is currently knotted up at 2 games apiece. Game 5 takes place tonight in OKC. Tip-off at 8:30. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, the choice of Maryland homeowners with an impeccable industry reputation. Just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerrysiding.com. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, mostly cloudy with highs in the upper 70s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalise. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Ravens on the field today. OTAs going on at one winning drive. Media availability tomorrow. Lamar Jackson is there. Let's talk some Ravens now with Jonas Schaefer, who covers, got the reference there, Alex. Very nice. Covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Banner. A little Weezer for you. Jonas, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. So how are we feeling Lamar Jackson back in the building for OTAs?
Glad that we can probably ask some questions tomorrow.
Yes.
I think that's the most relevant part for us. I think I was on with you guys. I forget if the OTAs last week were, the first one was Monday or Tuesday, and I got a little bit worried not seeing him in any of the social clips and not seeing him mention any of the Ravens.com write-ups. So now we have, double good confirmation that he is in fact in the building. I'm a happy man because it means that we can move on to some of the more relevant parts of the proceedings, which means that it'll be us asking questions about the contract, him not answering the questions about the contract, and us still having to write the articles about the contract negotiations. So the more things change, the more they stay the same. I don't know, what other particularly newsworthy items will come from, the Lamar session, but hopefully it'll be a long one because I think we all want to know about how he feels about the coaching staff, the transition, how involved he was with the coaching search, all that kind of stuff. And just, I think probably the biggest question that I have for him, just in terms of, shaping my own vision of what happened last year, is like, how hurt for you, Omar? Like, was that hit that you took at the end of the Week 1 game against Buffalo something that really lingered throughout the entire season? Because if it did, then, props to you for battling through it, but also explains a lot about why that elusiveness that we were so accustomed to seeing from Lamar, was maybe 70% at most during some of those games last year.
Now, specific to Lamar, it's felt like maybe the new staff and there might be a little bit more juice in Lamar this offseason. I know we've heard Jesse Minter talk about him being at all of these, and this has been a constant conversation in the Ravens offseason every year. Oh, Lamar at OTAs, Lamar at optional practices and all of those things with John Harbaugh, and then listening to John speak during it was kind of some stuff to take away, where for Jesse Minter, it's been like overemphasis on how the communication has been, and it's felt like Lamar does seem a little bit more locked in. Do you feel that way as well? I know tomorrow will probably be your first time getting to see him out there, but do you feel that way a little bit as well?
Yeah, well, I think he's necessarily been involved with the communication, with the lines of communication, just because of how much has fallen to him during this offseason, from the coaching search to, I don't know if he signed off on the offensive coordinator search, but it sounds like he was involved with just getting to know Declan Doyle and all that kind of stuff. It's definitely, I think it's notable that he is generationally closer to Declan Doyle than he was Todd Monken. I think Todd Monken is a really good guy, but he definitely comes from a different era of football, and maybe that is a little, we shouldn't have had that high expectations for how they would communicate on a day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month basis. I don't know how low that bar is for clearing for this new era of Ravens football, to your point, then between Lamar and Declan, between Lamar and Coach Minter. But I think it's a good sign that there is this communication, that it is not just Harbaugh saying, it's his right to stay away during OTAs, but Jesse Minter saying that actually we know where he is. It's fine that he's not here because of that communication. So I think these are necessary and important first steps in building out the kind of relationship that you need to get the most out of Lamar on the field and off.
We're talking with Jonas Schaefer. It's Inside Access here on The Fan. Jonas, do you have, you've had an opportunity now to see Jesse Minter, I guess, sort of at work at these rookie mini camps and the OTAs. Have you had any early overviews of what you've seen Jesse Minter at work so far?
In terms of on-the-field conduct, not really. It's not. It's kind of anonymous. It's a little bit like what Zach Orr was last year in terms of just being the guy with the walkie-talkie and the play sheet and that kind of stuff. With him being involved with the defensive play calling, obviously, as the head coach, he bounces around a little bit more. I don't know if he's been as demonstrative or as maybe hands-on John Harbaugh was on special teams specifically, which makes sense given their backgrounds. But it was notable, and it will continue to be notable that he's doing these kind of best on best scenarios at the end of practices. I think it's a good challenge for these guys to be at their best when their best is needed. But I don't think that's something that John Harbaugh ignored last year. I wrote a story, and I'm sure you guys probably talked a couple times about the ongoing efforts from John Harbaugh and that coaching staff to basically grade everything, like your hustle to the ball, whether you're kind of ripping the ball if you're a defender, keeping it tight if you're a receiver, just playing with effort, playing with communication, knowing your routes, and having everything graded and make it competitive in that way. Like there were those kind of running scoreboards in these positional rooms for the Ravens. I thought it was a great idea because, the one thing that had baffled the Ravens in previous years prior to 2025 was those small details that would undercut them in the playoffs. It turns out that as opposed to getting better at those things, they got worse, and that's why they started off the way that they did. So I think it's good on Jesse Minter to explore different ways to get this team ready for the season, but it's not like this isn't something that other iterations of this Ravens team and this Ravens coaching staff have not tried.
We're talking to Jonas Schaefer. It's Inside Access on The Fan. Jonas, at the rookie minicamp, at least when I was out there, it felt like there was more talk we heard from some of the younger guys than we usually do in terms of communication on the field and all those things. At OTAs, did you feel like maybe that with this new staff, and again, it's not really compared to last year's staff, but more just Jesse Minter wants these guys communicating more? Because that has felt like an issue, at least in the past few seasons we've seen with this Ravens defense.
Yeah, and I think that's a question that I'd be curious to ask some of these defensive leaders about last year, because I know a lot of the tension that a lot of Ravens fans reacted to pretty emotionally was, why is there so much being talked about Todd Monken and his offense, behind closed doors from anonymous sources, including people that we talked to at the Banner, whereas Zach Orr, is getting nothing but rave reviews from his guys, and obviously that came down to teaching, that came down to execution, that came down to probably communication, and I think probably the hope is that you get back to more of what you saw from Mike Macdonald. I don't know if the Ravens have a chance of being the kind of defense they were in 2023 under Mike in that final year, but I remember the kind of connective tissue in terms of the language for Mike Macdonald and for Jesse Minter is Mike talks about obnoxious communication. Like that was his own version of what Jesse Minter has talked about with communication. And, it's a little bit tough to diagnose this early in camp. You have a bunch of different sounds going on. You have sometimes other music playing. But I think the proof will be in the pudding, in week one. And I know that's a long time to wait, but just because someone's communicating doesn't mean that they're communicating the right thing. You have to have not only intentionality behind it, but you have to have the right keys in mind as well to kind of unlock everything. So we'll see. But it's going to be interesting to maybe talk to some of these bigger the names and get their kind of autopsy on maybe where the communication fell short last year.
Jonas Schaefer covers the Ravens for the Baltimore Banner. Jonas, always great, man. Thank you so much for your time. Enjoy yourself out there tomorrow.
Thanks so much, Jonas.
Take care.
Coming up next, by the way, Cordell Woodland's going to join us at 5 o'clock. But next, it's time to make a trip around the Beltway, and it's getting closer to rush hour, so things might be starting to get heavy. But where are you taking us today?
Yeah, we'll get back to the O's game. Everybody who knows and hears me on the station knows how I like rambling about seeing some of the smaller things done well for the Orioles, and really impressed with Leody Taveras and yesterday with just kind of taking the extra base and Blaze Alexander doing some different things well and really playing a crucial part in yesterday's win. I know it might get swept over, just like Kyle Bradish's outing, just like anything else that happened in the first 9 to 10 innings of that game because of how eventful the extras were. So we'll get to that a little bit more in specific next.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll have the recap on the pivotal Game 5 in the NBA Western Conference Finals. Also, baseball with O's broadcaster Kevin Brown and Mike Bordick.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. This show's brought to you by FanDuel. This is your reminder to check in daily because every day during the NBA playoffs, FanDuel is serving up a happy hour. We're talking special drops you won't want to miss, from profit boosts to bonus bets and more. Check for a new reward every single day of the NBA playoffs, and don't miss your shot to get a little extra out of the action. Head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. FanDuel Sportsbooks, the official sportsbook of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The New York Knicks are heading to the NBA Finals. The Knicks swept the Cavs in the Eastern Conference Finals. The Knicks make the finals with Jalen Brunson as the team's best player. This has been a team effort by the Knicks, but credit needs to go to Brunson. He's an absolute superstar who has now taken his team to the NBA Finals. And if the Knicks win it all, he'll be the king of New York City. I'm Chris Black.
.5.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Furnished by IntelliBrands. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Get an Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. Improve your flexibility and balance. Strengthen and tone your legs.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
My circulation is moving. I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
It's so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. And for a limited time, get a free upgrade to our deluxe bundle with a faster motor, sport mat, and wireless remote. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, and even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, this can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes and are covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 to schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. Treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
Whoa, okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
The T-Mobile one says their customers had the lowest wireless bills versus the other big guys over the past 5 years. And their latest experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that.
Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now or...
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. And right now, bring your phone to T-Mobile and we'll give you $400 when you switch.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. $400 with new account on qualifying line. Unlocked device credit ported 90-plus days with device and carrier. Entirely redemption required. Virtual MasterCard typically takes 14 weeks. No cash access and expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Tonight, cloudy, low around 68. Tomorrow, high near 80.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Furnished by IntelliBrands. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Get an Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. Improve your flexibility and balance. Strengthen and tone your legs.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
My circulation is moving. I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
It's so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. And for a limited time, get a free upgrade to our deluxe bundle with a faster motor, sport mat, and wireless remote. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Let's go around the Beltway with Ben Hall. 105.7 The Fan.
Ward right center field. A base hit slashed the other way. Blaze turning on the Jets on the way to third. The throw's high. And Blaze is going to come home. The ball got out of play. And the Orioles lead on another Tampa Bay error. A two-run seventh with some shoddy defense by the Rays, but some very aggressive base running by the O's. And Leote laces the first pitch into the right field corner. That'll score Jackson, and Taveras takes second. One pitch into the bottom of the 13th. Orioles flip the base runners at second, get the tying run in scoring position, and Taveras continues a sensational day.
A marathon win for the O's yesterday, comeback variety, and it's time to head around the Beltway.
Yeah, I like getting to this because I feel like in today's day and age, we kind of try to put it past us with all the analytics and some of the new stuff, which is all needed. I fully agree and I'm into, but some of the small ball and heady plays and fundamentally sound things, like I don't feel like we address enough. And I don't know that the Orioles take yesterday's game without guys like Blaze Alexander and Leote Taveras. And we heard Bordy talk about it. So where are the Orioles without those two guys and some of the other contributors that have been there for them at the bottom of the lineup? Leote lays down a bunt against Shane McClanahan and didn't score a run, but he was able to get to second. And if this offense is clicking, maybe, and it's hard to fully discredit them when they score 9 runs, but if this offense was...
They had 0 in the 7th inning.
Right. If this offense was clicking earlier, then maybe they do score a run there. But Leote lays down a bunt against Shane McClanahan and then also got a sack bunt down in extras, which was an important bunt. And then there was Blaze taking bases, Leote stealing second, and a ball getting thrown to center field. Like, these two guys are what the Orioles need. And I get that this team isn't built to play the exact way that I always push for. And I'm more pushing it because the Orioles have got to find a way to score runs when the power isn't there. When they're not driving the ball to the ballpark, and you're not going to be able to do it a ton against some of these great pitchers that you're going to face. Shane McClanahan, Garrett Cole when he's back, or he's back now, but when you see him again in New York later in the year, because later in the year when they face him is probably when it'll be 7 to 8 inning Garrett Cole compared to what we're seeing right now, which will be 5 to 6 for at least the first half of the season. I just think that there has to be a little bit more value in forcing teams to make plays and that turning into run scored. And we saw it there. Blaze goes first to third and the speed gets there and the Rays overthrow base. How many times have we seen the Orioles defensively blunder one of these and botch one of these plays, and that turns into we saw with the Rays, the double steal. You throw to second, Jackson Holiday cuts it, throws home, overthrows Adley. But those are the type of plays that you don't need home runs. And I feel like right now, with how this team is built and the way they are, like there's going to be times where things are clicking. I don't need to talk about some of taking extra bases or some of these other things because they're able to produce so many runs with home runs. But they're not doing it as much right now as maybe we expect. And when you have Pete Alonso and Gunnar not fully in that form yet, they're going to have to find ways to score like this. And it's incredibly impressive and good to see and refreshing when you see guys like Leody Taveras and Blaze Alexander making plays like they have.
By the way, we talk about little things, and we've been incredibly critical of Adley Rutschman and his throwing behind the plate. How about the throw to throw out Chandler Simpson yesterday?
There's one throw that gets Chandler Simpson there, and it was that one.
Yes.
The only possible way that they throw Chandler Simpson out running is that exact throw, and Adley put it exactly where it needed to be.
Yeah, he slid into the ball.
You got to give credit Joe Singley. Got to give credit Craig Alvarez. We know Alvarez is the catching background, but Joe Singley is the guy they bring in, works with the catchers a ton. We've seen growth, and there's been a lot of frustration. The O's are 6 games under 500, 24-30. Things aren't clicking. So we're pushing negative thoughts a lot just because of the way they've played. But there have been a few areas where we've seen tons of improvement. And Adley Rutschman behind the plate, you got to give credit to Adley for being willing to work and push that way. But they didn't have anybody in the organization before that was able to get this much out of Adley.
No.
And when you draft him one of one, they didn't draft him just for the bat. He was drafted because he was going to be great at the plate, but behind the plate, you knew you had one of the best catchers in the game. And that just has not been the case up until this season where, he's a top 3 catcher in the game defensively to this point.
Yeah. Are you back to Blaze and Leody? Leody's got to play center field every day. That's a given. But I feel like Blaze should be playing more.
Yeah. I think Jeremiah Jackson's red hot start first month is definitely cooled down.
He just drove in his second run of the month yesterday.
Yeah, and it was an interesting one. A tough play, but Caminero probably could have or should have maybe made that play. And Blaze, if you look at that, that's why some of the advanced numbers sometimes, like outs above average, it's -4, -4, -3, whatever it is. He's a below average defender in that area, which is bogus to me. Blaze, and it's infield too. The outfield supposedly has been fine, which I feel like it's the opposite. Blaze in the infield, when balls are hit to him, now short's, I'm not as comfortable as short, but Blaze at third and second is automatic. When the ball's hit to him, I always feel like it's a good chance. He turns double plays well and all of those things. And also you put him in third, you can keep Jackson Holiday at second base if you want to, if that's kind of what you want. He's such a heady baseball player. He's willing to lay down the bunt. And it's not just bunting. Like, he smashed a few balls. He's hitting the ball really well right now. There was a little bit of that stretch after the first week where he cooled down. But it's really, really hard for some of these dudes. Like, Blaze, let him get in that role. We talked about it with Cowser a little bit earlier. If Jordan Westbrook's on the Orioles right now, we're not having this conversation. It's a different conversation. He is your utility guy. But the way that this team is and with the injuries they're dealing with and how things are going, I'm perfectly fine letting Blaze do what he's done in the 9 spot or the 8 spot. And I know that he's going to lay down a bunt every other game or every few games and try to get a base hit out of that. I know when he's on base, he's a stolen base threat. And he's not afraid to take that first to third, which some other guys are. And also, another thing we don't talk about enough with Jeremiah Jackson, which it's unfortunate, he's just not fast. For middle infielder, it's one of the slower middle infielders I've seen. Like, he doesn't run super well. Blaze does. He's one of the better runners on this team without a doubt. So I do think we should see, and Leody's going to be there, but I do think we should see more Blaze moving forward.
Orioles have won 3 of 4 heading into tonight's game. Starts at 6:30, Baltimore Baseball Night, 5:30 live from Pickles, Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken. And with this stretch, winning 3 of 4, Colton Cowser with the home runs. Is there reason for optimism that maybe we haven't felt before with these Orioles? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Ken Wyman. Gain a global perspective and specialized skills with an MBA from University of Maryland Global Campus. Earn your degree online in as few as 16 months for about $21K. Choose from 10 MBA specializations like finance, cyber tech, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey Bel Air, your hometown dealership is entering an exciting new chapter. Now open as Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air. And we're celebrating with our Memorial Month mega sale, featuring savings on new and used vehicles. Shop now at BobBellFordBelAir.com.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
No way. Gas prices shot up again.
I know, but I got us covered.
So generous. What's your deal?
What's my deal? I went to Metro and saved. Got 4 lines for just $25 each and 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G phones, and all on the T-Mobile network.
Ah, how about we go to Metro today?
Get that more for your money feeling. Visit your Metro by T-Mobile store. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
Maryland Treasure Scratch Offs from the Maryland Lottery are now on sale, featuring 4 scenes of our state's natural beauty by 4 local artists.
This artwork is amazing. The detail, the colors. They fill me with so much Maryland pride. I don't know if I should scratch them or frame them.
You could win up to $10,000.
Scratching it is.
Play new Maryland Treasure Scratch Offs from the Maryland Lottery. Appreciate the art. Love the prizes. Please play responsibly.
Hey O's fans, Star Wars Weekend lands at Camden Yards from Friday, May 29th through Sunday, May 31st as the O's take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Friday night, stick around post-game for a Star Wars-themed fireworks show presented by SeatGeek. Saturday, be one of 15,000 fans to score a Jordan Westberg Star Wars bobblehead presented by PNC. And Sunday, 10,000 fans, 12 and under, will receive a Star Wars poster. Don't miss it. Get tickets at Orioles.com/tickets.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case, Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Country singer Hardy brings his The Country Tour to the Merriweather Post Pavilion on June 11th. A few good seats remain. A Live Nation show. Visit the contest page at 1057 The Fan and enter for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 1057 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Yesterday's 9-7 Orioles win featured plenty of twists and turns and extra innings, but the game would not have made it that far if Kyle Bradish wasn't locked in. He held the Rays' dangerous lineup in check with just one earned run off a solo blast through 6 innings. That's 2 consecutive solid outings against the best team in baseball and more than a solid month overall. Bradish will finish May with a 3.49 ERA and 30 strikeouts across 5 starts.
I always feel confident when our guys touch the mound, but with KB in particular, just the stuff. We keep on talking about how much, like the elite stuff he has. He's pounding the strike zone. The curveball usage now is protecting the slider and keeping hitters off balance. It's tough to manage at bat against him, and he was outstanding tonight.
There's Craig Albernez on Bradish stepping up for the rotation yet again. Shane Baz is next in line for Game 2 this evening. First pitch at 6:35. This Fan Flash is sponsored by McDonald's. Don't just pass the vibe check this summer. Ace it with one of McDonald's new ice-cold drinks like the Dirty Dr. Pepper, Sprite Berry Blast, or Strawberry Watermelon Refresher, or any of your classic favorites from McDonald's, because everyone knows there's drinks, but then there are drinks from McDonald's. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, mostly cloudy with highs in the upper 70s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
In the air. Right center field. That ball is gone! Ball game! What a win! Oh, the milkman in the house. That's what I'm talking about, Birdland.
That's Ben Wagner and Ben McDonald on Sunday. Colton Cowser did it again yesterday. We'll get to that in just a few minutes. But just the overview of the holiday weekend. The Orioles have won 3 or 4. We were talking off the air. It's a weird way to do it because it seems like you get to the 6th inning every day and they've got 3 hits and no runs, yet they figured out a way to win 3 of these 4 games.
They battle. They fight back. This is an important series, and this was an important run. The Tigers, and we were talking about it coming into that series, as much as we're saying you should beat up on a bad Tigers team, you should push them around, they're struggling, the Tigers were looking at it as a get-right chance for the Orioles. They were able to quiet that, put that aside, and take 2 of 3. Now, you'd like to sweep them, especially after taking the first 2. It's always easier to get that third one, or it should be easier to get that third one. Doubleheader, more than 50% of MLB doubleheaders usually end in a split, so I wasn't infuriated. They played fine baseball for that series. They hit a few balls well Sunday night that did not carry the way they would have liked, and they ended up losing that game. So you take 2 of 3, but all right, if you're not going to sweep the Tigers and take the third one there, then you need to come out and take a series from the Rays. And I know it was a roller coaster. I know it, probably 5 different points in that game. I said, all right, well, they're not winning game 1 against the Rays, and they did end up finding a way to win. To win a game against the Rays, the best team in the division to this point, a team that plays the way they do, with your top 3 guys, Taylor Ward, Gunnar Henderson, and Adley Rutschman, going a combined 1 for 15. If heading into that game, you told me they went 1 for 15, I'd say, where did these at-bats come from? Well, the 13-inning game tells you that. But to go 1 for 15 with your top 3 guys, your studs, the dudes that you want up, and every extra inning, I'm like, all right, well, one of these guys will kind of burst out here. And it just never really did. But for those 3 to struggle in that game and not put on the way they did, but the team to still score 9 runs, that's a little bit of why you feel better. Kyle Bradish giving you a stud start. Like, we are seeing the tide turn a little bit in some areas. Still, on the overview, they need to improve. They need to be able to score more than 2 runs through the first 9 innings of a game. But at the same point, everybody who's played the Rays has had these issues. A lot of Rays games have been 2-1, 3-2 type of games for the Rays all year long. So the Orioles able to, and that was a really, really tough fought win. And that's why I kept saying in the beginning, it felt like more than one victory. I know in the standings, it only takes you to 24 wins, and you're 24-30 on the year to this point. But a loss there for me, burning the bullpen the way you did and it going that way, felt like a 5-loss game or a big loss like that, where in reality you were able to get just 1 win, but it was really, really important to use the bullpen the way they did to get the win.
Speaking of that bullpen, they did DFA Dietrich Enns today and brought Nick Roque back up, who was, I think this is his 3rd appearance with the team. I'm a little surprised. Now, Enns gave up a run yesterday. I think he gave up a couple runs in St. Pete when they played down there. but I've been overall happy with Dietrich Enns.
He seemed like a gamer since they got him last year. It was one of the bright spots coming into the offseason. Him and Rico Garcia were the two from the bullpen last year where you're like, the Orioles have something there maybe. Like, these are two guys that can get big outs. And to your point, before his last outing, Dietrich Enns had looked or 2 outings ago. The one in Tampa wasn't good. Yesterday wasn't great. But Dietrich Enns looked fine. Now, we had been having this conversation. Ryan Helsley's probably going to be good to go at some point soon. I think he's probably going to go on a rehab assignment in the next week. There was an interesting conversation, and to me, Anthony Nunez, you know how I feel about Nunez. I'm buying it. He's got an option. He had kind of scuffled the past few, and I thought that was going to be how they do it. But to DFA Dietrich Enns, the guy who's gotten leverage outs for you 2 years in a row, and he is a lefty.
Better hope he clears waivers.
Yeah, I don't think that he will.
No, I don't either.
In the MLB, I don't know. I don't think that he will, but you're getting Raquet up. I would be pretty confident we only see him if it's ugly. That's the hope. Even in a game yesterday where it goes 13 innings, Raquet he's kind of that, not the length that Albert Suarez can give you, but he's just going to get tossed out there in a blowout game. They needed an arm, but I guess Raquet was just kind of an emergency.
The other thing we haven't talked about the game they lost to Detroit was the Trevor Rogers of it all. He gives up the 2-run homer in the first inning, and then he's really good for, what did he get, 11 in a row? 11 in a row. And you can say, well, he was an out away from getting through 5, only giving up 2 runs. But he's also the same guy that walked the 7 and the 9 hitter that inning that caused him to have the problems.
Yeah, it sucked because for him and for his mental confidence and for a lot of different things, you wanted that outing to be better. Now, 2 or 3 batters in, when you got a 2-run home run on the board and it's going that way, you're like, oh, no, this is another bad start. And as you say, he retired 11 straight. And he was getting contact, and he was going right after batters. 2 walks come in a really costly spot, and he was close. The Orioles can't afford close right now when they're scuffling and they're trying to get back in the race. Now, as we said time and time again, and we're going to continue to say it until it changes, in the American League, you're still in it, and you're going to be in it for a while.
Yes.
But they need him to be quality. They need better than 4 innings or 3 2/3 or 4 2/3 like they got. It was certainly a step in the right direction, but what we were sold coming into the year was more than us saying, oh, we got a step in the right direction from Trevor Rogers. No, they need 5 to 6 strong innings from him every 5 days, especially if guys like Boz and Chris Bassett aren't turning on. I think Boz is turning the corner. Tonight's going to be tough against his old team. I know we shut them down in the Trop, but a lot of times it feels like you get maybe the opposite. Like we saw it with McClanahan. McClanahan got hit a little hard in the Trop against the O's, and then yesterday turned it on. Sometimes it's the opposite, where a guy will shut your lineup down 5 days ago, but all of a sudden this next outing gets a little rough. So I don't know how it's going to go for Boz tonight, but I think overall we're seeing him start to get better. Bassett still is scaring me. So when you have those guys kind of scuffling, you need Rogers to be what you sold us that he was coming into the season, and he just hasn't been that even the last outing.
I want to talk about a couple of hitters, an arrow up, arrow down. I loved Alonso's at bats yesterday. No home runs, but just great at bats. I love the fire he played with. On the flip side, it seemed like Gunnar Henderson was starting to get going a few games ago. I thought that was an awful day at the plate for him yesterday.
I think there's been 3 times where we've done this, where it's like 3 or 4 games where like we think Gunner's getting it going. Gunner's starting to see it better.
Yeah.
And then the next day we're like, well, he just looked lost.
Yeah.
It's you can see it's in his head, and we all know the talent that he is, but it kind of feels like the recycling thing where that Washington series I thought for sure turned it on for him, and he started to swing it well. He wasn't chasing pitches, and it's just he wears the emotion on the sleeve. You can see it. You can see how infuriated he is. I think Gunner's going to get out of it, but I've thought that for a pretty good amount of time now. They could have used him in a big way in a few spots yesterday. He wasn't able to come through for them. So they got it. He's got to be the guy, especially if he's going to be hitting in the 2 spot every night. Now, on the flip side, as you mentioned, Pete Alonso, that dude's a winner. He is a winner.
He's hit home runs to win playoff games.
Yes, in big spots. He's done it against righties. He's done it against lefties. He's made big plays. Pete is, and we probably should get to the play, which.
Well, the way he tried to turn the double play and the ball got away from him?
Not the ball to do it.
Yeah.
I can't.
On a wet dirt.
When it happened, I'm just kind of put my head down. Everybody's shaking their head. That's just a guy trying to make a play, which is why I feel it can't happen there.
Yeah.
It's not the ball to do it on. You want it on more of a ball that sticks a little bit. But it's a guy trying to make a play. But he'll go outside the box and do things like that. And again, it looks horrible.
Yeah.
You watch how it happens. It's like, that's infuriating. How can that happen? They ended up winning the game, so it's not as big of an issue. Pete will do different, and then scoring on a ball that he probably shouldn't have scored on there. And I'm like, when they sent him, I'm like, oh, no. And he still was able to beat it up. You saw the fire. Pete's absolutely broke out of that slump that was, earlier in the year. It's still not the power that we thought. But I will say, in that Tigers game, I think it was game 2, he hit 3 balls off the bat.
Oh, I thought they were all gone. I think I tweeted that. Yeah.
All 3.
I thought all 3 were gone off the bat, and the ball died.
And being there, it wasn't like, well, on the team. No, being at the game, every ball he hit, and he thought they were gone.
Yeah.
His reaction, the one to center, he looked at the bench like that's gone. It just didn't carry. It didn't carry much at all.
Orioles getting ready to take on the Rays. Game 2 of the 3-game series. Taylor Ward, Gunnar Henderson, Pete Alonso, Sam Basayo, Leo Taveras, Jeremiah Jackson's the DH batting 6th. Colton Cowser batting 7th in right field. Blaze Alexander at third base batting 8th. Jackson Holiday at second base batting 9th. Interesting lineup, including Jeremiah Jackson in the 6th hole, who, as we were talking off the air, he's driven in 2 runs this month. 1 was yesterday.
Yeah.
Adley gets a day off.
Yeah, Adley, you knew it was coming just with how they've handled it and how many games they've played in a row. I think with them taking game 1, you feel a little bit more comfortable giving Adley the day off. And maybe they do pinch hit him. Maybe Kobe Mayo's ready for a pinch hit spot. I don't think Tyler O'Neill will. Clevenger hasn't pitched yet in a few days, I don't think, for the Rays. So there will be a lefty opportunity probably at some point for Tyler O'Neill to get it done. I would bet that he gets the opportunity. But, the lineup, it'll be interesting to see how this lineup can fight against Griffin Jack. So, again, coming into the year was maybe their top leverage arm in the bullpen, and now he's starting games for them going 5 to 6 innings.
Let's get to the Colton Cowser of it all. We played his home run from Sunday coming into the segment. Well, he homered again yesterday. Could this holiday weekend, get Cowser going? We'll discuss next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll have the recap on the pivotal Game 5 in the NBA Western Conference Finals. Also, baseball with O's broadcaster Kevin Brown and Mike Bordick.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com. Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Scions and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Scions and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Introducing new Maryland Treasure scratch-offs from the Maryland Lottery, featuring original art by local artists showcasing the state's natural beauty. With a top prize of $10,000, these Maryland treasures are worth collecting. Please play responsibly.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy. Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mira Fiber Gummies.
Objection.
It's true. Mira Fiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support, all in one serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mira Fiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mira Fiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You deserve a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Switch today. Get started for $60 a month for 12 months when you add an advanced solution to a qualifying internet package. Limited time offer. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet, security edge, and additional qualifying service. 1-year agreement, paperless billing, and autopay with bank account required. Taxes and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-910-2233. That's 800-910-2233. 800-910-2233.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With top artists like Olivia Dean, 5 Seconds of Summer, Benson Boone, Casey Musgraves, Shakira, and Tame Impala. CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping, with more major announcements on the way. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
This is BJ Surhoff. You're listening to the best Orioles coverage on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations. Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Dancing off the bag. Fly ball, Colton Cowser. Deep right center. Mullins back at the wall. He did it again. Back-to-back days. Walk-off home runs for Cowser. 8. The milk cold.
Honestly, just trying to get a base hit, contribute any way I can after the really bad bunt, and honestly, glory to God, and wouldn't be here without that, and wouldn't be in the position I am without that.
The call from Kevin Brown, ain't the milk cold, is a great call. And then you hear Colton Cowser after the game. Cowser, walk-off homers back-to-back days. Obviously, they played a doubleheader on Sunday, so not back-to-back games. He also had the big slide in the 12th inning, which he was originally called out. I thought once I saw the replay, he clearly got the hand in, and they overturned it. You worry sometimes that they think it was clear, would they give it to him, but they did. But Colton Cowser's starting to do things to help the ball club.
Yes, and to be completely honest with you, watching the replay, I said, he's definitely safe. They're going to say this one stands because that's the MLB with some of these challenges. But no, Colton Cowser, he's playing good baseball. It's over a week. It's not like it's this large month, but you see the confidence at the plate. You see him leaving some things, and he gets down 0-2 against Kenley Jansen. Now, Kenley Jansen chose to go sinker middle, and it got smashed, but it still takes a good swing, and it wasn't a fight swing. It wasn't just trying to foul something off being down on the count. No, he absolutely smashed that baseball. And then yesterday, again, there were some big plays. The slide into home, just breaking as soon as that ball's hit. It's a tricky one because it was hit so hard. He talked about it post-game with the low liner, taking a risk that if that ball gets caught in the air, we're going to lose on the double play. But Gunnar smashes it, turns on it. Jonathan Aranda makes a hell of a play and a fine throw. But Cowser being able to stick the hand in there and score that run and then deliver a shot to right center field, which, I mean, 2 back-to-back, in back-to-back days to smash 2 balls like that, 420-plus feet, is incredible. It's a good thing, and it's really good for a guy that we've seen scuffling. And even in previous years, when things aren't clicking for Colton Cowser, he's still able to get into a baseball. He's one of those guys that, like, his home runs aren't wall scrapers. All of Colton Cowser's home runs are no doubters. They're smashed, and we just had not seen that much this year. Now, he hit one a few weeks ago and then was able to hit 2 in big, crucial spots, which it's more than just a solo shot in the 4th inning of a tie game. No, both of these are in big, high leverage opportunities against a closer in Kenley Jansen who's going to the Hall of Fame and who's been damn good this year, and Jesse Schultz, who just went on the IL, but he's been very, very solid for the Rays in 4 to 5 inning bulk leverage spots, giving up like 1 or 2 runs every 4 or 5 innings he's pitched. Like, that's not bad at all. So Cows are able to deliver 2 big swings. It's definitely great for the confidence.
It feels like this is something that he can build on. Now, he did have, full disclosure, he had the incident, I think he was in center field, where he kicked the ball around, what was that?
Against the Rays a couple days ago.
Yeah, when they were down there. But keep him on the corner outfield.
Yeah.
He's great in the corner, and it looks like his confidence is way up at the plate.
It's there. It's clicking. It's hopefully something that he can ride, because I think there's a lot more there. It's more than just the 6 or 7 games that we've seen from him so far. If he can get on one of those hot streaks, it takes a lot of pressure off of Gunnar and Adley and Pete. If you have a guy hitting in the 6 or 7 spot or 8 spot, wherever they're going with Cowser, that changes things, because we already talked about Leody Taveras and Blaze Alexander and some of the other guys at the bottom of that lineup that are producing and getting on base. They need guys to drive them in. And when things are clicking for Cowser, we've seen it with the base hits, just the power, we hadn't really quite seen it yet. But, I mean, he hit 1 home run a few weeks ago, and then he hits 2 in back-to-back days off of leverage relievers. Both were righty. He's got just 7 at-bats this year against left-handed pitching. I know the bat pass and the things that they're looking at is telling them that these lefty guys don't really match up with Cowser. They want to hit for him, and Tyler O'Neill's here for that, even though it just hasn't quite been whatever that they really wanted when they signed him. I'd give him opportunity until a right-handed bat that plays the outfield shows me. I know Blaze I'm fine with if it because Blaze you're going to go corner outfield, and if that matches up, I'm fine with that. But for now, just let's give Colton Cowser everyday reps and let him stay in a little bit of this rhythm.
I'm completely with you, and I'd rather have his plus defense in the corner outfield than whatever that is that Tyler O'Neill's doing out in right field.
Yeah, the Armstrong period, like the pop-ups, it's always a little bit sketchy. Colton Cowser should be getting more and more running right, and he's such a good fielder. He covers so much ground. He's got, and as good as Tyler O'Neill's arm is and strong as it is, Colton Cowser's got a pretty big arm on him as well. So I'm comfortable, and I said it a few weeks ago, with the way that this team is right now, there's nobody that I'm saying you're losing his bat when you have Cowser out there. Nobody else in the spot is really taking it. So I would go with Colton Cowser until whether it's Tommy Pham when they bring him up, Heston Kjerstad, one of these other guys, maybe they come up and immediately show something. But for now, let Cowser run.
I just had a light bulb go off in my. Is Tommy Pham coming up when they DFA Tyler O'Neill? is that the corresponding move? Because I feel like we're getting there. That you remember they eventually got cut bait with Chris Davis as much as he had been a big part of this franchise. It went south to the point where he was arguably the worst offensive player in baseball. Tyler O'Neill's wading in those waters, and there's no history there. It's only the money. Tommy Pham's probably going to be here at some point.
Yes. Pham's going to have to show it at AAA, and I think Tommy Pham is a serviceable. He's a fine player. It's not they know what they're going to get with him, and I think he will bring a different type of leadership. But Davis, towards the end, it was a new front office. There was the dugout incident.
With Brandon Hyde.
It was getting a little bit ugly, probably behind the scenes more than Tyler O'Neill. But again,
Tyler O'Neill's just bad. He's probably good behind the scenes.
Right. Yeah. And we talked about that earlier, where it's at some point this is just what it is. And I know we've had some people say, "Well, there's other guys who struggled." I know someone texted in and pointing out Adley Rutschman, and he struggled for so long. Adley Rutschman is also younger. And in his, first few years of the MLB when we saw him struggling and was still on that first contract and all of those things. Tyler O'Neill's on his 3rd contract in the MLB, and it's a massive one, and it's completely holding them back. Now, Adley struggling did as well because nobody else was stepping up.
Yeah.
And Adley also was dealing with a lot of injuries where Tyler O'Neill through his career has, but this season, the injuries haven't been the issue with him. The lack of plate appearances haven't been the issue with him. It's what he's doing when he is out there that's been the issue.
Orioles and Rays, we'll preview that at the bottom of the hour. But coming up next, OTAs going on at the Castle. Media availability tomorrow. Lamar Jackson in the building, on the field. What are we expecting to hear from him and see? That we'll talk about it next here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com. Box Hill, best crab cakes in Maryland.
Traffic is sponsored by Constellation Home.
Need a new water heater today? Call the Constellation Home Hot Water Hotline at 888-243-2120. Right now, save up to $200 with same-day installation available. And if you find a better price, we will match it. Terms and conditions apply. 89794.
Something new is happening in Bel Air. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford Bel Air, and we're kicking things off with our Memorial Month mega sale. More inventory, more value, and more reasons to shop at BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100.
Are you stressed because of your IRS back tax bill, the possibility of wage garnishment, or property lien? Then call Priority Tax Relief now. 800-314-0045. At Priority Tax, we work directly with the IRS to protect you and your assets. Thousands of our customers have resolved for far less than their original balance. Connect to the IRS for free in minutes. 800-314-0045. That's 800-314-0045.
With Popeye's new $5 faves menu, you can get this 3-piece chicken, this 3-piece tenders, this chicken sandwich, or these 2 regular sides for just $5 a piece. I know you can't see what I see, but trust me, those bold Louisiana flavors look so good, you might just have to get them all. Now there's an idea.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants. Price may vary. Terms apply.
For 80 years, people have gone to Lincoln Tech to get serious about their future. Lincoln Tech graduates have been known for doing exactly what they trained for: fixing, building, connecting, and making a difference in their communities. At Lincoln Tech's Columbia campus, you can train in fields like automotive service, electrical, HVAC, welding, and medical assisting, and gain hands-on experience built for the real world. The skills you learn at Lincoln Tech, they go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu for info.
Summer means longer days and more deals at Lowe's. This Memorial Day, shop Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for $10. Plus, get select 1.5-gallon red, white, and blue annuals hanging baskets, 2 for $15 to show off your favorite plants. Stop traffic with stunning landscaping and save while you do it. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah.
Get fit for clubs with Baltimore County Golf and start improving your game. Visit BaltimoreGolfing.com/getfit and get more golf for your club purchase.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 northbound heavy from Caton Avenue to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 and Russell Street. Now an accident on the ramp to 95. Please watch for police direction there. Traffic gets by single file. 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. And on the outer loop of the Beltway, it's heavy between I-70 and Security Boulevard. Inner loop of the Beltway is heavy through Towson between Charles Street and Providence Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Colton Cowser has hit just 3 home runs so far in 2026, but 2 of them may be the biggest swings of the Orioles' entire season. He launched a walk-off homer in Game 1 on Sunday before playing the hero role again in the 13th inning of yesterday's 9-7 victory over the Rays. Is this a sign that he's fully turned the page on his struggles? Here's what Craig Albernaz had to say following the dramatic finish.
I hope so. Two shots like that. But yeah, no, his confidence has been there, like we talked about, since Kansas City and he really started to feel his swing and get comfortable. And, he had after a couple tough stretches, but he stuck with his process.
And last night in the Eastern Conference Finals, the Cavaliers put up no resistance in a 130-93 loss to the Knicks, bringing an end to a dominant 4-game sweep for New York. They outshot Cleveland 44% to 28% from three and completely outmatched them on the glass with a 60-33 rebound advantage. This marks the Knicks' first trip to the NBA Finals since 1999, but they have not won it all since 1973. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, mostly cloudy with highs in the upper 70s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalise. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Lamar's been one of our leaders of the offseason program, and a couple things going on yesterday and today. We've had some great conversations. Know when he's going to be back, and again, I'll probably leave those between me and Lamar.
Jesse Minter talking last week when Lamar Jackson was not at OTAs. He is there this week, and we were joking last week. I think it was in the group chat. Like they were on the field. We knew they were, and we saw nothing from Ravens media. 8 ball or anything ball. It was there this morning. Lamar on the field and talking to Jonas Schaefer, Ben, earlier. We are hoping to hear from Lamar Jackson tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely good to see him back out there and at least quiet some of the outside noise. And that's one of the big topics in the offseason. There's not usually a lot to talk about in the Ravens offseason. This year was different. This was a different offseason, but when you get around this time, you want your quarterback to be there. It is what it is. And he was there, and we will get to hear him talk about a lot of important things because last time we heard from him was the Steelers' loss, and a lot has happened in a big way. And a guy that's as important to this franchise as Lamar Jackson is, it would be pretty good to hear from him just on a lot of different topics, working with Declan Doyle, what this offseason has been like for him just with all of the things that have been going on. Not just involving him. So, yeah, it'll definitely be good to hear from him.
Yeah, I'm curious. And again, I don't know if I'm going to be if I'm going to get a lot out of the answers, but I am curious to hear him asked about things like what do you think of Declan Doyle so far? What about Harb, your only coach you've ever known, getting fired? How hurt were you a year ago? We haven't talked to him since the end of the Steelers game last year.
Yeah, no, and maybe he does surprise us a little bit and gives a big answer with one of the questions. It just would be good. And John and Lamar they worked together since 2018. And everybody knows the kind of, I don't know, what it's called elephant in the room, but Lamar basically kept John's job when he took over and led this team to the playoffs. And so they did have pretty long relationship and worked together for so long. And now it's new, and it's the first time we'll see Lamar Jackson with this new coaching staff. Now, I know he's had different offensive coordinators and all of those things, but this one seems, and we talked to Jonas about it earlier.
Yeah.
Olden Doyle can relate to him a little bit more in terms of age, and he's a little bit younger. And Todd Monken, as great and smart as we always give him credit for being, he was also a little bit older and maybe more old-fashioned. So it will be interesting to see how Lamar kind of relates a little bit more to Doyle.
Let's face facts. It was good with Harbs until it wasn't good. Like at 2019, you want to go for it, Lamar? Hell yeah, coach, let's go. Like those were the good times. Last year, kind of stale. I think sometimes change is good. And the other part of this, the reality is there's always an expiration date on coaches. Yes. Sometimes a little longer than others. You've got your Tomlin, your Harbs, your Bill Belichick's in New England. But sometimes the head coach only lasts, even if he wins the Super Bowl or goes to a Super Bowl, it doesn't last. Like Brian Billick won a Super Bowl here. 2007, that was it for him.
Yeah, no, we see it all the time around the league. What John Harbaugh and Mike Tomlin, those guys have done is just rare. And we've probably had it good in terms of not having to deal with it as much. I know a lot of people around town have wanted John out for a while. But it is a new age for the Ravens and a completely new situation. So it's just like we're learning on the fly with Jesse Minter and the new staff and trying to figure out ways that they want to. And Jesse Minter's not going to stand in front of the mic and tell you what happened last year sucked. They were terrible. Yeah. This is exactly what we're doing. But it will be interesting to see some of the ways they go about changing things. And we already know what they've done. We heard from OTAs, and we've already seen some video what they're doing at the end of practice. Got to be at your best when your best is needed.
The medicine ball challenge.
And it's a little thing like that, but it is good for that to feel like they're acknowledging what we've all known and what we've all become so frustrated with the Ravens, who play sometimes the best 3 quarters of the NFL season, and then the fourth quarter just felt like they fell on their face time and time again in the big moments and the biggest moments of each game. And it wasn't just the offense, it wasn't just the defense, it wasn't just the special teams. Collectively as a team, it's felt like the team would just struggle in the fourth quarter and in the big moments.
Yeah, I'm very curious to hear what Lamar says tomorrow. I also saw the Ravens posted some video. It's cool to see him throwing to Jacoby Lane and Elijah Surratt. Like, that kind of stuff gets the blood pumping a little bit, gets you excited for actual football. These new guys.
I'm also interested to hear him talk about even just those guys being two different type of receivers than the Ravens have had. We talk about the big body, a guy that can go up and get it, a consistent dude in that area that the Ravens have lacked. And some people said the Ravens reached for Jacoby Lane. It felt like they went out of their way to get Jacoby Lane because they want to give Lamar that target where, hey, throw the ball up to him. You know he has sticky hands. You know he can go make a play. It's different. And we know that they've struggled drafting wide receivers before. Jacoby Lane and Elijah Surratt hopefully are different, and it's a new situation, new type of era. And like Zay, they drafted in the first round. That's been a hit, but Zay is not the receiver. Completely,
he's not a prototypical.
He's more inside slot guy, quick guy. He's a gadget. He can do a lot of different things well. But these two guys are dudes that can win outside.
Let's be clear: the Ravens don't deserve the benefit of the doubt when it comes to drafting receivers. Yeah. Historically, they've been poor at it. And they've had a couple of hits in the first round, and Torrey Smith in the second round. And beyond that, it's been bad. So I get it if you want to be skeptical about who they took. But I also am interested to see what, I liked Elijah Surratt a lot in Indiana. I know Femi told me about Jacoby Lane. I'd seen him play, obviously caught a touchdown against Maryland, but he wasn't really on my radar. And then the day before they take him, Femi's like, I love this Jacoby Lane. And then they take him, shout out Femi. But I am curious to see how this all goes with Lamar Jackson. And I also hope that now that Lamar's at OTAs, it quiets some people down. People I heard at my uncle's cookout yesterday were complaining about Lamar missing an optional team activity.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit off the air. Some people make it a bigger deal than I think it needs to be. And I said I would have liked to see him here.
Yes, I'd rather he's here than not, but...
Right, no. And this town, Lamar Jackson, nobody's going to give him the credit I feel like he deserves until he wins the Super Bowl. And they got to get there. He's there. He's at OTAs. It should make everybody happy. But this isn't the important part. It's going to be what they do come regular season. And it starts with these practices in May and getting more comfortable in the system and getting comfortable with his young receivers and working with some of these guys. And also, the center position.
He ain't here yet, man.
No, that's what it feels like, and that's why I am interested. I don't think we've talked about anybody really enough. The center situation before Tyler Linderbaum came to town, and just those high and low snaps, and Lamar running for his life, and all of those things in those playoff games and big moments. They're going to have to really figure out the center position because it's still a glaring weakness for this team.
Absolutely. So they have OTAs this week, and then 2 weeks it's mandatory mini camp, and we'll blink, Ben, and we'll be at training camp.
Yeah.
Summer's coming.
It's how it goes. We'll have a few weeks off, and then we'll be right back to it every day. And as we said earlier, hopefully the Orioles are playing competitive baseball in that time frame without football, because you need that. And hopefully coming into the NFL season, the Orioles are in a little bit of a race for a playoff spot, which would be very nice. We need the Ravens and Orioles to be good at the same time again.
Hey, the Orioles are only 2 games out of the wild card, Ben.
They're only 2 games out, which is Just bizarre.
It's absurd. It tells you how bad the American League is. Like the Yankees are 10 games above 500. They're the first wild card. The Chicago White Sox are currently the second wild card at 27 and 26.
Well, that's the thing. Every day I look at the standings, it's like the teams who are the Minnesota Twins are not getting in the playoffs. They're just not.
And they're the third wild card.
I don't think the White Sox are either. So it's really, for me, it's a battle between the Orioles, Rangers, Blue Jays, and Mariners. Because the Blue Jays are playing better baseball. They're still dealing with a lot of injuries.
The Astros quietly a bit.
Yeah, but with their injury, and you're going to get Hunter Brown back. They've won 4 straight. Maybe the Astros can right the ship, but it felt like a week ago we were talking about the Astros and what they're going to be selling. But outside, the Yankees are going to, we've kind of already checked them off. They're going to run away with a spot unless injuries kind of derail them down the stretch, which would be shocking. And they've struggled. They've really struggled against teams above 500. They've only played 11 games against teams above 500 and have just 2 wins. So maybe they can fall off a little bit, but I would guess that the battle right now is between the 4 teams I listed for the final 2 spots of it.
Orioles and Rays, game 2 of the 3-game series tonight, 6:30, Baltimore Baseball Tonight, live from Pickles coming up in 45 minutes, Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken. But coming up next, game 2, Shane Baz on the bump. We have the lineup. We preview this game. What do we expect to see from Shane Baz tonight against his former team? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll have the recap on the pivotal Game 5 in the NBA Western Conference Finals. Also, baseball with O's broadcaster Kevin Brown and Mike Bordick.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
For the first time since 1999, the New York Knicks are in the NBA Finals after sweeping the Cleveland Cavaliers in the Eastern Conference Finals. New York enters the final with a 19.5 average point differential, the largest in NBA playoff history. They can now rest until the start of the finals on June 3rd and await the winner between the Spurs and the Thunder. Game 5 is tonight in Oklahoma. I'm Adam Abdallah.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Furnished by IntelliBrands. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Get an Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. Improve your flexibility and balance. Strengthen and tone your legs.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
My circulation is moving. I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
It's so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. And for a limited time, get a free upgrade to our deluxe bundle with a faster motor, sport mat, and wireless remote. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy, 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch!
You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
Traffic is sponsored by Schmidt Baking Company, part of the H&S family of bakeries. The H&S family of bakeries brings you delicious favorites to enjoy, including 647 bread, potato rolls, Omega Me Crazy, and the classics like Schmidt Blue Ribbon Bread. Available at your favorite grocer. Schmidt Baking Company is your hometown baker.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi. Just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Furnished by IntelliBrands. Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Get an Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact. Improve your flexibility and balance. Strengthen and tone your legs.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better, and it makes me feel stronger too.
My circulation is moving. I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
It's so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. And for a limited time, get a free upgrade to our deluxe bundle with a faster motor, sport mat, and wireless remote. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Inner loop of the Beltway's heavy between I-70 and Security Boulevard, and the inner loop's heavy again through Towson between Charles Street and Providence Road. 95 northbound past Caton Avenue, there's a crash. Remains heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel, and 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to I-95 and Russell Street. Now there's an accident on the ramp to 95. Watch for police direction there. Traffic gets by single file. 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalase. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
Orioles and Rays, game 2 of the 3-game series tonight, 6:30 Baltimore Baseball Night, coming up at 5:30 live from Pickles. Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, and Shane Baz on the bump against his old team. Pitched well in St. Pete. What do you expect from Shane Baz tonight, Ben?
It's hard. I was talking about it a little bit earlier. It's hard to know what to expect when you face a team a second straight time, because I talk about it a lot. There's a lot of these outings where one is really, really good and one's really bad. When you see a team twice, it's all about adjustments. It's a little bit easier for the pitcher. You're choosing what you're throwing, and the batters really never know what to expect. I think they need him to get through 6 innings tonight. Mm-hmm. And I know he's a little bit wild and he moves around guys a little bit, which always drives his pitch count up. But with the way that you used the bullpen yesterday, I don't mean 6 innings of 5 earned runs. Like, they need him to deliver a quality start. And that's big. If they're going to do what we're saying, buy back in, get all the fans to buy back in, a Shane Baz quality start would definitely give you some confidence. Use Rico Garcia up around 30 pitches yesterday, so that's probably going to take him out for today. If you don't feel as comfortable as you once did with the bullpen, but if Baz can get them through 6, competitive, be in it. And then on the flip side, this lineup is going to have to get to Griffin Jacks. You have to match whatever the Rays offense is able to do off of Baz because, again, their bullpen's taxed as well. If you can get him out, and this is a guy who, talking about it earlier, coming into this season, he was their leverage bullpen arm. This was a 1 to 2 inning guy, maybe. And they've stretched him out as a starter because the Rays are just able to do things like this and figure that out. So for Baz, for the Orioles pitching, I think they need him to get to a quality start.
To your point about the bullpen, and Garcia threw 32 pitches, Wells threw 29 pitches, Nunez threw 18 pitches, so Cano threw 6. So they could use a quality start from their starting pitcher.
And it's been kind of surprising. Yennier Cano has not been used as much. And it's hard to complain because the way they're using him has been
really
perfect.
Good.
He's been good. So how can you complain and want more out of him? But nights like tonight, if they're able to be in this game and they are starting to turn the tide just that much, this is going to be when they need Yennier Cano in a really, really big leverage spot and more than just one batter. Like Yennier Cano is probably going to have to get 3 to 4 outs, however they use him, where it's been time and time again they've used him to get 1 or 2 batters this season. That's happened multiple times, and it happened just yesterday. So now Craig Alvarez, when you put him in for 1 batter and pull him, you're not expecting a game to go 13 innings. Mm-hmm. But tonight, you're going to have to be extra careful and not wanting to use a guy too quick or just for 1 or 2 batters because, again, the bullpen, you don't want to burn it out even more than it already is. And then on top of that, you have another game tomorrow. And then, by the way, you got Toronto coming to town for a 4-game series next. So, this is, and you knew it was going to be one of those tough stretches, but the bullpen's really got to kind of toughen up here.
Interesting lineup. Taylor Ward leading off in the left field. Gunnar Henderson's the shortstop batting second. Pete Alonso at first base batting third. Sam Basayo catching and batting fourth. Leo Taveras batting fifth in center field. Jeremiah Jackson's the DH batting sixth. Colton Cowser in right field batting seventh. Blaze Alexander at third base batting eighth. And Jackson Holiday batting ninth at second base. Kobe Mayo said he's ready. I saw, and Cordell's going to join us in a few minutes, I guess. Albie kind of echoed that when he met with the media. I would have Kobe Mayo batting sixth and DHing, not Jeremiah Jackson, but that's just me. Jeremiah Jackson has literally stopped hitting.
Yeah, it hasn't been great. And it felt like in the Nats series, we started to see some more elevation on the balls he was hitting. I know we had a deep line or fly out to Jacob Young in center field who made a hell of a play.
Yeah, Jacob Young catches everything.
Yeah, he hit into another double play yesterday, and it does look like there's some work going on behind the scenes, just the way that the finish is, where the bat's finishing compared to where it was in some of these double. Because, he's hitting almost as many double plays as anybody else in the MLB.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a work in progress there after what was an amazing, brilliant start to the season for him. And again, without him, they don't have a number of wins they do because when their offense was really, really scuffling early in the year, Jeremiah Jackson was bringing it every night. And they need him to be better if he's going to be in the lineup this much. It seemed like one difference, I would say, from previous years in terms of why Kobe Mayo's not in the lineup. They're being a lot more careful with some of these guys. We talk about Adley Rutschman and the days that he's gotten off. They're doing everything they can to keep these guys healthy at this point because they have to, because of how long it's a laundry list of the injuries that they're dealing with.
Orioles and Rays. You can listen to Baltimore Baseball tonight. Coming up at 5:30, Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken live from Pickles. But coming up next, we'll talk to the man who covers the Orioles and the Ravens for us, Cordell Woodland. We'll get his thoughts on the Orioles. Is he feeling a little more optimistic? He'll tell us next here on The Fan.
This is The Fan, baby. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on YouTube weekdays 6 till 6. Search Baltimore 105.7 The Fan. Subscribe for daily shorts right to your phone and never miss what you missed. The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here helping you beat books with Westwood One Sports. Taking a look at Game 5 of the Western Conference Final tonight in pro basketball. Oklahoma City, a 5.5-point home favorite against San Antonio. And I like San Antonio not just to cover the spread. I think San Antonio is going to win the game, provided that Oklahoma City's second-best player doesn't play. Give me the Spurs to win outright if that's the case. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds. You can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
I'm personal injury attorney Justin Holloman. When an accident or injustice turns your life upside down, you need a strong voice on your side who truly cares. A law firm where you're more than just a case. Call my firm, The Holloman Firm. TheHollomanFirm.com.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and nearly 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. Left untreated, these veins can cause tired, heavy legs, swelling, burning, cramping, aching, and even restless leg syndrome. In some cases, this can lead to serious health risks like blood clots. USA Vein Clinics offers minimally invasive treatments that take as little as 15 minutes and are covered by most insurances. Call 410-921-0667 to schedule your appointment today. Don't wait. Call 410-921-0667 for free information today. Imagine walking, exercising, and sleeping peacefully again. Varicose and spider veins won't go away on their own. USA Vein Clinics can help. Call 410-921-0667 for fast, easy, and affordable solutions. Treatments are covered by most insurance plans. Don't put this off any longer. Call 410-921-0667.
The Premier Lacrosse League takes over Loyola's Ridley Athletic Complex May 29th and 30th. See your hometown Maryland Whipsnakes battle the Boston Cannons Friday at 6, then Utah Saturday at 5:30. Get your tickets now at PLLtickets.com. That's PLLtickets.com.
Tonight, cloudy, low around 68. Tomorrow, high near 80.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Yo, it's Mikey B from Beckley's RVs. And for Open House Weekend, we're doing something a little different. Every RV door open. Walk through, step inside, and explore at your own pace. No pressure, just possibilities. And while you're here, we've got deals live across the entire lot, plus food, prizes, and a full weekend of fun. It happens Saturday, May 30th from 9 to 4, and Sunday, May 31st from 12 to 4, right here in Thurmont. Visit Beckley'sRVs.com to learn more. Doors open, deals live, party on.
A few seats remain for 5 Seconds of Summer's Everyone's a Star World Tour, coming to CFG Bank Arena on June 7th, a Live Nation show. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The Orioles kicked off their 10-game homestand in style by taking 2 out of 3 from the Tigers and then Monday's series opener from the Rays. Colton Cowser has been the unlikely hero with walk-off home runs in 2 of those matchups. He delivered the biggest swing of yesterday's game with a 2-run blast in the 13th that secured a 9-7 victory for the Birds.
Honestly, probably one of my favorite wins as an Oriole. Back and forth, just always in the fight. Really proud of our guys for just keep showing up, keep grinding, and felt like we were 1 hit away there for about 4 innings.
There's Cowser following the game. The O's have already fared much better in their rematch against the Rays. They'll try to take the series in Game 2 this evening. Shane Baz versus Griffin Jacks is your pitching matchup, with things scheduled to get rolling at 6:35. And after closing out their series against the Cavaliers last night with a 130-93 win, the Knicks will be moving on to their first finals since 1999. They'll await the winner of Spurs versus Thunder, which is currently knotted up at 2 games apiece. Game 5 takes place tonight in OKC. Tip-off at 8:30. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, mostly cloudy with highs in the upper 70s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalise. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
We're a half hour away from Baltimore baseball tonight. Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, live from Pickles. And let's head out to Pickles now, where our own Cordell Woodland is there. He covers the O's and the Ravens for us here at the Fan. And Cordell, thank you as always for your time, buddy. We appreciate it. So let's start here. We were talking earlier in the show. The Orioles won 3 of 4, a couple of Colton Cowser walk-offs. Are you feeling even a little more optimistic about the Orioles than you were before the holiday weekend?
I don't feel any worse than I did. I could say that. I don't know. I maybe I have become a little numb to some of these mini runs that they've gone on. I think back to the most recent one before this is, them winning that series against the Yankees before going to D.C. and a lot of people wondering if they were going to turn the corner, and they didn't. Mm-hmm. If they did, they turned the wrong corner. And so I'm just hesitant to buy into them being a consistent baseball team that's good enough to really string together a truly quality month, the type of month that makes you believe that they can not only make it to October but make noise in October. And I get it. The standings are the standings. They're right there in the wild card picture because the American League is so bad. So maybe by default they're there, but I mean, you look at the run differential in the league. It's the Orioles are way down at the bottom right now. I just still, while their rotation has gotten better and they still have some of those defensive miscues every now and then, but it doesn't feel like it's as frequent as it was to start the year. I just wonder if their offense will be the aircraft carrier that they needed to be long term.
As Ken mentioned, we had back-to-back days with walk-off homers for Colton Cowser, and that's been a guy that we've talked about a lot and maybe wanting to see less of. But of late, he's swinging the bat pretty well, at least his last few games. I know it's a really small sample size, but do you think Colton Cowser, at least for the time being, has earned himself, I don't know, every day, but 5 days a week in the lineup?
It's hard to say no right now. I mean, number one, he's arguably their best outfielder defensively. And Taveras has been great. I'd still probably put Taveras ahead of him, but Cowser is one of their top defensive outfielders. So that alone helps him. But then he's coming through clutch at the plate. I mean, he's made quite a few plays. He had this slide at home plate yesterday as well. I mean, he has made a lot of impact plays that have resulted into wins for them over the last couple of days. So, yeah, I mean, look, they're not in a position right now to be sitting guys that are actually contributing to wins right now. So I would say yes. I mean, look, with what Tyler O'Neill's been doing, give me Colton Cowser all day if that means I don't have to watch him in the lineup every day.
Speaking of that, Cordell, we're talking with Cordell Woodland's Inside Access here on the Fan. Are we nearing the end of Tyler O'Neill, and should we be nearing the end of Tyler O'Neill?
Should we be?
Because those are probably two different answers.
They are. I mean, should we be? Probably. Because it's been that bad. It's been that bad for a while. We're not even just going off this season. Last year he had the injuries, excuses, and he's dealt with a little bit of that earlier this year. But look, if he's out there, I'm taking it as he's healthy enough to play. And he hasn't even been a serviceable bat for them. They pushed him all the way down to the bottom of the order. It just doesn't seem like it's clicking for him. And then you get to the defensive side of things. I mean, we're talking about a guy that's got a couple of gold gloves in his pocket. You wouldn't be able to tell it when you watch him on a regular basis. So I just wonder what he's giving them. I think the thing that's saving him, though, is that they just don't have anybody else that they can go to right now. There's nobody that's kind of waiting in the wings, that's on the cusp of getting the call up that you feel like is going to be able to take his spot right now, at least. That's coming to the top of my mind. So I think that's what's boding well for him. He's getting the benefit of the doubt. He's getting opportunities to work out of it. It's just not happening right now. And they don't want to have to bite that bullet. That's an expensive bullet to bite. And it takes a lot of humble pie to get up there and say that, yeah, we kind of blew this one, considering they gave this dude a multi-year deal, and that's just not something that this regime has done a lot of, and is not working out. So I think they're going to continue to try to give him every opportunity to work out of this, but I would like to think that the sand is running low in that jar.
Now on the rotation side of things, Kyle Bradish with another quality start yesterday. He's got 3 quality starts in his last 4 outings. Things seem to be clicking for him, and the ERA is below 4 now. He's starting to get back to that ace type that we saw in some previous years, especially right before the injury. Are you buying what Kyle Bradish is selling over his last 4 outings?
I am. I mean, this isn't a surprise. You know, we talked a lot about Bradish going into the season, and we were very high on him, and he obviously got off to a really slow start, and that was a little surprising to me, considering he did get to come back last year, and he looked really good when he played last year. So I thought that he kind of pick up where he left off. He didn't. That's fine. He's clearly adjusted. And yesterday I think was a true example of that. I mean, both of the starters pitched their butts off yesterday, and then you get into extras, and that's when all the craziness started to happen. But yeah, I think what Bradish is doing is sustainable. It's not like he's pitching outside of himself. He's not doing anything that we haven't seen him do before. He's leaning on the pitches that are working for him. His command is there. He's pitching with confidence. I see I'm not saying that he's above having a bad outing or two, going forward, but for the most part, going forward the rest of this season, I'm expecting this version of Kyle Bradish.
Let's switch to the Ravens, Cordell, and Lamar Jackson in the building, on the field for OTAs. Expectations are he'll probably speak tomorrow. So what are you hoping to hear from Lamar Jackson tomorrow?
I'm hoping he speaks. I don't know if that's a foregone conclusion. We'll see.
What would you like to hear from Lamar Jackson?
I was talking to a couple of the other guys in the clubhouse today that also cover the Ravens about that. And I told them, unfortunately, because we haven't spoken to him since the season ended in Pittsburgh, a lot of the things are old news. Mm-hmm. And I don't know how much he's really, Lamar is a man of very few words anyway. I just don't know how much he's really going to want to give on a lot of the things that people want to know about, because it's old news now. Whether it's them missing the playoffs, the offseason, them moving on from Harbs. He definitely isn't going to want to say much about his contract extension that hasn't happened yet. It just, all of those things are things that people want to hear about, though, especially the Harbs of it all, and Jesse Minter coming in, and, him having really his worst statistical season of his career to this point. Him bouncing back off of all those injuries, how he's feeling. Does he feel like last year was a blip? How much of a factor did the injuries have on his play last year? For me, one of the things that I'm curious to know is, where does he see him? What type of quarterback does he see himself becoming? Because it feels like Lamar wants to be less of the dual threat quarterback and more of the traditional quarterback that has escapability. So I'm just curious to see where his head is on, because now he's healthy. Like last year when you asked him about the running, he really didn't want he didn't want any parts of it, and I at least contributed it to mainly him not being healthy in his lower body. But now we're in the off season, he's healthier, he's working out. Is you using your legs, is that something you still want to be a big part of this offense? Because you don't know anymore. And if Lamar is saying that he doesn't want to be the prolific dual threat quarterback that he's been really since he's picked up a football, that's a huge difference in who Lamar Jackson is. So I would be curious to see if he would say anything about that.
We're talking to Cordell Woodland. It's Inside Access here on The Fan. Cordell, I do want to finish you with pretty big win for the Knicks last night
They look good, Cordell.
To take a sweep from Cleveland. I made sure I sent Cordell video. I was out. I was basically at Madison Square Garden in Baltimore. The way that those fans were going crazy. We talked about it earlier. Are you giving the Knicks any chance at all?
No.
Really?
No. Zero. None. Nada. I did the Westwood National show last night with PJ Glasser. PJ's great. Always easy to work with and very knowledgeable. And I told him off air, I'm like, dude, I'm trying to give some sort of optimism about the Knicks.
Wow.
I can't do it. I just cannot do it. When the Knicks beat a team that I respect, I'll give them respect. Since when do we respect the Hawks, the Sixers, or the Cavs? I mean, especially James Harden. You respect James Harden?
No, I respect what I'm seeing from the Knicks.
Against who?
They're playing good ball.
They can only play who's in front of them.
Yeah,
and now they're in the finals.
That's great. That's great. They're playing good ball against teams. The Sixers clearly didn't believe that they were going to be there. And you've got James Harden, who just doesn't value anything in the postseason. Definitely not winning.
Hey,
in the
he's coming back.
postseason.
Cleveland's bringing him back.
Yeah, I mean, and Kenny Atkinson, they're a dumpster fire. What a joke!
Here comes Giannis. Here comes Giannis.
Analytically, they won 2 of the first 3.
Well, yeah, okay, yeah. And how many championships have analytics won? Please tell me where the banners are that the analytics are hanging up in their building. I don't buy the Knicks whatsoever. I've said from the beginning this Thunder Spurs series was going 7 and OKC would win. And a lot of people, all it takes is a Spurs win and people start jumping back off the Thunder. I'm not buying into any of that. The Thunder are still going to win this series, and the Knicks are going to get what's coming to them. Really, no matter who wins this series, the Knicks are going to get what's coming to them. But the all that Knicks parade stuff, get it out your systems now, everybody, because the real basketball begins when the final starts for them.
You and Ben Thursday?
Yeah, we'll be back Thursday. Orioles with a night game, so we'll be on at 6:30. So we'll talk a lot
till 8:30.
Yeah, well, I think to 8. Yeah, I think to 8. You know, we'll have what we miss though, because we do miss a lot because of that. So we'll get to all the things that we're missing out on. But yeah, we'll talk a lot about the Orioles. We'll see if they're continuing to show some winning ways going into Thursday. We'll talk about the Western Conference Finals for sure, and OTAs. I'll be out there tomorrow. We'll see if Lamar and whoever else talks, and we'll see if they have anything good to say.
Thanks, buddy. We'll chat soon.
Thanks, guys.
We'll come back, get the text of the day. He does not like the Knicks. We'll preview.
He hates on them.
We'll preview tomorrow's show, and most importantly, get you ready for Baltimore baseball tonight. Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken coming up at 5:30 here on the Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
We'll have the recap on the pivotal Game 5 in the NBA Western Conference Finals. Also, baseball with O's broadcaster Kevin Brown and Mike Bordick.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit Petro.com or call 1-888-PETRO02.
Go with your local HVAC pros at Petro for an expert AC tune-up to keep it running at peak efficiency all summer. Book your AC tune-up by May 31st for special preseason pricing. Go to Petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
Hey Bel Air, big news as Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford Bel Air, and we're celebrating with grand opening savings. Get more for your trade and shop a huge selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. Hurry in or visit BobBellFordBelAir.com today.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? During the Xfinity Summer Savings Event, now through June 15th, new customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi, just $50 a month for 5 years. And get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, add 1 line of Xfinity Mobile Select and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings Event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. All season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boost, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB Same-Game Parlay Boost. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB Odds Boost Tokens and MLB Parlay Boost Tokens all season long. More boost, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Get in on the action at Horseshoe Casino this summer with their $30,000 Sizzlin' Summer Drawings. Earn your entries now and join them on May 30th for your chance to win up to $30,000 in total prizes. One lucky winner will walk away with a $20,000 cash prize. Starting June 1st, earn your chance to play Unlock the Box. One lucky guest could win up to $1 million in cash. Bigger prizes, bigger moments. At Horseshoe, there is something for everyone. Baltimore's best bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 northbound past Caton Avenue, there's an accident already heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound, that's heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. Outer loop of the Beltway's heavy between I-70 and Security Boulevard. And on the inner loop of the Beltway through Towson, it slows between Charles Street and Providence Road. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Inside Access with Ken Weinman and Tim Barbalese. Sponsored by Ariosa Mechanical. Now hiring at ariosamechanical.com/careers.
We're done in just a few minutes. Send it down to Pickles with Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken for Baltimore Baseball Night. Before we get to the text today, Beltway Ben, you obviously we have a basketball game tonight. We have some baseball tonight. Anything you want to tickle the people with? You have anything you're looking at tonight?
I do want to wait on Jalen Williams, see if he's playing or not.
Would you play him?
Yes.
Because if he gets hurt again, he's probably done for the playoffs.
I think they're going to need him. They can't. I don't think they can get by without him like they have before. This is still a super deep, super talented team, but without him against a juggernaut like the Spurs, it's kind of showing what's going on without him. Now, if he doesn't play, I would look at Chet. Probably Chet's rebounds. Chet's been pretty active on the glass. But if Jalen Williams plays, his rebounds and assists, even coming back from injury, whatever the number is, I'd still take a look at that. He usually shows up, especially at home. I like the Thunder tonight. If you guys want to take SGA for 25 plus and Thunder on the money line, there's probably enough not too much juice on that to pay, because if the Thunder are going to win, SGA is going to score 25-plus points. I feel like they're not going to, especially walk over top of them. And if it's tight, SGA will be in late. We know SGA gets to the free throw line, especially in the fourth quarter. So I do like the Thunder to win tonight. I think it's going to be a really good game. I'm glad we have that, because the Cavs, and I complained about the Eastern Conference semifinals, Game 7, the Pistons being blown out by 30-plus points. And then I'm like, well, now we have the conference finals. We're in a good spot. Even with the blowout, I'm not that upset with the blowout in the Thunder Spurs game. It happens once, that's fine. Every other game has been spectacular. For the most part, though, this series right here, we've seen a lot of great basketball.
I'll say this. I have much more confidence in the Knicks than Cordell has.
I think they have a shot. I understand there is always, anytime the Knicks win a game, there's always the Knicks fans who make it like it's Game 7 of the finals, and they always get a little bit of overhype. But I talk about it like, I don't go off of what fans' reaction is. Like in most years, the Julius Randle years, Brunson's first year, like I never really fully bought into the Knicks, and I still don't want to, but this is a good basketball team. I have to give credit where it is. I know the Eastern Conference isn't what maybe it once was, and there's no other juggernaut that's able to knock them off, and it's going to be a much tougher test. They're not going to win NBA Finals with 15 straight wins in the playoffs. They're just not going to do that like they've been on the run right now. But I do think that they can give either one of these Western Conference teams at least a little bit more of a fight than we expected.
Where can people find you?
At BH Journalist. You can find me on Twitter. I'm active on there. I will be in with you tomorrow.
Yes.
2 to 5:30, and then I will be with Cordell 6:30 to 8. I'm also
double dip.
I'm also and then I'm also at I've been at every Oriole game.
Yeah.
This season covering the team, which is hopefully they start turning it. I enjoy covering good competitive baseball, but I think things are slowly turning in the right direction.
Let's get the text of the day.
Time for the Inside Access text of the day.
Text of the day comes from Tom in Baltimore, who says, fine with getting rid of O'Neal, but a quality right-handed option needs to be the replacement, not another 4A type of guy.
Well, you only have what you have. It could be Tommy Pham. Thank you. I'd like to leave my wife, but Taylor Swift will date me. But that's the only way. It doesn't work. That the other guy's giving you nothing. He's giving you nothing. And
it kind of feels like you're forcing him into the lineup when you do it. It's not.
Is there a world where it's Tommy Pham?
Yes. If Tommy Pham can, I don't even know if he needs to mash. If Tommy Pham can be competitive at AAA, I think he will be up with the big league squad. Especially if they're in a roll, if they win 9 of their next 10 or clicking or something, and there's no injuries, maybe you don't. And Tommy Pham ultimately ends up opting out and whatever. But if they're still scuffling a little bit and haven't fully turned the corner, I think we're probably going to see Tommy Pham.
We have a big show tomorrow. Jimmy Patsos is coming in studio, I think for an hour, from 4 to 5. Jim Bowden, I'm very curious for us to talk to him because the view from 30,000 feet about what's going on with the Orioles and what they should do with Tyler O'Neill. And then we'll get our best bets with Tim Murray.
Yeah, it'll be a very, very exciting show. It'll definitely be interesting to hear from Jim Bowden every time Jimmy joins. I think this is the first time that I've hosted with Jimmy in the studio. Usually when Jimmy's here,
your sunshine, yeah.
I think this will be my first time getting to actually talk ball on air with him. So I'm excited for that.
Yeah, Jimmy is very much opinionated. I'm curious. I'm curious if he gives the Knicks a shot.
Yeah, that is. It will be interesting to hear. I also would like to talk some Wizards with him.
Yeah,
first pick coming up. It's a good time to be a Wizards fan. And Cordell always tries to kind of rain on my parade, but that's fine. I think they get DeBenza. Things are going to be in a better spot. I'm not saying NBA Finals and soon, but I do think there will be competitive basketball back in the district.
Hey, we're only weeks away from the draft because it's right after the NBA Finals. That's the way that NBA calendar works. That is it for us, but don't you dare change that dial because coming up next, shooting it down to Pickles, Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken. It's Baltimore Baseball Tonight next here on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant now open in Millersville. My go-to spot,